No matter the fall, we rise again. Save me a spot, hatchling. I shed my skin and rise anew. A trap to ensnare my enemies. My scales shield me from hardship.
Welcome to Lancer Guide. Today we're diving into Dex. Let's go! Skill, Cloning Incarnation. Dex deploys a beacon in a chosen location. Once the beacon is deployed, Dex transforms into a clone with 20 health, capable of fighting and using other skills as normal. Activating Cloning Incarnation consumes 20 health and caps its maximum health at current health. If the clone is killed, Dex will return to the beacon's position, restoring his health before transforming. Weapons and skill cooldowns are not reset by the returning process. Beacon can be destroyed by enemies. If this happens, Dex cannot return to it or restore health. Skill, Mimic Trap. Dex places a decoy trap that visually resembles his beacon. It activates when an enemy approaches or attempts to destroy it. Once activated, the trap slows nearby enemies and deals damage. Dex can place up to 2 Mimic Traps at the same time. Skill, Shield Skills. Dex can activate shield skills, whether in original form or clone form, which blocks 1 instance of damage, absorbing up to 50 damage. Damage exceeding 50 points will still affect Dex. Shield skills cannot be set and will expire after a short time. While the clone baits you in, Dex controls everything from the shadows. By the time you notice, it's already too late.
Ooh, a prezi. For me.
This is the only thing my dad left me. I have to know what it is. No one better try and stop me.
Kismet! You're late! Chum's about to cut the cake. You there?
Hey everyone! Happy birthday!
Wow! New friends!
Everything has changed now. You can hardly make out. I was here before, not long ago. What happened to the daylight? Nothing seems to feel right.
Mind if I clash?
I try to understand the lessons to be learned. We get at every turn. I'm hoping that the heart you gave me will be enough to get me there. You told me what was right.
Ever since the smash-up, Kepler's gone nuts.
Oh, the waves of chaos in the fight to stay alive.
But I've got it handled.
You're lucky you even made it back!
Please? I'll show you, freaky.
Oh, let me guess. Homesick.
It's over. Time to play by my rules.
You go ahead, Kismet. I've got a score to settle with Kepler.
Oh, lucky me!
Why does Kepler want this so bad anyway? Can it change the rules of the shard?
Dad. Hands off! Pull.
Wow! This is a masterpiece! Wait!
This will decide everything. And nothing.
Our game is a brand new style FPS game.
We wish to use cars to change the rules of each game.
We made a lot of breakthrough.
We want it young and trendy.
What we're trying to convey is about fun.
Hey, where are you, man?
I just wake up. What's up?
We got match today. You forget it?
This match is important to us in Xiangshi. At the end of the year, there's a thing called sealing the box, meaning the work for this year is done. For us, it's the same. Our work is done after this match.
This is the final test, and after this we will finish the packing, and then check how it goes. So hopefully it will be okay. We started in 2018 with 4 members back then. As more members joined, we tried a lot of directions, and in the end, we chose to make our favorite PC FPS game. It's very simple why we have this internal match. We had a lot of tests running, and we need every team members to join our test. So we made it into a competition where members can team up freely. We try to simulate a real situation for real players.
We have these weekly matches in order to make our artists and programmers more familiar with the game. These are valuable data for us game designers, allowing us to make fine adjustments to the game.
We believe this test could help us simulate the experience of players at different levels. Video games are very much like sports, especially this kind of competitive games.
FPS is about competition like boxing. When facing an opponent, stress and pressures, a lack of strength, many things can affect you. You have to stick up. In game development, we actually need a lot of willpower to keep solving all kinds of emerging problems.
Competitive games and traditional sports, they share similar rules. So when we design the gameplay, we directly thought of using the idea of the penalty kick as a tiebreaker. It reminds you of a gun duel in the Wild West. It's life or death. We think it can be a great excitement.
For the brand tone, I focus on feelings. Cause I think if you're just browsing for ideas, you won't translate that into an emotional experience. What I do is, I go outside with my team to learn and feel and set free our rebellious side. That is the feeling I want to bring the players.
We believe graffiti could make FragPunk stand out among all FPS in terms of visual styles. Our original weapon designs are all black, simply metal, so we added graffiti elements to our designs to make them more vivid and less dull.
As for visuals, we chose not to be violent. Instead, we used our iconic little devils and colorful cubes to display elimination and disappearing process.
I am the designer of X's guitar. Right from the very beginning, we want to give him a truly punkish element. One of the greatest guitarists, Angus Young from AC/DC, who is also my hero, has a Gibson SG. It has a devil horn and looks extremely aggressive. That's our inspiration.
We hope that players can have a rich emotional experience for a while in our game.
I wish our visual styles can make FragPunk more fun, more relaxed, and more surprising.
I know competitive games might be too intense for beginners, but I wish our game can lower down the bar a little bit and let more players enjoy FPS.
Rules. Everything has rules. But what if you could change the rules? Glue Knight. Everything starts with it. It showed up in the world, then smashed it into shards. Now it powers the city and its people, and me. It gives Lancers special abilities, but now they can't live without it. So they go out to find it and fight over it every day. But it also lets us change the rules. Glue Knight can change the rules of reality itself. And cards made of Glue Knight put that power right in your hands. You might think it's hard being a mercenary. But for Lancers, it's incredible. So get out there and grab some cards, okay? As for tomorrow, who knows?
Keep advancing, broker.
And I'm in.
Doors and corners, broker.
Lights on, nobody home.
I'm getting Glue Knight readings off the chart.
Nice.
Nah. Broker, snap out of it.
Okay. Damn!
Stay frosty.
Seriously? No!
Broker, slow down. Get back in the fight. Use this. Make your own rules. Time for new rules.
Let's go, baby.
Go out your best and us to go home alone. I've been known to change the whole tone. No continuing with it. Break it down, never did it. You run up and change the floor to the ceiling. Step by step, we yeah. You keep a pie jumping in a dragon's breath. We're under fire, but you still should fear us. My squad ready for war. It's time. Perseverance, get the squad ready. Get locked in gear wrong. Together, stand strong. Fight for good life. Play your cards right. We're on the rise. It's down to size.
Knock, knock. Guess who's coming to dinner? Say hello to my little friend. Say goodnight, Gracie. You'll love this. Wait, no, not there. It's cheating. Please. Hey, maybe we can.
No matter the fall, we rise again. Save me a spot, Hatchling. I shed my skin and rise anew. A trap to ensnare my enemies. My scales shield me from hardship.
Welcome to Lancer Guide. Today we're diving into Dex. Let's go! Skill, Cloning Incarnation. Dex deploys a beacon at a chosen location. Once the beacon is deployed, Dex transforms into a clone with 20 health, capable of fighting and using other skills as normal. Activating Cloning Incarnation consumes 20 health and caps its maximum health at current health. If the clone is killed, Dex will return to the beacon's position, restoring his health before transforming. Weapons and skill cooldowns are not reset by the returning process. Beacon can be destroyed by enemies. If this happens, Dex cannot return to it or restore health. Skill, Mimic Trap. Dex places a decoy trap that visually resembles his beacon. It activates when an enemy approaches or attempts to destroy it. Once activated, the trap slows nearby enemies and deals damage. Dex can place up to 2 Mimic Traps at the same time. Skill, Shield Skills. Dex can activate shield skills whether in original form or clone form, which blocks 1 instance of damage, absorbing up to 50 damage. Damage exceeding 50 points will still affect Dex. Shield skills cannot be set and will expire after a short time. While the clone DAY2 win, Dex controls everything from the shadows. By the time you know this, it's already too late.
Ooh, a pretty. For me.
This is the only thing my dad left me. I have to know what it is. No one better try and stop me.
Kismet! You're late! Tom's about to cut the cake. You there?
Hey, everyone! Happy birthday!
Wow! New friends!
Everything has changed now. You can hardly make out what was here before. Not long ago. What happened to the daylight? Nothing seems to feel right.
Mind if I clash?
I try to understand the lessons to be learned. We dance at every turn. I'm hoping that the heart you gave me will be enough to get me there. They told me what was right.
Ever since the smash-up, Kepler's gone nuts.
Oh, the waves of chaos in the fight to stay alive.
But I've got it handled.
You're lucky you even made it back!
Freaks? I'll show you, freaky.
Oh, let me guess. Homesick.
It's over. Time to play by my rules.
You go ahead, Kismet.
I've got a score to settle with Kepler.
Oh, lucky me! Why does Kepler want this so bad anyway? Can it change the rules of the shard?
Dad. Hands off!
Wow! This is a masterpiece! Wait!
This will decide everything. And nothing.
Our game is a brand new style FPS game.
We wish to use cars to change the rules of each game.
We made a lot of breakthrough.
We want it young and trendy.
What we're trying to convey is about fun.
Hey, where are you, man?
I just wake up. What's up?
We got match today. You forget it?
This match is important to us in Xiangsheng. At the end of the year, there's a thing called sealing the box, meaning the work for this year is done. For us, it's the same. Our work is done after this match.
This is the final test, and after this we will finish the packing, and then check how it goes. So hopefully it will be okay. We started in 2018 with 4 members back then. As more members joined, we tried a lot of directions, and in the end, we chose to make our favorite PC FPS game. It's very simple why we have this internal match. We had a lot of tests running, and we need every team members to join our test. So we made it into a competition where members can team up freely. We try to simulate a real situation for real players.
We have these weekly matches in order to make our artists and programmers more familiar with the game. These are valuable data for us game designers, allowing us to make fine adjustments to the game.
We believe this test could help us simulate the experience of players at different levels. Video games are very much like sports, especially this kind of competitive games.
FPS is about competition like boxing. When facing an opponent, stress and pressures, a lack of strength, many things can affect you. You have to stick up. In game development, we actually need a lot of willpower to keep solving all kinds of emerging problems.
Competitive games and traditional sports, they share similar rules. So when we design the gameplay, we directly thought of using the idea of the penalty kick as a tiebreaker. It reminds you of a gun duel in the Wild West. It's life or death. We think it can be a great excitement.
For the brand tone, I focus on feelings. Cause I think if you're just browsing for ideas, you won't translate that into an emotional experience. What I do is, I go outside with my team to learn and feel and set free our rebellious side. That is the feeling I want to bring the players.
We believe graffiti could make FragPunk stand out among all FPS in terms of visual styles. Our original weapon designs are all black, simply metal, so we added graffiti elements to our designs to make them more vivid and less dull.
As for visuals, we chose not to be violent. Instead, we used our iconic little devils and colorful cubes to display elimination and disappearing process.
I am the designer of X's guitar. Right from the very beginning, we want to give him a truly punkish element. One of the greatest guitarists, Angus Young from AC/DC, who is also my hero, has a Gibson SG. It has a devil horn and looks extremely aggressive. That's our inspiration.
We hope that players can have a rich emotional experience for a while in our game.
I wish our visual styles can make FragPunk more fun, more relaxed, and more surprising.
I know competitive games might be too intense for beginners, but I wish our game can lower down the bar a little bit and let more players enjoy FPS.
Rules. Everything has rules. But what if you could change the rules? Glue Knight. Everything starts with it. It showed up in the world, then smashed it into shards. Now it powers the city and its people, and me. It gives Lancers special abilities, but now they can't live without it. So they go out to find it and fight over it every day. But it also lets us change the rules. Glue Knight can change the rules of reality itself. And cards made of Glue Knight put that power right in your hands. You might think it's hard being a mercenary. But for Lancers, it's incredible. So get out there and grab some cards, okay? As for tomorrow, who knows?
Keep advancing, broker.
And I'm in.
Doors and corners, broker.
Lights on, nobody home.
I'm getting Glue Knight readings off the chart.
Nice.
Nah. Broker, snap out of it.
Okay.
Damn!
Stay frosty.
Seriously? No! Broker, slow down. Get back in the fight. Use this. Make your own rules. Time for new rules.
Let's go, baby.
Go out your best and us to go home alone. I've been known to change the old tone. No continuing with it. Break it down, never visit. You run up and change the floor to the ceiling. Step by step, we do it. You keep a pie sharper than a dragon's breath under fire. But you still should fear us. My squad waiting for war. It's time. Perseverance, get the squad ready and lock your gear on. Together, stand strong. Fight for the night. Play your cards right. We're on the rise. It's down to size.
knock. Guess who's coming to dinner? Say hello to my little friend. Say goodnight, Gracie. You'll love this. Wait, no, wait. No, not there. It's cheating. Please. Hey, maybe we can. there, but as Treason drops down Xiaola, Fate, he's got to evacuate that bridge soon because it might drop in on him, but hey.
知了架枪的信息，但是这一波，这一波的卡了一个烟散掉的时间，是。
Still trying to hold on temporarily.
这个位置有说法，直接收2个的 burst， 一巧这边瞬间收到2个，还有机会吗？
Just wants to be able to do, and it's just I would. Working so its price has got to do.
状态恢复的非常迅速，是的。
The map control to be able to do it as Working Silence they double swing and it just
就是一发，对方2人炸掉，全是逃，全是逃，7强只能往后撤，但对方又反扑出来了，最满啊，5个人，这边逃了，打法练习，还剩下咱们的贤明，有没有可能？
To see how this is going to end up. The jump over, damage coming through. And back kicking, sends back here, has the rocket launcher. Misses. Sends it out again. He's choking. Damage. He's choking. He wins.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the FragPunk Global Invitational. My name is Artie. I'm joined here with my friend Dustin Dugman.
For now, Artie, we'll have to see how things go today.
Yeah?
It might be controversial up here on the desk, that's all I'm saying. You know what's not controversial? 150 grand on the line, bro.
That's pretty crazy. All these teams down here are sweating it out, and the vibes are a bit different today. Do you know why, Dustin? It's because yesterday nobody got out. Today that changes.
I got chills.
Yeah.
I got chills a little bit today. I mean, that's going to be so much on the line for these players. I mean, win or go home, like you said, Artie, man, that's exactly what's happening today. Those North American guys could be leaving, or Conquest out of Germany could be gone.
Exactly. So we've got 2 European teams in the running right now, but for now it is going to be one of them possibly going home, or the only NA representation for us.
Yeah, I mean, not ideal.
Not ideal, but hey, no bias here. I did talk to both teams, and fun fact for just you and you alone, chat. I talked to both teams extensively before the match, got the inside scoop, and gave them a little coaching. And
you did?
I did. You know what I did?
What?
I told them both the exact same advice.
What, so they're just going to do the same thing? That's your whole advice. So what's going to happen? We're just going to see 2 teams just boom, crash right in the middle?
I told both teams to really lean into the shard cards. I told both teams to really just play as nerdy as possible, decisively as possible.
Wow.
And
all the keywords.
All the keywords.
How'd they respond? How did the pros respond to said statements? How did they do that?
Wow, Artie, you sound so smart. Sounds like you know what you're talking about. You said all the words that we all say to each other in scrims, and I'm like, wow. Yeah, I know. I listen to the scrims.
Dude, I'm excited for today, Artie. Like, it's actually going to be sick. I think that, like you said, I mean, the pros taking your advice, hopefully. Obviously, we'll see, based on these 2 teams, right, what they're going to change, right? I think the maps, I think, is a big thing, right? Like, you mentioned how each map can play so differently, right? I mean, how exactly is that? So, like, if we're comparing a map like Dongtian to Black Market, what are the key differences between those maps and how they play?
So Dongtian, I mean, obviously you have the opportunity to rush into mid. You have the opportunity to then convert the sites by spinning the little wheel. And some teams really prefer that. Some teams don't. Like we were talking about before, though, we're looking at the prize pool today. $150,000 on the line. You see at the very top, it's going to be $40,000 for the champions. At the very bottom, 7th, 8th place, 11-5 each. And one of these teams that we're about to see, Conquest versus the Avengers, one of them is going to be walking home with that number.
And, you know, earlier we saw, you know, Last Chance make it to the final. Same thing with Imaginators. They've secured themselves minimum $20,000. So all these teams, like you mentioned, if they go home right now, $11,500, either if that's going to be Conquest or Avengers or on the opposite side in that first round of the lower brackets, which we'll go to earlier. But this is all of our maps in the map pool for the tournament, right? So many can be played, but you already know better than anybody. I mean, nobody's playing Naus right now.
Let me tell you a little secret, guys. Every map is available, but Naus is like secretly not available in this because everybody bans it out. Not because it's a bad map, it's just because it is so difficult to play, especially at the highest level. We'll look at the bracket here. Dustin, you and I are going to have the absolute pleasure to cast low bracket round 1 and the upper bracket finals before we toss it over to Moxie and Seb later today.
Yeah, no, the craziest thing is we're already going to see solo leveling versus DPS first. I mean, that's insane.
I can't believe it.
No.
I actually cannot believe that those teams ended up in the lower bracket. My entire bet, my bracket is destroyed.
It's screwed. Yeah, you're not getting any of those bonus global invitational cards at all.
No, not at all. Absolutely not. But we will be getting a lot of good content.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of fantastic content indeed leading up. I mean, we got 5 matches today. Good call already on that one. Up till match number 11 of the day. Going to be later on. But like you said, Seb and Moxie going to take on those 2 series later. But we got the first 3 coming up. Conquest versus the Avengers is going to be our first match of the day. Super excited for that. And then like you said, we got solo leveling and DPS first. Really insane that we're going to have that matchup already.
Exactly. And, yesterday when we were watching the Avengers game versus DMS, it seemed like DMS really was Thanos, right? They were able to get the snap and send the Avengers down. And now Conquest, they have the ability to be Ultron, I guess.
They have Ultron, yeah, maybe, something like that, yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot on the, I mean, like, it's going to be, it's interesting how they even chose that name in the first place. And a lot of the players we've talked to, if we talk about the Avengers specifically, I know I was talking to Bobino.
Yeah.
I was like, we were like, how'd you come up with Bobino? Everybody always wants to know how you came up with Bobino. I was like, oh, your name's Bob, right?
No.
It's Ryan.
It's Ryan.
It's Ryan.
It's Ryan.
What the hell?
It's Ryan with an I. Not even Ryan with
Oh,
a
it's
Y.
Ryan with an I. didn't even know that.
Yeah,
What
yeah.
the hell? Ryan, you're crazy. Man, what do you want to think? What do you think what's your take so far on these Lancers and how they're picked right now currently? What's the pick rate in general? It seems like Pathogen and Dex are those 2 number 1 characters that are picked, right? Lancers that are picked.
Absolutely. As far as like Season 1.5 goes, where we're at right now, Season 1, Chapter 5, this is exactly what I was expecting, right?
Yeah.
We saw Hollow Point really drop out once Dex came into the mix just because of the fact that you're going to use one of those Meteora shots and, oh, hey, it was just a 20 HP dude. Dex is insane for the meta. That being said, I am surprised that our Corona players have not gotten more of those entry frags. It's we're seeing Pathogen get it. That's because when you really think about it, yeah, Corona has a bunch of just entry potential, a bunch of potential just like explode out and be the first one. Pathogen, oh no, it didn't work, I heal. So.
Yeah, no, he's exactly right. I think that's a great take on it. I mean, obviously, I think as well with the shield, right?
Yeah.
Those 2 things, like it's interesting, like you said, the dichotomy, like the difference between Corona players just kind of going in, sending, like you said. And then the Pathogen on the other side, it feels like it's a slower, methodical approach, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And what's great, though, is that, like I said, I gave the same advice to both of these teams, talking about, hey, you practice this in scrims, you practice all this in scrims. This isn't scrims, right?
No,
this is the big leagues, this is the stage, and there's a lot of difference.
I know. So, Artie, I want to ask you a question, like just how it's gone so far. What do you think is the biggest difference leading in today from what we've seen online? If you take a back look at those regional qualifiers, which you watched obviously with Tens online, what's your overall opinion on how everything shifted? What's the difference between on the main stage on LAN compared to said qualifiers that we watched earlier?
It's all the same things that a normal esports LAN brings to the table, where you have, it's obviously much lower latency. The LAN latency is insane. It means that a lot of players that are used to running the Fever, they're going to be running the Discipline. More bullets down range faster, those bullets are going to be connecting. I was talking to Tens about this, and other tactic shooters, it is very similar.
Yeah.
Where you just want more fire rates. Why the My Way has been so incredible. It's the highest CTK of any weapon. And
with the headshots, right?
Exactly. And so we're looking to see a lot more like variance in that because you don't have to worry about ping. With these teams, again, they've never fought each other on low ping before. So it's crazy. But at the same time, you also have nerves. Right?
Oh,
I mean, you're here on stage. We're here in beautiful Hangzhou, China. It's a lot hotter than most of these players are used to.
Oh, yeah. I'm sweating right now, man.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
That's why you wore your outfit, too.
I just got
super
the Aloha
chill. He's got
shirt.
super chill. Man from Hawaii, literally in and out of game.
Yes,
I mean, you are the most Hawaiian guy I know.
Not Hawaiian, local, but
okay.
We leave that for later.
We leave that for later, indeed. Let's just look forward to today, man. I mean, like, generally, we've got to have exciting matches, 5 matches total.
Yeah.
Right? And everybody's already getting ready in stage. We're going to have Jaeger, obviously, to intro everybody coming up in just a little bit. But, obviously, already, like you said, teams win or go home right now. And I can't wait. I'm looking forward to picking your brain, especially about shark cards and stuff later on, because I want to get your take as well, based on when we've seen, like each round feels like it's almost like a full-blown investment. Like it feels like people are constantly, you start with 5 obviously sharp points, and then it changes based on how many kills you get and all that sort of stuff. What's your take on in terms of like saving shark card points and stuff? Do you think teams are maybe sort of being a little bit more intelligent with how they invest, and what's your take on that?
I will say for today's matchup, Conquest has always been more shard point oriented. They've always figured out exactly what they need to invest in. If this round has good cards, they will forego them to make sure that they can set up for the next one, depending on everything. So I think Conquest has always had that edge, but I think the Avengers know that they need to step up their game today. And of course, we're going to be looking at the lineups here. Mickey, Ghoul, Fate, Treason, Paige, and Clarity. Very excited to see this roster go up against the Avengers. And when we're looking at the Avengers, Babino, Naya, Shavken, Rebirth, and Sane, and Neko. And one of these players, Naya, we've had a big change-up.
We've had a big change-up? No leaks?
Naya has, shaved his head entirely.
You leaked it. You leaked it. I thought we were gonna like surprise everybody. It's like the consistency. It's like not everybody expects Naya to have this super long hair, and then he shows up absolutely shaved.
The Avengers said they needed some sacrifice. They needed
some shamanic sacrifice or something.
So
ritualistic sacrifice.
Chat, literally, like Naya went to a barber, shaved it. Ponytail was in Conquest room today.
Oh, that's scary. Hopefully Treason takes a look at that and maybe ups his KD, coming into this. I think that would be helpful for him. It's tough because I think this is such a team-oriented game, especially with, how we've seen those like kind of tandems, those duos kind of running around the map and stuff. Yeah. Obviously, if we take a look at the head-to-head, both Neko and Treason kind of looking forward till today, like in how they maybe up their game. I know Neko for TA, he seems like he's like a pure entry fragger. Yeah. Like this guy kind of just goes the heck in 24/7, and if he gets kills or not, that's up to his obviously individual skill. But what's your take of this head-to-head? And we're going to actually take a look at the walkout actually first, by the way, between the Avengers and Conquest. So let's head to the main stage for said players to come out.
球总决赛的现场，我是亚哥，再次欢迎大家。Welcome to 2025 FragPunk Global Invitational. This is Jaeger and welcome again. 那现在我们即将进行的是双败淘汰赛败者组第一轮的比赛。接下来让我们有请第一场的出阵双方队伍，有请 Conquest 战队。Now we are going to start the round 1 match of the lower bracket in doubled elimination, and let's welcome Team Conquest.好的，接下来让我们有请出他们的对手 The Avengers. Now let's welcome their opponent, The Avengers.的，目前我们的出阵双方队伍已经准备就绪，接下来可以邀请我们所有的选手进入对战席进行准备。Okay, all the players, now you can enter to the arena and prepare for battle. 那我们还是邀请我们的两位主理人交换他们的卡片。Okay, so now we can show the card to the camera and explain why.
Honestly, I think the card just says enough by itself. I don't really need to explain it.
我觉得其实这张卡上面画的内容已经非常的直观了，给大家解释一下，是我们的NA 大于我们的 EU， 也就是说 NA 比我们的 EU 做得更好。好，我们来看一下另一边的卡片，今天写的是什么内容。Now it's your turn to explain. So why?
So basically we did the same without talking about it beforehand. So clearly EU is better than NA, and I draw myself and him also. We are gonna see on the server.
其实有一个非常有趣的事情，其实双方两边的主理人在赛前并没有碰到过彼此，也没有想到两边都写下了，觉得自己队比他们队更加的强。Thank you again, thank you, and you can prepare for the battle now.
好的，我们现在也看到他们交换了卡片，那么这一场到底谁会拿下胜利？让我们一起期待一下。那么接下来我们即将进行的是双败淘汰赛第一轮第一场的比赛，让我们把画面交还给解说席。Now we are going to start the matches and let's move on to our casters.
Thank you so much, Jaeger, and thank you so much to the players and the overall co-captains. You know, excited for this matchup, man. Who do you think wins? Do you think TenZ is right? Is NA better than EU?
I mean, it's funny, they both drew that other cards. EU better than NA, NA better than EU.
Yep.
I will say, Conquest has never lost its scripts against CA, but it's LAN, it's different, and hey, they've got the TenZ buff. So.
I mean, yeah, like that's a good point, because like in scrims as well, like we heard like the North American guys never lost to the Russian dudes.
Yeah.
And then they lost.
And then they lost. Anything can happen here. But I will say, fantastic for Conquest. They like such good vibes, such good stuff here, and I mean, look at their shard card. They even drew us on the desk.
No, they did. You're right. They've got our lard kind of flowing over, but let's take a look at the Conquest players. It feels bad because, I mean, obviously you win one or you lose one match, right? And it kind of stays with you, right? Your KD obviously not as ideal as you would like it, but realistically, that's just because of what happened, right? It just kind of tells part of the story that they just had a tough game number one.
Yeah, and you know, I will say Paige definitely took it hard yesterday. I sat in, he was watching every single game by himself even after the team went home. So he's been taking notes, he's been studying. Look at the Avengers now, and honestly, this team was scrimming the moment they lost. The moment they walked off stage, they went back, they kept practicing. Treason especially, he just took it seriously, head down. Looking forward.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, the overall, the Conquest guys really practicing it. Let's take a look at the Avengers and Bobino and the squad. This guy is hilarious, right? Like you said, Ryan with an eye. He is definitely somebody to look out for. And then Rebirth, you have something to say about this man?
Rebirth has the TenZ buff. TenZ was using his keyboard and mouse last night.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He's been touching it. He's been getting his greasy fingers all over it. Meanwhile, for Insane, just kidding. TenZ washes his hands, of course, and I wonder if Insane does too. This guy is also like low-key awesome. We went to KFC the other day, and he is like the pickiest eater.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to eat anything if it's not a chicken nugget. And Neko, meanwhile, this guy's crazy, right? The overall lineup just playing around him. And oh my God!
Speaking of lineups, look at how clean Anaya is looking today. Haircut buff, especially. Love to see it.
Yeah, he looks good, man. Looking good, Naya. I'm curious. Who do you think wins this, right? You said based on scrims and stuff. Do you have any earlier predictions? Maybe for. Do you think it's going to be a close game? Do you think it's going to go to that map number 3? Or what are your overall predictions for this matchup between Conquest and the Avengers?
Prediction is that it's map 3. Prediction is we get at least one set of duels. So
one set of duels?
Yeah, at least.
Naya waves to us.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, the haircut buff, I mean, the Avengers made a sacrifice, right? All that hair, you see the picture up there, all that hair, gone.
Yeah. I mean, he looks good. He looks good. You know, this whole squad as well. I'm curious to see. I want to see how they play because we've seen all of the practice, right? We've seen all these teams, you know, compete behind the scenes. But like you said, I mean, bunch of potential nerves. I think that's what the Russian guys said.
Yeah.
They said they were maybe like a little bit nervous on the main stage. I know that a lot of these guys are super young on the Avengers squad, right? Yeah. And that can definitely affect you, like you mentioned.
Yeah, Conquest has a little bit more LAN experience by technicality. Actually, even just a few rounds before. We're going to be looking at the 1v1s now. We're going to be setting up to see who gets to start off the big band phase.
So it is the same, right? It's just first fight chooses
one fight
map.
That's
first. Okay. Let's see what happens. I mean, realistically, it's going to be quick. Don't need to get too excited, obviously. It's just literally one elimination that could get down to decide the map, and early damage coming through on the side of Clarity. Rebirth obviously healing up, though.
Healing up, takes a step.
Ooh, a little bit of jump back fake.
A lot of tension.
Clarity. Throwing out the Storm. Oh, on the left side. Hit a little bit. Oh,
you're all missing.
Oh,
the Fever doesn't. Conquest.
Winning that, and it's just over. Like, they already get to pick the map. Conquest, map number 1. What are your predictions for what map they pick coming up? I know that's obviously a tough question, but what do you think they're going to go with?
First ban is Naus.
First ban. That feels like a wasted ban almost, right? Because everybody bans it.
I think we're going to see Black Market.
Okay.
We had Black Market pretty much every single time, right? Yeah. I don't think there was a single game without Black Market. I think we're seeing Black Market.
Okay. As the players exchange which map they're going to play, Bobino coming out obviously on the main stage, and I think you're right. I think we're going to Black Market. What's your take on Tundra so far throughout the series?
My favorite map, and we've seen some crazy games.
Absolutely, man. It's fucking
cinema.
It's so good. It's so good. That map is amazing. I heckin' love that map in general. I think we've seen, like you said, it's absolute cinema. Beautiful how we've seen so many different plays on it, so many clutches, so many executions.
Yep.
You've talked about how, I think you were even showing some behind-the-scenes tech with takes on the B.
I did, and I actually was walking the Avengers through some tech. Maybe they're going to be using if we get to.
And it's interesting because we were talking to the Avengers. You were there for that conversation. They were like, "Oh yeah, nobody takes B. That's like everybody goes mid 24/7." Then we saw Last Chance. They had so many B takes. It just felt like they were like really prepared on those rotations.
And that's what we saw in the Avengers. I was like, if you haven't been on Bilibili watching every single scrim VOD that you can find, watching every single live stream of these teams, you are not prepared.
No. But it's so hard to be. I mean, this game is so complex. There's so much you could do. Like you mentioned with those lineups, there's so many different things you can figure out, no?
Yeah, and I mean, these teams were in there. They have been setting up all their lineups, working together, and it's been really cool to see.
Oh, yeah.
I love that in the map training, you can set up your lineups, you can have all your lineup holograms everywhere. Honestly, this game has everything needed to set up for these teams, and I love the fact that they're using all the tools at their disposal.
Absolutely, and they're still discussing it, obviously, behind the scenes, a little bit of shake of the hands, and man, I'm just so pumped. I mean, I think we both are. Like, this game is awesome. Genuinely so much fun to watch FragPunk at the Global Invitational with you, man. So,
yeah.
Coming into this one, we still have to see, obviously, it's going to show up in the very bottom. We're going to see which maps were banned, which maps were picked. And like you said, probably a lot of Black Market, hopefully some Tundra.
Market, some Tundra. I'm hoping for Outpost, maybe.
Ooh.
I like Outpost a little bit.
Yeah. You said Outpost is like the default.
Yeah, Outpost is the default for this game, at least in my mind. I think in a lot of people's minds as well. I remember just like every single time I was queuing, even back in beta, I would just get Outpost all the time. It's so good.
It's weird because I always get Naus.
You always get Naus.
I always get Naus every time. That's like my best map, and that's the only one I get.
There you go. What I'm really hoping is I don't want to see Aket. I don't want to see Aket. I think Aket
Why not?
Is both of these teams. They're really confident on it, and I just think that it would be a map where it would just be so carefully played out.
So what's your take? Since you're a professional coach, right, behind the scenes, you've done a lot of that scrimmages and getting ready. Do you ever look at, what's the main thing for picking a map, right? Do you look at your opponent's win rate on a map? Do you look at that sort of stuff? Like, what's the overall decision-making behind picking a map? Do you go based on, like, what if the other team's good at the map, right? What if you're also good? What is that decision?
Honestly, the best part about FragPunk is the fact that you can't even look at the game like that, because the shard cards change everything.
Right.
Yeah, you can look and say, okay, every time that we've played this, they've gone B this amount of times, they've gone A this amount of times. But there's no way that you can back that up with like any amount of data that makes any sense, because the shard card's affected. If you have...
So is it just RNG then? Like, it's just because there's so many shard cards in this game?
As I love to say it, FragPunk is all unapologetic RNG.
Yep, okay. Literally just up to the gotcha gods is what you're saying, basically.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Shin himself just deciding which cards you get. he's in the back. He's just saying that.
He's picking it?
That's what's happening.
Oh.
Yeah, Shin, amazing guy. I love his vision. I love the fact that he has spent so much time figuring out what's needed for this game, what's needed for not only ranked, but also to make the game on LAN right now feel as close to that ranked experience as possible, and it is so seamless.
Right. So, and I know like a lot of the players were talking about how, utility grades and stuff were changed as well for the tournament. We only get 5 uses per half instead of the original, what is it, like 10 or 8? 8 in ranked play, and because that can feel a little oppressive, right, if you get so many blaster grenades?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is, what would you rather have, right? You have an assault rifle that can deal so much damage when you're in the right spot, or 16 explodey boys that you can set the other side of the map.
Dude, it feels like there's so much poke, so much chip damage coming in to a lot of these fights, right? And that's because of what? Just like, you just chuck them out there, or is it a mixer of like the lineups and stuff?
I mean, it depends on where you need pressure. It depends on what you're trying to achieve. Right now with Dex, sometimes it's just trying to hunt that trophy down. Like, I think that Dex is going to be holding mid, so we'll just throw a bunch of grenades there, because if we take out that totem, then Dex only has 20 HP.
Right. Yeah, and like you said, like he's at 20 HP, or if they even like just chuck a nade, he's already gone out of that clone form, right?
Exactly.
So, yeah.
If the grenade hits him, or if it hits a totem, it's a win.
It's a win regardless. Yeah.
So you're seeing a lot more blasters and a lot less reliance on the mollies. So.
Right. Yeah, and I know that so many things have changed. You've been playing since day number 1. I mean, what is the overall biggest change? We'll talk about that later, obviously. Heading into the map picks is exactly how you called it.
We called it Black Market, Tundra, Outpost. And wow.
That's the 3 maps we always see. It's insane.
I actually can't believe that we had it 100%.
Yeah, but it's interesting that Tundra comes up first. Usually it feels like Tundra's that tiebreaker map, no?
Yeah, usually. But like I said, I have been very much driving, honestly, both of these teams, but mostly the Avengers. I've been driving them to do more on Tundra. So to see that the Avengers...
Are you saying you're the coach of the Avengers? And caster?
That would be 10.
That would be Tens? That would not be us.
You know, we have the same job, but you know.
Yeah, pretty much. Tens is like, what do you think he's doing over there on the desk? Like, you think he's like vibing? You think he's watching us? You think he's watching the games? You think he's maybe on his phone? Playing a little Candy Crush, you know?
Perhaps. I think he's locked in right now.
He's locked in?
Absolutely.
I would hope so, right? I mean, they need him. They need Tens to be kind of that background, that sort of extra spirit, right, moving forward. Considering they went down early, right? To lose 2-0 as well in that upper brackets coming into this, I mean, that's got to feel kind of bad, no? Like, just losing day number 1 in such fashions?
I mean, both of these teams are kind of in the same boat. Both of these teams came here with a lot of expectations, and both of these teams, at least for all of us in the English-speaking FragPunk crowd, had these two teams at least in the top 3. So to see them both battling it out here on day 2, and one of them is going to go home, the pressure is as high as it possibly can be this early on.
The pressure is mounting. And the pressure's mounting for us, too, to steal the chug-chug from the Chinese casters over on the other side.
I want it so bad.
Dude, we want it so bad. We're gonna get them, you know? You're going to see us on the Chinese broadcast going over, just sneaking up. Steal it during the break. They're all in the bathroom. We come over. Yoink.
If there's a chug-chug here, you guys know what happened.
Bear in mind, they've also been made sure, they pointed out to us behind the scenes, like, guys, please don't take the chug-chug. That is for them only.
We made jokes. We were just talking about it in the back, and the producer came out to us and said, please don't do this.
Please don't do this.
Please don't do this.
They know. They're like, these English broadcasters, you never can really fully understand what is running through their brains.
It's like, well, this is so unhinged. They might do it. This guy might do it.
We might do it. I might have to do it. We're going to Black Market first. Coming up between these two teams, between Conquest and the Avengers, man.
Excited to see it. Excited. We're going to be seeing Full Moon be the first pick out for the Avengers here, especially on that attacking side. You're going to like that little bit of extra damage, and especially with that werewolf power, being able to track the footsteps, so powerful.
It is. So, like, why exactly is that? How is that kind of impacting the professional level? Because are they just like constantly paying attention to that sort of stuff? Like, what's going through their brain with werewolf power?
Well, if you're on attack and you're trying to make your way through maybe mid, you're trying to make your way through cafe, you're trying to make your way through like B containers, you will see the path of rotation from the defenders. So, but the thing is, you have to do 200 damage in order to unlock that power. So, for that Full Moon, it's not going to start out that way, but they will get that way.
And I think you know better than anybody. I mean, information is key, especially at the high level, right?
Absolutely. And, well, it's going to be key that Conquest finds the information that the Avengers, they're headed A side first.
A side indeed, ready to go. Already sent back as that Dex clone towards mid. And it is that heavy sort of stack towards mid and A. It seems like the Nitro with the Chug-Chug can watch that A main, right? During that early push by the Avengers.
Yep, we got the Pew Pew on the sideline as well. It's going to be a very early warning sign, early damage as well. And Conquest, they're ready for it. Naya already down, haircut buff not coming to play, but Bombino, he is locked in. He gets the trade before going down. One more shot out, and unfortunately Cafe unable to be exited as Conquest has the lockdown pathway.
3v2 now. Rebirth sort of playing back the high life. Meanwhile, Insane really kind of secured the point with a shotgun close range and traded out by MKEX. Nice work from him, also from that Dex to get sent back to spawn. That Broker also with the rocket launcher. Rebirth now stuck in a 1 versus 3.
Yeah, Rebirth has to evacuate out of here. For Conquest, Inherit the Wind is definitely going to be making them extra powerful right now. But for the Avengers, at least Rebirth does have that extra bonus from the Full Moon. So,
yeah, that's a fast rotation. Interesting that he decides to go towards mid. I mean, what do you think about this, Artie? With the 1v3, with the high life, is it harder with this gun?
I mean, right now, it's the best chance he has.
Oh!
You see he's going to take out Paige, and he doesn't necessarily want to immediately jump into B because he wants to stay outside for that Full Moon, but still, because they've done the damage, it's going to work. 30 seconds left. He needs to get to B now.
You know, it's so interesting that Paige kind of walked up mid alone, not even with the 3 members of the team. They're breaking the wall. They know he's here. Towards B side, 20 seconds left to go. Treason runs on in there and just removes it.
The shield scales being insane there.
Yeah. No, that opened it up. Conquest winning map number 1. I mean, is that a surprise with how that round played out? Very slow after it started so quick.
Yeah, and this is the thing, right? We all remember yesterday how fast those rounds were. This was a slow beat.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it started off so crazy as well, and you see Treason as well with the Resolver. I mean, I feel like we don't see the Resolver except for rounds with, like, maybe burn the boats and stuff, right?
I will say, I think a lot of the Chinese seed teams, they've kind of turned the tides and people are using the Resolver more now. But look at the picks and bans, Ricochet, both teams getting that out. Conquest going for HUD Remix, definitely going to be using that alongside Dex.
So why do we see that card banned so much? I feel like HUD Remix is constantly banned, and now it's getting through.
Mostly because of that little bit of a Dex strat, where you have your Dex clone with full HP.
Oh.
Yeah.
So explain that. So just for the viewers watching it for the first time, so you can get extra health on the Dex clone, basically?
Absolutely. The other thing you can do as well is if you're playing with smokes, the HUD Remix, if you actually have it open, you can't shoot because you just, trading the HUDs out, but there is a little overlay. You see the targeting over the enemy through the smokes.
Oh my goodness.
So can be very powerful.
Yeah, can be very powerful indeed. Learning a lot with you already. Now coming towards mid. Neko. Oh my god, onto the Nitro spot, just getting rid of F82. That was disgusting. What a shot from Neko, and that's why they have him on the decks, right, to open up those picks, right? Meanwhile, the backside, Neko able to get another one. Rababino traded out by Treason, but at this point, the damage is done by Neko, man. Already 3-1. He's killer for this DA squad.
Yeah, I mean, a weapon enhancement really coming in huge here, especially with Headshot Master. It's going to allow Rebirth to just get the extra damage through, and Treason doesn't even get to use his clone form. Taken away. Neko and Naya and Insane. 3-on-2 is Mickey and Paige going to be rotating out towards A, and Mickey can't deal much damage off the bridge.
Neko switching guns to the My Way as well. Now Paige stuck alone, able to take down Naya, put himself at a 1v2. I mean, we've seen clutches kind of come through so far. Both teams just like allow these 1v1s to come through. Nades coming out, chip damage, 5 damage, and the follow-through is there. The Avengers get on the board.
Yeah, unfortunate when you're in a situation like that where he's definitely feeling the pressure of both the players trying to approach in on him, but when you die with all your util in your pockets, it just hurts.
That's amazing, too, that shot by Neko earlier on, and the fact that he switches one to the My Way, that was back there, I mean, able to use both guns proficiently.
Crispy. Yeah, especially when you have weapon enhancement, you get the freebies. Just drop them, use everything. Dullahan's banned out here, as well as Cursed Crits.
All right, we're going to have to see these coming on through. I mean, you see both these cards banned pretty frequently, it seems. And on the opposite side, picks a lot of cards now for Conquest, right? They're going to go with 2. Meanwhile, like you said, that vulnerability for the A site, investing all of their shard points into that, the Avengers do.
Oh yeah, so Conquest, they are definitely going to try to be stacking more towards that B side here, given the fact that the vulnerability A side, they only put 1.
Oh, only 1.
Okay. Community healthcare going to be huge, though, allowing Conquest to be rewarded for playing together. Speaking of being rewarded for playing together, the Avengers will be rewarded for playing close Havoc.
Close Havoc indeed. Everybody's kind of focusing towards this B site right now on the side of the Avengers, setting up. But, a lot of these teams like to show early towards one site and rotate, right?
Yeah, and Close Havoc will definitely drive the Avengers closer to that B side. So Conquest, they're anticipating that. The SMGs, though, going to be getting dealt with via Clarity's My Way here all the way in the backside, making sure that they can't close that distance, make use of the card. But here we go with Insane, trying to close that distance, getting through the cherry bombs. Naya and Clarity getting the first shots out to 4-on-4 already. His B site gets collapsed in on the converters planted.
A little bit of a pre-fire there from Bobino, but it's overall a slow play from the side of the Avengers. Bit of a fake plant from Rebirth, kind of plays it back with the flank coming through from Treason. All the way around, and he finds Bobino.
In the station to station, that's gotta hurt. What a crazy flank up there. That's gonna force the Avengers all the way out, and it's a good thing they didn't plant over on B side, because now the converter's safely on A, but that vulnerability gonna mean that extra damage from the Pew Pew. Rebirth already got half HP.
Okay, that is disgusting. That's scary to play against. Neko, though, in the spawn, does take down F82. Neko as well towards the bridge side on the flank. Found the deck, but no, my God, it's Treason with the Resolver. Nice shot from him. Meanwhile, Rebirth looking towards that mid side. A little bit of chip damage, but now in a 2 versus 3, and they lose another member of the side. The Avengers losing another member. Insane runs on in, finds 1, finds 2. Are you kidding me, Insane? Could he do it? Potentially 3, headshot, forcing the decks back.
Close Havoc. That extra close range just makes Axon the absolute insane pick, living up to his name. But what a round. We are in a treat if this is how today is starting.
I can't believe it. It feels like both these teams really coming down to the wire every single round. I mean, still earlier on. I don't even know if we could say there's necessarily a favorite. It just feels like constant back and forth trades.
That's what we want. That's what we want. This is going to be a nail biter. Absolutely. Melon Ryan's getting banned out. Small heads coming into play here. Naya's head probably feeling a lot smaller.
Oh, yeah. No, he feels probably way lighter as well. It feels so much better to be without hair.
You leaned in real close when you said that.
I did lean in close.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Long Hair.
That's me.
I told you, I feel like with long hair, it just like, you straighten your head when you go to bed, no?
I strain my head anyway, carrying all this knowledge.
Oh my, look at this big-brained individual.
just a lot of wrinkles.
A lot of wrinkles. A lot of wrinkles in that brain. Meanwhile, I'm a one-head, I think. I like to say my brain is smooth.
Very smooth.
Smooth, like a slope.
Smooth and solid. All the thoughts bounce right off.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
I feel like I shouldn't take that. I feel like I need to, like, fight back. But
why are you glazing me and I'm just out here dominating?
I just can't believe this. I cannot believe this, that my co-caster is so toxic to me. Meanwhile, Neko in mid with that clone. Feels like these Nitros sort of solo hold these sites, but we've seen Conquest do this, right? They just kind of give up a site.
Yeah, and well, it's going to kind of work out in their favor here as the Avengers. They are clustered together on A site. Going to allow chain reaction to deal that extra damage. Babino, though, going to be using all that Circuit utility to try to zone it out and keep A site to themselves. But for now, the trades are going out as Neko and Naya. They grab the first 2 frags, and it looks like the retake to start.
Hey, dude, these players are the entry players of the Avengers doing so good, but Clarity trades it back on the backside. Nice work with some extra damage. Meanwhile, Rebirth. Can he find another one? Potentially 1 versus 1, and he wins it. The Avengers up 3-1 now.
Rebirth is feeling a lot spicier today.
Oh, yeah.
Say that much.
Well, it feels like the entry fraggers of the Avengers also kind of doing a great job. Both their Dex player and their Corona creating so much space, just finding those first 2 eliminations early. I mean, that means so much, right, to have your entry players be at that level already.
Yeah, and you can tell that the Avengers, they're so locked in, they're so ready to just play with these cards and put everything to their advantage. I told them at the beginning, hey, you lose a round, you always have time to take a couple deep breaths. They've done that so far, but now it's Conquest's turn to try and change things up. They've got more shard points here. The advantage might be coming through, but with Haunting and Flashlight, they're going to be really working for the exposes.
Okay. Want to see how that sort of pans out later on. But yeah, I mean, this could be...
Oh, but the Avengers, short exposure. Effects that expose you don't last as long. So they've actually immediately countered the exposure card that Conquest played.
Ooh.
I love this.
And this is the last round before we switch sides as well, right?
It is. They've got 3 converters on the side of the Avengers now as well.
I feel like I love that card, the one that lets you break the converters after you get the plant off.
So powerful.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't even have to get the plant off.
No?
You can just
break it
yeah.
if it falls on the ground. Yeah. A little bit OP. I do say so myself, but with 3 converters, that probably wouldn't matter considering you have so many ones to work with, though. A lot of early damage coming in from Insane, just trying to take down that
up on the door. Insane doesn't know it. Oh, he doesn't know.
He doesn't know.
Path wall. Oh, no.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Clarity! What a spot!
Absolutely insane. Neko taking him out, but not only after the damage had been done. Insane and Rebirth, 2 vital members of the Avengers removed.
Is that like a pixel spot almost too? Because it feels like you could barely stand on that ledge above that door.
Yeah, definitely a tightrope being walked there. We see the converters now slowly spreading out. One is still towards B. We see one towards A on mid, but Mickey trying to lock that down. Dex gets sent back to his avatar form. The remaining converters are headed back over to B, but look at how quick Conquest is on the rotate.
They're so quick, like you said. At least they have 2 of their kind of very important players with Naya and Neko. Babino trades back Naya's elimination into the corner. Bob just hiding, chased down by the clamp down. I mean, that's exactly how you want to play those SMG angles. Page just setting themselves up now in a 3 versus 1 versus Neko. I mean, how do you do this here? How do you win as Dex in this situation?
Well, it is Neko we're talking about. Shield scale is going to be procced right there as he tries to round the corner, but doesn't know that there is still an extra converter behind him. Instead, he's going to focus on fighting up here. Try to grab one of these ones. Oh, takes one out. 52 HP remaining. Has some poison. Going to throw one out. Running back, trying to find that last converter. He does have time to make it to A, but it has to be a straight line.
And they hear him, right? Absolutely. Sound effects Very loud. You can see on the minimap in the top left with the character and how much noise you're making. Planting the converter. They're coming quick, though.
Yep, he's got it down, though. He knows they're coming out green. He gets the gun up in time, but only one shot lands.
So hard to win that in that 1 versus 2. Good defusal coming in from Conquest. Fantastic rotation, right? I mean, that was just immediate understanding the situation they were in. Interesting they didn't try to fake it back either. He just went.
I mean, they knew that they could get the timing. They wanted to make sure that he wasn't faking the rotate, and then by the time they went, I mean, that timing worked well for Conquest.
Yeah, absolutely so clean from them, especially to give themselves an extra round on that defensive side. For the Avengers, what would you say for Black Market? Which side is sort of favored here in attack and defense? Is it usually the defense, or?
It's usually the defense.
Right.
So the fact that the Avengers are already doing this strong is very big.
Absolutely.
But for Conquest, they are a wild card, and they're starting off with Choke here, so might be seeing some meat makers coming out for the German region team.
I would like to see that. I need some intestine to, wrap around my sausage. Isn't that what it is? Isn't it the stomach lining for sausages?
You're right.
Yes, but you just, okay, look, you're just looking at me like I'm a crazy maniac. Okay, for Choke, this card as well, Artie. Where would you rate this in a tier list? I was actually curious. I mean, we're changing topics,
S tier.
but
S tier.
S tier, absolutely. Why is that?
Because the shotguns do so much already, and you're turning a shotgun into a sniper. Think of the High Life. High Life is so good because when you're hip firing it, it is 3 bullets. You are now turning the meat maker with all of its bullets, all of the pellets into a sniper.
Jesus, that's disgusting. OP.
Oh, and for sure. Explosive Specialist on the Avengers is countered by blast suits on Conquest. Again, another counterplay.
Love to see it, Conquest. Ooh. Oh my God, insane!
Well, the Explosive Specialist kind of overpowering the blast suits.
I mean, it could have countered him if they didn't get so direct hit it, I suppose, in that angle. Meanwhile, Chuck kind of scouting around the corner. MKX walking on in, but they're already down 2 of their teammates. I mean, that's so demoralizing to just go out in such fashion.
Yeah, we see Naya still holding up mid, possibly going to go for a flank here in a second. Scouting out Mickey, still holding on.
That is gross. What an absolute disgusting card. Meanwhile, Nade's coming through onto the next player, and oh my God, insane again. What a map he's had so far. Goes in, finds 4 eliminations. The follow through is there, man. Insane is really living up to his name.
Look at that.
Jesus.
That's not real.
That's not fair.
That's not fair. Axon is a balanced and very, very great character.
And we were talking about behind the scenes, like we were talking about maybe, the best Lancers in the game, the pick rates as well. Seems like Pathogen's #1, but Axon not far off.
Axon is S+ tier.
Oh yeah, S+ tier?
S+.
There's like 3 or 4 Lancers that are S+ tier, it feels like.
Yeah, Nitro.
Who would you say is bad? I mean, it feels like we've seen everybody except like Zephyr.
Yeah, Zephyr is still picked sometimes, but I would say Zephyr's the least picked, just because it's very situational. Now that we have Dex, you don't really need to play Zephyr as the marker.
Right. Is that exactly how you would play it if we do ever see a Zephyr in the tournament?
Marker, stall, but the thing is that...
What do you mean by marker? Like
being able to just peek for free with the invisibility, especially because in beta, the invis was way weaker. Now it's a little bit stronger. You have 3, but at the same time, it is still so situational.
Right, so like scouting, information sort of, that's the play. Okay, technical timeout coming in from the side of, what is this, Conquest, I believe? Yeah, so they're discussing what's going on, and this is a big round, right? This very first one when both teams have 5 shard card points.
Yeah, we can see Mickey here talking strats, trying to walk through the team and figure it out. Paige being the IGL for Conquest, he's a
very soft-spoken guy, Paige, it feels like. He's like super low-key.
Oh yeah, super low-key. He's the Finnish legend.
Oh yeah, Finnish are some of the funniest people, but they're also like, there's a very calm demeanor about a lot of Finnish people, right?
Absolutely. Where my Suomi homies at?
Where's it? I'm gonna play some My Summer Car when I get back.
Oh, I love that elite ball knowledge.
Oh yeah, elite ball knowledge. We're gonna talk about NBA now while we're on this timeout. No, we'll probably discuss for Black Market. This is a big map to win, right? Because both teams should be good on this map, and they both look great. That's the tough part, is that I feel like both teams, when we see them, they look good in their right.
Yeah, and remember, Conquest map pick, but at the same time, the Avengers, they started up here. They want to finish up here because the next map, Tundra, is also, it's the Avengers. So we'll see what happens. Time to Snipe gets banned out as well as TikTok, a must ban there. And given the fact that the Avengers can know the Conquest on the attack are going to ban out TikTok. That has definitely influenced their pick lines here coming into this. And we see large bounty dropping.
So
there's a lot of new strats coming up with this card in particular.
I have a question for you. We've seen Dragon's Breath, at least day one, get banned a lot.
Yeah.
Why are we not seeing that right now? Why are we letting Dragon's Breath go through here?
Mostly because there were other cards that needed to be banned.
Right, right. And now we're allowing that card to go through on the Conquest side on the attack.
Absolutely.
And we've seen these Axon players do so much so far as well. But there's no Axon.
No, but check this out. The Avengers, Tall Poppy going to be helping out the defense as long as they are underneath. Sitting lower than your opponents. Insane. Going to be able to pop out with the Axon. Grabs one, knows there's one more down mid. Rebirth escapes the extra damage coming down, but Conquest, they're going to be able to recombine efforts towards A-Guard.
Kind of playing it slow right now on the attack. Conquest, though, lost Treason, like you mentioned. They're taking it nice and slow. Maybe towards B. I mean, you obviously have the Dex back in the spawn, sent back in the clone. But he's stacking towards that A site as well. I mean, they want to make sure that they're sticking together, but that bomb is rotated all the way around that converter back to the B site.
Yeah, but with Tall Poppy, they have such an advantage here. 3 points put into it means they're going to deal so much damage just from the bottom of that staircase. That damage that they won't have if they hold B, but on the retake, they will, because they know that they'll be on the lower ground compared to Conquest if they go for the retake. Playing to the cards.
That is so smart. That's a great call. Meanwhile, in the main side, Clarity! Oh my goodness! On the rotate, just absolutely caught out the Avengers, losing 2 members of their squad. Now it's in Conquest's favor.
Absolutely insane to see that go through. Fighting on the bridge here, very dangerous, but Bambino, he's good for 1 before Mickey gets a trade. It's a 3-on-2 now, but Rebirth and Neko, they do have a decent hold right now towards B side. Placing the wall, starting to defuse. Neko grabs the shot, but Page, he's going to be able to pop out from B main, grab 2.
What a clean play from them, and Conquest now on the board. And the Avengers, I mean, you have to feel this play was the difference maker.
Oh yeah, I mean, sure, you can talk strats all you want, but if you just walk out and get a bunch of fever headshots.
Clarity's been incredibly good on this squad. It feels like truly a next-level talent for Conquest, and they're going to need him right now to make sure they don't get eliminated from this tournament right now. I mean, if you don't win map number 1, that definitely sets you back. Now we have the cards coming through.
Morale Booster is my favorite. We're not going to see it, unfortunately, but Fragile Converter is huge for the Avengers. Definitely the better pick here, given the fact that they're going to be able to shoot it should they find the Converter on the floor.
And what do you think about Burn the Boats? I mean, this card, I know it seems fun to play. It's kind of situational, though, right? You only get like 1 shot with the Resolver, it feels like.
It's better to use cards like SMGs, where you're going to run towards the bottom of the mag. Yeah. Right? It's better to use a card like the High Life, where you can just drain the mag early. Right? So, Burn the Boat's a really good card. Origin Detection as well, going to be helpful. Yeah, see, they're burning.
They're burning them. They're burning them boats. You're right. I mean, just getting that ammo count low, like you called already, and now Clarity sort of walking up, but Insane really has just held down this angle very well on that Axon. Kind of a default across the board, but they're matching the side of Conquest.
Yeah, we see Dex get removed there as, well, Treason going to be taken away from that clone form. You can see that Conquest is playing differently. How much pressure is on Mickey right now to make sure that Converter stays protected.
So much pressure, like you said. Now, already 1 pick from Rebirth, pushed all the way up on the Nitro, finding that elimination. Rebirth on the board.
Wait, and that was Mickey. The Converter's down. Who has the Converter right now?
I think it got broken.
Is the Converter broken?
Yeah. You're right, good call.
No, it's up. It's up.
Oh, okay. It wasn't on the mini-map, but yeah, now he does have it, like you mentioned.
Fate holding the Converter.
Ugh, that could be scary.
Yeah.
It's terrifying if that does get broken, but they're able to take it control. But regardless, I mean, Conquest up, or sorry, down a member of their team now.
Yeah, and remember, once they plant it, they still have to defend that Converter before it just gets shot out, but huge shots coming here as Fate takes out Naya. They're going to be able to claim a little space on mid.
Find that. Like you said, rotating that Converter over to another member of the squad. They're going for that A side, and maybe a bit more rotation towards mid. They still can make a decision on which angle to sort of push.
Do they know that they have the perfect opportunity to get to A right now? We do see Nitro coming out from purple. Could have a good pick. There's a lot of damage there. Treason finishes it off towards Rebirth here. Only 2 members of the Avengers left. The damage is flying as Treason hits these high life shots. Boosted by Burn the Boats.
It's an insane spot to sit from as well. Treason able to find them, and Conquest tying it up 4-4.
Wow. The Avengers having a rough run on that round.
Yeah, it feels like both teams on defense actually not really doing that good. It feels like it's kind of an offensive side for both teams. They have great executions. Their slow play is kind of almost lulling the defense into falling asleep, no?
The exact opposite of what we saw yesterday, where we saw full 5-0s on the defense. And this is, we're neck and neck now.
Yeah. Meanwhile, a lot of heal cards available. This one, Superhuman, Vitality Staff, Maximum Overhealth. Which out of these cards do you think is going to be the most impactful in this upcoming round?
Vitality Staff, because Conquest knows how to play with this card to the best of its abilities. You get 3 people with the staffs out. You get 1 person peeking with a My Way. What are you going to do? Kill the guy that's getting healed by 3 people? 3 staffs? But you could steal the staff if you rotate in. So I know that there's going to be a chance that the Avengers try to force their way in and grab some of those heal beams for their own good.
Yeah, that'd be interesting to see when that pans out in the preparation phase. Bit of a default for both teams, sort of playing it slow. Obviously, we're going to see that Dex, right, kind of just poking and prodding like you mentioned. Same thing for the defense on Neko, who is pushed up towards B main, and Clarity probably ready for that.
Yeah, I mean, Clarity has to be spamming through that smoke right now. We looked at A Cafe as well. A little bit of bait coming through. Superhuman Maximum Overhealth will give the Avengers the starting advantage there, but should they lose out on Babino, then, well, that Superhuman might not work out as well. We're going to see that, well, Conquest, they want to make sure that nobody's getting that staff early. They're holding all lanes to make sure that they're preventing any theft from occurring. Bridge being held out by Axon. This is a slow round, Dustin.
Yeah, it's an absolute slow round. It's like you said. I mean, they have to slow it down for that staff, it really seems like. And, you know, you can see exactly why. The Axon obviously playing towards B short. Both teams playing it super slow, but here it comes. Here's some early nades. Incoming around the pathogen. Well, hiding is Naya in the perfect spot. Unfortunately, F82 not checking him. Babino is there with a follow-up, and they've already lost 2 on the side of Conquest.
The super clean Corona skin is not enough to counteract, but here we go. Everybody's going to be able to heal back up pretty much to full HP. No more pathogen util left for Babino. Nobody's dying with util in their pockets here. Conquest, they have to recombine over towards B site, where Clarity's been locking down, make sure that main is held, but lack of information means that they're going to have to try to commit to where they've already burned util from.
Going towards that A side right now, coming with 3 members of the squad, and it seems like the side of the Avengers have slowed down the pace.
It's a heal beam, a couple heal beams. Gonna be able to make it all the way out Cafe here. They're on the site there. Naya turns. Damage coming through, but quickly pushed back.
They're whipping out the blasters as well. Had some backups. Pathogen walls give them some space, and they're able to trade back Babino. Now the healing removed on the side of the Avengers, but it doesn't even matter. Rebirth in the squad able to put themselves on map point.
I will say, the Avengers are listening to the Artie advice a lot more than Conquest is. Play to the cards, and Conquest, they did not play to the Vitality Staff.
No, it seems like they just wanted to take that objective, just kind of run towards that point. I do love, Artie, how we're seeing like the Pathogen, sort of like you mentioned, how that character is actually pretty good at entry fragging, because it seems like they run in, if you take damage, you just drop that wall down, right?
Yeah, there's actually a really good strat where the wall animation takes a second, but the wall is there.
That's
so
crazy.
You drop the wall and you get a free peek, because the pixels are there that's blocking the shots, but you can kind of see through it for like a half a second, and it's super good. We're going to see the Bix and Bands coming through right now. Soul Cairn coming up. The Avengers have a great strat with this card. So Soul Cairn, when the enemy drops their soul, you can change into that enemy, you change into the Lancer that you killed, and you get your full health and that Lancer's full util. Soul Cairn is one of the strongest cards for the cost.
Absolutely. You know, and like you said, I mean, I know that you've been discussing with a lot of the players and the devs behind the scenes. You're mentioning how, you know, some cards potentially need to be upped in terms of shard card point cost.
Soul Cairn should not cost 3.
You think like 4, 5,
6?
A little bit too strong, but now on the defense, the Avengers setting up towards their normal setup, but obviously having 4 members towards that B side. It seems like they always leave 1 towards the A.
Yeah, Skill Fighter and Expert Juggler for Conquest going to really help them out on this attack half. You can see that the Avengers are stacked more towards that A site. We're seeing a B short fight. A couple Axons might be fighting in towards B short in the containers. Lots of damage, lots and lots of bullets coming through. Babino just holding the line right now.
Yeah, holding the line indeed, and now Insane spamming away. Net goes there with the follow-up. 3 members towards that container side.
Finds Treason. It's going to allow the Avengers to have one soul care and they can choose from now.
All right, now Page and squad walking out to the point, dropping down some pathogen walls just to sort of walk towards that point. They're creating a lot of space here, right? Gaining that objective. They're getting that converter planted, but the Axon, they don't realize maybe on the front. Now they do. Kind of lurking around. He's like a very low character right now. So little HP to work with, and now Insane runs on in. How do they do with the pathogen walls? And he can't! Oh my god!
The CD was just locked onto the path wall there. It's a 2-on-2 now. Rebirth and Neko. It's down to this. Conquest need this, but the Avengers are up by 2. Rebirth misses the shot. He hits 1. The Avengers, they're going to be able to lock it in. They take map 1 here. Black Market locked in. Conquest's own map pick removed from them by just a singular round.
See, this is what I was talking about, Artie. It feels like, I don't know about you, but for Black Market, it seems like so many teams are good at this map. And like you mentioned, they had some perfect strategies with the Shark cards, and it did pan out. It exactly like you said, where they were just able to kind of take full advantage. And I don't know about you, but it just feels like Black Market is everybody's map. Like nobody necessarily owns it.
Everybody's map. I know I said Outpost feels like the default, but the more and more I'm involved in the Pro League, the more it becomes Black Market in my head. I just know every part of this, and one day I want to visit the cafe that's there.
Visit the cafe that's there, get a nice little boba drink, maybe?
Yeah, a little bit of coffee, a little latte.
A little bit of a latte.
But really good stuff there to see actually the performance by the Avengers. I think that the TENS buff on Rebirth's keyboard and mouse.
The TENS buff, him even touching it is like being touched by God. Is that what you're saying?
A little bit.
Well, you know what? We can all be simps for TENS, I think. I'm a simp for TENS, I would say. Would you say the same thing?
I think that would soil the relationship I've got with him. But you know what? Let's go for it. But I mean, check.
I'm a bit of a hater, I would say. Actually, I think. Yeah, screw that TENS guy. Actually, flipping the sign, like you mentioned. I mean, the Avengers take the win, 6-4. Overall, Tanks, what's your thoughts of that map that happened? I mean, obviously heading all the way to 10. Didn't go to duels. We almost made it, though.
We almost made it. And honestly, when it came down to the wire, it was possible, right? I mean, the last few shots by the Avengers almost missed, but you could tell the nerves were there on both sides. Yeah. Neither team really wanted to get to the duels, but obviously Conquest wanted it more.
Yeah.
In that moment. But it's definitely a tough map, but I will say, compared to yesterday, the vibes are so different. We're used to seeing just defense domination. Different day.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, right? I think how you mentioned how things are so different. I think the land really has impacted the event, and it seems like teams are getting more and more aggressive as the tournament kind of goes on. It seems like the heat is ramping up.
Absolutely. The aggression is there, and honestly, that was the biggest thing, was talking to the Avengers, talking to Conquest. Everybody said, yeah, we were scared. We were scared. Yesterday, we didn't show up because we were nervous.
Oh, they said that. They just straight up said that.
They said, yeah, we were nervous. we didn't go crazy. Okay. And now it's, hey, listen, you were playing scrims, they were playing ranked. And so now both teams are going at it. And, okay, now that I've seen map 1, I think we're getting map 3.
Okay. We'll have to see, obviously, as it pans out. Taking a look at these stats, is there anything you notice?
I've never seen 14 before.
14 eliminations. Dude, Neko is him. He really is him at the end. I was watching you watch the qualifiers with TENS. Watching you. Interesting kind of way to phrase it. But Neko was so good in those qualifiers, and he's kind of maintained it on land, no?
Insane. And, you know, I was talking to him while he was getting his hair done this morning, and just
handsome man.
Super handsome. And I told him hair buff. Hair buff is coming in.
Hair buff.
For Naya as well, although obviously the scoreline doesn't reflect it here, but every single time that Naya was out there throwing the util, it landed where it needed to. Every single thing that happened from the Avengers was calculated and performant.
Artie, let's flip it to the side of Conquest, right? Just looking at stats, maybe recollecting what happened in that map. What was the #1 problem? Why was it so close? And what do they do on this upcoming next map that really could change and turn the tides?
I think that it was the run with the Vitality staffs.
Really?
We really did not see any times where they took the free picks. Like I said, you get 3 people shooting one guy with a Vitality staff. He's unkillable.
Yeah, they didn't do
that didn't happen at all. We had 3 people in mid. They had the opportunity. Corona dashed in, but they were watching flanks. I think that in those rounds, you can't just commit to a default because that's what you do. This is FragPunk. There are cards.
And if I remember right, it was mainly MX. Who was their Corona play? Is Mickey usually playing at Mickey?
Well, Mickey's on Pathogen.
Right, on Pathogen, but their Corona player, it feels like wasn't as aggressive, right? Generally throughout the series. Is that just a me thing? Is what I'm noticing. It just feels like I would want to see this Corona be a little bit more aggressive, like you said, with the Vitality Staff.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you have to really put all the opportunities in. That's what the Avengers were doing. If you look at this with the close Havoc, Insane made sure to wait for the moment to bring out that Axon shotgun. We look over as well at the Avengers here on this round where there were a few moments that looked a little bit unclean, that looked a little bit touchy, but Conquest, they found those moments, they capitalized on them, but the Avengers, they doubled down. They took the time to take that deep breath, they came back stronger.
So looking now back in today, like you said, do they look a lot less nervous? I mean, you said the vibes are different. The overall mood of the Americans do seem to be a little bit better. Obviously, we're going to go to a little bit of a break in just a moment, but man, it's been so fun watching that number one with you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely indeed. We're going to go to a break in just a moment. The Avengers up 1 in the series.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. We're here with the FragPunk Global Invitational. My name's Artie, this guy's Dustin, and these teams behind us are going crazy.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And we were talking a little bit between us and the break how right now, because map number 1 went in favor of the Americans, of the Avengers, you gotta feel like they're feeling comfortable, right? In this best out of 3, they only need to win one more map.
Exactly, and this is best case scenario for both teams in a weird way, and let me explain.
Okay.
The Avengers is a team that needs that space to breathe. If they're stressed, they're going to perform worse. Conquest, they have the clutch team. When they are backed into a corner, they come back fiercer.
Right. Come back fiercer, they're going to maybe come back on this upcoming map, right? What map that they feel comfortable on is going to be, we'll see in a moment.
It's Tundra. We're on Tundra.
We're on Tundra.
It's the Avengers map pick.
I always feel like Tundra's that third map. That's kind of why, because Outpost
that's why,
not this time. Yeah. So, heading to Tundra, you mentioned how maybe with some of the set strengths of the Avengers, do you feel like this is a map they feel comfortable on? We talked to them. You saw some stuff from them behind the scenes. What did they tell you necessarily on this map that makes you feel like Avengers could take advantage of Conquest here?
The way that the Avengers take this map is very set, very strategic on the attacking side. They rush mid, and it's very strategic on the defense as well. The way that they set up on defense is they rush mid.
They rush mid?
Yeah.
It's so funny because I feel like that actually is the strat, right? That is literally the best way to play the game. But it's like, and maybe if we talk about other tactical shooters, like, oh, you sound like an idiot, like you're just trolling. But it really is.
It is.
And it's because I think how you mentioned it earlier with the shark cards, it can change the dynamic of each round. Even if you're going up mid, depending on what shark cards, right? Like it could be a totally different game.
Yeah, there's a lot of really good nitro spots on this map. There's a lot of really good trap spots on this map. You see Jaguar come out of Tundra a lot, and a lot of the cards that actually affect the map, specifically when it comes to the teleporters. On this map, you can rush B, you can do that B main stuff where you're able to set up. Maybe there's a hollow point in the other team, and you figure out how to take advantage of the situation, and you take a teleporter, you're on A.
Yeah, no, there's so much stuff that can happen in terms of those rotations, but Artie, it's been a pleasure working with you so far on map number 2, man. Conquest. We didn't talk about them too much here. I think for them, what is the number one thing that they need to kind of figure out for this upcoming map? And obviously, we're already going into the shark card, points kind of being picked at band. Maybe this is their way forward. Maybe they can find the perfect card to use in round number 1.
Well, starting on defense, they have probably the perfect setup going into this, where they're just going for investing in the future, and they're going for mini-mags to make sure they don't have to worry too much about the util pistols on the first round. And regardless of the cards that the Avengers are picking up, which is just going to be Elusiveness, a very strong card in its own right, I got to say, Conquest has the card advantage in this.
Okay. We'll see if they can take advantage of the shed advantage, like you said. It's a double advantage, double of the same word. Clarity, though. I'm just playing it slow right now as...
Hey, look, the Avengers, they're up in mid.
Up in mid? Wow. And it's working. Rebirth, founding one, dashing over the top side. Flashes don't matter, or they actually do matter, as Naya on the Corona looked clean with it, opening up 4 versus 3 now.
Yeah, we have Conquest actually rotating in from B side to try to make it in, and it's kind of crazy that Naya, he's using the elusiveness. So does Neko. They reposition immediately after the kill. Crazy stuff now. It's already down to a 4-on-2. Conquest are looking like they're coming in for the pick here. Coming in from Ice. Mickey has the opportunity, peeking there with the wall. Doesn't do more than one.
Now just more than one not available. Oh my! Oh my! Treason! Oh, he couldn't get it done. Bobino. A little bit of extra poison damage, able to find the elimination with that, but that was almost disgusting with the Resolver alongside that Cure-All pistol. He no-scoped him across the map with that Cure-All. That was disgusting.
I love the Cure-All. And so many people were talking about, Cure-All, it's too strong, it's too powerful. I argue the Cure-All is so powerful, it makes you almost not want to have 8 util pistols.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Almost. Like I said, almost, because you still do. But it's almost like you just drop it anyway, right? Like you just drop a Cure-All, and then you can have your util pistols regardless. No.
Yeah. Get
Doesn't
your
matter.
Explodey boys.
Yeah.
Speaking of Explodey boys, Doomsday Bomb. You respawn as a zombie with the explosions. I love it. So good. It's a cheaper version of Bio Warrior. Well, they're both 5, but it's cheap shots as Bio Warrior.
And I know, like, a lot of the viewers are wondering, by the way, sometimes as Artie, you talked about it, I think, with, we talk about saving, right? Why do pros save in this game? Because there's no economy with the weapons, except for maybe just buying 2 or 5, like you said. It feels like people on the outside, maybe they don't fully understand why you would save in FragPunk.
It just depends on, you're talking about saving shard points, or you're talking about saving weapons?
Page, early damage coming through. Naya, though, on the other side with the My Way, takes down Clarity, and the follow through with Insane on the Axon. Looks beautiful. Bobino walks in as well. I mean, Naya's gone, but at this point, the zombies not able to get anything. Meanwhile, now you're actually in a 3 versus 4 Resolver again on the backside of the point from Treason, who had some nice shots, but takes some early Axon damage. Trying to come back towards the point. Insane. Follow through onto the zombies, man. Not able to get anything, and everything's about to end right here and now. Zombies, unfortunately, not in favor of Conquest. Right now, the Avengers are kind of just perfectly playing this.
I mean, this time it was a little bit of pressure down mid, a little bit of pressure down A main, and Conquest, they definitely did not expect to push up through A main there.
No. They did not. Up 2-0, or is it 3 now, 2, whatever it is. They're looking beautiful. Maybe we're going to
2-0.
2-0. Listen, game is so fast, so quickly. FragPunk feels like it's over as soon as it begins. Because we talked... That round especially, right. When we talked to the pro players in Last Chance, they mentioned how, I think it was TKX we were talking to. TKX in the hotel lobby was mentioning how, I mean, it feels like they said, like they came 2 days before the tournament. They said, I think days were going so slow. But when we go into like the tournament days, into the match days, they're like, it feels like it's boom, over, instantly, right?
Yeah, I mean, you walk in, you have your breakfast, you get on the bus coming in over here, and well, the moment that you sit down and you feel like, all right, I'm warmed up, you're on stage.
Yep.
It's so fast, and that's why we got a timeout here for Conquest. You asked about saving earlier, and it's a good thing that they saved some of those shard points for this next round, because there weren't many cards that they felt like they could take advantage of in that specific draw. So we'll grab one powerful card, see if we can make use of it. Unfortunately, they didn't really make much use of the Splody Boys.
No, did not make much use of it, and it seems like that's kind of like, it feels hard to take advantage of, like, by a Warrior, and like you said, with those Explodey Boys. But now coming into this next one, shard cards coming through. Conquest obviously committing all of them towards Origin Detection. Avenge me, anything you're seeing here already?
I mean, Birdman is my favorite card. We've talked about this a lot. 2 points and changes the entire game. And we talked about saving. The Avengers only needed to invest 2 into this round here on the attack. I think that even with Origin and Avenge me, they're fine.
Okay. Conquest, they need this round more than ever. It feels like around this point when we're up 2 or whatever, right? It does feel like once you get that 3rd round, it just kind of changes things, right? You're halfway there to finally finishing up those maps. So Conquest desperately need to win at least 1 round on their defense. And this is like we said earlier already with the defensive side has not really been able to take full advantage. Rebirth, though, does go down. And it could like Black Market earlier with the attacking side for the Avengers, where I believe they lost at the 2nd point as well.
I mean, this is a huge pick, a huge opening for Conquest. They're going to be able to double down on it. Treason and Mickey. They actually lock in, change their locationality here, figure out what this holding pattern looks like. The Avengers now down to their last 2 here. Going to double down into mid, but the Conquest has figured out the pattern now.
Sorry, Artie, I'm recording for TikTok right now.
Yeah, it looks like we got scouted by a Lancer here. We'll talk about that once we cut back to the cameras. But Treason, he's cutting back to Neko, taking him out, and look at Conquest with a perfect round 3. Like you said, one they needed to really take advantage of.
Yeah, that was beautiful by them. I mean, it's kind of, it did feel like that on Black Market as well. Like that turning point was almost there for Conquest, right? The Avengers, I believe they got 2 rounds first, and then Conquest was able to kind of come back. But can they maintain it, right? On Tundra, it does feel like these attacking teams can take even better angles almost than like Black Market, right? It does feel like that mid-control, like you said, has sort of mattered. And this time it did seem like Conquest actually shot back in mid, honestly.
Yeah, I think they weren't expecting the sort of approach at the beginning, but now they've got a good grasp on it. Conquest also going to be having access to Vampire Knight here, which is huge, especially for allowing them to lock down A site and take an A a little bit better, which will work out well given the fact that Blade Master tends to work out on that A site a lot more than it does on B. So we're going to be looking to see a little bit of presence toward mid and A here, but possibly the Avengers might need to go to B.
All right. They might have to go B for the first time. I mean, we've seen so many fights resulting in A being the target choice, but this could be the difference maker, and maybe this is a change in opinion by region, right? It seems like the North American teams like to take this mid-control.
Yeah, and with Blade Master, though, the Avengers, they're going to have one player in the front with a Riot Shield, basically, blocking those bullets, but looks like they are going to be able to send back Treason into his real form as the clone was removed. Neko now standing in front of the Blades. Rebirth finds the first.
Rebirth finds the first, like you said, and that Dex, after coming back to spawn, gets flashed and tracked by Naya. Insane was there with the follow-up as well in terms of the damage, and Mickey now on the top hall trying to kind of create a little bit of space for himself in the path. It didn't get rushed because they know he wants to heal and play slow. Oh my goodness, Insane finding 2 in this round, and it's just on F82.
Oh, the HUD remix is so strong here, and yeah, unfortunately, even with the Vampire Knight helping them out a lot more on that A side, it's just not going to be enough. The Avengers log in. You can see, look at the confidence there. Absolutely love this team. And Neko, he's so locked in. He's wearing one of those headsets on his shoulder.
Yeah, dude, Neko might be the funniest pro player in any game I've ever met. I'll be honest with you, like he is wild. We're in the practice room watching them scrim. He is yelling.
Yeah.
At the top of his lungs, just authoritative.
Yeah.
He is aggressive in terms of his play style. He's a funny dude. But Naya, oh yeah.
You know what it is? Neko had 4 yogurts yesterday at breakfast.
What?
This morning he had 6. It's the yogurt.
Are you kidding? He had 4 yogurts?
Yeah, well, 6 today. That's why he's locked in.
Yo, bro's stomach is like a microbiome of... What's the stuff in yogurt again? What's the
probiotics?
The probiotics?
Yeah.
How many probiotics does this guy have in his stomach? He's gonna become like a medicine. He's gonna be.
Oh yeah.
He's gonna be a vaccine at the end of this.
Me personally, I'm antibiotics. I slapped my knee there.
He literally slapped his knee. You can hear it on the microphone. That's. You are such a dad. Has anybody told you that?
Hopefully not. I really hope
As far as I know, as far as you know.
Let's check out Dibs there, getting called up by the Avengers, going to help out a little bit. Bigger and badder on Conquest, definitely going to be the card to pay attention to here, as we can see the giant pew get thrown out immediately.
That spot on defense was so smart from Clarity, and it feels like, I mean, they checked it. What? Why are you laughing?
Just earlier. I love this guy.
Slap on a knee is what hopefully these players gonna do after they win, right? Is a lot on the line right now, right? Tournament life on the line for Conquest. So if they lose here, man, I mean, they're gonna be down 4-1, obviously, but a lot of heat. Yep.
I gotta say, a little misplay I'm sensing from the Avengers here. I mean, maybe it is just a little aura farming, but you know, Dibs and long-term investment really won't do them much here, given the fact they swap sides next round.
Right. Good point, but maybe, I don't know, I guess there just wasn't a lot to choose from, potentially. That could be the largest reason. But, oh my goodness, Treason with the Resolver has been disgusting. Not good enough, however, as having to pull back that bolt on the Resolver resulted in him getting chased down by 3 members of the Avengers.
Fate gonna try to survive this flash dash out of the smoke as Naya lands the blind on top of Fate. Gonna make sure that he is unable to perform in this fight. Mickey and Clarity, they're gonna try to move in towards A, but look at this rotation. The Avengers, though, might get cut off, but no, they have a path wall blocking the portal already. So good to see that. The Mass Cheetah helping them on this rotation extremely quickly, but Mickey is already in position with a My Way. The damage goes to Rebirth, but he survives through it. A crucial round for Conquest. They need to lock in now.
And they have no more heals out of Albino, so Rebirth's gonna stuck at 7 HP, 41 on Naya, so this is still winnable for Conquest. They have some solid health pools to work with, pre-fires as well from Clarity. Over the top side, Mickey finds one, brings it in 2v2. Meanwhile, Naya sitting in the bottom left, pre-fire coming through, traded for the Avengers to get that 4th round.
Even though the bombs were bigger and badder, the Avengers were able to withstand and overcome the power of teamwork.
Yeah, power of teamwork indeed. Maybe that shows that, you know, gunplay is still the focal point of FragPunk, right? I mean, we talk about shower cards, we could talk about the map choices in the portals and stuff, but at the end of the day, you've got to hit your shots, right? I mean, these players obviously fantastic. We've seen Corona plays out of Naya. He's been amazing. But yeah, I mean, like, FragPunk's still an aim-heavy game.
Yeah, I think that the side swap here is going to be everything. I'm very excited to see if Conquest has a different approach on this side. We're going to be seeing the Avengers there. Chain Reaction and Large Bounty. Very, very good pickups here. Shield Rod for Conquest. I love Shield Rod because...
You do? Why is that?
It's so powerful. You have the ability to just keep your team sort of topped up, not on the health side, but keeping that extra bit of shield, especially with Dex and the clone form, it's pretty good.
Okay. I can see exactly why. I mean, they're already having that extra HP, you can tell, because of that little pink icon in the shield right next to their health bars. And it's kind of a lot to look at there, for sure. But you get 25 on the side of Conquest, running down mid. Kind of creating a little bit of space, throwing that rod down.
Oh, yeah. Treason set back already. We see Clarity, 77 HP. Looks like the Avengers on this defense are looking good there. Conquest, they need to turn up now. Unfortunately, though, Mickey... Oh, he gets the trade, though, as Bobino is removed. The Spider TPs, though, still in play.
Spider TP still available. Here comes that dash from Naya. Does get found as well on the side of F82. But traded.
Trade ups happen. 2-1-2. Full HP. Treason. A long rotate out to be with Page. A site looks to be the focus here, but Nitro set up towards Ice Spikes.
Just playing it slow. What an intense round. I mean, having to walk all the way up to this A site. It's kind of read by the Avengers, though, right, with their positioning.
Oh, yeah. Shield Rod hasn't been redeployed here for Treason, so a little bit of a missed opportunity here. Naya holds the angle, he gets the headshot, can he get the double? The trade transfer doesn't come to fruition. 3 HP. Kismet gonna be able to take their way out there and, well, move back over towards B site where at least the converter can go down, but only 3 HP. Nitro drone.
Uh-oh. Oh, no.
One shot could be all.
Oh. He has to watch out for the spider portal as well. Took it. Did he hear it? Shots from Chug Chug. On the inside, knows that the member is still alive. The Chug Chug shot. We'll have to see something with the Chug Chug at the break, but what a play. The best Chug Chug play we've seen so far in the tournament.
I cannot believe it came down to a Chug Chug 1v1.
I mean, it's so hard to mentally prepare for that because he has to worry about the player and also the little robot.
I don't know what I would do if there was a Chug Chug in front of me. I might scream.
You could save that. I mean, maybe we'll see you scream. Who knows? We'll have to see in a second. Karn's coming through in the next round. I mean, what a huge round to win as well for the Avengers as they put themselves on map point up 5-1 off of a phenomenal play from the Nitro. And right now, they could end it. Conquest could be sent home right here and right now. Duels not even in the question potentially.
You're so right. Foot dragging being picked up by Conquest, trying to slow down the assault from the Avengers, but sustained crab walk will do a similar effect towards Conquest, forcing them to be crouched. And, well, both of these cards are going to be...
Dude, I hate that card so much, by the way.
Oh, it's so oppressive. Yeah,
it's so annoying. It's like Foot Dragger, one of these, I mean, both on their side, so... Both teams running very annoying cards this round to deal with.
Conquest has to win 4 in a row here. All comes down to this.
F82 creating a little bit of that space, running towards the outside, towards B site. 2 members on the side of Conquest waiting around with this pathogen wall, and lots of spam coming through. Treason's able to get one onto Insane. Maybe the trade back from Bobino. No, he takes a lot of damage, forced to use that portal back to the spawn doors, but Rebirth over the top side, able to get Clarity. Traded by F82 though, so they're kind of creating a little bit of space. On the side of Conquest, they're having to deal with Necto, who's just walking up with the My Way. Traded though again by F82. Rebirth gone, 3v2 situation now for Conquest.
The upper hand for Conquest is so good here, and well, they definitely just saw the reveal there. Bobino, 13 HP, has a good peek, but Page has a better one. Neko gonna be coming back in with a My Way. We know how crazy he can be, the damage comes through, but he gets a little bit of shot back, and Conquest, they're in it for now, but Dustin, they have to do that 3 more times.
3 more times, but Conquest, maybe that's the round that's gonna give them a little bit more of that momentum. Because like you mentioned, I mean, it's just not in their side right now. It's not in their favor. Down 5-1, now 5-2. After that round, I mean, they're gonna have to claw back. Not only they're gonna have to claw back, they would still have to do a duel.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot, but like I said, Conquest performs better when they're backed into a corner. right? They lock in and clutch up. So this could be what they needed. But again, you only have so much room for error. With maximum overhealth and Band-Aid solution, the Avengers are going to have a huge health pool advantage.
I always feel like the out of the shark cards that we see, we're always seeing a lot of health cards being involved. And like you said, it's totally random. You know, behind the scenes, it's not something that we can pick and choose, but it does seem like we always get these stacked health cards on top of each other, no? Like it just constantly constantly kind of giving each other all of those boosts, right? It's constantly back and forth, both Band-Aid solution and maximum overhealth working in tandem.
Yeah, working in tandem to just keep them as completely up as possible. But look at this! Already, the Avengers, they're using that extra health to just give them the benefit. And they just push the aggro. They know that they have the rounds to lose. It doesn't matter, but they won. They won right there, and that is engagement. Mickey tries to offset, but no. It's just down to this.
1 versus 5 for Paige. Sent back towards the spawn right now, and I mean, it just feels inevitable what is about to happen, but if anybody could do it, it is Paige. He's only got the M4 in hand, though, towards every single member of the discipline.
Scouted out, he's been seen. He has been revealed in the shots through the forklift, and the Avengers! They're gonna stay in as Conquest is the first team to get sent home from the FragPunk Global Invitational. The Avengers, they have retained their spot here in Hangzhou, China, as they move on to the next step in the lower bracket.
And you know, what a turnaround as well, considering how day number 1 went for the Avengers. They got smoked by the Russians. It was not even close. Considering what we've seen out of the Avengers, this looks more like them, right behind the scenes, surely, right? They're improving, kind of getting better as the tournament goes on, but they're still going to have a really tough matchup coming up in the next loser side, considering we're going to watch even more incredible teams play against each other. They got DPS first versus solo leveling coming up, and they're going to have to go against one of those teams next.
Absolute cinema is unfolding for our eyes. Whoever wrote this script did a great job, but we'll go ahead and see the Avengers shaking hands, the camaraderie. You can see the defeat washing over Conquest, but they're taking it like champs here.
I wouldn't. Dude, I'd feel so bad right now.
Mickey's the GOAT, shaking the hands, the defeat.
You know,
but for the Avengers, they're feeling so good after that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Ah! What the hell?
Hey, it's okay. We're not Paige with 10 HP, so this works out better for us. But
too soon, man. Too soon. That's like talking about somebody's dead grandmother.
Well, for Chug, Nitro, just keeping a good look on us over here.
Well, yeah, I mean, you guys didn't see it during the break. You know, we had a little bit of a pause. Had to sneak over to the Chinese desk, steal it.
We told you we would steal it.
We told you guys we would steal it with the Chug. I mean, look how cool it looks, too. Can we just talk about this for a second, just because we've been talking about it all tournament? Productions, like, can these casters shut up about Chug?
They're like in my ear, like, don't touch it. Like, don't touch it.
Oh, they said don't touch it?
No, but I want to. It's so, the detail on this is incredible. And I just got to say, for Nitro, she did a great job building this thing. But yeah. But, I mean,
we have a Nitro cosplayer here.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
That's Nitro.
That was her?
That's not a cosplayer.
Real Nitro.
That's Nitro.
Oh my God, IRL Nitro. The Avengers, though, let's frame back to the pro teams who are playing, which we'll get an interview on the stage with Jaeger in just a little bit, man. But that's just hilarious that we were literally talking about how bad we want this thing in front of us.
And we got a Chug kill.
That is like in the biggest one of the tournament so far, too.
You asked who is the best Lancer, right? And it's not necessarily Nitro, it's Chug.
It's Chug.
As a Lancer.
How many Lancers would you say he is? Is he a 0.1 of a Lancer, or is he a full Lancer? Let's take a look at the game stats. We can talk about that later. The Avengers, look at this consistency. 7, 7, 7, 7.
Oh,
4 sevens. We're literally in a casino right now.
That's got to mean something. I mean, especially...
Is 7 unlucky here in China or no?
That's very lucky.
It's very lucky.
Very lucky. And for Conquest...
And then Insane has a 4, 5, 6 stat line, too.
This is... Okay.
It's a little bit too weird. The convenience.
The script is a little bit too transparent.
Sorry, guys.
But I gotta say, Treason really locked into the team here. 31% of the damage share. Mickey as well, but still was not enough. Clarity, usually the clutch demon and the actual linchpin of Conquest, the person that is required to do the most, wasn't able to perform.
Yeah, he's usually a pretty insane Serket, right? So it's sad to see. And that's, honestly, out of every character I've seen so far, to me it feels like Serket is that sort of mainstay in the meta. And a character maybe we don't talk about enough. Like, it feels like the amount of scouting the character can do, the amount of util with the smokes and the tornadoes. I mean, it does so much for these teams, right?
It does, but at the end of the day, it has to just be a full force of all 5 players bringing their best, working on the strats, working on the performance, working on everything.
And, you know, what an end for Naya here. I mean, on the Corona as well, on to Tundra, you can see he is well prepared on this map.
Hair buff.
The hair buff, man. Oh my God.
I think the haircut actually did everything. Like I said, the ponytail was delivered to Conquest's room earlier today. That is a curse.
No. Oh God, who's getting it next then? We still have it, right?
Yeah. Well, Conquest has it.
Uh-oh. What are they going to do? They probably threw it away.
There it is.
The Chuck.
Look, Paige.
Oh, man. Even Tens, bro. He's like, oh, no. I will say, I do feel pretty bad for the Conquest players to get sent home, but I mean, it was a valiant effort, right? They put up a good map, number 1 on Black Market. We almost got sent to the duels. You got to give them some props for that.
Yeah, I mean, after map 1, we said it's got to go to map 3 now, but I think the Avengers, they knew that if that happened, it wouldn't end well. So they had to lock it in there, and they did the best. And I think that adaptation from map 1 to map 2, so good. And honestly, I think it's because they chose Chug.
That thing is so cool. I seriously want to take it home. I mean, that's probably that's literally there's no exact monetary value we could put on it.
This is going to my check luggage.
Uh-oh. Yeah, dude, you're welcome to Nettie's finding you $2,000, okay? That is not happening. Not in a million years. They will not want us to take that.
If you don't see me back for FragPunk Global Invitational 2, it's because I have this in my setup.
Yep, and you're going to see it on eBay. Because that's the only way you're gonna be able to come back from going to literal prison from stealing Chug. But game number 1 of the day, man. It's been a pleasure working with you. We have still 2 more matches to go together, and then obviously 7 Moxie to take those last 2 matches on the day. We're in that lower bracket side. We're gonna have upper bracket finals later on.
We have 1 more lower bracket, and not only do we just see Conquest go home, we're going to see another team go home right after this. But then we get good vibes again to end it off. So
okay, yeah, you're right. The good vibes. Honestly, I like the negativity, you know?
Yeah.
Kind of like thrive in it.
We get to be the ones that just say, like, yeah.
Oh, man. Never mind. Maybe not. I feel like it's even more brutal coming from you. It's just like...
I'm so happy all the time. There's just like...
Exactly, yeah. It's like if you kind of are a negative person overall, it doesn't really feel as bad.
Yeah.
But because you exude so much positivity, it feels so much worse.
Oh, wow. So sad to see.
Get out of here. Bye. Obvious MVP, I think. Whoa, is it? Yeah, I mean, he played pretty good, Neko.
Over 2,000 average damage is insane. And this was just the Dex lock-in.
Literally only on Dex.
Yeah. Average KD at 1.75. And remembering that the Dex allows you to get that freebie every now and again. A huge bonus for the Avengers to have Neko on their side.
Absolutely, I know. You know, they have some interesting team dynamics. I don't know how much I want to divulge of that, obviously, but for Neko, I mean, they have him on Dex for a reason, right? Like you said, he goes in, he gets eliminations. Like, it's his whole thing.
Yogurt buff.
Yogurt buff. He's got 6. Tomorrow's going to have 8 yogurts.
It's got a scale. Yeah. It's got a shield scale.
Oh, my goodness. We are coming up with all of the, specifically you are coming up with all the interesting things. Let's take a look at the interview on stage between Jaeger and one of the players out of the Avengers.
来到赛后采访，我是主持人亚哥。那么先让我们的选手跟观众朋友们打个招呼吧。Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, welcome to post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and now our player standing here and let him say hello to our audience.
Hello, guys. I'm Neko.
I also teach him a little bit Chinese. 那么在我们的采访开始之前，也教了一点点中文。我们再来说一下好不好？你好。
你好。
我的名字是。
我的名字是。
Yeah, Nico.
Neko.
Welcome. 我们再次欢迎来到我们的赛后采访。Okay, so first, 那我先来问一下第一个问题。其实今天你们队给了我们很大的惊喜，不管是从我们今天的比赛当中，同时从外形上面来看，看到你们的队友今天昨晚紧急的去做了一个 发型，哎，这是怎么回事？能不能给我们讲讲 ？So like you guys give us a really big surprise today, not only in the matches but also like the outfit. So like your teammate just cut his long hair into just like a monk. So I would like to know why. Is it because related to the matches?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's to show our commitment, and it was to bring team bonding to get everyone's vibes up and to show that we're here to win and we're gonna make it through the losers bracket.
当然，这个举动其实是跟我们的比赛是有关的，因为我们今天来，我们就是为了要赢下比赛，所以在经过了昨天的失利之后呢，我们决定今天要对自己进行一些改变。那不管是从游戏当中，也要从我们的外貌上面给大家做出一些改变，让大家知道我们对于这个比赛是非常严肃，我们一定要赢下这个比赛。OK， 那下一个问题就是我特别想知道你自己喜欢的界外之子是目前是哪一个，然后是什么原因呢 ？So I would like to know your favorite lessons. I would like to know why.
At the moment, it would probably be Dex and Axon because they're some of the strongest characters in the game right now, and Dex feels really good to play on LAN on really low ping.
那目前呢，我最喜欢的是戴克森和艾克森，然后原因呢，是因为我觉得这两个英雄都非常的强，特别是 Dex， 他在我们的对线当中有非常强的优势，而且会给到对面很大的压力，这也是我喜欢的原因。OK， 我们也知道，其实，在开赛前我们也可以看到两队其实主理人也是经过了很友好的一个交换你们的这个碎片卡。那我们也知道两队的关系其实很好。那今天呢，我们就要和你们的对手说再见了，有没有什么话最后要送给他们 ？So we know that you guys had with the opponent really have a great relationship. So anything at last you really want to say to them?
I thought it was amazing meeting them all, hanging out with them, and I just want to wish them the best of luck and for them to show up stronger next time.
我想跟他们说，其实认识你们，我们真的非常非常开心，我们有很愉快的交往。那么我们虽然非常可惜你们在这场比赛当中失败了，但是呢，也希望接下来你们可以做得更好，在以后的比赛当中展现出自己更强的水平。再次感谢送出非常好的一个祝福给到，也证明了我们比赛和友谊都要并存。再次感谢 ，Thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later. 那我们的赛后采访就要结束了，接下来的时间让我们一起稍事休息，马上回来。
Thank you, guys.
Keep advancing, broker.
And I'm in.
Doors and corners, broker.
Lights on, nobody home.
I'm getting Blue Knight readings off the chart.
Nice.
Knock, knock.
Broker, snap out of it.
Okay. Damn!
Stay frosty.
Seriously? No!
Broker, slow down. Get back in the fight. Use this. Make your own rules. Time for new rules.
Let's go, baby.
Go out your best and us to go home alone. I've been known to change the ozone. No continuing with it. Break it down, never did it. We run up and change the floor. Ceiling, step by step. Hell yeah! We keep a pile sharper than a dragon's breath. We're under fire, but you still should fear us. My squad ready for war. It's time. Perseverance, get the squad ready and lock your gear on. Together, stand strong. Fight for good night. Play your cards right. We're on the rise. It's bound to start.
Knock, knock. Guess who's coming to dinner? Say hello to my little friend. Say goodnight, Gracie.
You love this.
Wait, no, wait. No, not there. See? Hey, maybe we can.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Global FragPunk Invitational. FragPunk Global Invitational. Regardless of what the official wording is, it's a $150,000 tournament. We just finished up in the lower bracket, sending Conquest home.
Yep.
Our
German regional team is no longer with us. They have secured 8th place, is like the positive way to say it. They've secured 8th place. But
that's one way to phrase it. That is definitely.
As
they did it. They good for them. They got last place. It's not fully last place because one of these teams that's about to play could tie them for last place.
Exactly.
That's why you say 7th through 8th. You know,
7th and 8th, yeah.
7th, yeah. So it feels better.
It does.
I got like when I play professional, I got 5th through 6th.
Yeah.
So I like to say I got 5th place.
Top 8. They finished top 8.
They finished top 8.
Top 8.
They finished top 8.
But yeah, we are also going to be seeing another team here finishing top 8, top 7 even. As we are getting ready to watch.
That's so crazy.
DPS first versus solo leveling. 2 teams that nobody expected. Literally, all 4 teams that we're starting with, not a single person expected that to be the lower bracket.
That is an insane turnaround for sure, considering how, like you mentioned, I mean, in the regionals, DPS first were the #1 seed. Now, that's up for debate. That's sort of like the topic of discussion behind the scenes, whether or not like Imaginators really were not the best team, or were they? Because they're so far in this tournament and they were the 2nd seed theoretically.
You've already qualified. You will know that you're going to be making it here to the Global Invitational. Do you really need to show all your strats in the regional qualifiers? But we'll see solo leveling versus DPS first here, and I don't know how this is going to turn out.
I don't know either, man. I mean, anything could happen. Obviously, DPS first, like you said, winning that #1 seed, and this whole roster is absolutely star-studded. I have a comment that I'll make later about the interview earlier, but for solo leveling, I mean, who are the standout players for this squad, Artie? Is it Flash who's been popping off? I mean, he's been very consistent for the squad, but anybody specific you want to mention on solo leveling, or is it just a full collective effort?
Tuboshu has been somebody that has been consistently winning those clutch scenarios and consistently being somebody that is needed. We look at DPS first, though. Yesterday while I was watching you and Seb go at it, I mean, you had a lot of opinions.
I did, yeah, absolutely. I appreciate that. And DPS first, I think Aim King is a favorite in this arena. We're going to hear the crowd get crazy. Guys, it's getting full. Me and Artie were looking at the crowd. There are more people here than there was yesterday. My nerves going up, your nerves going up, the crowd, the players that are about to play. It almost feels like, Artie, do you think there's an advantage when you have the crowd on your side? Do you feel like when this crowd is cheering for you, is it like there's a 6th man in the lobby?
You get that energy, right? Just like the Avengers delivered a little bit of negative energy to Conquest with that ponytail. We get some extra energy here from all of the crowd here that's coming to support. Mostly a lot of Aim King fans here for DPS first.
I don't think we've ever seen somebody have exactly 1 KD, by the way. Just slightly off topic a little bit.
It's like me.
Exactly 1 KD.
IRL.
IRL. You are the 1 KD man. I like that. You give off 1 KD energy.
Okay, that's great.
Isn't that a compliment?
It means I've killed someone.
Ooh.
That's the joke. That was
the joke. I didn't look at it that way, I'll be honest with you. But Insane Frog was another player who kind of was a standout. Him and Aim King.
Both have about the exact same amount of damage here, too.
Oh, you're right, yeah. I want to see, you know what, like I'm curious to see kind of who actually is going to stand out in this series, because it feels like it keeps changing in FragPunk. It's not always the one guy popping off for most of these teams. Why is that? What is with the inconsistency with having one guy who's just constantly like the man? Why is it not like that in this game? Why is it always like somebody else changing up?
Because in this game, you got a little thing called shard cards, where you break the rules and you make your own. And every single round, you will have something that goes against you or something that goes towards you. But you never know what to expect when it comes to FragPunk. But what you can expect is that Aim King is going to have some good aim.
Well, we're going to return to sender back to the main stage. Let's go see Jaeger to announce the teams.
那现在我们即将进行的是双败淘汰赛。败者组第1轮的比赛，接下来有请出我们的出阵双方队伍，有请 Solo Leveling 战队。Now we are going to start the round 1 match of the lower bracket in double elimination, and let's welcome the team Solo Leveling. 接下来，让我们有请出他们的对手 DPS First. Now let's welcome their opponents, DPS First. 我们现场也听到了很多观众朋友为他们在助威。那么我们的双方战队成员都已经准备就绪，接下来可以进入对战席进行准备。Okay, all the players now you can enter to the arena and prepare for battle. 有请我们的2位主理人可以在台上留步一下。Okay, now we can see work hard, prepare for each other. 我们来看一下，那你今天给对方准备的是什么卡片？他们先进行了一波交换，然后我们来先玉麒麟先生，您刚才准备的是那个别紧张，能不能给我们讲一讲？
我给对方的卡写的是别紧张，我们是自己人。然后今天这一局也是我唯一感觉到就是 DF 赢了我会很开心 ，SL 赢了我会更开心。
其实我们都非常期待2队可以在胜者组一起相见，但是非常的可惜，但没有关系，今天还有机会，所以希望我们所有的选手都可以全力以赴。Okay, so he said like all the players and all the players in the FragPunk Global Invitational, we are just like a family. So just be all out and try the best. Okay, 谢谢。And 那我们也来看一下这边他可能给准备的。卡片上面写的内容，能不能给我们讲一下？
破釜沉舟，因为我觉得今天都是我们，如果2队输了的话就没有比赛了嘛，因为明天就没有办法打了，所以我希望2队都可以以全力以赴的实力去应对这场比赛，然后大家要打得认真、热情这样。
Okay, so also I would like to say cheer up for both teams, because today is the last chance to qualify to the grand final and just make all the efforts and with the passion and have fun in the game. 也是非常好的祝福，再次感谢2位。那么现在你们可以进入对战席进行准备。好的，非常可爱，两边的一波交换，到底这轮比赛谁能拿下呢？那接下来我们即将进行的双败淘汰赛败者组第1轮第2场的比赛，让我们把画面交给解说席。Now our matches are going to start. We will start the second match of the lower bucket, and let's move on to our casters.
I gotta say, DPS First is definitely ready for solo leveling, given the fact that, the captain, he just threw these up here.
I can't believe that.
He just threw these up.
That arm strength is crazy.
Yeah, and, the shard card, safety glasses, it is specifically
So he combined it.
Yeah.
He combined the shard cards. He had the farther grenade.
Yep, exactly. But the thing is that, safety glasses is directly countering flash.
Oh my god.
Solo leveling has flash. So this is kind of, I think, not biased because he gave me the glasses, but DPS First definitely might have the advantage come out of this.
You guys had some fancy glasses, man. You definitely stole those out of Flash's hands. Hopefully you can return them, chuck it back down, hopefully not hit somebody in the crowd. But solo leveling versus DPS First. I think a matchup that we're both surprised by. I mean, absolutely crazy that we get these guys in the lower brackets. It's going to be so sad to send one of these two teams home.
Right, yeah, exactly. I mean, the thing about solo leveling versus DPS First is that both of these teams are wildcards for us coming into this, and this is actually really exciting for us to kind of see some of these Eastern region teams going at it in the grand finals. I mean, obviously we're expecting a global clash of sorts, but to see something like this is a treat for us.
Oh yeah, no it is. And it is interesting because like you mentioned, we have sort of a West on West matchup earlier with Conquest and the Avengers, and I like how you pointed that out. I mean, now we get East versus East, and whoever wins now, gonna have to see them, East versus West yet again.
Yeah.
Later on with the Avengers waiting in the lower brackets, and meanwhile in the upper brackets we got some incredible matchups as well, but we'll talk about those later when they happen. We're gonna focus now and hone in on DPS First in solo leveling. Little thumbs up to the camera.
Little thumbs up to the camera.
Like that.
Little good vibes here.
Good
coming from the
vibes.
squad. They are locked in right now, and just ref checking their power levels. Make sure that nobody's going too crazy.
You liked an anime? You a big solo leveling guy?
I haven't seen it, can't lie to you.
I saw the first season.
Yeah.
It's solid.
I gotta say, when I was looking at solo leveling in their chairs, I only saw 4 people. I think it's because these safety glasses prevent me from seeing flashes.
Oh my, shut up. You. He keeps slapping his knee, chat. You can hear him. You can literally hear it on the microphone. You hear like a very light, that's him slapping his knee. Already a very creative man.
Take a look at DPS first here, and well, I am ready to see it.
Actually, I love seeing the mouse pads, by the way. Can we just talk about that?
Dude,
like, is that an anime girl on his mouse pad? Hold up. Wait to the camera operator and zoom it down a little bit, please. I just want to see. Is that Snoopy? Is there a dog there? That's a. I just want to see the mouse pad. Meanwhile, what is this setup? His monitor is on his mouse pad. Is he crazy?
High DPI setup is crazy, given the fact that he doesn't. My mouse pad is twice the size, and I use the whole thing.
Yeah. What?
Yep.
I think I was talking to Bob about that. Bobino, or is it Bobino? One of the players out of the Avengers was talking about how he felt like the on-stage setup is slightly different than the practice room and stuff, and those things can sort of impact how you feel. But now we have this matchup between solo leveling and DPS first.
Yeah.
Ari, let's talk about that matchup. Who do you think is favored? I mean, I feel like I know kind of the vibe with like who we know is the favorites.
Who we know is the favorites in the stadium right now?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, DPS first, they come first, right? But the thing is, DPS first is a name that can kind of betray them because the fact that, well, this game is all about going shard cards first. You have to base your strats and everything on the cards.
No.
I think DPS first is going to be shard cards first.
Okay. You even have the dramatic removal of the glasses as well.
I got flashed immediately. These lights are so bright.
They are very bright, and our eyes are not accustomed to said brightness until you're here for the entire day, and you start to kind of fade because the brightness might be too much for us, and it might be too much for these players potentially on this stage. DPS first. Maybe that's why they lost day number one. Maybe you think there's a little bit of nerves there? I know we were talking about that earlier.
Yeah, a little bit of nerves, and also with DPS first, the fact they have to go up against solo leveling, and we're talking about the lights, the blinding lights. Flash on solo leveling could be the key to all of this. Could be the player that makes a difference. Howl as well, chatting with him this morning. Howl genuinely has a positive outlook. No negative vibes. It happens sometimes. Sometimes you are in the lower bracket.
Yep. Happens.
What an outlook. What a great outlook to have. Just, sometimes you're in the lower bracket.
That's huge. That's a huge way to cope, I think, with the situation for sure. And another coping mechanism here on this stage is, I think we look very nice, right? On the camera, production team behind the scenes over at NetEase, making myself and Artie look way more beautiful than I think we are, at least myself. I mean, you're beautiful no matter what behind the scenes. Myself, I am disgusting. On the stage, meanwhile, I don't know who, I want to talk about this earlier with Neko and Jaeger, obviously, the interview. Neko looks like amazing as well. I wonder who between him and Jaeger, who the more beautiful one is here. We're going to have the 1v1 meanwhile. Speaking about beautiful faces on the screen, DPS first versus solo leveling. They're going to fight in a 1v1. 1 life to choose the map.
We're on Tundra for the 1v1 level as well. Both going to be Corona here. I think Corona is definitely the choice when it comes down to just having that 1 life. Mm-hmm. Corona, you just have the ability to go out there real quick. And we might see some flash and dash. Of course, the FragPunk skin coming in as well.
One. I couldn't get it.
Clamp down on the side of, let's see what's happening here.
I think they're both using clamp downs.
Little pause.
Ooh.
Oh. I think a player spawned.
That's a gift right there.
A player spawned without a primary weapon, so.
Oh.
Yeah.
What does it matter? I mean, if you have the freaking cure-all. That thing is basically a primary weapon.
Let's be real.
Yeah, exactly.
Cure-all versus clamp down.
Also, I just want to point out just a little, while we're in this tech pause, obviously.
Yeah.
I think there's another anime girl on that mouse pad.
Yeah, and it's not the first. It's
who are these characters? I need somebody to tell me who these characters are. Which anime
like
girls are they?
That kind of look like Teto. I couldn't see.
I don't know. What is that? Who's that? Hento?
Teto. I would sing it, but
there's a song.
Copyright strike.
Yeah, we don't want to avoid that. And it's the team sort of stick around.
I need knowers in chat.
We need to do a poll, by the way. I know that we're talking about, the amazing aesthetic, the looks of a lot of these players. By the way, our makeup team behind the scenes who have made the players look phenomenal. Right, we were talking about TikX earlier. I mean, bro looks like a freaking model in these pictures.
Yeah.
Every single time. They do a great job behind the scenes. And we need to do a poll. Who has the most clean aesthetic?
The most aura.
The most aura.
Yeah.
Aura farming, as you said. I am so old for this.
Yeah, here's the thing, is I gotta say, we're looking at all the players here, getting to know everybody. I've been around the esports scene for a long time.
Yes.
I am very confused as to why every single team that is here at the arena for FragPunk, genuinely everyone looks pretty good. These guys don't look like gamers. They're all pretty attractive.
That's because pro gamers are always more attractive than casual gamers.
Yeah.
That's why all these players, their DMs are flooded by thirsty girls and others.
You gotta stop.
What? I need to bring. What do you mean? Is this not good to bring it up? Okay, fine. We'll move on.
Okay, unironically, after yesterday's matches, LC were telling me that they genuinely were getting DMs.
Yeah. No, it happens.
Yeah.
It's what happens. Yeah. Back before when I was a pro, I was flooded.
Yeah.
After I stopped being a pro, 0.
Oh, I see. Zero.
Yes.
Okay.
That's what happens when you lose that fame of playing on the main stage.
You lose.
You turn into you lose the aura. You turn into a washed-up has-been like myself. And that's why I'm joined by you to carry me in this instance.
That's why I'm joined by you.
Yes, to carry my terrible aura. I have that. That's like a.
I can't tell if that was a compliment.
That is a compliment.
Oh, okay.
It is a compliment because it's like when you look at somebody in like an anime, they're just like they have that black aura around them, and it's like they're like brooding.
Yeah,
That's me, and then you're just that bright shine kind of coming through as we head back onto the stage or back onto our desk. And
back up here. I don't know if we're getting the 1v1 yet.
No, they'll figure it out.
We'll clear it up.
Yeah, our admins are some of the best in the game, and they're talking about so many different things behind the scenes. I know that they had like a meeting right before the whole thing, before the whole tournament, to figure out what the rules will be, what's potentially banned. I noticed it's interesting because I know that there was a discussion for, I believe it was the Kismet skin, right? Or why is that still allowed? I thought that we talked about that skin not being maybe allowed.
It was a gentleman's agreement, mostly between the Western teams. Slight language barrier did prevent a little bit of.
That's so interesting because the skin's amazing. Like it's amazing, so awesome. But a lot of the pros think there's a competitive advantage.
Head glitch, a little bit of a head glitch, a little bit of moments of opportunities you can find with that skin.
That's why you gotta buy it. Get that competitive advantage in rank because nobody can tell you not to use it.
Can we also talk about the cosmetics that we've been seeing as well?
Oh, yeah.
Like, a lot of these cosmetics are unreleased, you guys are seeing here on the land, but as they start to come out,
you're right.
I am so excited to get them. When the whole dev team, they were having to stand up, like, everybody's sitting in the room together, I just kind of like snuck back in there. I grabbed the FragPunk coin.
You grabbed the FragPunk coin? Wow, dude, oh my God, really?
Yeah, there's back there. Yeah.
Oh. Are you serious?
No.
Oh, well, I actually believed it. I thought like maybe they have like cards, those like old cards you can get at like the gas station.
Yeah, right. The little the codes in the back.
I think I could talk about this game. I used to do that for Puzzle Pirates.
Oh yeah.
I used to go to the 7-Eleven to go buy. Like I would like go on like to do like chores for the neighborhood.
Okay.
To try to afford enough money to get like one of those cards to get to have points. I want to do that with this in game. Like they didn't have like those cards.
Yeah, there's that. I didn't steal any.
Oh.
But they're just back there. You just get them.
Broders are the biggest wink. By the way, speaking of cards, I know we wanted to make our own cards, the shark cards. Obviously, awesome that we get to see those individuals, the captains, come out with the shark cards with those very unique shark cards. Is there any notable custom shark card you've seen so far from the captains that have come out? The Too Easy one was pretty funny.
I really need to see if the delete your account. I need to see if they're going to do it. I need to see that. And also, what was I believe it was yesterday? Was it 10s? It was 1v1 me. Are they going to fight on stage? Like, are not in game?
We do have
fisticuffs.
Oh, fisticuffs.
Yeah.
They could get the actually in the main lobby if you're coming to the venue in Hangzhou. They actually have. Two guns with the liquid pellets in the front, not real guns obviously, but the in-game guns to shoot
targets.
Yeah, we could see them come to the stage, duke it out, with the actual guns.
Exactly,
and go hard.
It'd go pretty hard. Yeah,
go hard.
The 1v1.
We could turn this thing into an actual rocket.
Yeah, could do.
I brought C4. Plop it in that bad boy.
That's
the wrong character. I'm thinking of Chum Chum as well. With a little
Chum and Chomper. Yeah.
Chum and Chomper, yeah.
I told him this. I said it 4 times yesterday. I'm going to say it once today. I am begging and pleading for a Chomper plushie. I
know.
will not
You've
put
been
plastic
for it.
explosives in the Chomper plushie.
You're going to have to make it yourself.
Promise.
We got to turn everything to explosives here. That's our thing on the English broadcast. We like to blow up.
We like to blow up. We like to talk about 1v1s. And so we'll see 10s possibly 1v1ing somebody out there. We'll see some of these teams 1v1ing to figure out those maps. But honestly, I love the camaraderie between the teams. I love the fact that the vibes are really good up until they get on stage. Then the tension rises.
I hate it. I hate the vibes. Where's the negativity? I need them to really be angry.
Dustin, 1v1 me in the parking lot.
Okay, I mean, we already are. Like, after this catch, I know that Artie's been incredibly mean to me behind the scenes. He's just been, it's been so uncordial.
Yeah,
you know?
I've been blowing up his DMs, and it's not been nice.
No, yeah, Artie's definitely thirst trapping maybe in my DMs.
Do my best.
Like the girls.
Yeah.
With the pro players. Anyways, we're waiting for the match to kind of begin, so Artie and I are just going to be yapping for...
We're yapping.
20 minutes, 30 minutes. You know, you're going to be stuck here for a while. Hopefully,
it won't be that long.
Hopefully
it won't be that long. But as the teams get ready to set back in, it does look...
That's...
Yeah.
Artie, that's why you go and open the co-streamers.
Exactly.
That are here, the captains, because they can entertain you while we wait.
They're
great
chilling.
at filling time. That's, you know, the great part about being a popular streamer like these guys are.
Yeah.
They are so good at just saying nothing.
Yeah.
They're like politicians. They are amazing at just yapping and saying nothing like us. Except they make even more money because they're on Twitch farming.
Yeah. They're
getting the whales. Donate. Make sure you're subbing.
Farming. They're Twitch farming. It's a little bit different.
Aura farming maybe not as lucrative as a profession, but you know what is playing on stage right now. We're gonna get back to a $150,000 prize pool, man. That is a way to earn monetary value in this life. Is to be a professional gamer.
To be good at the video game and get actual real-life value from it. And again, this isn't going to be the only FragPunk Global Invitational, the only World Clash. There's going to be more, and I love the fact that coming back from this, I'm going to be so hyped to just get back in and start playing more. Finally, we're ready with this. It's going to be Outpost this time instead of Tundra. Once again, both Corona, you got a Clampdown versus a Fever.
So I actually was curious about this as we load in. With with Coronas, isn't it a bit like straightforward almost? Like you kind of know what a Corona's going to do, right? I mean,
flash and dash on both sides in the war zone though. White is going to be the one going down there. His DPS first.
Is that he was with the Clampdown too, right? Was that a sky shot as well, flying above?
Yeah, he's
with the dash.
Yeah. Flash and dash. He had the damage reduction as well by staying inside of his Ash stashes. Warzone helping out and going to allow them to pick up that first snap pick and ban.
We had the discussion already, like who is the best Lancer in the game? I think you think it's Dex. A lot of the pros think it's Dex. I'm actually kind of a Corona believer.
Yeah?
I think that character is low-key crazy as hell.
I was top 50 Corona for the longest time, especially during the beginnings of Season 1 in March.
Yeah.
But,
and how did you manage to get to send point? What did you do differently than most people?
You just flash and then you dash.
Okay.
But actually, sometimes you dash before flash. Sometimes use the war zone to find yourself a little bit of space. Sometimes you use it to play for the damage resistance. There's so many moments for opportunity.
Oh yeah, no, that character absolutely insane as they talk about the maps, right? So much discussion, they kind of come through and they figure out what the plays are, what maps they want to go to. As you talked about earlier, you know, Black Market obviously a mainstay, I think, so far. Outpost, another one of them. Tundra, now one of those maps we're seeing more. Is there going to be a little bit of maybe preference towards one of these maps? As like, is there something you're noticing between the Eastern teams and the Western teams in terms of map choice?
When we were looking at Conquest versus the Avengers, there is a 0% chance that we see Nouse. When we're looking at DPS first versus solo leveling, there is a slight chance that we see Nouse.
Okay. Dude, that'd be amazing.
I hope that we get to see Nouse.
I don't think we are.
Nouse, Dongtian, like we actually might see
Dongtian. Yeah.
So I would love to see Dongtian come up again. I would love to see Tundra. Honestly, I think those two maps, that's all I want.
Okay. I mean, you're probably right. I think that Dongtian is definitely one of those maps that can be played. Same thing, Conquest. Like, I think there's a few of these maps that we definitely are seeing more of. We haven't seen every single map in the map pool because there's so many, like, bans, you know, first of all. And then, second of all, they got to pick only 3 maps. Since this is a best out of 3, you don't get to see, until the grand finals, a best out of 5. We could see it then, maybe. Nouse.
If you have to only ban 2, I think then Nouse is coming out.
Yeah.
But yeah, oddly enough, kind of works against itself like that. But yeah, it looks like the map picks and bans are finished. Gonna be waiting for broadcast. Go ahead and give us that information. That juicy information.
The chat's probably like, thank God, get into the gameplay, casters. Get us in game.
Yeah, we are the reason that the game isn't starting. They're waiting for us.
No, I have like a button in my back pocket. When chat starts being nice and putting heart emojis in chat,
that's when I press the start game button.
Yeah, exactly. Make sure you get your hearts out for Artie in chat. Say heart Artie if you want to see a match start right now. As soon as they type it, it's going to happen.
Make sure you type Heart Dustin. If you're a Dustin lover.
That's how you get the match to take longer to begin. Because I need some hate, all right? I need to be like a... Okay, I don't know if I should say this on broadcast, but...
You're inviting more DMs, huh?
Well, no, not that. It's just like when I play... So my username is Dogman when I played professionally. And there was 2 ways to phrase it. When I played well, they called me Pogman.
Pogman.
When they said I was bad,
yeah,
you can probably think...
There's a different word that supersedes dog. Yeah. Dog water.
That's a good one. That's actually, you know, that's a nice way to put it, I think,
Yeah.
actually, how they used to phrase it.
That's the word.
I wish it was. I really do. We're going to enter the match in a second, obviously. Not enough hearts in the chat, by the way.
Still waiting.
Still waiting. Make sure you guys are following us on every social media platform. Make sure you're trying out FragPunk, by the way. Free game. Totally free game they can play.
Tons of rewards. Still a lot of really cool events coming up. Some really cool events on the horizon that I can't talk about.
I mean, you literally are talking about right now.
Yeah. Well, oh yeah.
Big stuff's coming up.
Big stuff.
Big stuff's coming up.
Big stuff coming up. Some really cool cosmetics. A lot of really good ways to earn in-game currency as well. Right now, you were talking about it last night.
Man, yeah, we got to find some way. Yeah, exactly. Good point. Esports betting.
Sports betting.
On our website, on fragpunk.com. Make sure, by the way, it's not like real betting. Literally,
it's FragPunk coins.
It's FragPunk coins. So, not actual monetary bets. That's degeneracy. We don't involve ourselves in that department.
You can bet on our parking lot 1v1 in the team. Okay.
That would be amazing.
Black Market, Outpost Tundra.
I mean, like, I'm excited to see these maps, don't get me wrong, but I'm not surprised.
Chad, I've seen this one before, but at least we're going to be seeing Outpost here as the second. Means that, hey, all of the maps that are on the table. I think that we actually could see Tundra as well. So we're going to be seeing DPS first, picking Black Market, but solo leveling who chose the side of defense.
Okay. Yep. I mean, of course, makes sense for solo leveling to want that side of the map and for Black Market to be our first map again. I think this has been a mainstay for us. I think the Black Market is going to be continuously played throughout the tournament. Is there a situation in which a team doesn't even want to play Black Market? Isn't that crazy? Like,
I don't think so.
No.
I think every single team will want to play Black Market. But what I will say is yesterday, it was defense domination. Defense, 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 defense. Today, that has shifted, at least with the first time we saw it today.
Yeah, good point. No.
So.
I just feel like teams are getting more aggressive as they get comfortable, for sure. I mean, I know that we've talked about that earlier, but it is kind of true, no? Like, the fact that teams are kind of playing more and more, just, like, I guess, strong on attacking side. They just kind of have a better feel for the map, and the defense kind of slowed it down a little bit.
Yeah, and I will say a really big part of that is Chug Chug.
It's Chug Chug.
Honestly, with Black Market, there's so many ways you can get a nitro wall that's set up to give you some information, but it's mostly going to be on scouting with Chug Chug. I don't think we've had a single round where this guy is not an absolutely crucial piece of the puzzle.
No, yeah, he's absolutely crucial for sure, and that's, I mean, you pointed out, like, exactly why we see so many nitros kind of solo hold sites, right? I mean, it does seem like they just leave Chug Chug at a corner, and then you don't have to be there.
Yeah.
You can come back later. Yeah, pick him up.
Check the camera and see if someone's pushing site. Speaking of checking the camera, we'll look at the camera here up on the stage while we get ready for the first round map. Shard card, picks, and bans.
Time save and kill going to be picked up for solo leveling, and on the other side for DPS first, anti-healing bullets also going to be one. And on top of open... My eyes are not working on me. Open your big trap. That's what we do.
That's what I've been doing.
That's what we've been
That's
doing.
my shard card right there.
Our shard card. We need that'd be funny if we saw like a graphic, somebody sent in like a picture of every single pro player and what the shard card they relate to is.
Yeah. That'd be, yeah, I want to see every player have a situation where just they're able to like really highlight which card is theirs.
Wouldn't that be a cool prize as well? Like if you win the Global Invitational, you get to design your own shard card.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be a sick prize?
Yeah, it would be. Start off now, and we'll see time-saving kill here for solo leveling. And it'll be a good opportunity for them to start off, but looks like it's DPS first. Get the first frag here.
Aim King really is a fan favorite in this arena, and already living up to his name on that Axon, has been one of the better players throughout the tournament, even though there are so many phenomenal Axons.
Kind of a fast start into a slow burn here. We get a lot of utility here onto the B site. Solo leveling stacks up outside towards the elevator. We are going to be getting DPS first. Starting in with that converter plant. They are going to lock it in, just sticking it in the open.
Yeah, it's interesting that they've just been able to get that plant off until the retake comes through from Solo Leveling. Nice shot from White with the highlight, but now coming towards that point. Flash getting close on that choke. We know that converter in the very corner. Scouting coming through. The circuit.
Station to station. Show off where they're holding from. Need to clear out B main as well as they do that manually. DPS first. They know that's being stuck. The Axon grenades are waiting. They did not go early.
No, I mean, he's got so many in his back pocket. They can milk the clock. Incoming defuse comes through, and oh my god, the follow-up is coming through from Solo Leveling. Oh my god, for the trades! Okay, thank god. Somebody stuck the defuse in. Solo Leveling utilizing all of their HP pool to win there.
They just let it happen. He just swung and just held left click, and nobody countered him. Look at this. Incredible stuff.
That's the problem when you kind of just commit so much to one area, no? Right? Like you had 4 people hiding, just kind of coming up when that fuse came through. It's because they could just swing like that, right? It just feels like that retake was perfect.
They can just do that. Time to Snipe could be banned out by both. We see Superhuman getting invested in by Solo Leveling alongside Battle Hardened. This DPS first. They look to pick up Compassion, which is definitely going to help on this, as I believe all of their players are less than 1 KD right now. After that round, they're going to have a 10% rate of fire increase and damage reduction.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good point. You know what? We saw earlier, one of the players as well had 1 KD on the stage.
Yeah. Let's, just like me.
Just like you.
Go ahead and check this out here in the preparation phase. It looks like DPS first is headed more towards mid this time around. We see Dex going to be scouting over to Cafe. Both Dexes over the A side.
Turbo shoot. Playing very aggressive, closing that door, and on the inside, Lian Zhang, rather outside, takes down Flash, opening pick in favor of DPS first.
Yeah, a great start off here is DPS first. They retain the man advantage. Solo Leveling, holding out towards Cafe. Cirquette staying on B. They're not early rotating just yet. The bridge still has not been put back into place.
Sent back.
Sent back.
And sent back to the spawn, return to sender almost on defense for Dex players, right? They put their tail in the spawn, makes a lot of sense. Meanwhile, White again. I mean, Solo Leveling reliant heavily on this man to find the high life opening picks.
White really trying to hold out strongly right now. Shield scales, but nobody will swing him. It will dry out before he gets a chance to use them. 4-on-4 still. DPS first. They're waiting. They're biding their time here towards green and purple.
I just love how a lot of these players are making a name for themselves with specific guns, right? I feel like Ixay, very good highlight player. White as well, with this gun in his hands, has been a difference maker. And long round, it feels like they usually take about a minute and a half to kind of get going, right?
Yeah, I mean, look at this, though. Solo Leveling, they're reading it perfectly. They're re-rotating back out, but now, as soon as I say that, the caster curse hits 2 players their way over towards A site. But it really does seem DPS first. They're taking their sweet time right now. Liang Zhang.
Yeah, it really feels like on these tight points, you kind of can't hold them, right? But there we go. I mean, they've scouted them out, like you said. Now they're back to A.
Back to A, take the time. Planting towards Cafe here. Let's see what the post plant looks like. Remember, the battle hardened is going to allow Solo Leveling to have a little bit of an advantage should they get damaged here. DPS first, though. Right now, only.
They just all stacked together, too. It's like everybody's 4-on-4. Look at this overarching perspective, man. I mean,
they got lineups, though.
They do. Trying to open it up, come towards that point. Nobody here. They've figured that out, and everybody on DPS first still playing it slow. They're blocked off by the suck, by the smoke. Here comes that engage now with the nades coming through from the Axon. And Lian Zhang again to find one with DPS Frog, or Insane Frog rather, but White again with the highlight, rather whipping out the pistol, able to connect onto one. Here comes that defuse, but oh my god! Nunu with 2 amazing picks, and oh my goodness, DPS Force still having the last man able to find up. Tied up 1-1.
Incredible stuff. The util dump there. I knew Solo Leveling had a strategy for this retake, but it just took them too long to figure it out, and I think it just came down to the wire there as the last player was forced to stick the defuse. But what a play.
What a play indeed. DPS first, get it done. And I love how these 2 teams seem to play very similar to each other, right? We had earlier on. DPS first giving up the site towards the B side, right? And then, you know, coming into this one, it just felt like it was just a 4-on-4 absolute mash of members.
We'll change that phrasing later.
No,
Side
come on. You, dude,
up.
I swear to
Side
God.
deletion comes out for solo leveling.
Why you gotta make it?
DD buffs is gonna also be taken here as well. It looks like the attacking side has actually had a much better run of things here, saving 7 shard points there. As DPS first retains 2 shard points into Birdman, my favorite card.
I'm not saying anything. You're looking at me. I am not saying anything. Are you kidding me? You're solo casting this round, bud. Good luck. Have fun.
B-side being removed here, but a lot of presence.
Dude, he's dying. You're dying as hard as you did yesterday after the capsation.
This is such an important round.
Okay. Is it?
This DPS first.
You're the caster. Is it important? Why is it important? Tell me.
Depends on if they mash their members together on B site.
Stop!
Stop! Solo
Oh
leveling, holding outside the elevator here. Yeah. They are pushed back again, even though the site was removed. DPS first. They have such a presence over towards the site. It'll allow them to take this, and that will allow them free reign over the bridge.
And it's definitely scary, right? Like you mentioned, the bridge, and then API also towards that spawn, falling with your favorite card.
Falling, dreaming.
Gonna hear Leonard Sky coming through maybe soon. API still able to fall back as well, considering this is just his clone looking for that player, not member, on the backside. Inside that smoke, doesn't get sent. Wait, no, it does get sent back, but that B side, like you said, fully removed, so everything is sort of happening towards A currently. And White trades back again, who has been so consistent with that highlight.
Oh, yeah. Only Nunu removed, but that without that Axon, this does increase DPS first ability to sort of have a chance of getting in. But again, when you only have one site to defend, it makes it so much easier. Just lock in, lock down those angles. We're going to be seeing Nitro doing some scouting here. Chug, make their way over. See White though, perfect shot there.
Oh my God, White! Are you kidding me? 3 in that round, and they almost kind of like, I'm not going to say fooled him, but like one shoulder peek from another player on that team and then immediately swinging around the corner. It didn't matter. White was ready.
Doubling it up, tack shooter special. Love to see it. I am a very big fan of that play. And the tightness that came out there, I definitely think it was a misstep by not banning out site deletion. The attackers have, you know, I think that if they let that through on purpose, I am not privy to what they wanted out of that outcome.
Yeah, that's 100% on point already. And now, coming into this one, few shard cards picked. Ironhead going to be available.
Ironhead, scanner interference going to be coming through for solo leveling. As we see quick reload regenerative therapy on DPS first. They had those extra shard points there. And we still got some more after this as well. Good economy towards that side. And towards the B side is where this is going to come. They didn't have that as an option last time, but we have it again here. But look at the presence by Corona, already pushed up and taking the bridge out.
Aim King is going to be the player for DPS first, who kind of gives them those opening picks running through with the Corona. Very aggressive play. Liang Zhang able to find one, and another one from Aim King. So that tandem, that duo between these players on DPS first. Shots coming through on the backside. White again. The trades it back
as well.
And the cold shoulder. We're seeing that a lot more in this series than others.
Yeah, on the Eastern teams, they do like the cold shoulder. Nunu getting ready here. Scoped in, not using the shotgun form. Healing up there with Pathogen. I love seeing the teamwork here from DPS first, especially given the fact they've got regenerative therapy. They're going to be full HP for this next engagement. Solo leveling, they are 100% aware of that. They are playing on head glitches right now to make the most use of that Iron Head card. As the bridge drops down, that does make solo leveling privy to DPS first positioning, but it could be a fake out, which is why we see 2 rotates, but
I mean, he's so fast. Swing around that corner with the dash. Top 50 Corona player I'm sitting next to just knows, understands the high-level play that comes with
flashing and dashing.
And we're seeing the setup again for DPS first, setting up towards this inside angle, towards B short and towards the container side. Defuse comes through, just a little bit of a tap, and nobody on it still because of the grenades coming through from Axon.
Yep, the grenade scouting. If there's no damage, they know they're not on. Another tap there. They'll fake out some damage, but only one kill. It's traded through, though. It's 2-on-3 now. DPS first. They do have the upper hand here. Nobody is even making progress, but White, the flank doesn't work out. It's just down to Nunu to try to take a 1v3 and get the defuse. There's no way it's happening. That's DPS first, taking the next round. One more round and a half.
And I like the idea. I mean, the flank almost panned out. It looks like they didn't even react to it, but it's unfortunately too many missed shots with the high line. It's a little bit too inconsistent compared to having a rifle on a flank. And can't find those eliminations. DPS first and solo leveling out tied up 2-2. Last round coming through for both teams before they switch sides.
Yeah, normally that high life flank would work out, but the fact of the matter is that they had that regenerative therapy that allowed them to just continually come up, and all that damage they'd done, it didn't matter by the time the flank came through.
Good point. Now new cards coming through on this side. Lifesaver going to be available for the side of DPS first alongside Flashlight. This is going to be that big investment round.
Oh, and Medical Error is going to get chosen. Wow. But Lifesaver, so it doesn't even matter that they can't heal. We'll just res through it, which means we might actually see no Pathogen. Pathogen going to get swapped out for Hollow Point instead.
The recall out now. Coming into this, Hollow Point definitely has her place in the meta. Definitely feels like it's picked up, like you said, in cases like this when you can't heal. Doors blocked up. Damage coming through, though, to make sure that locked entrance is totally open. And now Tubashu loves this spot towards the bridge side. He's always kind of playing this angle on the container side, but looks like the fight maybe is going to happen towards B main.
Yeah, especially if they're going to be dying in a resable position. DPS first has room to actually make a couple mistakes, so we're seeing them go really aggro. It's going to allow Insane Frog to take out a frag on to Tubashu, but Flash trades it out for Lian Zhang. Punishes the rotation.
A nice punish indeed now. Coming to this one, solo leveling, 3 versus 5 because of the res. So, Operon's going to go away. White now walks on this flank. Again, he's doing it yet again, but the rotation by DPS first all the way around. Shots come through onto that deck to send him back.
Hollow Point make Meteora look so good there. White, luckily, already back right on Overbridge. We'll see exactly what solo leveling's comeback looks like, but to be honest, we have 3 people stacking up into the same site. It's gonna be a difficult road ahead, especially with all of the grenades, all of the utility that's making its way into Overbridge right now, but White's gonna be the first to peek out. Misses the first shot, doesn't miss the second. Cold shoulder right, gets the double, swings around to the sidelines. From green and purple now, it's just the last 2 members of DPS first, but there's still another in Cafe.
The shot, Flashlight. Oh my, White! Are you kidding me? 2 more players. And tracked down by Bing!
Bing! Actually able to lock it in for the final 3 frags. DPS first is gonna end with 3 rounds taken on their offense half.
The jump shot, unfortunately, not enough health to work with. Bing, like you said, got it done.
You could tell in that moment after the clutch, when he saw his camera, he was Bing Jiling.
I'm gonna uninstall my caster duo after this next break via boxing match that we talked about earlier.
To the parking lot.
Yeah, I'm gonna win that. Anyway, 3-2 currently is the series. This is a close one. I think the last series we had was close as well. Match number 1 always seems like, I think you pointed it out to me in the green room, how, I mean, these game number 1s always feel a lot more intense, right? Because you can give yourselves that cushion in the next map if you do win it.
Gotta feel it out, gotta figure out what the vibes are out on the arena stage. But looking to see again a very different taste in the mouth from yesterday, given the fact that it is an offense, weighted half. The defense was not a runaway like we saw in our matches yesterday.
It's not a runaway indeed. Shout out old esports org, by the way. Remember that?
No.
Runaway? Korean org?
Oh yeah, runaway.
Yeah. Blaster shots already towards the A side, and nobody's really taking any chip damage from that necessarily just yet, but the lineups are there. Dex
actually lost the form. White back into regular lizard form.
Regular lizard form, indeed. Right now, this split by solo leveling on their attack. Right, 5 shard card points invested by both teams. The Minimags only given 1 on DPS first, and meanwhile, bullet upgrade for Solo Leveling.
I like this approach by DPS first. They are playing with the vulnerability site B. They're playing up in front of it just to scout, just to mark and figure out, hey, we know that it's likely going to be a heavy, so we'll back off. We won't die on sight. API out of his clone form.
And those shots with the high life are on point for White now. Walking up is going to be the side of Solo Leveling, right? A lot of space sort of created towards this A point.
Yeah, they are granting A for free here.
Yeah, DPS, I mean, not rather DPS first, but both teams sort of playing similar to each other where, you know, the retake seems to be a priority.
Yeah, we talked about this yesterday where post-plant seems to be everything for the teams coming in from the China region, Hong Kong, Taiwan, Macau region. So excited to see exactly what this retake looks like. Flash already setting up a nice head glitch there as Nunu preps for some flashes, throwing some safety glasses of his own on as we get ready to see White just holding that angle and overbridge. Green and purple about to get stacked out of as well as Bing possibly going to be trying to swing and mark.
You're ready to do that? Indeed. Sort of a lot of time actually still on the clock is what to work with. This DPS first squad now walks into the Axel grenades, traded back and forth. Flash with one, Insane Frog with another. And over the Nitro walls, they're able to find even more. 3-3 now for DPS first. But SL win that round.
3-2-1 swing, and even though DPS first, they had a flank, the timing was almost there, but you could tell there were some cracks in the foundations.
Yeah, cracks indeed, and now coming into this next one, the shard card points going to come into play. I'll talk about that real quick as we sort of work out this next upcoming round.
100%. I am very, very keen to see if the card picks and bans sort of change up for the moment. I mean, DPS first, you could tell that they everything is not going to plan for DPS first. Where it comes to first half, they should have had more rounds on, right? I mean, both these teams definitely expected a lot more from the defender side, but after we had a standout attacking round for that very beginning, I'm actually keen to see if more mid or bridge presence is to be seen coming up next.
Coming up next, indeed. In this upcoming round, timeout by DPS first as well. I think this has been such an incredible series as well on Black Market. I feel like this is sort of a mainstay map, and you know, last time we did get to see Tundra on map number 2. This time, we're gonna go to Outpost, second map if we do get there.
If we get to the second map?
Well, okay, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, if we get there.
Okay.
That's it's just a timeout, bro. Calm down. We'll get there.
Big head. That's you.
I hate it here. Ricochet is honestly a great card to see as well, compared to Big Head. And honestly, like I said, the card bans are different east to west. We're looking at Western teams. We see both Ricochet and Big Heads getting banned out. We see somebody picking up reactive armor. Completely opposite here.
Yeah, that's very interesting to see the dynamic between those two, you know, regions, like you said, and you know, the bans being a huge priority. Big Hand baseball on the side of that Axon, but regardless, it looks like the Solo Leveling team's favoring towards B, but oh my god, Insane Frog playing aggressive, able to find one towards B main. It feels like we see that a lot. These Nitro players sometimes mix it up, playing aggressive in B main.
Yeah, and well, it was punished out here immediately. Solo Leveling, and that's going to hurt the rest of the team. In fact, they don't have marks here, but API, see that, immediately taking advantage of the fact that they know where the presence lies. And given the fact that Liang Zhang is also playing on Spider this time around, I think that was also a huge reason for that timeout, allowing them to figure out this strategy. Playing with Spider is not something that you see as much during Season 1.5, but honestly, there's a big reason for it, and that's because we can see them playing together as a full unit, collapsing on site by site.
Now rotating around his own spawn as they're sort of shading towards B, but it seems like rotations can come through so quickly with a minute left to go. And these teams obviously going to poke out a lot of utility, make sure that you maybe show some presence, maybe get rid of this Chug Chung as it is going to get removed. And towards the point, Insane Frog does have the double Nitro wall to play towards the point. Smoke's coming through from the Sertent. Also, the Ricochet really does a great job at poking off these angles. Maybe because they're on that Nitro wall, It allows the spam not to be as strong. White, oh gosh, caught out by Insane Frog! Oh my god!
Oh my god, okay, so Insane Frog placed the Pew Pew in a way that was able to be seen from the door, where he's able to clear before he swings out fully. Knowing this, Insane Frog has another Pew Pew thrown out the moment that gets cleared, so that when they swing out the door, hey, I thought I shot that. Absolutely insane strategies to just keep the enemy team confused, dazed. Wild stuff.
That's insane. Yeah, I mean, the high-level thinking of these pros, they are for sure ahead of the curve, I think, or rather than most people. Now, coming into this, DPS first. Card Y is going to pick up from the shadows and squat defense on their side. They get a little bit more points. Dolahan is going to come through, though, for solo leveling. They allowed that to come through in the ban phase.
From the shadows is an interesting one, to say the least. Going to be really trying to play into Kismet here, just fully playing them as the main character. But Dolahan's from solo leveling, it's going to allow a lot of head glitches, a lot of really safe peeks here. Going to rely on, hopefully, Flash not getting taken out too early.
All right, that's what they're hedging their bets on, and meanwhile, Dex looking towards main. We're always going to see these Dex players sort of lurk, find these opening picks. Bridge side also available. Containers totally controlled on the side of solo leveling.
Tuboshu already pushing up. Look at how much space solo leveling is cleared out. But DPS first, this is kind of what they want. Molly's landing as those flamers start to keep people away. See Insane Frog getting ready to do a similar strat, but look at that.
He's trying to find the Surcat.
Station to station there.
Yeah, that's funny. These natural walls maybe set up this defense, but the Corona breaks it. Tuboshu dashes on in. Meanwhile, shotgun out here for main pick and the guitar. Looking for a little bit more. Converter gets planted, though, on this inside angle, and API trades back one. Aim King going to go down from Flash. However, the Converter is planted and hiding around this corner. Is Tuboshu.
All that util is also well in the favor of the offense right now. Howl getting a great shot on the API, and Liang Zhang can't make it in. It's just out of Bing here.
That's so OP. That's crazy with the Dolahan to get his crouch down below, understanding that angle is not in his favor, but oh my god. Solo leveling, what a round from them with the Dolahans.
Crazy stuff.
It's just like crazy, because like that guy jumps over the box, crouching down his Doshu underneath. Like, you're shooting down onto somebody, you think, okay, easy headshot. With Dolahan's there, that just body blocks all those bullets, right?
Yeah, no damage.
That's ridiculous.
Crazy stuff there. Stat remover to be certain. And honestly, the tension is rising. Even during the first game with Conquest and Avengers, it didn't seem this tense.
No.
Look out at the arena right now, Dustin. It is just lock central right now. We're also going to be seeing the shard cards coming through. It's going to be free refills and safety glasses from DPS first. I actually love to see it. The safety glasses actually coming out. And quick start, burn the boats, cure shot, solo leveling. This is honestly weighted towards solo leveling.
Why is that?
Well, quick start, cure shot, burn the boats, extra damage, healing, going real quick. But DPS first, they know quick start means that they're going to have a very fast run up. So API already allows them to take the space, grant it to them. Smokes will stall it out.
API hiding in those smokes, though. Nice shot. There's Oliver, and the follow-up from Bing and API. Bing is disgusting.
Just down to White. All the way in Cafe. I just said it was weighted towards solo leveling, but DPS First has told me that that was the worst thing I could tell them. DPS First locks it in. They're guaranteed a duel at the very least for solo leveling. Comes down to this for map one.
Closing it out, potentially coming up in just a second. Beautiful with the cure shot as well, or rather with the cure all.
I love that. The cure all.
Cure all?
Cure all. They had cure all and cure shot.
I know, that's beautiful.
There's a tear to my eye.
Get to see the weapon synergy with the shard cards. Name-wise, obviously. I don't know how Cure All and Cure Shot really synergize together.
Soul Cairn, DPS First.
Okay.
Alrighty.
This is that card you mentioned earlier, just so important, so big, and also costs so cheap for what it does.
Yeah, a very, very good opportunity for DPS first, but I think more so than anything, it's going to be Guerrilla Fighter showing up here. And Headshot Master on solo leveling, they're going to really be relying on this. Remembering that solo leveling, they've just been overcooking a little bit, perhaps. So falling back to just pure aim, 5 points invested into it. We'll see what happens. If they can lock this in, we get some duels, Dustin.
We could get some duels. API walks up, but it's just the Dex on Dex. Clone gone. Looking for that jump shot. Over the corner, Resolver has been so big in this series. I feel like we're seeing it more than others so far. This matchup between both of these Eastern teams playing both with the snipers. Nice shot again to send Dex back to spawn.
Yeah, but that extra damage will rain through, so we see White down to 80 HP. Have to heal up. Crazy stuff.
Crazy stuff indeed. And White setting up towards that A side. Bomb also ready to go here, but that retake, man, they're setting up for it again on this defensive side. Dash comes through from Corona. Suboshu, early damage on towards that spawn, but no elimination found just yet. Just creating a lot of space, pre-firing angles. Obviously his location was exposed for a moment, but it doesn't matter. Solo leveling, finding that first kill on the API.
That's huge. That's going to allow solo leveling to have a little bit of a breath of fresh air here. Allow them to continue to stick that converter plant there. But again, we know the DPS first knows how to come through to this, but solo leveling's post plans have been good. This might be what they needed to lock in and get to the duels here. Oh, it's all coming down to this right now as Aim King swings inside there. Bing looking for a shot. He's done this before. He might do it again, but Flash takes out Aim King. It's going to be a lot more difficult now. Just down to Insane Frog, who can't land a shot. Now Bing in the same position as before, but with a lot more pressure this time around. And solo leveling. They bring us into the first set of duels for the day.
Dueling time, baby. First one of the day, like you mentioned. And this is your first duel as well, I think, of the tournament you get to watch.
I didn't get any yesterday.
Oh, my goodness. Now we're going to get one into today. And, yeah, ACL going to send out White first, Liang Zhang first for the side of DPS first.
Wow. All right, Corona, Sonar. I love to see Sonar. So, Corona in the first position for DPS first. Solo leveling having Corona in the ultimate position there. Penultimate being Nitro is going to be a curious choice. Aim King going to be playing in with the Dex in the fourth position. I love to see that.
I have a question, by the way, real quick. So, if Corona comes in with Flash, right, can you block the entirety of the Flash with Pathogen's wall as it's building up?
No.
No, okay.
Liang Zhang taking that damage reduction. Amazing. He throws the Ashes to block the grenade. He dashes over the side. Going to be trying to figure out where it needs to be, but the damage still coming through as the fever. White goes down first as we see Liang Zhang dusted.
That was beautiful by him. Blast at the very beginning. Also giving himself some reduction. Other thing is to play aggressive. Oh my god, Dex. Hit by that. Rising shot, dash to the sky, lines him, tracks him, 39 HP. Oh my god, but Hal still wins it because of the health advantage.
Oh, but he has the clone. But if he throws it there, he knows that there's a big chance. Although it won't matter now. 19 HP versus 20. The axe on here is going to be the biggest counter. But for Howell, he's going to be able to survive through. But no, his clone removed.
Yeah, that reactive armor in the last round was massive. Nice little 3-box we have. Grenades coming through for both teams, or both players, rather. Not connecting. Peek on the right side from Hal. Forcing him, or rather Nunu. Bing, though, going to the jump pad. Jumps up into the sky with a shotgun and gets tracked by Nunu.
Nunu going to be logged in. It's 3-on-3 now. API going to be Sonar. I love to see Sonar on these. Going to be having the silent steps. Sound of silence allowing them to go out to the side. But Kismet tries to make the shots, but API just hits him with the clamp down. Dustin.
Flash now. Second member of his team. Blast grenade ready to go. And damage coming through into the sky! Oh my, API with the clamp down. This map seems to favor that weapon so much.
The air strafing is wild. Still has the opportunity to utilize the echolocation. Also has a sonic sensor, but can't use it. Duboshu hits the shot. Now Aim King. See if they can lock it in as Dex. Throwing in for the early damage there with a fake trophy, but he will burn his real one here. Gonna go back. Second life now is Dex. Duboshu has not utilized any util yet, but as he goes in with the shield scales, can he do it? Duboshu down to 37 HP. They're both alive. 9 seconds. Aim King knows he has a health advantage. Does he choose to peek or does he choose to take the safety route? waiting in, but it's just down to Tuboshu. If he loses this, that's going to be all out, and he does lose it. DPS first takes map 1.
Deserved win, well-deserved win from DPS first, and an incredible duel, I think, on both teams. I mean, DPS first. The fact that we're going to duels already between these two teams as well, I mean, DPS first, #1 seed coming out of China against Solo Leveling in a very, very, very close game.
Yeah, that was a nail-biter. I was on the edge of my seat the entire time. Actually, I was standing up the entire time, just leaning forward, but I can't believe how close it came. But once again, I think that these teams are watching and reviewing every bit of footage that they can, every bit of tape that comes out, because compared to yesterday, the offensive defensive rounds just completely different.
Yeah, absolutely different, and the pace of play was so unique, I think, for this region. Like you mentioned, it just felt like kind of slowed down, right?
Yeah.
A lot of retaking, a lot of sort of big brain plays long term. Do you think that we're going to see something similar on the next map? But obviously, as we move on to Outpost, I believe was our second map. Do you think anything changes, or is it going to be a very similar vibe with the retakes, or is this map is very, brute force centric?
I think things are going to change because the fact that I think everybody being such big fans of Black Market, they know how to play it, they know what to expect, and after yesterday, they have stratted specifically for it.
Right.
Outpost came up a lot less yesterday. Outpost has typically been a sort of wild card in scrims, but still fun to play because you can make so many strats around it. But I think for these teams, it's going to be who is putting more effort towards mid, who is putting effort towards choosing characters that are going slightly off meta. I think that when we saw DPS first pulling out the spider, I think that's when things started to shift.
Yeah, that was for sure when things started to shift. And now, going into map #2, Outpost is going to be said map. Any early predictions for this matchup, or do you think DPS first, because of how they're looking from those duels, maybe have a little bit of edge?
Maybe, but I mean, look how close that came down to it, right? I mean, Solo Leveling, they look so good, but for Solo Leveling, I think it just has to be an area where they can just try to come together and figure out where the gaps are. And look at this, I mean, it was so close. 13 kills for White, actually being the kill leader of the match. But DPS first was able to just come together as a team a little bit better.
Yeah, and like you said, I mean, the actual, KDA, not too important necessarily, because, I mean, look at Aim King's damage. I mean, 3K damage over the course of the whole series.
Crazy.
That is absurd. I mean, he's living up to his name. I know the people in the crowd love to chant that. I think API was getting a ton of love, right? Just throughout the series.
Yeah.
He had those crucial, moments throughout the series, right? He was able to find pickoffs, constantly getting kills onto the Solo Leveling squad at the right time. And obviously it shows in his KDA with 10 and 7. But like you said, it was a very team-oriented effort from DPS first.
Yeah, I gotta say, looking at the way that they were trying to dedicate different rounds to different ideologies, different strats, I think Solo Leveling locked in towards the end there. They locked in, and especially when it got to the wire, and they came together as a team to really get that last round in, I think those gaps won't be there.
No.
So I think that it's going to be the case where if it is a close first half, then we're going to see the duels 100%.
Yeah.
But I think more than anything, Solo Leveling actually has the upper hand going into Outpost, just given the spread. I know they can put Tuboshu in the right situations.
Yeah, they could definitely do that, and it's going to be a banger, right? Map #1 was amazing on Black Market. You could see here from the highlights that both teams had their moments. They had incredible shine. White at the very beginning with the highlight was disgusting, and then it kind of flipped on its head, though, with DPS first Liang Zhang finding the openings on Corona, Aim King as well to follow through. That tandem, that duo is beautiful, and being kind of that steady back-end support, but White as well was amazing early on in the series.
Oh, I love this swing out here, the double, but just so many counter plays. And again, this round with the Dola hands as well, up from the top. But look at all of the incredible performances.
You should not be able to do that, by the way, with the Cure All. No. Or not with the
yeah, Cure All.
Yeah. We're gonna go to a short break. We'll come back in a little bit. Welcome back, everybody, to the Global FragPunk Invitational. My name is Dustin, joined by Artie here to the left of me, and Chug on the left side of the map, but not map desk, you know.
The left side of the map, bro, is cooked.
Well, listen, we were trying to figure out yesterday if this was like a wooden desk or not.
Yeah.
It's not.
That's where the vibes were yesterday?
That's where the vibes were.
Is this particle board or is this that? It's beautiful is what it is.
It is beautiful, right? And you can feel it, too. I think Seb was talking about yesterday. When the crowd gets pumped, gets excited, the bass gets going.
The bass is boosted.
We start shaking. It feels like this thing's about to crumble down.
Yeah. No, and every time, like, there's, like, Ricochet in play and everybody's shooting the my ways, like, genuinely, the floor shakes.
Yeah. Because we're on the second floor.
Yeah.
Right? So
suspended.
We are suspended above the crowd here in Hangzhou, and $150,000 on the line. One of these teams is about to go home. Solo leveling down a map. You said they're kind of coming back, right? You think they have the momentum leading into this next map?
I think they do. I think they do, especially, I mean, looking at the KDs, right? I mean, Toboshu was such a critical player yesterday, but I think that today, I think that Toboshu knows what needs to happen, right? And the team, I see them talking over there, and I think that for this one, the strats, especially around Outpost, it's a lot easier to put a player into a better position versus something as volatile as Black Market.
Yeah, I personally, I love Outpost a little bit more than Black Market. Black Market's a great map, don't get me wrong. I just feel like Outpost specifically and in Tundra have resulted in a lot of insane kind of moments in this tournament so far. So we'll have to see how that plays out, man. But super excited. I'm sure the players are ready to go on stage as you know, obviously we need a little bit of a break to let the players go to the bathroom between maps and all that sort of stuff. I know everybody's bladder constantly moving, considering how much caffeine these players probably ingest.
There's a lot of caffeine.
A lot of caffeine.
Oh yeah, just the players. Just the players.
Just the players, of course. And I mean, that's first of all, I mean, just think about that. Like, how much caffeine is actually coming through? How much money are these caffeine companies making off of this tournament alone?
Off of gamers,
Off of gamers. I mean, milligrams, grams, thousands of them.
Yeah, I measure my caffeine intake in grams.
And grams.
Yeah.
That's how you get a heart attack.
Yeah, exactly.
That's how you get heart palpitations for sure.
But that's all right, because for these players, as long as they're able to lock in that first place, their medication's going to be paid for.
Just maybe have to worry about heart problems. But we'll see coming into this next one. Obviously, Outpost, like you said, is going to be that map choice. And, you know, they're still discussing strategy and all that sort of stuff. And, you know, there's always an interesting discussion, too. What do you think during timeouts? We have I mean, imagine there's a rule, right? No talking to each other during when, like, a tech pause kind of comes through. But some people break that, right? They'll just lift up the headset, they'll talk, and it doesn't matter if you're in tech pause when you could just, like, discuss things like at the timeout.
Well, they got the referees behind that are locking in. And speaking of locking in, Outpost is starting now. We'll take a look at the first round. Shard card, pick and bans, Tall Poppy being removed. A very powerful card here, allowing you to have some more damage. We don't need that one here, but full firepower, loading all the ammo into the mag, as well as community healthcare. So these are two pretty big cards. Birdman as well for DPS first. Solo leveling. Probably going to be trying to lock in together on the defense half here.
Aim King.
Also locking in here.
White again, like last map, man. This guy was so good at the very beginning. Down mid, obviously dealing with that smoke. So can't really find that spot. Both teams sort of filling each other out. Minute 42. It feels like a lot of the time, already, we kind of come down to that last, like, 40 seconds, right? First little bit. Aggressive play, though, by Lianzhong, forcing back that Dexter spot.
The entirety of DPS first out in mid here, but we do have Dex on B site trying to mark out, but Spider TPs over to the side of solo leveling is going to allow quick rotations. You can see actually just dashing back and forth there. Flash trying to get a kidnap, not going to quite connect as API still continues to put some damage down towards B back.
Bing. Over the top, looking through, Plant coming through with the converter from Aim King as well. As they back it up, right? DPS first, love to play in this main side. They play the post Plant. Losing Lianzhong early is obviously not ideal, as Nunu is the one to find that elimination. They walk on in, solo leveling. Space created, converter. Being walked upon right now, tapping of it as well, spam coming through.
Oh yeah, but look at the actual performance coming through from this post Plant. They all know where they need to swing, but solo leveling, they're going to stick it. They hold through. It's just Edwin St. Frog, and he can't swing out solo leveling. They're going to be able to grab that very first round. Critical to maintaining a little bit of control here, as they are in danger of getting removed if they lose this map.
Yeah, some might say moist. Critical. You said critical? Moist critical? Anyway, he's not here. He's not one of our streamers. Shout out to Tens in North America for that region.
Shout out to TCK. I love TCK.
Everybody loves TCK. I think he's like a fan favorite. He's everybody's favorite.
100%.
Nice guy.
Nice guy. Fugu as well.
Yeah.
Big kiss over there. Let's see big heads getting picked up here. Again, this is the second time we've seen big heads in play.
Yeah, second time we've seen big heads in play, and now King of Eggs also going to come through. I love that ad that we have with the wrap, dropping the eggs out, looking like annoying egg instead of annoying orange. But obviously now solo leveling up around, hopefully in their case for them, I imagine they want that momentum we talked about that they gained in the previous one. It's going to be a lot harder though, because they're dealing with the big heads.
Yeah, I really love to see solo leveling sorting out their positioning on the sidelines here, and they're making an adaptation, but so is DPS first. The adaptation to this round has led to them actually figuring out how to immediately take out White, who's marking in the beginning. For now, DPS first, they have the advantage. They move on towards B side again.
Going towards it, API towards the spawn as well. Sent back. because he's Dex and the clones came through, but kind of created space because White went down earlier on. And now Liang Zhang looking for some damage to the My Way. As they're stuck in that choke point now, Aim King also there with the shotgun. Now, oh my god, Liang Zhang has the off angle. Top side of the point, being also ready to go. Corner getting aggressive towards the right side of the point. Oh no, missing the shots, and unfortunately DPS first take full advantage of the situation to win with 4 members, getting rid of solo leveling, tying it up 1-1.
Talking about the fact that solo leveling really needed to lock in for that first one. They locked in on the second one, DPS first. The adaptations just came in at the right time. And I think right there it was just sort of a little bit of too much of the same coming in, where, yeah, they took out the marker. They need to do a little bit more when they are trying to figure out what the actual retake strategy is getting into post-play. Looking at this side here, DPS first absolutely utilizing their shard card advantage coming through here. Scanner coming into play as well. I believe that even with the extra information they're going to be getting from hidden cameras, solo leveling is at a bit of a disadvantage when it comes to everything. Powerful strike, hyperkinetic bullet means that, well, solo leveling will not be able to stand in the same position for very long.
No, it won't indeed. And now, Insane Frog. Spamming the blaster, ready to go towards that B crate's side. And slow play again towards mid, right? So both teams kind of feeling it out, playing each other. Wanting to play around heavily, like you said, these shard cards. Shot coming through from White, sending back Dex for now, so he's going to be down 20 HP now. Spam through the choke as well. Into the smoke, nice shot with the headshot. Forcing him off Liang Zhang and have to play. So that sucks too, because he's their entry fragger down to 50 HP.
Well, they are going to be able to heal up just a little bit here at least. Yeah. But for DPS first, the powerful strike, hyperkinetic bullet has not given them an opportunity just yet. They have to actually hit shots for that to make an impact here. And impact it will make. Moving over towards the A site for the first time here. Round 3, minute and 10 still on the clock, trickling down.
Trickling down, Dex kind of controlling mid. Meanwhile, Corona playing defensive, understanding the timing, is going to have to force him off the point. Liang Zhang sees him dash away at the very last second. Axon nades also coming through, so many, all of them pretty much spammed out towards that point. Very aggressive position that Insane Frog is also just kind of sitting in as that converter is being planted.
Being sticking the plant there. What's going to happen now? 5 versus 5 post-plant. Something you'd love to see. White going to be taking the first bits of damage, but it's Insane Frog and API. They're going to first solo leveling, lock in for the retake situation. Taking out one more, just down to Aim King and Liang Zhang, both on super low HP. The Axon nades surely going to be coming in clutch right now. Liang Zhang in the corner gets spotted out as an almost flawless retake situation is hit by solo leveling, keeping them in the lead.
Man, that was just, you couldn't even react, right? Just hiding in that corner, just tracked down by everybody. And it almost seems like it doesn't matter how fast you get the bomb down or rather than converter down, because, it just matters how many kills you get, right? How many eliminations you could probably find on said post-plant situations, because, it's tough with just one angle to work with there for the side of DPS first, and they kind of gradually lost space, right?
It's tough to be able to work your team into a situation where you have more than just that one angle. Yeah. Oftentimes, A site is set up like that, where if you don't have any mid control, there's no way that you can back it up with a crossfire, which is why typically it's played over towards B. But with solo leveling locking in hard rain here, even though we have the reactive armor for DPS first, I believe that solo leveling is going to have a bit of an easier time here, given the fact that B site is once again made a lot more difficult to enter into.
Yeah, and I just love the aesthetic of heavy rain when it comes through, right? Changes things. And also pretty much every shard card, right? Does something similar with the aesthetic of the map. Love to see it. And now getting that reactive armor from every single player on this team, dashing into the corner, going aggressive to create space. Smokes out, set, smokes out, allowing themselves an early converter plant. That's a fast start for them as these extra blasters come through onto that reactive armor, forcing it to go away.
Yeah, a lot of armor cleared out for DPS first, solo leveling. They're going to be able to enter in right now, and we can actually see Axon pushing it on mid. Dax has made their way up, but oh no! Axon was not aware. New gonna be out there as API. Picks up a free one, still in clone form. Gonna be able to hold the crossfire as well for the team. Liangzhong forced out with the war zone there. Moju grabs the shots. Powell takes out Bing as well. Another set of retake entry skills that are coming in clutch for Solo Leveling as they've locked in perfectly for this one.
Okay, that's totally going to be diffused. API gets 2, but it doesn't really matter too much. He's going to get found eventually too. I mean, that retake was beautiful from Solo Leveling. I mean, they got all that reactive armor off with the heavy rain right coming down, but with the set nades, they knew that heavy rain with that, they wanted to play aggressive, plant that converter, right? And then you just know, because of how aggressive they're going to play, you might as well just play that retake, right?
Armor v armor. One armor comes back, one doesn't. So, a lot of things coming through. DPS first, absolutely disheartened by that one. They're going to go for a timeout here, a little tactical timeout. Figure out what shard cards are going to be in play. Figure out what they need coming into this next one. And what I think they need is a very big focus on their post plan. This is what is really impactful about Outpost compared to anything else. If you're on Black Market, you push through Cafe, you could still set up a crossfire post plan. If you're on Outpost, you don't have mid control, you don't have a crossfire, because both B and A can be very difficult to set up through when you only have main.
Right. Yeah, I mean, there's so many different things that happen on Outpost. You kind of just need to, like you said, control that mid presence. And, you know, for the side of DPS first, they're definitely have to talk about something, right? I mean, it's 3-1. You talked about momentum potentially shifting, because you notice how, like, they're playing better, right? On Black Market towards the latter half of the series. They're able to force those duels. Yeah, they didn't win it, but, I mean, to even tie it up 5-5 against DPS first, one of the best teams from China, #1 seed, obviously, coming into it, is huge momentum-wise for the Solo Leveling.
100%.
Percentage.
Speaking of huge, Melee Rod. Oh my goodness, we're about to see Melee Rod coming in here for Solo Leveling. Melee Rod, one of my favorites. It puts down a shield that nobody can shoot into, and when you enter it, you are forced to melee fight. This means that Solo Leveling on the defense, they're going to be able to lock down a singular angle. Usually, we see this placed towards main, but this could force a fight towards mid, so there's a chance Solo Leveling, hey, retaining control of mid has been good for them so far. We'll see where they place it here. Maybe even using it for retake. I'm so curious.
Yeah, where are they going to put it?
No idea. I don't see it on the map just yet.
Okay. Little icon going to come through, smokes out. We always see these two smokes towards short in mid to slow down the pushes of this, or rather to hold. Oh, wait.
They're already up.
Okay. Yeah, they're in to beat Crates, but this Dex, he notices that everybody's here back towards B side. I mean, they always give it up because, I mean, they have those set nades, set angles to spam as these points get, or this point gets taken by DPS first, but they have to deal with so much spam coming in. Look over the top side, Axon nades coming through. Blasters also coming in. But all that damage is kind of averted. Insane Frog gets poked down low, forcing out the pathogen heals as well. So DPS first playing heavily around that. API gets the elimination on it. Hell!
Wild stuff there. Melee Rod finally going to go down, allowing an opportunity of entry, but they're just waiting. They're using it. They're picking it up, putting it back down for free marking. I'd love to see the shield scale is going to come up as well. See a big push, but Liangzhong, he's going crazy with Bing as well. And AP, they pick up their own. Even though there is the melee field, it doesn't matter. Solo Leveling tried to use it and place it on the converter for the post plant, but DPS first had such a great control over the area that was a risky play to begin with.
Yeah. That seems so hard to use. Like, I feel like you're just making it not necessarily complicated, but it's almost like you're adding an extra step of something you have to do, right? Normally, FragPunk, obviously, gun v gun, right? Able to just shoot everybody. Instead of having to think about taking out that melee rod and forcing those duels, like you mentioned, it kind of adds a layer of complication to what would usually be a simple execution, right?
Yeah, 100%. Cloaking Plant going to be taken away here. That one actually changes the entire map, so it's Skill Vampire. But Muscle Weakness coming through for Solo Leveling now.
That's what I feel right now.
Yeah.
Muscle weakness. Yeah.
Well, we do have the side swap here, which should allow for a little bit of an extra.
I wish I could side swap.
You want to be on the left?
Yeah, that'd be sick, actually. That'd be fun. No, we just, our production team would be like, what are we doing over here on the English side? But now, Solo Leveling, man, they're looking good on this map, right? Turnaround. However, now they're over to attack. So how are their executes towards the point? How does DPS first play this? It looks like favoring an aggressive setup towards B short.
Yeah, Solo Leveling knows that the fact they were able to retain mid control the entire time made it a lot easier for them. So on this one, they are looking towards continuing that control.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And now pace of play slows it down, ladies and gentlemen. 1 minute 30 seconds left to go. Sort of like a matter of when. Right? Is it going to be at the 30-second mark when we see this point come through? They're obviously checking around. In this game, a lot of people kind of underestimate the power of scouting, right? The power of just like looking around, trying to figure out where the weak point is. In Solo Leveling, have they figured it out towards this A point? No, because there's 4 people here and they have a spider, right?
Yeah, there is a spider for those quick rotates. You tend to see spider a lot more on this map. Seeing that Flash also already having burned through Chug Chug. They haven't gotten all the info that they need, but Duboshu setting on the side there. Grab a shard point. Next round, no matter what, all of that Corona util still on fire, but we can also see that the clone has been removed. White marking targets a little bit there. They don't know the B is free, but Howl commits anyway. Takes out API here. Duboshu makes up to the site. Ash Dash is helping with that damage reduction. Liang Zhang trying to grab that crossfire.
Traded. Howl as well with another one. I mean, yeah, you're right. Just setting up perfectly on the backside. You know, at the end of the day, like, the strategy, there's about much of, you know, trying to hit the weak objective, but at the end of the day, you got to win your duels. So now, towards the objective, Solo Leveling, set up Nitro Walls to help this post-plant converter, but everybody was poked low. Look at the Solo Leveling HP. All dropping very low. White goes down, another one goes down for Insane Frog. Everybody's still low! And Insane Frog combines with Liang Zhang for those two. This tandem, this duo between them is beautiful. DPS first put yet another round on the board.
What an insane 3-on-5 retake. Did you see Insane Frog's flicks?
Yeah.
Just, it's spray transfers, flicks, Liang Zhang on the sideline as well. I'm sure we'll see his POV in the highlights.
And yeah, I mean, like, that was, everybody was so low.
Yeah, and the nades
coming
coming in too, just like so much pressure.
Yeah. I mean, both teams are so good at that too. It seems like Outpost is a very hard map to retake. Is it just because, I mean, with both sites being in the open, right? I mean, usually you mentioned to me like maps, you know, have, you know, one point usually has an inside, one usually is outside.
Yeah.
Right? This map, no. You have both are in the outside.
B is outside, A is still inside. There's technically a building.
But you could still get these like set nades towards the point, right?
Yeah.
It's very easy because of how high the walls are, no?
Big ceiling, nice little vents up at the top. Everything's been thought through so well, especially when you run into the Wilmister factory as it is for A site. But I won't you know, get into the lore here today.
Why not?
Check in. Well, you know, a lot of the Glue Knight information still floating out there, still pressing shit for the info. See what happens now. We see Solo Leveling moving towards A. Yeah, go for some Glue Knight.
It'll probably kill me though, no?
Yeah, if you're not Glue Knight sensitive. But speaking of Glue Knight sensitive, Insane Frog, he's feeling very good after those last shots. But look at this. Oh, the double swing out. He's already cleared.
Yeah, Dank Spank. To the spawn, and we'll have to come back into the site. Duboshu running in. Obviously throwing out that damage reduction. With the Ashes to Ashes, also healing the team with that Kira shot, constantly keeping everybody healthy. Get a hit marker like you're a medic, like you're a doctor, and that converter already planted for DPS first.
Yeah, swapping over to the hollow point here is huge right now. DPS first. Liang Zhang just holding it in, but no! Return to sender thanks to the Pew Pew. I actually love to see that. I just heard the Chinese casters laughing as well. They saw that. Liang Zhang now, though, going to be trying to figure out exactly what the entry is. Look at the lineups coming through already. The damage is going to be a lot. And once again, DPS first. They've got a big entry right now. Pure shot as well. Going to allow them to keep each other tapped up. But DPS first, they're just a little bit stronger.
Yeah, this is probably why we're seeing the hollow point, because you have to go for those one shots against Pure Shot, right? Nice shots by Solo Leveling. Converter. Oh no! Could he get to the pathogen wall? No! He could not. The pathogen wall tried. Oh, they tried to have it saved. For him in that converter, diffused, but it did not come through. And man, Pure Shot just really carried that round for the side of Solo Leveling.
Insane stuff. It is such a great card, especially when you have more than one healer, right? More than one person shooting into you.
Yeah.
Man, I love healing bullets.
Is that why exactly we saw, just saw the hollow point picks on the other side just to get the one-shots and stuff? And
absolutely. Yeah, you have to get that counter.
It was a very interesting, I think, shard card round, right? Because like you mentioned with the Pew Pew setting the return to sender, very exciting to see all these shard cards kind of come into play.
Everything works together so well.
Yeah. Beast drop.
Speaking of which here.
Yeah.
Bullet upgrade. Going to be huge for those util pistols. Solo leveling might be launching into a pretty big blaster heavy round towards B side.
Boshu kind of controlling mid, but you see these two sides kind of slow it down. The Circuit scouting towards B short as you understand the pathogen set up over here with the thanks on, and now Aim King. It's always these two. It's being an Aim King here now towards B short. With that spider rotate, seems like more of a mainstay on this map on Outpost than others.
Always, especially just given how long that defender spawn is. But Tuboshu pushes through, but bing. This is going to be the separator here. The trade will come to fruition though. Flash jumping over the top, giving their own life. Another trade for Liang Zhang is good for 2. 3-on-2 situation right now. That White and Howl. They're going to make it a 2-on-2 now. Liang Zhang and API, they have the health advantage right now. Pew Pew marking the enemies. API takes out one more. It's just down to White. 130 HP and a dream. But API and Liang Zhang, they took a lot of damage for it.
Well, he doesn't have the converter, right?
Doesn't have the converter, but he does have that spunk to him. He does have that pizzazz coming in.
He does. Gotta get it back. I mean, they know where it is. He's able to grab it. Switched off weapons, too.
Grabbed it for free. Made a lot of noise there. Maybe trying to bait out a little bit of motion.
Yeah, he's making a lot of noise.
Oh, they hear him.
Yeah.
Footstep
shooting, too.
Yep.
Maybe trying to show a fake out, though, because they know he wants to maybe, bait it, but the spider rotate.
Oh, he's heard it. He's heard that, though. He's prepared for it. He knows exactly what this lineup is. Going to be trying to bait that plant here. Worried about someone coming in from mid, but they don't. Liang Zhang goes down. That being said, teleporter's still up. Not destroyed yet. It's going to be good. If that rotate comes through, he knows where he is.
Nitro sure taking a while. Waiting towards that point. I'm wondering why exactly they split up. It feels like that wasn't ideal. Portal comes through. Like you said, he hears it. Nitro wall here to maybe give him a bit of a better angle. Potentially could see a gunfight. White, does he want to take it?
Not marking. Oh, there we go. Pew Pew going to be marking. Yep.
Oh my God! Solo leveling put themselves on map point. Duels could still happen. But what a win there from Solo leveling on that map. And then now, obviously, about a win. Outpost potentially coming up now in this lower bracket first round. One of the teams could go home here, right? If DPS first kind of comes back into it. Shard cards coming out. Selection. Vulnerability site B. You talked about this card earlier and how annoying it is to deal with for the opposition.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is right now for solo leveling, at the very least, they have to commit that ban over towards TikTok. They have to commit everything into the correct just setup for this next attack. But right now, they want to make sure that they avoid the duels.
Yeah.
If they get the duels, there's a chance they're going home. But if they lock it in now, map 3.
Oh, yeah, that could definitely happen. And now, DPS first, they want to do something similar they did map number 1, right? They want to force those duels that we just saw. Maybe put it into their favor. I mean, it was solo leveling last time who had to kind of come back and force those duels, but now it's flipped. The script is on its head. Now to Boshu and squad showing towards A main, but obviously you can kind of send it wherever you want at this point.
Yeah, marking over towards A site. They definitely saw more than one tornado appearing inside that station to station. Solo leveling, stacked up, going strong. They have at least one round to burn, but right now, with Parting Flash, they want to play together so that once that flash triggers, they're going to be able to play off of it. We see Aim King right now holding the side as close as possible. Also very important, playing anti-flash. Trying to mark with those grenades, but all the nades wasted at once might not have been the correct move. Baiting out all that util allows solo leveling the breathing room to rotate over to B.
And solo leveling, I think last time they showed A and just kind of hard engaged, right, towards that point. But this time they kind of back it up. We get to see a nice third-person perspective of all of our beautiful skins in FragPunk. And now Dex walking up towards mid, still has his clone, right? So he's able to kind of just check it out. White realizing mid's kind of free towards A short. We haven't seen a full execute towards A short. It seems like teams like to either focus towards B short, B crate side, or A main. It's kind of those two angles.
If you dedicate towards A short, you could get run up on from players holding a B crates, but players are holding in A main right now, and Abe King does his best hold on, but as the actions fall, it's down now as Howl takes a trade here. Looking towards solo leveling, trying to run out, but Liangzhong doesn't let him come out for free. This is going to be the most critical defense right now. Solo leveling, they do not want to go to the duels, but API, the blast takes away Howl. It's a 2-on-3 situation. Yunyu on just 6 HP. Flash is good for 2 though. Solo leveling, no need for duels. We're going to map 3.
What a game by solo leveling. You called it already earlier how this momentum was shifting right towards their side. You could see it. The wind blown out of the sails of DPS first, at least in that map. Now we go to that third one, which I believe was Tundra, right? Wasn't it?
We are headed to Tundra for map 3. My first map 3 of the FragPunk Global Invitational.
We've only had one other one, to be fair.
True.
It seems like teams, especially how fast the game is, right? Kind of just close it out, right? It's hard to make a comeback sometimes.
Absolutely, but what a round there. Seriously, this is such an insane series for us to have here in the lower bracket. And we still have another day and a half.
Yeah, we still have a day and a half. Solo leveling in the Global Invitational has looked better as well, right? Day number 1, I think they kind of had a misstep, right? Now coming into this one versus one of the best Chinese teams in DPS first. They're bringing it to them. I think that's a bit of a surprise, no? That solo leveling is able to kind of play to this level, and that's living up to the name, right? Solo leveling, obviously lower in the anime and stuff, like the whole point is the character gets stronger, he levels up, and now same thing for them, right?
Absolutely, they're following their own anime arc right now. The anime mouse pad's definitely helping out a little bit here, but I gotta say...
That's crazy to me, but yeah.
I gotta say, the fact that it went to duels on the first one, it didn't go to duels on the second one, solo leveling has the advantage coming in here.
Right. I would say, yeah.
When you win at a duel, it's not the same.
Oh, yeah, because it kind of does leave it up to chance a little bit.
A little bit.
Yeah. There's no strategy. I mean, there still is obviously individual gameplay and stuff, but it's not as much macro.
There is a little bit.
There's still strategy.
It's different. It's different macro. I would love to see a Duel Master tournament. Let's go ahead and
Duel Master
lock
tournament?
that in. Just straight up Duel Master.
What about the zombie mode?
Best of 10. Outbreak?
Outbreak.
Well, we can actually get the audience here on all the PCs here. We'll do like a 32. Yeah, we'll do it.
Okay. Sure. Oh, I thought you meant like in real life, like a real life outbreak.
Oh, I mean, if you give me enough time in the parking lot, I can make that happen.
Oh my God. Well, tied up 1-1 now between DPS first and solo leveling. We're gonna head to Tundra, which is what a better way to end off this series in that BO3. Take a look at the stats as well, man. What are you sort of noticing? What are you realizing between DPS first and solo leveling? How come that map was so in SL's favor?
Well, I told you that they needed to find a situation to put Tuboshu into an area where he could make an impact, but I am really surprised because I think it was White really IGLing here and going all out to make sure that the entire team kind of knew what to do, because look at the difference in score in KDA with White.
Oh my God.
Yeah, compared to the first map, absolutely insane. DPS first though, Liangzhong really trying to put the team on his back, 10-6, 25% damage share compared to API's 26% with 9-7. But I gotta say that DPS first, even though they lost, they still looked strong.
Yeah, absolutely. They look incredibly strong regardless of the outcome, which is interesting, right? I mean, like, you're just looking at the stats like you mentioned. White not even having that great of a match KDA-wise, but like you said, the damage was done. A lot of utility. I feel like that was a very utility-centric map, right, Outpost?
There were a lot of opportunities for the util pistols to come out and really show off why they are strong. It's solo leveling. These guys are lineup nerds, and I love that.
Yeah, absolutely, man. They're so good at those lineups, and I want to see more Outpost, honestly. Like, I think you got to see some yesterday. We watched mostly odd maps too. I actually saw some John Chang yesterday. That was like really awesome to see that map come through. I don't know if we're going to see it again later because, like we said, I mean, teams love to play Black Market. They love to play Outpost. That doesn't leave a lot of room. And I think Tundra is kind of becoming that third favorite map.
Always. but take a look at these highlights here. An amazing reel. I guess you could say just looking at solo leveling, they are so leveling.
They are so low leveling. What? I'm going to call you out for that one. You're talking about member earlier. We get the captain highlights. Love our streamers. Love everybody that's showed up. It's so cool that I think we just have these boxes on the outside. Meanwhile, the pro players in these highlights looking awesome. He still has his glasses on. Did you give them back? You threw it down?
Yeah, threw them down. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Good to hear. He has them. He can finally see indoors. Don't know why you would wear sunglasses indoors, but only freaks do that, honestly. And you might be one of them, sir.
I gotta say, the thing is that even with those, Flash still showing up and showing off. See here, White making moves, but Aim King as well. Every single player here. Some great stuff. We'll see you guys after the break. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the FragPunk Global Invitational. My name's Artie. This guy is Dustin, and we are in match number 2 of today, map number 3 of match number 2, and we are actually having a fantastic day.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. This is our very first map 3 of the day, and very second map 3 of the tournament, right? So yeah, it's getting tougher, right? That's why I feel like day number 1 there was some blowouts, right? The first 2 games were kind of just like one-sided, but honestly, that usually means that I think later on in the tournament we're gonna get closer matches, right?
Yeah, it's getting closer and closer as we start to figure out who belongs in the top 8, who belongs in the top 4, and who will belong in the grand finals.
Oh yeah, and right now Imaginators later on trying to cement themselves into that grand finals. These 2 teams not trying to get last place. I mean, hot take.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, they both technically have like first or like a 1 derivative in their name, right? So
yeah.
Yes, first. Solo is like 1. Oh, they're aiming for the first place.
They do. They are. I mean, both teams, I think, also with the shard cards too.
Yeah.
Maybe showing a little bit of friendly banter, potentially back and forth. And we see that sometimes. It's so interesting how the difference in the shard cards. Like sometimes they're like, oh yeah, your account's getting deleted.
Yeah.
Other ones like, I hope everybody has a good time.
I will never forget that. I will. That was my favorite thing yesterday. And
you want to go grab it? You want to take it home? You're just like have that shard card.
I didn't want them to fight. It was so cute, and so like I'm really excited to see like how the vibes are after this match. Both of these teams are sitting like way closer to their monitors right now. They are actually, like, neither of them were expecting this to go to map 3. I don't think any of them were expecting to go to the duel, the very first one.
No.
And when it comes to Tundra, well, we saw how explosive it could be.
Yeah, no, Tundra is awesome, and I love this map. You love it, I think most people do. Black Market kind of started everything off, made it kind of set the tone, right? With that duel that came through, that amazing end, the finish that we had, map number 1, map number 2. A little bit less, close. Right,
Less
like
close.
you said, solo leveling sort of built up the momentum, right, from map number 1, like you said, and you think that they have still some of that leading forward into this map number 3, and that'd be crazy if they send home the number 1 seeded team from China already.
Yeah, the number 1 seeded team in China, the number 1 expected team, I believe, in this entire
But do you
tournament.
think they're actually the number 1 team, or do you think that Imaginators really did just like kind of relax during their
find out.
regionals?
We'll find out.
All right.
Looking to see Tundra making its way in. The first round shard card, pick and bans. Muscle weakness and sight deletion removed. Community healthcare and plenty of ammo locked in. Solo leveling.
Sorry, I was talking to you.
Playing a lot of util pistols.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead.
A lot of util pistols. You know what? Sorry, this was like a bit random, but I thought like it'd be awesome. I was talking to you in the green room. Like I think it'd be so cool if like for a tournament, imagine. I think I was talking to you like
yeah.
It'd be awesome if like you could actually make your own shard card if you win a tournament.
Yeah, well,
like, you just
that
like,
wasn't even in the green room. That was
on
beginning.
desk.
That was here.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah, we were talking about chat.
No, I am lost
in this house.
Lost in this house. Okay, coming into Tundra though, DPS first, like you said, starting on attack, and with these shard cards coming through. A little bit more sort of defensive focus than Tall Poppy. You talked about how strong that card is before. Only 1 card investment, or 1 shard investment for solo leveling.
Yeah, it's going to be huge for the defensive side, especially on that B entrance, especially over towards A. Nitro setting up over towards Ice Spikes. You have the opportunity to just continually apply pressure. White actually going to be dealing a little damage of his own.
Sent back. And how, like you said, a little bit of damage taken on this defensive angle. Solo leveling, just spamming out mid, right? There's still a minute, 23 seconds left to go. Some scout is coming through from the circuit. Looking towards A site to kind of figure out, okay, yeah, maybe this is the side with a little bit less advantage. Actually takes his teleport as well. Here comes Deck Forno with a dash towards the point to create a little bit of space, and a little bit of pew-pew damage coming through an IAPI as the turrets poke him down to 110 HP, but flash from the spot over the top side with the boost on the railing, right? That was a nice shot from him and that Nitro player as they get 2.
Absolutely crazy stuff there. A lot of damage coming in.
Ooh.
Right now, you see solo leveling. They're going to have to try to back up just a bit. Making sure that, hey, we'll let DPS first lock in the angles right now. Again, you deal more damage when you're underneath, but there's not a lot of angles to make use of that. But plenty of ammo means that they should still have some util pistols left for this retake. Deboshu gonna be dashing, flashing, making a land. Bing gets the trade though, and we're gonna be seeing a 3-on-2 right now. Bing swings to the right side, Insane on the left. But Deboshu and Yu, they're good for both.
And solo leveling is really starting to kind of power up, man. They're looking so good. What a beautiful retake from them. in that spot as well with the Nitro. I thought they were just like on top of the, that boost up spot.
Yeah, but no.
They just actually double set up those walls on Nitro.
On the railing, on the wall, on another wall. You just go.
Throw it a pathogen wall while you're at it.
Exactly. So many opportunities for just creative skill expressions. Why we love FragPunk.
Yeah, I'm not that nerdy. I just like to run in on Corona. I'll be honest. I just ain't it,
Bro, flashes and dashes.
Flashes and dashes. It just makes it so much easier.
Well, squad defense is going to get banned out here, allowing for still some more flashing and dashing. And hyperkinetic bullets and expert juggler will mean that not only will we get to be extremely fast on set of solo leveling, but any time we shoot, they are going to go back. Mass Cheetah also means that DPS first can be fast too.
So I want to get your take, like, where do you rate these cards, these movement speed cards? Are they really strong? Like, where would you rate? I know it's strong, obviously, but like, out of every single card possible, Mass Cheetah, where do you think that kind of rates up against the other ones, right, in the tier list?
I think that Expert Juggler is better value than Mass Cheetah. Mass Cheetah, you're always fast. Expert Juggler, it's only a little bit, but you still get some damage reduction as well. Yeah. So it's a trade, but hyperkinetic bullets plus Expert Juggler, definitely the better combo here, especially on the defense, where we will see DPS first struggling to make an entry here on mid as they continually kind of get pushed back there. Right now it's because of util.
A lot of smokes creating space for this offense. DPS first walk it in, and oh my god, they decided to push the smoke. Traded though. On the opposite side is to Boshu. DPS first kind of just walking on in. Ibosho kind of just playing back of the point, and space is given. They've actually rotated all the way over towards B. Maybe this A site could be free, but I mean, solo leveling, it seems like they're totally fine to retake it.
Oh yeah, 100%. Look how fast they are moving over towards A, and solo leveling. Well, they got two set up over the ice. Pew gonna be given a little bit of information on the sidelines, figure out, hey, where they're coming through. Serket marking with station to station, gonna be allowing a lot more info to flow through as well. Post-plant situation where we see DPS first moving in towards mid, but they're not alone. Solo leveling coming up the back and flash. Look at that nerd angle.
I don't even know how he saw him there. I mean, he saw that there was some red change in the crosshair to notice that you can see an enemy. Meanwhile, and so walking up, like you said, that angle was just so nerdy, giving them that man advantage, although they take some poke earlier. Young John over the top side. He's been clutched before. Can he do it again? The answer is no. White takes him out. Did not have any backup. API, though, does come through. Flash will go down. Nice win there for White over the top now. White again. Win the round for solo leveling.
What an insane retake. I mean, the timer on the converter is ticking down and down, but solo leveling, they didn't even care.
No.
They just continually move forward. That!
Wait, does he have default crosshair on too, so you could see that? So you could see like the red marker?
I don't believe so.
Oh, you don't think so? Because that's crazy to me. I didn't even. Maybe I'm gonna run default crosshair because if you in a case like that, you can see when you're on an enemy if it's
when it reacts.
Red. Yeah.
The reactive crosshair.
Yeah, the reactive crosshair.
Good.
Yeah, not bad.
Wow.
What a round, man. Solo leveling. You're right. I mean, they're looking better and better, and Tundra is a good map to play and kind of like retake, it seems like, towards A side as well. They play it so well on the retake. The Corona player as well, kind of creating a lot of opportunities for them. And now coming into the Shark cards, man, what are you seeing here?
Time-saving skill is going to be huge. We also see weak jumps. That's actually going to make the entry, if DPS first wants to go towards that A site, a lot more difficult. But Superhuman will mean that we will have a big reliance on Corona and Pathogen coming into this for DPS first. 5 points invested into that.
Yeah, that's a lot of investment indeed. And now coming into this, weak jumps, obviously just using a little bit extra to win this round. 2-0 right now for SL on defense as well on Tundra. Oh! Coming down to the corner. Oh! While Flash gets the elimination. What a kill.
Beautiful play. Station to station, marking. Push back just a little bit. Axon slides. Once again, Serket not able to find much with that station to station. Mid being evacuated right now. They try to really commit into this B site here, sticking to the plan, but Yunyu, he's telling him that, hey, sometimes you might have to make those reservations a little bit different.
Oh, yeah. Slow play now for DPS first as they try to figure out where to go after losing Liang Zhang. I mean, pretty tough map he's had so far, unfortunately, on the Corona. Not able to really get much going, and The heals coming through, a lot of spam as well. From another angle from Flash on that flank. What a spot that the defense is rotated over to.
And here we go, solo leveling, still just making their way in, just preparing for the situation where they'll let DF walk on a site. They'll let DF get into the situation they need to get in. Unfortunately, probably they didn't want to lose Flash there, but that will put a dent in some things. But B site fully locked in. DPS first realized they got to get into an A side, but as they start planting, White has seen this one before. 1 HP is going to be able to do it with the Util pistol. The knife doesn't come to fruition, but still, just down to API now. Converter is planted. He does have the ability to lock into it, but there's 3 players left on solo leveling. Going to peek with the shield scales. But Gold Dust Woman makes it a lot harder to figure out if they're actually sticking the Converter or not.
And they know exactly where he is, top of the stairs. Oh, man. I mean, not much you can do there. Solo leveling, dude. They're looking amazing. Up 3-0 now. They could end it if they keep this momentum moving forward, obviously, on the defense, man. Finding those opening picks every single time.
I think first map was just a warm-up for solo leveling. I mean, remember, it went to the duels, right? And in the duels, anything can happen, but right now, we're seeing exactly why it went that way. We're seeing what solo leveling has to offer when they actually get to lock in, and I am actually, my flabbers are gasted with the performance we're seeing from solo leveling here in the lower bracket.
The flabbers are being gasted right now as a timeout as well. They're flabbergasted, needing that timeout for DPS first. They have to talk about it. I mean, what's the discussion like here in this room currently as they try to figure things out? You know, I'm curious what they're trying to discuss because it's tough. They haven't been able to kind of figure anything out. It's been a challenge for the side of DPS first, considering solo leveling. Like you said, they've been able to kind of wake up throughout this tournament. Maybe, I mean, living up to them, man, it's so cool. If they, I mean, obviously we don't know anything fully. We're not really shouting out into these teams. They're like trying to, you know, ride on to one of the team's side. We're not biased.
We're not biased.
We're not biased. But I'm just saying, anime pro tag wise, that's kind of sick if solo leveling through the lower bracket makes that run. I mean, we don't know.
Well, we were talking about this earlier, the fact that it is better to enter the lower bracket early, right? I mean, you don't want to just be all the way at the end.
They get a day off.
You get a day off.
Yeah.
Yeah, so all they got to do right now is lock this one in and figure out exactly what comes next. But I think that was a much-needed timeout for DPS first here. We'll see if they are going to be winning the shard card system right now as Infernal Hounds comes through for them. King of Eggs inside of solo leveling, a powerful card, not one to be underestimated, but Infernal Hounds definitely having a little bit more staying power.
Well, yeah, and if they win this, good point, they have to play again, though, today. So that's the tough part, is that yesterday would be nice, right? Because if you do win, you got to move forward on the bracket, and obviously we watched all of the upper bracket semifinal rounds yesterday. Look at these eggs kind of coming out from Kings of Eggs as well. Infernal Hounds, would you rate SL setup more than Infernal Hounds?
I mean, I got to say, I wish I had that many eggs, but we'll see what happens now. SL.
We've got as many eggs popped out as yogurt went into Neko's mouth earlier. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yep.
I'd say that much. We'll see. Infernal Hound's also going to be really coming in handy on this side. Dex removed. The Hound, though, still hungry, searching. There's a little bit of a Dex trap waiting to deal some poison damage. The Infernal Hounds running in towards B side here. DPS first. They're really trying to commit to the B side here. It hasn't worked out for them yet, so they want to make it work out now. But as the hits start to come in, look at all the small damage.
Oh!
Axon, he doesn't get flashed. He's going to be able to take him out, but it is trade as Insane Frog grabs one. Howl now going to be able to come back and eat some eggs, get some protein in, heal back up.
A lot of vitamins in those bad boys. They say it's a multivitamin. It's nature's multivitamin, rather. Meanwhile, the Infernal Hounds kind of going through. We saw earlier, now they're deleted. That's so sad. 2 dogs down. Sent back, actually, never mind. Came back to their owners. As we saw that door earlier, allowed them to come through. Here comes the death to the corner over the top side. Oh, he's deleted by Insane Frog. With a tracking in the sky. Liang Zhong with the follow-up. White, though. Oh, my goodness. Scott gets 2, takes out the Hound. They've opened it up. 2v1 now. Liang Zhong wins against Flash. 1v1. Who's going to win it? Both low HP. He's exactly 1 health. Whipping around the corner. Oh, my God. Liang Zhong, you absolute madman.
How close was that? It really came down to the wire. Straight up, 1 bullet fight. But look at how much it took for DPS first to win around there.
Oh my God. But if any team can do it, it is them, right? They've been they consistently, at least with the qualifiers, at least through earlier on, you know, this team seems to be able to claw themselves back into matches.
100%. I mean, that's the thing. We're not discounting DPS first here, but it has to go to the duels most likely.
Right, and like you said earlier, I mean, you don't want to do the duels, right? It's just it's like
right now
eating too much up.
Right now, I don't want.
Oh, now, yeah, right now you don't want.
Actually, nah, I lied. I want the duels.
You don't want the duels?
I want the duels. Give them.
Give them.
Give me duels.
Regenerative therapy and anti-healing together.
Clone tech, 10 dexes.
Oh my goodness! This Maybe I was wrong. I feel like clone tech can be kind of crazy. No,
10 dexes.
Low key clone dex a little OP. 10 dexes. No, it's only one, right? Because they only they're gonna get the.
Everybody is playing dex right
and
now.
And then they come back to
and then they all have clones.
Right.
So FragPunk is now a survival horror minigame.
What if we had 5 chug-chugs with 5 nitros?
I mean, seeing DMS do this yesterday has sold me on the 5 dexes.
5 dexes, yeah.
One
back.
already sent back. 9 to go.
Yep. I mean, they're just trying to get chip damage, right? You don't get a kill, but it doesn't matter if you just get damage off, right? Sent back again. Everybody sent back to B site, and that's 3 dexes who are here.
Already. Yeah. 7 to go.
7 to go. I mean, they haven't taken any damage yet on the side of DPS first. They still also have their very own dexes. So we have 12 dexes total, if you think about it.
Oh, yeah. Both Howl and Boshu still going to be in their clone form. Oh! Abe King gets taken away by Nunu right now. Nunu goes out. All clones removed, just 4 dexes remain.
4 dexes is also the Kismet nades coming through onto Wine. He had nowhere to go.
3 dexes versus 4 other Lancers. And Jaguar also coming outside of DPS first. Going to be huge, especially right now. The Electric Avenue going to be coming through. Possibly going to be using Icons for Miles to try to figure out how many players are inside of it. It's already been procced, though. That was the very last use of it. They're trying to lock in, but they are so close together, solo leveling. 3 dexes, it's not a lot of utility that they have to work with as they make this retake in here. And Howl is going to pay the price for that. Flash going to be hitting the Jaguar trip mine.
This one looking over the top. Bing. 4. There's 1. Follow through the Dex of Tubusho. Is he the real Dex, the OG? He's in a 1v3 now. By himself. Bomb about to go off. No time.
No time. Wow. So, DMS made that work yesterday. Solo leveling did not make that work today. The jury is still out on whether 5 dexes is broken.
I feel like the problem is not that it's not strong. I just feel like, maybe you can tell me if I'm wrong here, but it feels like to me with 5 dexes, it kind of like you're trying to use this known. Like you know, okay, the dexes are going to try to come out, swing on me, get their second life or whatever, go back after the clone, and it just feels a little too straightforward to me. That's the problem.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
kind of like Corona and duels. Like I was telling you, I just feel like you know what he's gonna do.
You know what he's gonna do. You know the flash and dash is coming, and you know you just play Axon, right? So here, they don't even need to change their characters. They just know, hey, we're marking. Get ready. Ironhead could be coming through for solo leveling right now.
Have you seen any barrier destruction, by the way, in the tournament? I feel like this card's always banned.
Moxie and I got it yesterday.
How was that? What happened? Like necessarily in that matchup as well?
They went really, really quick, and then because they were kind of rushing, it did go against them.
Ah, damn.
Kind of happens all the time. But Smileheads for DPS first, I believe, is a little bit better as we swap halves. See DPS first on the defense.
Oh, yeah. On the defense, indeed. And, you know, this is a little bit closer. Maybe the timeouts has helped DPS first, right? To maybe talk about things, discuss what's going on. And now that they're over to defense, they've set up decks deep into the A-halls on the second floor. And sort of a, looks like split towards B main and mid.
Oh, yeah.
Solo leveling.
All the way out, actually, on the flank there as the clone. There is actually a good chance that he can recall it, place his totem again, but we'll see instead. Solo leveling, holding over towards the B site right now on this offensive approach. DPS first, they're locking it in. Instead, Dex actually maneuvering to flank the B main patrol. Sniper in hand, but he misses the first shot. He's too anxious. He's gonna be returned.
Oh my God, I mean, what a miss coming out there. That could be a difference maker. Both Pew Pews just doing so much damage into Hal, down to 90 HP. Everybody now on DPS first, except Bing, who gets found by Flash. That's the pathogen gone as well, so no healing. Now, you're going to have to go aggressive on this re-engage. Dash into the corner. The Sky, the Flash dash that you called there earlier. Able to get one. Trades come back through. 2 for 2, but it's favoring Solo Leveling. Aim King is the last one alive in a 1v1, and he loses it. Oh my God, Hal keeps Solo Leveling up. 4-2.
Wow. I thought Aim King was him for a moment, and he basically was. A 1v3 nearly clutched in, but that was an incredibly heart-pounding round.
We're ramping up, man. Closer and closer to one of these teams getting sent home. Solo Leveling 2 rounds away to winning this whole thing. What are you seeing from the cards right now? Already anything major?
Return to Sender is major. Dragon's Breath also major. Going to be seeing some shotguns and also a lot of returning to Senders. Crazy.
Yeah.
Main band too.
So a lot of the pros say it's very map-centric if Return to Sender is good, right? Because sometimes it works against you, right?
Sometimes you don't want the enemies to be in defender spawn.
Yeah.
Sometimes you don't want the enemies to be in attacker spawn, right? Depends on who grabs it. Right now, it's on the attacker. And to be honest, it's kind of better to go B site with Return to Sender. It's a longer rotation into the spawn compared to A, where you just go through ice.
And it feels like, yeah, like these, at least on the attacking side, you know, whoever kind of controls point has done a good job. It's very hard to retake B, it seems like.
Oh yeah, but check this out. The Return to Sender is also giving DPS First a lot of confidence to push up in the mid because they know they will get out of jail for free. Like API taking out Howl, still in his clone form. Going to be a 5-on-4 situation right now. Is Solo Leveling unable to make use of that Return to Sender just yet. Aim King.
Yeah, elusiveness was big to keep him alive, but oh my God, Bing!
Oh!
God.
The maneuverability of Aim King to just walk in where he's needed. Nunu soloed out. Last member of Solo Leveling stuck in 2 floor. He's kind of smiling. He knows the situation is a little bit crazy.
Yeah, I mean, if you were to win, that would be the best clutch we've seen all tournament, but there's a lot to go here. Looking towards the backside with the My Way, trying to hit the headshot. Does force back the Dex, but still has more people. API gonna go down.
Oh, but he doesn't have a shotgun out just yet. Mid-reload, that's DPS First, trying to keep themselves in for now. 3-on-4, it's close.
I really feel like the Curl is just OP as hell. Like, look at this shot from Bing. Jumping, headshot, how is that even fair?
Yeah, if your crosshair is just, you know, within a 30-kilometer radius of them, that's a bullet hit. There you go.
This is not a pistol, this is a sniper.
It's a sniper, it's a shotgun. I guess you could say it's a cure-all. That's why it's called that.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe that's what the devs are thinking.
Absolutely.
They're like, let's just make it broken because it's called the Curl. Yeah.
Exactly. You need a reason to not use the util pistols, and well, the cure-all is one of those reasons.
Well, we saw the auto pistol as well earlier, right?
Yeah. Again, the Cold Shoulder really only coming out in these Eastern teams, so I love to see that. And actually, it's influencing a lot of the Western teams as well. Where I was talking to a few of the teams yesterday, saying, yeah, we're going to be using this more. It's different on land.
Oh,
again,
really?
Kind of like the difference why Discipline Fever. You know, a little bit of stuff between that. Same sort of situation.
Oh. Looking at the cards here, got Compassion to revive themselves maybe here, because DPS First, I mean, how many of them are below 1 KD?
I'd actually be curious to see. I need to see the tab to see how impactful this is, but that's all right. We see the Eagle Eye. Oh, there we go. Less than 1 KD. We got Liang Zhang, Insane Frog, and API.
So 3.
3 players going to be able to make use of that card. We're going to see Eagle Eyes as well right now.
We can count.
We can count. Math is possible.
Anything is possible if you know how to do algebra. Right?
I don't know how to do algebra.
Oh, same.
That's why I'm in esports.
Yeah. We're big dumb idiots, but we're not dumb idiots when it comes to this game. Flash. Maybe we are actually still. Maybe I am at least. Liang Zhang, though, playing it slow. Smoke's coming out in the mid side. Round slowed down, you know. Everything's sort of relaxing as Solo Leveling, they want to get to that 5th map, right? If they could force at least duels, that'd be crazy. Very aggressive push now from this corner.
Oh, they're forcing a B hit right now, but Axon just crouched around the corner. The grenades to force the push. He misses the first, but he hits the second, hits the third one. It's a trade-off and a lot of damage. Solo Leveling absolutely damaged here. So much health removed from the pool. Look at the back, API. Shield scales triggered, he's over to the sidelines here, still in his clone form. Howl to Boshu, gonna be holding towards the backside. Station to get out of jail for free here, really needs to come up the top there. Good rotation, they can hold out here. They have a lot of utility still for the post plant, which is huge, but so does Liang Zhang.
DPS first walking up, and like you said, Liang Zhang, this guy has been nuts for DPS first. He's gonna have to do it again. Flash came through. Boshu playing a slow boat, a little bit of a pre-fire angle. 20 seconds left for the DPS have to come through. 3 versus 2. DPS first losing 2 members just on Liang Zhang now. Can he be the savior for DPS first? No. Shut down. Solo leveling on map point.
Map point, game point. This could be the moment where the #1 seed of China region, DPS first, gets reduced to top 8.
Thanos snapped potential, but it could be duels, man. Like we've seen that map #1, anything's possible, right? Anything is possible.
We didn't expect it in map 1.
Well, like let's take a look at the Sharn cards here, right? I mean, this is gonna kind of be the difference maker, right? Now or never. Quick reload and security check for DPS first. Is this enough to bring them back in? It looks like you're giving me like a face like no.
Security check helps out a little bit, but that hard rain, it will at least solidify a lot of pressure over towards that A site. And to be honest, DPS first, they haven't been great at B site.
No. Why is that though? It's been a struggle for them. I mean, it just feels like B site, if you can control it, man, it just feels so attacker-sided.
Yeah, I mean, it really depends on your map control, it depends on your mid control, but for now, mid is going to be able to be approached for free by solo leveling here, thanks to that rain shield. Spider coming to play now by Liang Zhang, changing things up just a little bit. They need those fast rotations.
Would you ever use a Spider on attack, by the way? I mean, it's like a slight off topic, but
you used to a lot. You used to see it quite a bit.
Yeah, but he got nerfed, right?
Not necessarily nerfed. People just learn to play around him.
Smokes, mid control now, gained by Solo. Leveling, and they're doing a great job, like I said, taking this control. Aim King's able to get 1 usually, but he's gonna need to get 2.
Oh, he's ready. Tuboshu might need to burn his flash here, but it's Aim King, it's Axon. He's gonna throw the War Zone to clear it out, forcing Aim King away. Aim King shot in the back. API finds one of the solo leveling white. This is huge. Tuboshu backing out, gonna regen that shield. Rain helps his team, gets the refrag. Absolutely wild. It's a 3-on-3 now. As the fight moves in towards B site, we see Cirquet trying to figure out if the converter is gonna be able to make it in towards, but hey, the teleporter is still available. Cirquet might be able to portal in all the way over to A, head to 2 floor. We do still have mid control here for solo leveling. This is possibly the play. Not committed just yet. But if Howl dies here without taking that TP, it could mean that DPS first has been secured. Waiting for the right time. Going in, the teleport. That's going to trigger DPS first to start the rotate early. But no, they're standing stable. They aren't aware of what's to come. They might need to come through the portal themselves.
Well, Dex sent back towards his tail. Gets traded out by Flash. Nice job by him to take control of that spawn. Also leads to the Spider portal, and now in a 2 versus 3. DPS first walks on in. Great push there from the side of solo leveling. They want to finish it off. DPS first now. All on Aim King and Insane Frog. He's able to find 1. Whips out the shotgun now. 2v2. Throws out the Axon grenades. Insane Frog getting rid of the Circuit. Scout down below though towards the B doors, or A doors rather. Walking in with a shotgun. Tuboshu finds 1. DPS first. Aim King! Solo leveling gets it done. Aim King gets shut out. China, luckily they're already home.
Absolutely. They don't have to get on a plane, but they are out of the tournament here. Like we like to say, secured top 8 is solo leveling. The anime arc here in the lower bracket going absolutely wild for the team representing the Hong Kong, Taiwan, Macau region. Beautiful stuff here as solo leveling. They absolutely came back from the brink there. It started with the duels, ended with a victory completely devoid of, well, any need for the 1v1s.
Yeah, and it really feels like DPS first was a crowd favorite, right? I think that everybody's cheering on Insane Frog, Aim King. These guys are amazing players. The talent on DPS first is known, but solo leveling, I mean, they're like, what do you do when they're anime pro tag and they're just like kind of just winning, you know?
Yeah.
Like, but there's still another shot here for, at least in mainland China, we got in the upper bracket. Imaginators still waiting against Last Chance, man. That's going to be exciting.
That's going to be so exciting. And hey, when are we going to get to see that? Potentially.
Oh, I don't know.
Maybe right now.
Maybe right now.
Maybe right now.
Yeah.
But amazing stuff. The scoreline there on that last map being 6-3. I mean, DPS first. They were warm. They were coming into this so strong. And I think coming down the duels, like I said, the duels are a different form, right? And this was so close every time.
Yeah, it was so close every time. And that's because of the fact that, you know, solo leveling, at least after, like you said, map number 1, they sort of found their ground. They found their footing, right? Able to win on Tundra pretty well. It's tough because, I mean, DPS first, they picked that map too, right? Didn't they pick Tundra? So not ideal considering it looked kind of weak, right? A lot of the, you said their B takes were not that good, right? They had odd momentum shifts.
Once you start with the same strategy over and over again, it gets easier to read, especially for solo leveling, where every one of these players has their role. One of those just being needing to know what the strats are, reading the enemy team, and that's why when we saw on the sidelines, right, see King sat in the corner on B door, and he just knows where that war zone needs to land. The ashes to ashes, they all fall down.
Yeah, they all fall down indeed. And man, I can't wait to see the interview. Like, it's just going to be coming up on stage. We're going to see solo leveling. I'm sure feel incredibly excited. They know they're not like the favorite to win the tournament, right? Solo leveling, they're a good team. Don't get me wrong, but nobody's talking about them like they're Imaginators. Nobody's talking about them like their Last Chance. But maybe that's exactly what they needed. Maybe people that doubt them to kind of come back into this tournament.
You need to start at the bottom for solo leveling, right? You got to start somewhere. And honestly, yeah, I'm really excited for the interview because I need to know how they're feeling. I need to know sort of what's going on in their heads right now. And again, like I said, sometimes you're in the lower bracket.
Yep.
What an outlook, and I'm sure that we'll see if they're still having that that sort of ideology now.
I hope so, man. I mean, I imagine they are. Taking a look at the stats, coming back into it, solo leveling, what a tournament it's been so far from them. Get sent into the lower bracket, now coming back to win against DPS first, a favorite to win the tournament. They are out, they're going home, 7th through 8th place for them. And man, that's gotta feel bad considering, you know, they won their qualifiers, the region qualifiers, and we're seen as one of the top teams, not today, not versus solo leveling, who just look phenomenal. Everybody stepping up for their team.
Speaking of solo leveling, can we talk about Tuboshu's return arc? From the bottom of map 1, where Tuboshu realized, I am not performing how well I need to, middle and now top frag. Tuboshu is actually living up to the team's name.
So crazy. It's so crazy how, like, because Tuboshu's mainly playing their Corona, right? So it feels like Corona, like, it can be, it's like an entry fragger position, right? So entry fraggers at points can be inconsistent, right? Because it depends map to map. If you're not hitting your shots, if you're not being able to get those kills.
Tuboshu genuinely had the, wait, I understand it now. I know what to do. It was perfect.
Literally Goku. Literally Goku. Right? That's actually great voice acting. I wish I could be that talented. But solo leveling, like you said, Tuboshu, he had that mental, kind of not lapse. What's the opposite of mental lapse? He had mental reinforcement. Almost.
Absolutely.
Yes. Let's take a look at the highlights, though, man. Amazing matchup we saw there between those two teams. Solo leveling had so many awesome nitro walls as well on the defense, with Flash having his moments earlier on.
Yeah, great stuff there. Tuboshu hitting those shots immediately. You see White as well. This was crazy.
Yeah.
With the util pistol as well. New not getting flashed through the dash. Insane Frog still living up to the name, still being insane, but just not enough for DPS first as solo leveling just continued. This round, honestly, I thought DPS first was locked in here, and taking out 10 Dexes.
Yeah, it's a lot of health to chunk through, because it's what? You got 20, 22, you got to go math, 100 HP to deal with there, right? That's between 5 different members.
Yeah.
So, you know what people say, like, sometimes I wish I could, like, clone my teammates with myself?
Yeah.
Dex, you can do that.
Dex.
You just have 2 of yourself at all times.
It was right here where King sat there 2 rounds in a row, and you can't do that against solo leveling. And I mean, the retakes, they were clean, but there were so many moments where DPS first had the opportunity to, change things up, and they just didn't. And unfortunately for them, that means that they are exited from the tournament a little bit early.
No, yeah, I mean, you don't have, unfortunately, FragPunk, or fortunately for the viewers, right? Because things are so not inconsistent, but because if you win 6 rounds, it's over, right? I mean, other tactical shooters, we got 13, we got 16 rounds. So long that these matches take. Not in FragPunk, man. It's over. Boom. Quick as it starts. We were talking to TickX the other day. He said, yeah, he came to China like 3 days ago.
Yeah.
Said first couple days were super chill, super relaxing. Took a long time. He said tournament day, we were talking about this, it's just over in a snap.
It's done immediately, yeah. Especially like Moxie and I. We prepared so much, we were ready, and then it was 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. Oh.
You blink and it's done. Yeah.
Yeah. So crazy stuff here, and again, an incredible performance by Solo Leveling. Very excited to see them continuing their run tomorrow.
Yep, and I'm excited to see the interview, like you said, with Jaeger on stage, who's been doing a phenomenal job interviewing all of our players, having to translate between English and Mandarin. I don't know how.
It's crazy.
Do you speak multiple languages?
I've done live translations before, and live translation is such a difficult thing, especially when it comes to esports or when it comes to something that's like super in depth. But I haven't done it in years, and I don't plan on continuing.
Yeah, that probably hurts the brain.
Does a little bit.
Luckily, we have ChatGPT or translations.
Yeah,
to do all that nowadays.
Exactly.
But also, I'm looking like an idiot. Like I just like walk around. The makeup people were awesome today.
So good.
They did a great job, first of all. But they were just like, I was like, shit, you know, saying all these Mandarin words and stuff, and they're just like laughing at me the whole time. I'm just like, oh, look at him, he's trying.
Yeah,
he's trying.
Cute American.
It's so fun. The environment here has been great, though. I think in Hangzhou, I think this arena is beautiful. We're getting more and more people coming through as well on day number 2. Can't imagine how things are going to look tomorrow.
Yep.
Feels kind of bad, though, right, for one of the fan favorite teams to be out of the tournament already, but not for Solo Leveling. White taking that MVP. Young guy did so much. This man, tell me about him.
White, just an absolute legend here on just on the stadium. Honestly, in the scrims as well. Crazy stuff.
Yeah. No, this guy's been kind of leveling up to the tournament, like you said. I mean, he's kind of been able to come back and play well, right? Map number 1, I think he had his standout performance on that map with the High Life, and it was a loss, right? Ever since then, I mean, I'm not going to say he was like totally quiet, but it wasn't as like obvious. Like you said, it was his teammates that kind of played very well. But map number 1, and then you can see just pure damage in KD. He was a top player and the MVP of the team for Solo Leveling.
But let's go ahead and check it out with Jaeger on the stage.
先和观众朋友们打招呼。So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and now our players standing here and let him say hello to our audience. 来吧，先打招呼吧。
大家好，我是 Solo Living 的队长牛牛。
欢迎牛牛来到我们的赛后采访。Welcome to the post-game interview first, and 那我先要说一下，刚才这把比赛真的打得如火如荼，两边其实非常的激烈，实力也很相当。但是呢，我们很可惜要和你们的对手说再见了。那么此时此刻，你觉得他们队的整个情况，刚才打下来感觉怎么评价，以及有没有什么话要送给他们 ？Okay, so we see like your two teams are really comparable, and I would like to know how you comment on them and like anything you want to say to them.
因为我们可能没有留下太多的记录，就是打法之类的让他们知道。然后我们上一场比赛状态也不是很好，打法也是有点乱，所以可能是我们改变了一个战术，打他们一个猝不及防。
So to be honest, maybe because we don't have too much recording for them to analyze, and also like yesterday we don't have good status. That's why like they not analyze too much and like. We are just out of their experience, their like imagination. That's why we can get today's winning. Okay, and also, 那我接下来想问一下，刚才其实我们看到你们也是拿出了克隆人这张牌。那我特别想问一下，就虽然说很可惜那把其实没有拿下，但是当时是怎么思量的呢 ？So I would like to know. So because I saw you guys use the clone tag, and I would like to know. So how you guys just consider about this?
那时候我们想用戴克斯的分身去跟他们换血，然后我们也有想过说，他们可能会等我们的分身都掉了再往前推，啊，结果也是这个样子。然后我们当下的沟通也没有做好，然后就输掉了。
Okay, so to be honest, we would like to use this card and using the Dex because Dex is really strong now in the matches. And for there's really a pattern for them. It's because like we have some error in the discussion, and that's why we just lose the game. 那把也是非常可惜，不过没关系，最后还是拿下这把比赛，并且你们也是要进入到下一轮的比赛当中。那我特别想知道接下来。觉得很想遇到的对手是哪支队伍 ？I would like to know because you are going to the next turn and which team you really want to face to.
我们想要遇到 EM 嘛，因为我们当初打训练赛的时候输给了他们，我们想要 再试看看。
报仇回来是吗 ？Okay. So in my opinion, I really want to face to the 1MR because we met each other like in the training mode, and for us at that time we don't have a good like conversation in our team, and also we don't have a good like strategy at that time. And now we change the style, and we would like to challenge them again. 那我们也非常期待接下来你们的表现。那我们只能说加油了，好不好？加油！再次感谢我们来到赛后采访。那接下来时间让我们稍事休息，马上回来。Okay, thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
Ooh, a Prezi. For me.
This is the only thing my dad left me. I have to know what it is. No one better try and stop me.
Kismet! You're late! Tom's about to cut the cake. You there?
Hey, everyone! Happy birthday!
Wow! New friends!
Everything has changed now. You can hardly make out what was here before. Not long ago. What happened to the daylight? Nothing seems to feel right.
Mind if I clash?
I try to understand the lessons to be learned. We get at every turn. I'm hoping that the heart you gave me will be enough to get me there. You taught me what was right.
Ever since the smash up, Kepler's gone nuts.
Oh, the reigns of chaos in the fight to stay alive.
But I've got it handled.
You're lucky you even made it back.
Thanks. I'll show you, freaky.
Oh, let me guess. Homesick.
It's over. Time to play by my rules.
You go ahead, Kismet. I've got a score to settle with Kepler.
Oh, lucky me!
Why does Kepler want this so bad anyway? Can it change the rules of the shard?
Dad. Hands off!
Wow! This is a masterpiece! Wait!
This will decide everything. And nothing.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the FragPunk Global Invitational. My name is Artie. This is Dustin. We are here in Hangzhou, China, and we have just seen the lower bracket start off. 2 teams have gone home. That 7th and 8th place have been taken. But now it's time for the upper bracket finals.
Already, man. I mean, so exciting. This matchup is going to be a banger. It is best of 3, correct?
Yes.
So not a best of 5 yet. That is saving for the grand finals.
Saving for the grand finals, but what we have coming up is a certified banger, as we've got Imaginator versus LC. 2 matches that happened yesterday. Imaginator's match at the very beginning, LC's match at the end of the day. Now coming together here to have an insane clash.
Oh yeah, absolutely going to be hopefully the best match we've seen so far, but obviously Imaginators feel confident. I mean, this team full of absolute studs, right? Constantly being able to carry themselves through this tournament at a very high level. Maybe they aren't the second best team out of China, right? Maybe they are the first, even though the seeding says otherwise.
Yeah, there is a lot of discussion whether or not they've been sandbagging in scrims, whether or not they've been, putting on the line. LC, though, they've been showing it all since the very beginning, and they definitely needed it all yesterday.
Yeah, I know. You know what's funny is that we were talking to Vico, the player for LC. He was talking about how he barely even slept the last 2 days. He could not close his eyes. He said he was doing all of that on adrenaline. Last night he saw me in the halls. He's like, okay, finally I was able to get sleep. So maybe we'll see a new Vico, which is crazy because I think he was already one of their best players, if not the best player for Last Chance. But taking a look at that matchup, oh my God, are they just smurfing?
Oh, absolutely.
Imaginator 2.12 KD, that's not real, no?
Crazy stuff, but the average damage, though, does sort of betray that KD stat. We look at Nico as well. 2,000 average damage.
He's so good with these lineups, right? On Kismet, on any character with nades, blasters, he's the guy that you probably would want to watch if you're like a new player and wanting to learn lineups.
I mean, I'll say this. We have seen so many of these players here in the MVP stats where it's Dex, it's Pathogen, Dex, Pathogen. Look at Vico. We've got Kismet and Broker, 2 Agent, 2 Lancers you never see inside the stat lines.
No, yeah, because they're more niche picks like Broker, and then on the other side for Wind, Hollow Point. You mentioned out earlier when we see stuff like Cure Shot and stuff, some different changes are coming through, but we're going to take a look at the stage as both teams walk out. Jaeger, take us away.
5街外狂潮国际友谊赛全球总决赛的现场，我是主持人亚哥。Welcome to 2025 FragPunk Global Invitational. This is Jaeger and welcome again. 现在我们即将进行的是双败淘汰赛胜者组的决赛，让我们有请出阵双方，有请 EM2 战队。Now we are going to start the upper bracket finals in the double elimination, and let's welcome EM2. 下面有请出他们的对手 Last Chance. Now let's welcome their opponent, Last Chance. 好的，两边战队的选手都已经准备就绪，接下来可以进入对战席准备。Okay, so all the players now you can enter to the arena and prepare for battle. 请我们2位主理人稍事留步。好的，现在我们要再次交换我们的碎片卡，来看一下这次写的是什么。So what's on your card? Show us.
So I did
exchange later. Okay.
Yeah, I did my friend there. It's you yesterday. Good looking boys, and I say good looking for a defeat. That's the translation. Yeah, I think it's good. What do you think? Good.
有点无奈的笑，但是还是其实很开心，收到了一份礼物。这上面呢也是给我们薛总昨天特别帅气的做了一张画送给我们的薛总。Okay, so 我们也来看一下这边，薛总，哎呀，说到刚才那幅画，我就想问问，有没有什么话要对刚才这把 DF 的兄弟们说一说吗？
DF 刚才那把呢打得有点紧张，但是我想说的是，今天的失败是为了明天的成功。
我们也来看一下，那我们薛总来给我们夫妇准备的是什么呢？
欢迎参加我们的冠军晚宴。
Welcome to our after party for the championship。其实两边既是很友好，但是也可以闻出这把的火药味。Thank you, you guys can prepare for battle。那现在他们也可以进入我们的对战期准备了。到底哪支战队可以拿下这把比赛？让我们一起拭目以待。好的，接下来我们即将进行的是双败淘汰赛胜者组的决赛，就让我们把画面交还给解说席。Now we are going to start the game and let's move on to our casters.
Thank you so much, Jaeger. Amazing stuff as always. Seeing those teams come out, see the tension between the captains now. Yesterday it was all good vibes and just like great stuff, and now it's like, hey, you know, good, still good vibes, but tension.
It's getting real spicy in the kitchen, and you know you don't like spice, but today I think you do. I mean, I think everybody is absolutely not unallergic to what's happening on stage. I mean, we're gonna get a nice best out of 3. Teams both getting set up for that 1v1 duel.
Absolutely, and hey, again, upper bracket. It is going to be getting closer and closer to the big stuff tomorrow, but still a lot on the line right now.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, these teams have secured themselves $20,000 minimum, right? Top 3 at the very minimum, but it's not that much better, honestly, to get second place. It's only another $5,000. They need to win the whole thing to get that 40K.
Yep.
Both teams want to cement themselves into that potential for the grand finals, and that's going to be tomorrow, right? Obviously, today, though, you need to win here and now, and especially if you win right now as well, you give yourself even more time to prepare, right? More rest to get ready, because a lot of these teams, I mean, not that they're jet lagged or anything, but there is some time you want probably in between matches just to relax, you know, experience Hangzhou, just be able to get ready and maybe just vibe out, but not today, right? Today's going to be all business for both teams.
Exactly. I mean, you can make the argument that, yeah, it's better to, you know, go from the lower bracket because you're going to be warmer and have all this stuff. In FragPunk, though, honestly, I don't think that's going to make a difference. A lot of these teams here, they just want to have that stability. They want to know I don't have to worry about getting knocked out later. I just want to set up for tomorrow. I'm going to sleep in. I'm going to stay at that hotel breakfast for as long as I can until they get me out.
That's what I wanted to do today, until I realized our bus was about to leave.
Yeah.
I don't have to talk about that.
I couldn't imagine missing the bus.
No, I couldn't either.
I couldn't either.
Couldn't either.
I will say, Chad, have you ever had the fried milk in China?
Oh my, he's bringing up the fried milk.
It's so good.
He's bringing up the fried milk again. It is pretty fire, I won't lie. The milk is also just good in general. I don't know. I'm not a big milk guy usually.
Not a big milk guy?
No, I'm a big milk guy. Today, lapping it up like a cat. Yeah. I don't know what you're...
Big milk guy.
Big milk guy here.
Milk guy.
Big chug guy here as well. I'm glad. You know, I'm surprised the Chinese caster isn't coming over trying to steal it back.
Straight up, I did not expect to keep this here.
No.
Like, it's kind of crazy.
Every time it is our only prop, and it doesn't matter. It's the best prop. It is the #1 thing we could possibly have on this desk.
It's crazy. And, yeah, I mean, we're about to jump into the match here, and, you know, we'll say hi to Chug later on. But for now, getting ready to see the 1v1s and figure out who is going to, you know, take the first map, pick a ban.
Yep, and it's just one. I know this is like a debated thing, right? It matter, like it's hard to you know, fight for this exactly, because you just do one life, one death, right? It's as simple as that. Is Chenmo going to be chosen, and on the other opposite sides, it will be Vico on the Corona, both running at each other, and it's easy for 1MR.
Wow, I mean, 2 clashing ideologies for the Corona. 1 flash and dash and 1 damage reduction via the Warzone ashes to ashes.
Outplayed, yeah.
Outplayed, out-aimed, clamped down.
Clamped down. Name of the game, name of the gun, name of Imaginators W. They get to pick the map that we're playing on first, and they get priority side.
Okay. I'm gonna be overcooking here, right? Okay. This is me funneling in and looking straight out.
Are you gonna try to predict every single map played here?
If Imaginators knows all the stuff that I know about how the teams from the West are picking maps, they will pick Naus. They will do it. If Imaginators...
I thought you were actually gonna cook something.
No, could you imagine?
Look at his glasses, by the way.
Oh wow. Oh, there's a. Oh man, that's Zotriv in the middle. I love Zotriv so much. An absolute goat. You guys coming from
Hi.
FragPunk. Hello, everybody. Oh wow, I love all the vibes here. Everybody's just all together.
Soy vibing. Dude, he's such an interesting guy. You told me that Soy was saying some things to you or something in the hall, or just a vibey guy?
He's a vibey guy.
A vibey guy.
Absolutely vibey guy. All the members of LC as well. Absolutely love him. Liftnix, my absolute goat. Ape here, their coach as well.
And obviously, they're deciding the maps. This is actually hilarious to see. I think it's just super cool to see that, you know, both teams and their top players coming through, picking that first map, picking out the bands, discussing with our comp ops team, who have been doing a phenomenal job so far. And I'm curious what Imaginary get to pick, because it is a big deal, right, to get that first map choice and map priority on side.
No matter what it is, I know that Shala is picking the correct options for his team. I see Vico, deep breath, deep sigh.
What is the incorrect option then? If they're picking the correct option, what would be the incorrect option? What map do you not want?
Chat, say it with me. Black Market.
I'm
done.
No, it's not. You just jinxed it, man. It's happening. People love. So listen, I feel like Black Market is, like I was talking to you, Black Market, super fun game to play, super fun map to play. There's a little bit of discrepancy between that and the pro play. It just feels like it's so, I mean, figured out at the pro level, right? It just seems like it's a map that everybody's so practiced on, as they can see themselves in the camera. LC coming through, eh? Nice.
Love them so much.
He's doing a tier. He's doing a tier emote for Imaginators.
Oh yeah, I mean, because they'll be crying after this.
Yeah.
They don't get to stay at the hotel breakfast is late tomorrow.
No, they would have to go super early.
Yeah, assuming that the French regional team is going to be able to make it out of here
But
alive.
Imaginator, like, they are such a confident team that we talked about before, right? They said in the matchup leading into their upper bracket semifinals game, they're like, yeah, we're studying for the next opponent.
Yeah.
Don't even care. And you can see exactly why versus the Russian team in that upper bracket earlier on. Now we get Imaginator versus Last Chance, like you said, China versus France or Europe in general, because the LC guys have a lot of players from different nationalities and from different regions. They changed that rule, right? 2 days before the qualifiers, you can bring in other players rather than just French nationality.
I mean, I gotta say, both of these teams, this match means a lot, because today we saw the other China regional team get taken out. We saw the other team coming from Europe get taken out. There is a lot on the line for both of these teams to keep it moving forward for their respective regions.
You know what the funny thing is? I think Vico is also qualified for both any Chinese team and also LC. We were talking to him in the hallway. He was like, yeah, if I didn't make LC, if it wasn't going to join that team, they actually asked me to join their team.
Yeah, as a sub.
As a sub. They were like, we'll just replace somebody, just hop on.
Yeah.
They're just like, Vico could play for either the French team or the Chinese team because he's that good.
He's also like quadrilingual as well, like smartest guy.
Yeah, what did chat?
He's the
on
smartest
no
guy in the
sleep.
stadium. On no sleep.
No sleep.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Although he didn't know what melatonin was, so I mean, we had to walk him through that.
We had to walk him through that. A lot of discussion behind the scenes. But now coming into this one, Last Chance. It's their last chance to kind of move forward on that grand finals in the upper bracket. And, you know, they only get that second map pick, so it's going to be tough, right? They don't really get a lot of decisions. It's huge to be able to win that duel, and it's only one life as well to win it, right?
Yeah. Predictions, maps. What's the maps? 3 maps.
I don't have any predictions. I think we're going to see Black Market.
Now Saket.
Now Saket, Dianchan, or whatever. No.
Dongtian.
Saying all the names.
I think we could get Dongtian. Here.
I don't think so. We haven't seen much Yggdrasil since day one, right? The very beginning.
We saw Yggdrasil day one. Yep.
Yeah. At the very beginning of the day.
I don't think we see Yggdrasil. I don't think. No. I mean, I don't think in general, but I don't think we see Yggdrasil.
Why is that? I mean, the map it's not really played that much here so far in the tournament. It's seen as much play as maybe some of the lesser chosen ones.
It is tough in the sense that you can just get shut out so much. There's a lot more potential for outplays in the very beginning, and it's harder to just come back. Whereas other maps, we can back up, we can rotate, we can do this. Yggdrasil doesn't happen as much. It's the same reason Naus gets banned, and I just really hope.
Get screwed over today, man. We're going to see Yggdrasil coming up in Mount number 1. Well, it's interesting that we actually are seeing that. Outpost being banned, Black Market going through. It's the decider, though. It's the decider, right? So, won't be seen first.
Right? I could cry.
Well, you could, but you're not gonna, are you?
No.
Okay, I was gonna say, you make me feel bad. Like, every time you do that puppy dog face, like, yeah, don't do that. Make me sad, dude. Don't Don't do that. Tundra, though, going to be the second map. We love Tundra, I think, so far. It's been
do.
exciting. And we saw in that last one, right? Map number 3 on Decider. A lot that goes into that map. And I think LC as well, they're very good at Tundra. And there's a reason they picked it, right?
And I gotta say, I think Black Market as the last map is actually a lot better than as the first map. Because when you're on map 3, you're gonna be a lot more slow. When it's map 3, you're gonna go crazy slow, take the pace a lot different. Yggdrasil map 1 actually could be pretty good, but again, it is going to be a very difficult LC. Choosing to go out as defense first definitely makes a lot of sense.
Oh yeah, absolutely makes a ton of sense. And Yggdrasil should be fun. I think it's gonna be the first time, at least for me, casting it. So on the main stage, that is. And Imaginator, I think this team is kind of just the similar situation as solo leveling, but they started at the peak. They started at the peak. They just were dominant. We'll see if they're actually challenged today against Last Chance, who have kind of done a similar thing, right? But they did struggle day number 1.
Yeah.
The other Chinese team, they sent them into the lower bracket earlier.
Yeah, and it was a big run up. It was a very tough 3 maps there. They were very tired, but we were able to sit down with them last night for some food. Yeah, pick their brains a little bit.
A long time.
They seem confident.
They do seem confident.
If a little tired.
If a little tired, for sure. Yeah, but it's so funny because of this tournament. Like everybody's so wholesome. Like behind the scenes, like we can kind of just walk downstairs, go into the caster like green room area, and then we can also see like the player practice rooms. And they're just like, hey, come on in during the games and stuff. And I'm just like, I feel like as a player, I'd be pissed off. I'd be like, dude, these casters need to get the heck out of my hair.
No, I'm just in there. Like, Conquest right there, Avengers right down there. Dude, like yesterday, I was feeling kind of hungry. I walked over, said hi to DMS, Recreate and the boys. They're so nice. And they're like, yeah, here, have some pizza. Have some. They are so kind. Everybody here. Other esports, I get egoed. And it's like, oh, that's just the caster. Everybody in the FragPunk scene is so down to earth, especially the team captains.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the team captains are wonderful. I think everybody's downstairs. I think it's the coolest thing. I mean, I brought it up again, how the fact that they're in those boxes.
Yeah.
Vibing downstairs. It's like a real battle royale right now. And everybody, all representation from each region just gets to sit there and watch.
Exactly. They're right behind us. Hi, Dance. He's going to see that in like 30 seconds. It's going to be great.
Does he have his mics on? Did he mute us?
I have no idea. We'll find out later. But, great stuff.
Tens, if you hear me, if your chat hears me, make sure you guys gift me a sub, Dogman.
That's crazy.
Gift me a sub.
Do that.
Gift me a sub right now. Also, make sure to check us out on twitch.tv/FragPunk.
Yeah, exactly. Twitch.tv/FragPunk.
And watch all of our co-captains as well. Might as well.
But that's the thing is, you can't just do that. You can't just self-promo.
Why not?
I can't believe you did that.
No, I'm not shouting on my stream.
I would never do that.
I just want $5. Okay, listen. I'm not asking for people to come watch my stream up my concurrent viewers.
You just want $5.
I just want to sub emotes, bro.
Yeah.
But I don't want to buy them myself.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
There you go. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Good stuff. I like it.
Oh. Anyway, coming into this already is just cracking the heck up.
We're surviving out here.
Yeah, we're thriving. We're surviving. We're thriving. It's the last game for us. Next up, after this series, we're going to have Moxie and Seb to carry you on through for the rest of the day. And I'm sure you guys are excited to get rid of myself. Of us, yeah. And now we're going to enter first map, Yggdrasil. I'm excited for this one. I think Yggdrasil is a super fun map to watch, and nighttime as well.
Again, the ban lines are going to be so different between these two teams. Seeing these guys come up against one another is going to be completely different to anything we've seen so far. Phantom B-Site being banned out by Imaginator, that's not a normal ban for coming out of this. Nobody even picked Superfly. Holistic Dedison getting through here is wild. That's all 5 points going in towards it. So I'm surprised to see that even make it through. Surprised to see it on the first round.
Yeah.
Already off to a good start.
Well, let's see. Here it is, guys. The upper bracket finals, man. I mean, we are one step closer to one of these teams making that grand final, cementing themselves at least in that top 2. A legendary team in FragPunk's history. Here we go.
Cementing their position in the big game tomorrow, but it all starts here. Imaginators, we once again have some deck scouts scouting one another over to A site. Only one of them will make it out. Circat, station, we find some information, and Win GX, he is gonna, miss a shot there, but he keeps his life. Both of them do.
Keep that life indeed, and Imaginator walking up, sent back is that Dex early on, -3 HP, but he's still alive. Meanwhile, a blaster grenade perfectly hit from Misaki. Nico gonna fall down. Here comes an aggressive play by Chenmo to try to trade it, but no. Husker able to get that elimination onto the Axon player. Now we are all tied up 4-4.
Fusker is just different today. Straight up.
This is my favorite skin, by the way. I just want to point that out.
Oh, 100%. I love the skin there. With GX clears the space out here. Xiaola takes out Fusker. A big pick, to say the least. Tykex, unfortunately, not able to grab out the frags. Imaginator brings it down. Just a singular player of LC remaining. An Imaginator near flawless round.
And I am getting more and more convinced that the Clampdown is the best gun on LAN. I mean, that was insane. Everybody using it. Wasn't any shark cards committed towards like helping it.
Yeah.
It just dominated.
Absolutely. And it's just that rate of fire on absolutely zero latency.
Oh, yeah. It's making a huge difference. Obviously, a lot of my way enjoyers as well on the European side. So that difference that you talked about earlier.
Honestly, I haven't even seen that many disciplines. It's mostly just a backup once you get rid of the my way.
Yeah. No, that makes sense to me. And now, coming into the shark cards, gonna have community healthcare. LC, though, having a lot still in their bank because Imaginator are the only ones that picked the shark card last round, right?
Yeah, 100%. Interception going to be come through as well. It's basically like bigger and badder, but for the enemy team, and allows you to shoot them out. So it's going to be huge here, possibly indicating a slower round setup. But Soul Cairn in play. Imaginator definitely cooking something.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And now, starting out here. Some tornadoes coming through early on towards this choke to smoke it off and let it pop as soon as the doors open. Through the vents as well, venting like a hit game. Not going to say the exact game, but the sus imposter is lurking. I'll tell you that much. And now LC, early spammage coming through. Low targets in the fact that Chenmo is down to 40 HP, maybe forcing out some heals from the pathogen.
Potentially, but like I said, slower start to this round. Stay slow. Chen Momo gonna heal up. So is Xiaola to the sideline, making sure the team doesn't need any extra support from the sideline. With Imaginator as they slowly work their way up over to the A site. Also, we'll have a little bit of extra information to B.
Round number 2, LC. They play this, it's very slow on their attack. Already up 1 is Imaginator on their attack, rather. Minute left to go on the clock. This hit will eventually come, but looks like LC's playing patient, just kind of scamming things out through the smokes, making sure that no space is gained for free. They do have that spider teleport that you talked about earlier. They've been able to rotate via that so often.
Oh, Chen Momo looks like he's getting ready to collapse in on a decision as the converter makes its way over to A side. LC though, they're ready. Look at this beautiful side by LMS. And yeah, the interception is going to allow them to get a lot of information of where this is coming, slowing down a lot of that utility, making it a lot harder for Imaginator to enter in. But LC knows that if they die, that Soul Cairn is going to make it a lot easier for Imaginator to continue snowballing in. Flash and dash, the war zone's on the ground, but Zaki can't find more than one.
Can't find more than one. Traded zone out from Zik, but no. Vico down to the 1v1, has to go for that reload real quick, ducking back around, and he does it. Last chance with 3 members of the team, get it done, tied up, 1-1.
Wow, Zeke versus Vico. Crazy end to that, and now, yeah, 1-1 tied up. Look at this flash, the dash, and it just made it so difficult when just none of the utility that they threw out actually landed anywhere.
No, it doesn't. Yeah, I mean, that was a big deal moving forward. Now we're going to go to the shark cards as they select them, and it's quick, man. We're going round to round, all tied up between these two. Absolute massive, colossal teams in this scene. FragPunk is a new and growing esport, but both Last Chance and Imaginator have kind of cemented themselves already in towards that top sector in the entire world.
Absolutely. And right now these cards coming in are making it very easy for LC to collapse in on Imaginator here. Time-saving skill, we're going to be reducing the timer little by little. Sprint fire as well, going to make it a lot easier for LC to gain space. But for Imaginator, that swift support is going to be the perfect counter. Rotations going to be coming in clutch here.
Yeah, I love that card. I mean, we saw so many exciting plays yesterday with the super jump. Alongside that, countering return to sender. Today, a little bit different with these new cards in play. Now, Vico, just kind of sitting towards here, but you don't usually see these fights kind of take place until about a minute has passed. Oh, never mind. Wind missing the shot. The high life smoked out as well. Did they walk through it as well with the Carol? Looks like the answer was yes. Sent back is that Dex.
Oh yeah, and look at the timer, already down on 1 minute and 15 remaining is, well, every single player using unreclaimable skills is eating away at Imaginator's timer here. So right now it does look like Corona has the best move up there as Asaki's closer to the site, but look how many players of LC are waiting. It's just mid, and the contact explode is about to happen.
Waiting for that Serpent smoke to go away. Now here they come. Blocking off that doorway as well with the Pathogen. Now they're ready to drop down Chenmo. How does he want to do this right? He's just watching, breaking, making sure they can walk on through. Breaking it now, and Asaki, though, went down to pickaxe earlier on towards an aggressive push towards B main, and now Vico as well with another one. I mean, this man, after getting some sleep, is starting to kind of dominate, though, on the low ground. Or on the high ground, rather. Windex able to get one. Now drops back, has the converter. But they are now in a 2 versus 4 versus LC. Chenmo trades it back, makes it a 2 versus 3, and now 1 versus 3 for Wind. Dropping down Vico on the flank. He couldn't hear him. Takes him out. Going up now, his last chance.
Even if he made that happen, the timer was already gone. And that's the thing about this card is once you get so low, all you got to do is the team that has the card, you just drain that timer out all the way. It's so punishing if you don't respect it, as are so many of the shard cards here in FragPunk.
Absolutely. No, I love how you phrase it. I think these shard cards have impacted the last round, but actually, right? Like, you really mean it when they actually track down that clock. It makes a huge deal. And now coming into the shard cards this round, what are you noticing? Full moon on the table?
Yeah, full moon going to be huge here.
We'll take a look at the rest of them. I mean, it goes so fast, right? Like,
I can turn around and see them.
Turn around, check it out.
Yeah, we got
it's in Mandarin though.
It's in Mandarin, but that's fine. So full mags.
Full mags.
Yep. So that's going to be huge, especially we see there full firepower. Quick charge. Oh, compassion. And for Imaginator, we'll see once we get those scores up, how many players are going to be able to use that extra damage. But every 7 seconds, you're going to get more shard points. So Imaginator want this to be a long round.
Absolutely.
Only 2 players going to be actually taking advantage of Oh Compassion.
Really?
Chen Momo, Xiaola.
It's going to be a long one. This is what happens when you save for the future, you know? You make other people lose out.
What do we lose now, though? We're gaining
more
FragPunk.
Exactly. You're right. Gaining more clock, but also you can kind of bait you, right? Because the idea is, like you said, to kind of wait, live as long as possible.
They're already all the way up. The yard secured. I'd say that's the best deck skin ever as well, with the it's got a shotgun in the back. Chenmo already out! Fushker, he's good for 2 as he just clears it out. Anybody maneuvering over towards the A site in mid. Absolutely dominated there, finally taken away. But what cost Sasaki and Windex, but Sasaki gets one, it's traded out. It's a 2-on-2.
2-on-2 to Saki. Great job to trade that back through. LMS on that flank, though, able to find one. Healing from Lifnix. Here comes the dash push by Isaki, who has been crucial for Imaginator. Currently has a 4-2 KD. Drops that converter down with the full moon. They walk in. Push. Are they aware of it? Oh, yes, they are. Oh, my God. Wind, are you kidding me?
What just happened? The ability to just, okay, hey, I'll just put this on my back. I'll just do this by myself. Xiaola coming in and removing the thorn in their side as the rest of the team just collapses in for exactly what they need.
I'm only running Clampdown now. I'm coming back to rank. I'm literally gonna make Clampdown 1 trick after seeing this.
I'm gonna go back to Hawaii. My 90 milliseconds of ping and that Clampdown not gonna feel nearly as good as it does here.
Oh, I forgot about that part. But you know what? They said this in general. In the regional qualifiers, a lot more Clampdowns on the East, right, than we did see in Europe and in America.
Wow. Okay, Imaginator definitely had a lot of shard points there. Look at
this round, what the heck? These cards!
Every single card, basically.
And they're insane cards too, right? Like, this is crazy, no?
Bigger bombs, and guess who? Oh my God.
And choke. Yes. This might be like the craziest round I think we've seen yet. I mean, piercing bullets.
Yeah, piercing bullets, scanner as well, jump shot expert.
Okay, does Guess Who actually even do that much though? Like,
yes.
Okay.
Yes, Guess Who. I mean, especially once it's like coming down to like the wire, you have these situations where everybody's so close. There's 3 people all just pushing into the same site. Target acquisition could become an issue.
Right. By the way, just real quick, side topic. Love the third-person perspective. Seeing that charge up, he did a very aggressive push. Coming on through, invisibility though, so he's able to back on out of there.
Wow, Beautiful use of Kismet. Fusker, he actually makes use of it. He takes out Chen Momo as well. Chen Momo, a huge impact yesterday. Now, 1 in 5. Windex. What? So does Asaki. Oh, the choke going crazy.
Okay, you know what? Everything is sort of shifted for me now in a 1 versus 4. We'll talk about it in a second. I think choke might be the strongest card in the game. Like, that is ridiculous. The shotguns being able to turn into snipers, like you said, like that is insanely OP.
Yeah, just insanely.
How do you react to that? Like, you just get one shot from across the map.
You react to it by going to the spectate screen. Windex about to peek to the side, and unfortunately, because of the choke, well, all of the bullets basically touched into his skull. Let's go.
That is some hype dudes for sure. But I mean, I just don't know. Like, how do you react to that? It just feels like that card can absolutely shift the tides. That might be my new favorite card, the strongest card in the game, I think, for me.
Absolutely. We didn't even
it's
get
only
to
4
see,
costs too.
Yeah, we didn't even get to see an opportunity where Guess Who even made an impact because everybody just died so quick. I don't even think that Imaginators got to shoot.
Oh, that's they just don't. You can't. Like, what do you do, man? But you know what? Switching sides now.
Yeah.
Imaginator down 2-3.
Already.
These games are so fast. It's kind of sad how quick these games kind of go because, you know, compared to other tag shooters, like other tag shooters can last like an hour for matches. We got 20 minutes, like at most, it feels like.
It's a good pace.
Yeah.
It's the best pace, especially my ADHD brain needs to fidget and focus on a lot of stuff. So knowing...
Yeah, I see you looking over at chat during the games.
I'm not looking at chat.
Oh, you know what I'm talking about. Chat, tell me he's beautiful right now.
But no, I mean,
Technical
seriously,
timeout.
so many things to focus on. You have the shard cards,
right.
You have all the different Lancer interactions. The fact that the economy is just based on those shard cards and you're thinking about the game in a completely different way. I mean, if it was money and you're trying to like grab money, like maybe it's like a little bit easier, but think about shard points. You think about, oh, if I get assist here and I use this thing, I get more shard points and I could do more with it. And then, hey, I don't even know what cards are going to come up next round. And my brain always has something to do. And then also you have the cosmetics with the knives and you have all these different things and all the inspects, all the skins. I love it.
Yeah, I want to see future skins coming through because like you mentioned, I mean, there's so many good skins in this game, weapons-wise, skin-wise. Make sure to play the game. Check them out. Check out our store. I'd rather, you know what? I might have to drop a little bit of cash when I get back home on the Kismet skin.
Oh yeah, I mean, my favorite thing that got me to drop a bunch of cash on this game was the fact they gave you so many bonus. There was the
in-game currency.
Yeah, you buy enough in-game currency, you just get a bunch of bonus for the first run through.
I still need to bet as well. It's too late though now to bet and actually progress my battle pass because we're too busy casting. So it's like when do you bet?
Yeah, I haven't logged into my own account. I only logged into the accounts of the PCs here. So unfortunately,
we're missing out, man. We're missing out. So make sure you take advantage on FragPunk.com on the Global Invitational tab.
Yep.
If you want to get betting. Make sure to follow us on every social media, on TikTok, YouTube, Twitch, every single platform. We are live for the English broadcast with myself.
I was catching the TikTok stream yesterday.
Oh, you were?
It was great.
It was a good vibe?
Chat was pretty active. A lot of people seeing the game for the first time.
I've never used TikTok live streams before.
It's pretty good.
Okay, maybe I got to check that out. Maybe Boomer call is going to come through. LC, though, up 3. Now moving on to attack. One of these teams is going to get into that grand finals. Obviously, we're only in map number 1 in this best of 3. Chubb coming out.
Chubb. My Chubb enjoyers, rejoice. Chat.
You kind of look like him sometimes.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We have the same shirt.
What do you think about this nitro wall setup, too, towards the back of the point? I feel like it's very common on the edges.
It is very common. The head glitch is there, but Asaki doesn't need to use the head glitches yet. He's going to be marking there with Chug also here on our desk, but with double duty, looking out towards a main. Asaki, though, getting hit. Oh, they knew exactly where it was. It's Vico.
On the Kismet, man. He had the perfect lineup. LMS now comes on through. Gao Li gonna fall down, and Converter Plant coming through with the heals as well. Everybody sort of holding this objective. Early engagement by Chenmo. No way. Gets it done by himself. He doesn't have his team with him. Comes through the vents and takes out LMS. What a pick to bring them back into it potentially.
4 on 3, but here comes Chum and Chomper, ready to make an impact with Vico. Able to walk on the wild side and get out of there. All the way back out in A main, but this is a tricky spot to hold the converter from, especially given the fact that, well, all of that util come through. See a lot of marking coming through right now. They know there's going to be one coming for short.
Yeah, I think he's looking towards that like short cat in that situation. Oh my God! Somehow, someway, Imaginator against the odds, right? They were in a 3 versus 4, turned it into 2 players still alive. Chenmo alive alongside Wind, who is playing phenomenal this map, tying it up.
I cannot believe that, but imagine
popping off this map.
Yeah, every single moment it's been Wind. I mean, we're looking for Chenmo mode again, as activated as was yesterday. We got a bunch of shots here. You got 2 kills, but still, Wind. It's Wind.
Cool, calm, and collected over there as well.
He didn't even act like he got any kills.
No. Wish I was that cool.
Job done.
That's not us, but here is a little bit of shard card play. It might be another big round as we see 4 invested. What's your take so far?
I like anti-healing bullets coming through here. Projectile scan, though, going to be huge for LC. Not only going to be using that Axon, get those nades, get some scans, but also Nitro, of course. Yes. Every bullet coming out from Chug Chug.
Every bullet coming out from Chug Chug indeed, and now coming on through.
Wait, and combine that with Phantom A-side as well? There's going to be absolutely no way that Imaginators can hold on.
No way indeed.
Wait,
no.
They'll just get scanned.
Slowly walking up now. 3-3 tied up. Was that a dash into the door?
Unfortunately, he just banged his forehead against
No damage from that, though, sadly.
He's just like me, for real.
You know, at the highest level, sometimes you can do goofy stuff. Here's that.
The scans. The wall hacks coming through right now. That's what I love.
Does it result in anything, though? Here comes that scan, like you mentioned. Liftnick's coming through with the shotgun. Moving Zhao Li. Coming on through in the smoke now. Saki still holding it off. And oh my God, Vico tracked down Chenmo, who's going aggressive, but it doesn't matter. Saki's there again. Husker able to trade it back now in a 2v2 towards the point. The heals are here for Liftnick, who walks up with a shotgun. Sick going down now in a 2v1. It's just on Wind, who's played phenomenal so far. But what are you doing? Axon is, as ridiculous as that character is, man. Going 4-3 now. Last chance. Go up in the match.
Wild. Every round here is a banger. And again, when you have these cards that interact so well, where you've got Phantom A-Sight, you have the projectile scan here. Yeah, I imagine it had a chain reaction, but it just can't do that much.
Man, beautiful work. And I love these tanks towards this site right now as LC kind of just keeps committing towards
Melon Ryan.
It's going through, man. I underestimate this card. I feel bad. I'm sorry Melon Ryan's bound down to the Melon Ryan's guns because we have HUD Remix and King of Eggs getting banned and not Melon Ryan's this time. Feels like this card, like you said before to me in the behind the scenes, right, this card is insane, right?
But here's the thing, is that LC is somewhat countering it with muscle weakness. Projectiles, including thrown Melon Rhymes, won't go as far. Now, it's not going to be that crazy, but still, you know, their muscles are weak.
Muscles are weak, just like me, IRL. Haven't been to the gym yet, by the way, since coming to China.
I went the first day, and then I had muscle weakness.
That's who we didn't have 5 mappers, or 3 mappers on game number 1 for you.
Yeah.
I think, maybe because of your muscle weakness, you jinxed it.
Absolutely. Imaginator, though, they're holding a very aggressive press up. Oh, Shala, he knows. Oh, but scam by the hello goodbye. Give it away, it's set back.
I like how he's got the resolver, and because of that, he just whips out the cure-all. Just like using it like a primary.
Yeah.
Ridiculous that that pistol is as good as it is. Meanwhile, Vico towards the choke. Doesn't even matter. Fusto on the other side of the map, able to take down Wind, who has been phenomenal. Chen, though, again. Oh my God, the resolver shot from Zhao Li. Traded out the nades from Vico again. His utility, probably the best we've seen in the tournament incoming. Oh, LMS gets tracked down by Saki. Traded back and forth. Sick on another one. So right now, it's just on Vico in a 1 versus 2.
Incredible. But he actually makes it out to be able to make it way over to B site here. Imaginator, they're going slow. They don't want to go too early here, but wait, Vico.
I mean, he's got the converter because it's down, right?
Got to get the converter
He gets both heals. Oh, it's only shard points. Never mind this time. What decides that, by the way? If it's a treasure or a heal? Oh! To the vents! What a sus guy. 4-4 now.
4-4. Unapologetic RNG. That's what decides it.
I see.
Yeah.
I see.
Incredible.
I feel like earlier on in round,
the melons.
Earlier on in round, it turns into like treasure.
Yeah. No, it's just random.
It's just pure. Why do I always get the heal when I don't need it? Anyway.
The Melons.
The Melons. 4-4 now, man. What an intense series between these two absolute juggernauts. 9 points available for LC. Obviously, in the advantage they are. Lot of cards. Pretty much every card surely going to be used here, right?
Yeah, I think they got enough left over to go for swap here. I think they do it. No? Well, unfortunately, swap does kind of play against you a little bit as well. Yeah, they're going to go all the way out for the other side of things. Expert juggler, security check, large bounty. Security check going to be vital for allowing them vents control and continue their suspect movements.
Yeah, I think the chat's going to start hating us for mentioning the hit game, Us of a Month. I don't know what else we can say for this. Like the astronauts, I want to keep referencing it. I don't care.
Yeah,
it's probably, this is a dead meme. They know they're boomers because of it, but now here comes the pathogen wall to slow down this push. Not a last chance. They've already lost one member of the team in Lifnix.
Oh yeah, but as we come up to the first push there, Painful Motivation gonna allow Imaginator to just completely come back through. Snowballing back from it. Asaki and Shaola, they're just too different. Imaginator, they've secured at least the duels.
That's amazing. Imaginator get it done with the Resolver. I mean, just a beautiful movement, positioning. The only thing we've seen Asagi actually even use that Resolver in a situation like that before, right? I think he's been able to usually be the entry fragger. So the Resolver just absolutely goes crazy.
Yeah. Resolving a lot of their situations, that's for sure. But hey, not out of the running just yet. They're going to need to lock in this next round. LC still has a chance to send this into a duel. No need to worry about Tariff because this is the last round of regular Shard Clash. We get to see Hyperkinetic Bolt's a powerful strike. Again, a lot of damage is going to be pushing the attackers back. A battle hardened is going to increase their damage dealt as they take.
Nobody even bothered with Tariffs, by the way, because it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Who cares? Still a lot on the board, though, like we saw previous, right?
Yeah, free-for-all. They're going to be able to get some My Ways back. Nerf to B-site. This is going to be crazy. Nerf to B-site makes it so much harder for the defenders. And for the post-plant, you still have that perfect entry in from Yard.
I feel like the problem is that LC doesn't even usually bother with C, right? Like, they're constantly hitting A.
Yeah. Well, it's also going to mean that the whole stuff mid.
There's 3 towards A right now as well.
Yeah. So's Imaginator. Everybody in Imaginator is just in vents.
Yeah.
In short. Oh, no.
They're leaving the Shuriken all the way towards B as well. Oh, my goodness. Early down, Vico. Traded.
Crazy stuff here. It's a 4-on-4 situation. Hyperkinetic Bullets and powerful strike really making it harder as Tykex can't make it through. Again, just a battle of wits here, but they are going over to B, the Nerf site. Looks like Imaginator. They realize that, hey, something's happening. They're going to have to fight this out in Garage. But remember, it's going to hurt them while they plant as well. But as soon as they get that converter down, it will be definitely weighted in their favor. But the man advantage still lies for Imaginator. Chum and Chomp are ready to go here. We can hear the flashing and dashing as B back is taken away. And out of Garage, Windex sees the opponents moving.
Yeah, coming with the flash! Oh my god, LMS! No way! Traded on the other side, though, 1 versus 1, and he wins it. Xiaola coming back for the defuse now as Imaginator are going to win your game number 1 on Idrisil.
Why did they fight like that in the 1v1? Just back away and play the post plant. But incredible stuff for Imaginator to take map 1.
Soy hyping up the crowd as well over there in our captain's box. We're going to come back to the desk in just a moment. What a game number 1. What a way to start off this upper bracket finals as they get to put themselves on one more map away to getting to those grand finals. That will be exciting if that does come through. Imaginator, oh my god, what a game number 1, man. That went down to the wire. It went 10 rounds. Overall thoughts of that map of Idrisil, what is your takes?
I cannot believe that this is only a best of 3.
Oh,
why do the best of 5 start tomorrow?
You wrote on my notebook right before we came back, you wrote best out of 3 question mark.
That's like the only thing I'm worried about. I was like this already is so tight, it needs to be a best of 5.
Oh,
so
yeah.
right now, we're seeing how close this is. Like you said, 10 rounds.
Yes.
Every single round a movie.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it really is. So far, I think that we have, an incredible match, right?
Yeah.
That definitely, like you said, could be the grand finals, but we'll have to wait and see, right? Anything can happen. It's FragPunk, right? 6 rounds is all you need to win a single map. Yeah. Obviously, with duels and stuff, that can change how long it's going to last. But regardless, I mean, it feels like things can kind of be so, like, back and forth, inconsistent at times for a lot of these pro teams.
Exactly, and I mean, for a lot of these teams, it has to really feel so difficult at times when you're coming off such a high note like yesterday with LC,
right,
where they had a very tough time in it. They took it all the way to map 3. There were so many duels. There were so many situations where they felt so good coming out of it. But then to lose map 1, you might feel like an imposter.
Right, you might feel like an imposter. I'm so sorry. I mean, we'll probably mention it. We can't mention it. I mean, what other map has vents on it anyway? I mean, if we take a...
None that matter.
Okay, good. Thank God. No more vents. We just have waterways, but that's it. That's okay. That's not going to...
We're not seeing that till tomorrow.
No.
Take a look at the score lines right now, and Fusker, 12 kills. I mean, again, look at these score lines. Every single round was so close, and it doesn't even seem convincing that either of these teams took the win over one another because of just how close those kill lines are.
And it's crazy to me. I feel like I called out Vico a lot, but honestly, kind of a low damaging game from him. It's been harder, I guess, on Imaginators for these nades. A lot of just raw tools, right? Just feels like overall on Imaginators.
I mean, again, like we're looking at Imaginator and LC. Like I think the card ban lines and pick lines that bring it into that closer, just straight aim duels.
Yeah,
it feels a lot better, but at the same time, I'm loving the strats coming from Imaginator right now.
Absolutely, I think this team is looking great, man. So we'll see how they continue it. You know, next map. We'll see how that goes for LC. LC did not get to choose that map, right? So Aegis was Imaginator's pick.
Was Imaginator's
and it was forced to 10 rounds, right?
It was.
So that's you have some solace in that if your last chance, right?
Exactly. I mean, think about it this way, right? We had so many maps where it was just like, oh, defenders win everything and then whatever. But both halves, it felt like it could be anyone's game all the way to the end. That's what you want.
Walk me through these highlights. I mean, just amazing from both teams. Beautiful FragPunk.
Yeah, round 2, this one with the Swift support here that, again, like sometimes Swift support doesn't get to get used in the right way, but we can really see that LC, they were coming out on top in ways that mattered even when the cards were stacked against them. But later on, Imaginator, they started to feel a little bit better, a little bit tighter. Those skill gaps started to get closed once the team got warm. And Chen Momo, once he got activated, he stayed activated. A lot of frags coming through, and also Zeke pulling out my favorite Chum and Chomper. I think that gave them the edge there. LC, take a note out of that book. Play more Chum.
Play more Chum indeed. I mean, that character can feel inconsistent at times, but not today. Beautiful work out of Imaginators. We'll see them later on in the series, obviously, putting themselves on map point. If they win this, they will be heading to the grand finals. LC, last chance indeed. Coming back after this break. We'll see you guys for map number 2. Welcome back, everybody, to the FragPunk Global Invitational. My name is Dustin, joined by Artie here now in game number 2 between Imaginator and Last Chance. Dude, mate, game number 1 went to 10 rounds on Invitational. Now we get that game number 2.
Yeah.
What's your takeaway so far from the tournament, maybe in this upper bracket finals, just from that first map? Overall thoughts, bro?
I gotta say, Imaginator keeping the same energy they had from yesterday. Last Chance, they are also, keep in line, Fusker looking locked in. But for Last Chance, this map could be their last chance to stay in the upper bracket.
It really is. I mean, living up to the name, potentially. It just seems like we're kind of in this anime situation throughout the whole tournament. It's kind of cringe to say that, I know. Talking about anime and esports, whatever, but it is kind of true. It's like the story is kind of in the names themselves. It's like they were destined to be in these situations. And Last Chance, not in the lower brackets yet, could be sent down there after this.
Yeah, I mean, all it takes is 6 rounds.
Yep.
We are potentially 12 minutes plus what, like an extra 3 minutes for the pick and ban phase. We're like 15 minutes away from possibly seeing LC knocked to the lower bracket, and that would not be good, especially for all the Europe fans or the Western team fans, where this is their last chance. But hey, they saw the lower bracket. But either of these teams, they go. They're, not out yet.
No, not out yet. Last Chance. We'll see if they can win on this next one. Now, obviously, Yggdrasil was not their map choice.
Yeah, exactly. So coming off of Yggdrasil and now onto the maps that we're more used to seeing.
Yeah.
It's going to be a...
Not Black Mark yet, though.
Yeah, exactly. Black Market's later, but still, Tundra.
Yep. Tundra's an exciting one, man. We both love this one. I think most of the viewers do. I mean, we've seen the most incredible highlights on it so far. Feels like the most memorable map of the tournament at the current moment.
100%. And we've seen different strats come out every single time. I feel like the last game, we saw a lot more B side than we did in the entirety of yesterday. So right now, we could see more B. We could see a lot of different approaches coming from both Imaginator and LC. Card pick and ban phase coming through. And, well, what I could tell you is that a lot of heavy investment towards relativistic bullets tells me that Imaginators is going to be playing this as safe as possible.
Oh, yeah. As safe as possible indeed. Now coming into it, both teams, this is the map, right? It's now or never for Last Chance in this upper bracket to secure themselves at least top 2 minimum in the grand finals. To come back tomorrow, we already have 2 teams eliminated.
Yeah, already 2 teams eliminated. Well, a Dex fight here in mid. Both markers, but it's going to go towards Imaginator. Here, Windex to be able to keep his Dex in true form. Oh, as soon as I say that, he's gone now. And both Dexes removed from their avatars.
Oh, yeah, gone back again. But you know what? That job done, right? Scouting out. A little bit of chip damage if possible, but everybody's coming towards me. This is a full-on push from 1MR. Going towards that portal side. Asaki's able to get rid of Pickaxe. Drops down as well and has the follow-up from Chenmo Booster. Able to get one, but they're in a 4v3 now. Last Chance is.
Wow. Just the absolutely insane push through. And Vico, he knows that someone's staying in there. But the flash, the dash, the ashes. Absolutely incredible stuff. But now it's just down to LMS and Fusker. 2 top fraggers in their own right. 2-on-4 situation. It's a lot to ask. Chet Momo, he just asks that you sit down while the discipline does the work.
Oh my God, Chen Momo is just Timothy Johnson Jr. the third, and you can see exactly why. I mean, that was beautiful, the tracking.
Yeah.
Onto not only 1, but 2. Maybe it's because they were expecting the heal to come through on the backside. They didn't have a fully, ready to go angle here, as they had to check so much coming to that site.
Wow. Chen Momo's English name, for those wondering, is actually John FragPunk.
FragPunk.
This is crazy stuff there, but we see toy traps and maximum overhealth here for LC. Definitely going to be helpful on that defender side. Whereas Imaginator, skill vampire and emergency evacuation, going to be leading into a lot of, doing damage with your abilities and running away if anything goes wrong.
LC losing round number 1. Maybe that momentum was slowly building on 1MR start. I mean, they already won game number 1, but it was close.
It was close.
You have to build it back up, even though you did win that map.
Yeah. Wait to see now. Emergency evacuation is going to be definitely key for Imaginator's attack, but also could work very much against them if they are caught in a small corridor, which is what LC wants to do right now. Get them in a situation where, hey, they might bump their heads Windex, here's a little bit of scouting util coming his way, but Xiaolum, 2-floor, making the first moves.
Making the first moves indeed. A little bit of chip damage on the Liftnix, who can get heals later on Spider. Xiao already healing themselves up because they are pathogen. Traded on the inside, or outside, towards mid. Here comes that converter. Zick able to get one. The follow-up to send back the Dex as well. So a bit of an awkward exchange there. Maybe sending that Dex a little bit too late. And it's actually the Circuit going to go fall down already. LC now in the 3 versus 3. They've set themselves up towards this point, but they're down the first round. Meanwhile, or Chug rather, towards the other side of the point. They kind of scout around. Xiao able to get one on a Vico, traded out by LMS, who gets tracked by Chet, who jumps in the sky, and the follow-up is there. Beautiful work from 1MR.
Wow, can you hear the crowd? Absolutely insane.
And that was a scream from one of the players, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, Imaginator right now, just so locked in. They feel so good right now. And again, like all this tracking, all of this raw mechanical power coming through.
That's what I love most, man. It's a very aim-heavy game.
Yeah. Aimers unite.
Aimers unite. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of util, a lot of stuff like that, but it's very hard to actually get, one-shots with your utility.
Yeah.
Abilities don't kill in FragPunk.
Yep. Well,
they do.
They do.
Yeah.
Yeah. You haven't seen much Broker, have you? But gonna look at offense, defense being picked up by Imaginator, swapping the sides. Making things a bit unique here.
By Imaginator, you said?
Yeah.
That was Imaginator picking swap sides, aren't they, on defense?
Yeah.
Huh? Not correct. Wait.
They were on offense. They were winning. And now they're on defense.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thought it was.
Deadly Rewind for LC. Not going to be as useful on the attack.
No, not as useful indeed. We flub up here a little bit. Vico, meanwhile, peeking in mid. In that cone form. Smokes on both sides of him. On the Circuit, and then one traditional. Oh, what?
Whoa.
Wait.
Vico, check him.
Oh, check his PC. Yeah, what the?
Beautiful shots, though, as well. LC actually make this attack look really good. They're going to make Imaginators regret that card, but look at Imaginators. They're rotating all the way out, all the way through A, and attacker spawn. Tykex, he's going to take out Shen Momo, which is going to be a huge pickup, but an attacker spawn, Imaginator, they swapped sides twice. They swapped to the defense, and now they're back in the attack. They're going to be able to take out LMS, and that's the converter in control of Imaginator on defense.
What was LMS doing? Knifing around towards the spawn, maybe thinking nobody heard him on that flank or something. Now, regardless, Fuser able to take down Xiaola on the right side and to that main point. But oh my, already 2 gone.
The map control is insane as Imaginator. They have every single bit of this map covered. It's up to Tykex and Vico. Right now, Vico's still in his form.
Whoa.
No, Windex gets taken away. It's a 2-on-2. Asaki's out. Zeke. 1v2 situation, and LC! They make Imaginator really regret swapping sides.
I would lose my voice too at this rate because Vico is just nuts, dude. Through the smoke, no scope, headshot. He's like, bro, I don't know how I did this. Look, he's even talking, he's explaining. Tikek's like, what? How did you do that? And he's like, I don't know. I just killed 3 people. I just did that.
I was like leaning over the desk. Oh my God.
Yo, Vico might have like the most calm and collected demeanor for somebody who is as gross at the game as he is. And I mean that in the most, positive way possible.
Most positive way possible.
I can see how you're getting so excited. Why you are. I mean, this game is awesome to see all these top tier players. We're gonna get some huge investment this round. Shark card wise.
Oh yeah, it's a big investment. I got Bio Warriors out here for LC. Bio Warriors,
Yeah, Bio Warriors and Vampire Knight too.
And Vampire Knight as well.
Which one's better?
Bio Warriors.
Quick.
Well, it depends. Bio Warriors did not help out the last couple times.
Is it just because
Tundra. It depends where you die.
Right.
Depends on what side you're on.
And this map is super long range, right at points. But we did see the zombie literally get a kill.
We did
yesterday.
Yeah.
So usually that doesn't happen at the pro level.
But that extra little bit of damage won't help out here. Liftnix takes out Asaki before he can make use of that vampire power. Gen Momo gonna be throwing some Axon nades down, but won't hit. I think actually be able to throw Gold Dust Woman out. Trying to find an opportunity to use Circuit's scouting abilities here. But remember, Zeke and Windex get taken out. Oh, this is a lot here, Imaginator. Oh, they're crumbling.
They're crumbling, man. Chemo though, Maybe could bring back the flash, though. Man, what a flash by LC towards the end. Job done. LC are just kind of rolling now. That switch from defense to offense, they built like some momentum off of that attack.
Oh yeah, Imaginator absolutely rolling in regret right now because they just gave them momentum. Yeah.
Whew. Man, we got a series on our hands. What a play. Chen thought he could have brought it back there, but beautiful plays into the sky from Corona.
Amazing.
Amazing. That is not saying anything there, but you know. Imaginator, though, regardless, now on their attack still. Or are we switching sides, actually, I believe, because now that was the 5th round, right?
Swapping sides, swapping.
5 shark cards points total.
Yep, looking in.
Oh, wait, no, it wasn't the 5th round. I am delusional.
Not the 5th round yet, but Heal All going to be coming through as well. Dragon's Breath, but 4 points invested in Vulnerability Site B here for Last Chance. Going to make it a lot easier for them to hold out that B site.
3 towards A, already lurking, sent back to Dex early, tends to happen in that 2 floor. Shots coming through over the box, Chen. Looking over there, LMS and the rest of the team kind of playing towards B already, actually. 3 over here, showing towards mid. Maybe trying to hope and pray that this attack will end up towards B, ready to go towards that portal as well. We don't usually see like a lot of portal plays come through, it feels like, on defense.
Yeah, there is a chance Nitro maybe even sends Chug through the portal. Never really happens, but anything can happen here. Last chance. Chen Momo. So look it up in mid. There's not a lot of util that they can commit down here right now. They're gonna need a lot in order to cross that. Looking at how many members of LC are standing in the doorway.
Spanning here. Here comes that mid push. Nash from Corona smokes here. It's an A hit. Vico with the set nades, doing some good damage too. Look at that, ready to come down after that engage sort of collapses, but it's slowed down. Make sure they avoid the nades. Vico now caught out. They slowed it perfectly down, but no, Fusker trades back 1. It doesn't matter, 1 MR. The job already might be done.
A big crossfire set up there. Tykex unable to make any motions forward. As Imaginator, they lock in, take a very much needed round here.
That was beautiful, man. Looks like they were gonna do that A hit and then just slowed it down, make sure they avoided the nades and caught Vico with his pants down.
Yeah, like I said, it was gonna cost a lot of util, but util they had saved for that purpose.
Load it. Load it. Now we're gonna switch sides. Yeah, we got that right. And 1 MR have the advantage, right? They have the edge. But LC, we've seen on their attack, man, these guys might be even better at attacking than defending on Tundra. A little bit.
Cure shot for Imaginator. Huge. Oh, man. LC, they've been committing as well. A little bit. Super jump.
So 100% they get the first pick to the card, right? So because they won the duels. Correct?
The cards?
Yes.
Cards are side-based. Yes,
I
sir.
thought they were global in this.
They are side-based.
Okay. Well, I mean, usually they are. Doesn't say that, though. Okay. I'm crazy.
See, Last Chance. Knockdown abilities coming in here with Super Jump.
Super Jump. Oh, look at that, how
Fast they scaled here.
Yeah, absolutely. Running down mid, dashing towards the air. Chenmo gonna fall. Vicky to take, train out. Lift mix as well, follow through. Fusker spamming away with the My Way. Wind on the opposite side of this smoke from the Circuit. A lot of spam healing coming through as well towards each other with the Cure shot. Super Jump not really able to get much done here towards this inside angle necessarily, unless they want to go for that hard hit converter. Still in their favorite decks, also favoring towards that A side.
Yeah, I mean, they've kind of read this perfectly, though. LC going so fast towards mid, pushing Imaginator towards that B side. It's kind of what they wanted. Last Chance actually now fully over to the A side right now. They know that there's at least one player on the side of Imaginator that's going to be holding out somewhere else. They hear that teleporter go out. They know that there's going to be some pressure coming out from 2 floor. He lands, knocks him on his butt. That's going to be an insane pick there as Vico grabs a huge pick. It's a 3-on-3 situation now from Ice. There's going to be 2 more.
Oh,
Super Jump landing, and that's Psychics and Fusker taking him out. Just down to Asaki now, and LC, they tie us back up.
That was beautiful, man. That looks sick as hell. Tom Clancy type stuff. Flying through the air, slamming down, stunning like you mentioned, and then
the best card.
It's the best card. Maybe it is the best card.
There's so many good cards.
Yeah.
So many good cards.
I wonder if Choke really could deal with that. Probably not.
Well, I know that when I have Super Jump, Dustin.
You joke?
I joke.
Luckily, you can't fall off the map in this game. That would be terrible.
Well, there's a couple maps.
Oh, you're right, bridge.
Amazing. Big heads gets picked up for LC. That's going to be huge on the attacking side. It's going to remove a lot of opportunities for Imaginator. They have elusiveness, but at the same time, how much is elusiveness going to help if your head is so big? It doesn't matter. They don't need to see you. They just shoot you.
Yeah. We've seen this card. It feels like, I mean, elusiveness is definitely like a card that feels like a win more type of card, right? Surely. A card that, you know, obviously you need the kills to make it work. So because of it, it's almost like you get the kill and you win more because of it.
Yeah, snowball, if you will. A snowball on Tundra. But LC, they're looking to snowball here, especially given the fact they have that peaking advantage with the big heads. We're looking to see Chen Momo try to swing out, hold a little bit more in mid, but
I think big head should give you more vision because you have a bigger head, and small head should give you less vision.
Like wider FOV?
Yeah, exactly. Turn it up to 105, 150 or something.
There you go. Dex sent back. Vico unable to find much there, but Boosker does. Chen Momo removed, a key player for Imaginators.
Key player indeed, and halfway through the game, basically, this is a momentum deciding map. You talked about snowballs earlier, and on Tundra, that could be the difference maker. Last chance in the mid, so much presence, but we've seen 1MR turn these type of fights.
Oh, Tykex, he sees the top of his head. No, he doesn't. Gonna have to throw Gold Dust Woman, possibly to get out of here for free, but as the converter makes his way over to B site, looking at Asaki right now, he's got the lineup. Vico gets taken away here, 1 over on B main. He's gonna be able to take him out. Asaki, they're crazy. Asaki, is he gonna be able to pick up another one? One last player, it's Tykex in B doors, and the Kiro.
Holy crap, that might be one of the best plays we've seen all tournament, and he's still calm. A little bit behind 5. Beautiful Nitro play. Perfectly using everything of the kit.
Wow, look at that one again here. The invis plays.
I love this card, man. Elusiveness is just so strong. In that 1 versus 4, 1 versus whatever, you can just kind of do whatever you want, fly around the map.
Yeah, I have to say, my mind has been made up that elusiveness is a good card. It's the best, one of the best cards.
You were deciding.
I was a doubter.
You were a doubter?
I was a non-believer.
No, I think it's because you're right. I mean, it's just like you do need to get a kill to make it work. Like if you don't get that first kill, how do you set yourself up? I mean, obviously, because it's not going to impact you in that neutral originally, right? You still have to rely on raw gunplay at first.
Amazing. Seeing Hard Rain here. Mass Cheetah as well. Lot of investment here from Imaginator as 9 shard points. 9 shard points on both teams. Oh no, only 1 point on Superhuman. Yeah, so a little bit of a crazy investment here, but for LC, Hard Rain will drive them towards A site.
You're right. Want to stay in that rain. They do have the Nitro sort of working towards B main. Aggressive push by Liftnix early on with the 25 shields like you mentioned. Spam coming through as well. Jaula playing this choke perfectly. Fusker going to go down and finding his counterpart on Pathogen. No more heals now going to be for this offensive side as they've rotated around. LC still has that bomb though available. Also their Nitro's lurking towards B. 3 stacking towards that main side. LMS is going to get caught out. Able to back all the way around. Meanwhile on the 2 floor, Lithic dashes in with the flash. Runs into the Pathogen wall. Dex sent back to spawn. Doesn't even matter. He's feeling it right now. Lithnix, huge shots coming from him.
Yeah, turning this into a 3-on-3 situation, but Dex still sort of lurking in the back lines. Imaginator, they're going to have a lot of information. Jaula, you know he can do it. He takes out Vico here at a crucial moment. Converter still making its way over towards A site, under defended. So Xiaola ready to make a move here as the remaining players on Imaginator. They move in from B. But Tykex, he takes out Xiaola, turns us into a 2-on-2 situation, doesn't know where to look. His last chance, at the very least though, the Hard Rain is going to be providing them extra shields here as any advantage is needed now.
Looking towards the spawn too, knowing that Tykex rotated there. What's the Q do? He's scouting around. Here comes the aggressive push. Asaki's ready. Oh my God! And the follow-up is on that trade. 1MR putting themselves on map point.
Map point and match point. if they're able to win one more round, this is a very similar scoreline. We need to see a miracle here from LC. Is, well, when the side swapped at the beginning, it looked really good for LC. Where is that LC now?
I don't know, man. They're going to have to figure it out. You have a little bit of a cushion at the very least, right? If you lose here and now, you at least go into that lower bracket, fight to get back to that grand finals, but obviously you don't want to go do that here. Talking about the shark cards now, 1MR putting themselves on map point. Their shark cards are going to be Melon Rise,
Headache Vision, Gorilla Fighter as well.
Yeah.
Gorilla Fighter, pretty great card to get out of jail for free as well. Movement speed plus 15 after you disengage from a battle. Headache Vision also going to be absolutely impervious for LC. They get a headshot, hey, if they survive it, but the amount of resolvers we've been seeing. Gold Dust Woman sent out early in order to get the perfect spot over to mid, making sure they're able to get the prices they want. Let's see how LC does this. They're going fast, not wasting any time.
Yeah, already running up mid. We've seen Vico do this before. They, like you said, don't want to waste any time. Xiaola sent back in the decks as well. They know where they are. But LC, they're already up mid. They have their Corona. Lipnick's ready to go with that dash if he wants. But he just takes the raw duel down to 20 HP though. Pathogen over here to heal up as well. So they're just going to give it up for now. Play for retake as that converter is going to get planted.
Xiaola getting ready. Resolver, talked about before. Gorilla Fighter as well helping out. Shield Scale is going to expire before he gets a chance to use it. Oh no, but the Melon Rides, he never even used them. Oh no, but it's all right. Windex, he's gonna be able to pick up 2 of his own. This is all coming down to the wire now as LC. 3 players remaining. Converter is down, but the hand is heavy to Imaginators, even though Lipfix gets that kill. Look at the damage. Looking now to see Asaki and Zeke trying to go in for that final confrontation. Asaki, he turns the corner. LMS goes down. It's down to this is Lipfix and Vico. They're trying to hold out. Zeke and Saki, they make their way to the site. They only have 5 seconds to get these kills. The converter, it's gonna be stuck now. But they turn out there's no way to stick it, and LC have secured the round and secured one more potential round.
What a round, and that could be a game-deciding round. I mean, LC coming out on top of the win. They played that perfectly, like you said, playing the spawn. You can see everybody reacting in the the captain's booth. And now LC, cool, calm, and collected after that one. Wind almost turned it, man. Towards that spawn, got those 2 eliminations stuck in the corner. He tried to play it against 2 people that couldn't turn that fight.
It's just crazy that even though there was 12 seconds left, it was still enough time that Imaginator could have done it, right? I mean, usually it's like, all right, hey, 5 seconds, you can't do that, but Imaginator's different, right? We come into this, see Knife of the Dark coming through as well, and Tall Poppy damaging from low ground, not the high ground. See Medical Error also get picked up by Imaginator. It's going to be so punishing for LC.
Yeah, I wonder, but how fast these teams play, it almost feels like Knife in the Dark doesn't really do too much, right? Because, you need the 5 seconds before you come invisible and stuff. And I don't know, it's just because of how the pace is in this game. It's going to be very important for LC, especially on attack. Like, I wonder how they're going to use that.
I mean, especially if they're able to get into post plan, it could work well. Look at that. Scouting.
Some chip damage.
Explosive shot is going to be incredible here. He's just scouting with the explosive shot. No way. Go through the teleporter. What? Does a lot of damage there. And LMS picks up 2.
Oh my God. What a card.
We could be going to duels as they head over to B site right now. All 5 members of LC, but Xiaola nowhere near where he needs to be.
It's Windex and Xiaola, man. These 2 players have been the backbone of 1MR. Can they do it? 2 versus 5. Xiaola walking up the resolver, misses the shot, body shot, explosive shots coming through. I mean, he's clutch. Can he get a clutch? No, he cannot. Oh my God, he got caught in the corner. Tough spot to be in. We're going to duels.
We're going to duels. Last chance has the opportunity right now. We were waiting for this.
Oh yeah.
Oh my
God. Another duel, dude.
Incredible.
We've seen a duel today already with the DPS first versus solo leveling match. That went to duels on match number 1. 4-6 in the last one, and did so. Right now, we're going to enter again another super close match on Tundra.
So close.
Doesn't feel like anybody has an advantage.
Fusker starting out in first position. Chen Momo on third. Vico pulling out Jaguar in the 3rd position.
No way.
Love to see this. Chen Momo swapping out to the penultimate position here with Axon. Let's go ahead and see what's going to happen. Start off Corona versus Dex. Zeke trying to look over to make sure. Very difficult. I think I said Corona, I meant Pathogen. See Pathogen getting taken away immediately. It's Dex time.
Yeah, great work from Zeke, but can he do it again right now using that reactive armor? Oh, the TP! Wasn't even expecting Lithnix to be there.
It's so fast. Now it's Corona v Corona as Lithnix and Saki go crazy. We're going to be getting ready for the dash and the flash, but the ashes. The damage reduction is too much.
Saki did that before as well. He's done this on previous maps, just playing it slow, understanding the matchup. Now coming through the portal. Gets the damage reduction, doesn't get the kill yet though. With the cure-all, whips it out. Comes back through on the other side, and Asaki is just him.
Absolutely incredible. He's used almost all of his util. He still has 1 flash remaining. Can use that inside of the teleporter. Waiting to see LMS possibly throwing some grenades through. LMS peeks to the side there. Flash not going to pop in a way that matters here as LMS takes teleporter. Saki does as well. Such low HP. LMS knows he's just going to try to go for the my way with Saki!
He wants it. He smells blood in the water. Tikex is the last one. LC has had insane duels before, but it feels like an insurmountable hill to climb. 1 versus 4. Asaki has killed 3 already, man. He is building up the stats, and he can't finish it. Tikex gets it, but the damage is done. He's down to 7 HP.
7 HP, 8 HP. He does have the ability to place a totem. It comes out this, he can't! And Imaginators! They send last chance down to the lower bracket. We'll see them again tomorrow, but for Imaginators, absolutely incredible. The energy here in the venue is wild as they pick it up. 2 incredibly close maps.
They're saying one more? They're saying one more game for them. They are feeling confident. You saw them earlier, the shark card they put out there, saying we were studying the next team. They were studying LC, but man, that was a banger of a matchup. LC brought it down to the wire. I mean, 10 rounds minimum, both maps. Exciting game indeed. Grand finals coming up for these guys.
Wild stuff as they qualify into the grand finals, and just amazing performance. There were so many times where it looked like LC had it. Both maps. Yeah. LC could have it, LC can come back. But Imaginator, they locked in, like we said before, in the way that mattered. The handshakes here. Good spirits from all teams. Fusker definitely looking a little bit upset at this. How could you not be? But still, good vibes in the arena right now. LMS always smiles.
Yeah, he just always smiles.
Yeah.
That guy, even in a loss, this guy is absolutely the most positive dude I've ever seen.
Oh, Soy as well, telling him you did so good. Look at the pats in the back. I love the vibes here.
Good vibes here indeed at the FragPunk Invitational Global event here. $150,000 tournament. Now, if you're Imaginators, you got to feel good, man. I mean, you're in that grand finals. You're fighting for first place, obviously, but you secure yourself $25K minimum, $40K obviously for first place.
Absolutely.
Imaginators are such a good team.
Absolutely. But hey, let's talk about this. It is a bit of a rerun. Thinking about the fact that Imaginators, they did the same thing in their regional finals, and then, well, they couldn't do it. And everybody said, hey, Imaginators, they did that on purpose.
Yeah.
But we will see if that is true, because we have all of the right ingredients to see that happen now.
For some reason, I was like, do we have all the right ingredients for a Papa John? No. Okay, anyway, Imaginators, grand finals. He's going to take that chug and throw it in my face. Love that thing, by the way. I mean, it's absolutely beautiful. Now we get to see another, we're going back to the lower bracket. Right now after this, we're going to have some beautiful commentators. We're going to have both Seb and Moxie come on the stage. After this, obviously, we got Jaeger with an interview coming down in a little bit. She's amazing as well. Everybody's beautiful in this talent team. Coming up, though, man, I mean, 2 more exciting matchups. He's mogging, bro. I can't.
2 more exciting matchups, indeed. I mean, today is far from over. We have a lot on the line, and you know what? We sent a couple teams home earlier in the day.
Yeah.
We'll send a couple teams home later.
All right. Man, that's crazy. Already tournament day number 2, midway through the day already. Like, it feels like it just started. I mean, like the players said before with Vico saying, and was Tikex we were talking to before, it's over as fast as it starts. And you got to have your eyes glued to the monitor here on the Twitch channel, on FragPunk, TikTok, or YouTube. Taking a look at these stats. Arnie, what are you seeing?
I'm seeing Asaki. I am seeing Asaki stand up in a big way here. 14-9, tying up for the most kills we've seen in the game.
This guy's so good. Like, he's just so good for this team every single time. He is the one we talk about. Besides him, it's usually him, Chenmo.
Yeah.
The whole team's so stunning.
Whole team is so good. We'll take a look at these highlights right now, and honestly, so many of these highlights are going to be an insane runaway by Imaginators, and LC really stepping up. Yeah. But when we look at it now with pure 2020 retrospect vision, it definitely shows Imaginators' insane performance.
Yeah, they were absolutely on top of their game, right? It was close. It was a battle. But China gets it done. Sort of avenges their brethren. Losing earlier on, getting out of the tournament, solo leveling, moving on. DPS first now out.
Yeah.
The number 2 seed seems to be the number 1. Like you said, maybe in the regional qualifiers. Maybe not sandbagging, but you don't have to try as hard. You already qualified.
You already qualified. We'll see if they're going to be able to at least stand up and stay up at the very top here. If they can retain their spot in the grand finals, they can beat the allegations.
Beat the allegations?
Beat the sandbagging allegations.
Well, they don't have to. I mean, the qualifiers didn't matter. They didn't freaking
They're already
matter.
a grand final.
Yeah. No, that was an insane performance from Imaginator. And it really seemed, like you said, they, top to bottom, I mean, 1 through 5, they have such a good lineup. I would be terrified to go against them, but last chance, they brought it to them. Like, that was a close match. Both game number 1, Idricel, and then on Tundra.
Sets the stage for what we're about to see next as well, because think about yesterday, right? Think about the games last night where LC, all the way down to the wire, right? And on this, they didn't even get map 3.
No.
Right? So it shows you how powerful Imaginator really is.
Yeah, it does. And I think, you know what, I mean, I'm interested to see, you know, does Last Chance fight off these 2 upcoming teams?
Exactly.
Lower bracket semifinals coming up in just a second with Moxie and Seb. But, you know, imagine they lose that, right, in the lower bracket finals. That would be crazy.
Exactly. I mean, call me a blind man about to get surgery. The way I'm excited to see what happens next, because everything that's going to be coming up is just going to be absolute cinema like it already has been throughout the entire day. But again, the vibes are good in the studio. I'm looking down at LC, looking down at Imaginators, and well, I see a lot of confidence on both sides. Again, LC's not out of the running yet, so we'll see them again later.
Yeah, I mean, so would you be terrified to go against LC after seeing that, right, in this lower bracket? Obviously, Imaginators had a really, really close matchup with them.
Yeah.
For both of these teams now coming up, we're going to see potentially Avengers in a second as well. We're going to see the North Americans have to claw their way back up.
Yeah.
I mean, you'd be scared.
I'd be scared.
Right.
I mean, any of these teams watching this, I think DMS, Work in Silence, the Avengers, I think all of them watching this can see that even though LC didn't get a map in, they are worthy opponents.
Yeah. No, I mean, everybody here has earned their spots. 2 teams already sent home. We're going to send 2 more, like you said earlier, in a second. And our interview is going to take some time. We're going to have Jaeger.
Oh, yeah.
She has to, I don't know if she's going to switch dresses again. You see that Jaeger switch dresses middle of the broadcast?
Yeah, she has so many outfits. I have a couple of these.
Yeah.
But I mean, that would be boring if I just swapped that out. Jaeger's like different skin, like entirely.
That'd be hilarious. I think if you switch between every single round,
Every round.
you just have you just go lighter and lighter with the
different shirt.
Yeah. Taking a look at the MVP. Asaki, do you think this is deserved? I mean, I think we both think Asaki might be Timothy Jr., John III, John, FragPunk, all these nicknames. We got all the terrible nicknames for you guys. Don't worry. That's why we're here. Asaki is him, and he looks so calm every single time he gets these kills. Every time he gets, you know, a 3K or whatever, he's just totally relaxed.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it just seems natural, and especially to be not a Dex player, right? I mean, we were so used to seeing Dex and Pathogen here, and
it's the Coronas. I'm telling you, I love this
Corona and Nitro, right? Asaki just knows when to just make that impact.
Yeah. Man, Corona feels like such a game changer, having a top-tier Corona player, because it feels like the teams we've seen like lose already. Not to say they didn't have top-tier Coronas, but I'm just saying, like, entry-wise, Asaki's not finding 1, he's finding 2, he's finding 3. He's sort of stacking them on to each other, and you know, you need a good Corona player to be in this stage, right? We've seen it both also LC, they have some good top-tier players as well playing that hero, so, I mean, you're going to have to pop off versus this man in the grand finals, and he's waiting.
He is waiting.
Like a final boss.
Yeah, actually, he is literally standing on top of his desk
he's actually
right
waiting right now.
He's actually just waiting.
He's actually waiting for us to be done yapping, and Jaeger's also up there.
She did change dresses.
Spoiler
alert.
Are you kidding me?
They look so good.
I know. I can't tell who's more beautiful. Is it going to be Asaki or is it Jaeger? Like, they both have long hair.
Yeah. I got to say, no hate to Jaeger, but Asaki's winning the hair competition
Yeah,
right now.
yeah, Asaki might be the hottest guy here. Interview's ready. Let's go downstage. Check it out.
选手已经准备就绪，先和大家打个招呼。Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and now player is standing here and let him say hello to our audience.
Hello， 大家好，我是 EMR 的 Asaki。
欢迎 Asaki 来到我们的采访。哇 ，Welcome to the post-game interview. Okay, so first, you're really excellent. We would like to say the quadra kill is really good job. And I would like to know, so at that time, how you just double check the opponent's position and can kill them quickly. 那这波我想问一下，这一波厮杀真的太精彩、太帅了。那一波当时是怎么快速的确定了我们对手的位置，然后并且快速拿下了这个厮杀呢？
首先，我的 B 大会放一个枪啊，然后我们的对手 LMS 他也是经常会在 B 大，所以说我们就能锁定一个人。然后我的队友就是很重要了，他有看到 B 小的一些信息，所以说我就能快速的去制定一个我的击杀的路线。
Okay, so to be honest, at that time, because I use the neutral and we have the skill, and also I just check opponent is in the B position, and we check opponent is in that position, and after that I just search the other player's position, and then I just plan the route. That's why I can get the quadra kill. 这波真的非常精彩。我想问一下，还记不记得拿下厮杀之后自己做了什么动作？记得吗？这样我们现场来配合他一下好，再给我们的选手一些掌声，让我们再来让他复刻一下。Repeat.
Be quiet.
哇，是不是很帅？太酷了，太酷了。Okay, so also we would like to know, because like your teammates, they are all from the top ranking in the game. So how you guys just cooperate well in the matches? 那我这边也要问一下，其实你们的队员在我们的游戏当中都是天人榜上有名的选手。那你们几位是如何协作在一起，可以把团队发挥得如此出色的呢？
用子秋的一句话来说吧，就是认真对待每一局游戏。
I would like to use my teammate sentence is that we should face to the matches, every matches seriously. That's why we can win. Okay, at last we know you are going to face to the grand final. And for the upcoming grand final, which team you would like to face to, and anything you want to say to them? 我最后问一下，马上对你们队来说迎来的就是我们的总决赛了。觉得总决赛可能会遇到哪个队，以及有什么话要送给即将到来的决赛对手？
我觉得大概率是在俄国、巴西、法国这3个队里面可能会大概率大很多。那
个4选3了，这只排出了一个，是不是？
那就法国吧。
OK。
他们确实压力挺大的。我想送他们一句话，就是我们洗干净好脖子，我在总决赛等着你们。你们的魔王我啊，已经迫不及待想再宰杀你们了。
已经准备就绪要进入总决赛了。And I think upcoming our opponent may be the French team. And anything I want to say is that just watch your neck, because Devil Me is waiting for you. 哇，真的太有气势了。那再次感谢来到我们的赛后采访，期待你们接下来的表现，好不好 ？Thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later. 那我们准备进入我们的休息环节，再次感谢。稍等。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the FragPunk Global Invitational. I'm your host, Nicaster7. I'm joined alongside the amazing Moxie here. We're here for games 10 and 11. This is going to be our lower bracket challenge to see who is going to be making it on to the next day and who is going to be going home early.
Yeah, and I mean, going home early, that is an additional level of pressure on the shoulders of some players that are already carrying some heavy burdens, because all of the teams that we're going to be seeing from now until the end of the broadcast, they've had some close games, but unfortunately, they've had a lot of games that they've lost.
Yeah, you know, we've seen a lot of these teams, they've started to lose their games. These teams have all won at least one.
True.
So we have seen them with some success and some failures, and hopefully these teams will have even more success. We're going to be jumping into Work in Silence versus the Avengers, our North American team, versus our Brazilian team. And one thing I just really need to quickly talk about is, I know you guys have been watching, but Chug Chug, we got the Chug Chug. We took it from the CN broadcast, and I'm so happy. Grateful for the CN team for letting us take it. It was allowed, but yeah, so happy to have this here with us.
Yeah, we definitely, you know, we hit Q, we pulled out the remote control, we just steered it over to our side of the desk rather than their side of the desk. But no, we're going to be joined alongside Chug Chug for two very hype games that are going to be determining a lot of the impact that we see tomorrow. Some of these teams are having closer games than others. The Avengers, the game that they had yesterday was a rough one. It was a little bit of a reality check coming through from them. But, I mean, I got to actually hang out with them last night after their losses. There was a lot of discussions that was had. They came in today, and you could just see it was like they were an entirely different team. Naya especially was playing such a clean Corona. You could almost say as clean as the clean shavenness of their new hairstyle.
Yeah, he decided he needed to sacrifice something to get himself a little bit more pumped up and ready, get the vibes going with the team, shaved his head clean, and it looks really good. You know, they didn't do it themselves. They had a professional helping them out as much as they could, and they got it down looking really nice. And speaking of amazing haircuts, Belky and the front side, Work in Silence, one of the GOATs of the game here. He's been doing absolutely amazing in these other games, and Work in Silence, they put up a really good fight against LC yesterday, but LC, alas, was just too strong for them to compete against. They went to duels in both of their games, but still did not manage to come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, it was one of our closer games that we got to see. Like you said, the Avengers having a little bit of a rougher performance yesterday, but definitely looking much, much stronger today. We got to see some really clean plays coming through from them. One of the criticisms that was there yesterday was the fact that they were sticking to defaults. A lot of the time it would be the same setups, the same site pushes, the same players always going into the same angles, and it became very easy, very predictable for their opponents to read into them. Coming in today, we were seeing a whole host of different tactics coming on through, and keeping it fresh allowed them to keep themselves completely adapting. Their opponent were never able to get a full read, as we can have a look to see the head-to-heads coming on through. Mito7 versus Naya, our two Corona players. Still a little bit of diversity in terms of the lances that they can use. Pathogen we're seeing from both sides, as well as Circat coming on through from Naya. And you and I, we were having a discussion, you know, about that Corona, but we're going to be looking to see these players on the stage as they get ready for their walkout.
现场的观众朋友们，欢迎来到2025界外狂潮国际友谊赛全球总决赛的比赛现场，我是今天主持人亚哥。Welcome to 2025 FragPunk Global Invitational. This is Yeager. Welcome again. 那现在我们即将开始的是双败淘汰赛败者组第2轮的比赛，让我们有请出阵双方，有请 Work in Silence 战队。Now we are going to start the matches of round 2 of the lower bracket in double elimination. Let's welcome team Work in Silence. Now, 下面也有请他们的对手 The Avengers. Now, welcome their opponent, The Avengers. 方的队员都已经准备就绪，接下来可以进入对战席进行准备。Okay, all the player now you can enter to the arena and prepare for battle. Welcome our captain. 那有请我们的主理人来给我们分享一下今天的卡片准备的什么 ？What is on it?
It says, let's both bring our best. Good luck, have fun.
就是祝我们两队都可以好运，而且我们要玩得开心，也是一个非常好的祝福。来看一下这一边 ，Okay, now it's your turn to share the card. So what is it?
So it's Brazilian better than NA. I draw me really big, and he really skinny, and a hot pot voucher because it's the 30th day in a row he's eating hot pot, and yeah, he really loves it. So yeah, that's it.
首先上面画的呢是巴西要比北美我们的队更加强一些，下面一个呢是一个非常有趣的问题了，就是我们对面的主理人他来的3天，认识3天了，都一直在吃火锅，所以把这张卡片送给他，希望他下次在吃火锅的时候也可以带上做一个纪念。Okay, now it's time for you to exchange， 那你们也可以交换一下你们的碎片卡。好的，也是非常可爱的2位主理人，再次感谢大家。Now it's your turn, you can prepare for the battle now。好的，非常可爱，但是我们的大赛就要一触即发了。接下来到底谁会拿下本场比赛呢？接下来我们即将进行的是双败淘汰赛败者组第2轮的第1场比赛，让我们把画面交还给解说席。Okay, the match is going to be on, and it's the second round of the lower bracket will begin. And let's move on to our casters.
I love how on one side we've got, just a wholesomeness, like, let's both just have fun and do our best, and on the other side, absolutely the opposite. Like, the muscle and the fact of, like, yeah, you've been eating hot pot 30 times in a row. Have a voucher, you're gonna need it, you're gonna be crying into your hot pot tomorrow.
Yeah, talking to Tens this morning, I offered him a little bit of food, and he's like, no, bro, I already ate hot pot. It's 11 a.m., but alas, hot pot is one of the best foods here in China to have, and it's amazing. It's great food, and if I had the opportunity to eat it every day, I probably would be too.
I mean, yeah, we had it the first day we were here.
Yeah.
Very, very good. Very, very spicy though.
Very spicy. The other casters weren't able to handle it as well as I could, but it was a interesting time to see how people who don't normally eat spicy foods reacting to the spice of that hot pot.
Well, I mean, talking about things that maybe a little bit too hot to handle, we're going to be looking forward to our duel, and we've already seen that Corona tends to be the Lancer of choice that gets to grab those 1 versus 1s. He is definitely the strongest in terms of aggression for the 1 versus 1. Obviously, Dex can mitigate a little bit of that, right? Corona is very much all in. You either play defensively inside your Ashes to Ashes war zone so you can have that damage reduction and speed boost, or you just full send it. Fast lane, hot ahead, stack the 2 of them and try and get that kill as quickly as possible. And I think my favorite thing that happens is when both players lock the Corona and both of them just go for the Corona jump joust because it's the flyby, quite literally.
Yeah, we saw the clutch flyby in our duels yesterday when it came down to LC versus Work in Silence to finish off that duel game. They were both very, very low in HP, and LC was able to come out on top. It was an absolutely incredible play, and we are going to be seeing, hopefully, a whole bunch more of that in these next coming games. We've got 2 more games of action, so potentially 6 more maps for you guys to come watch.
Yeah, potentially 6 more maps, and hopefully we're going to see some close ones here, because we've already got some free mappers coming out. We've already seen it go down to the absolute wire of not just duels, but the last player standing on the team having to take down multiple players, and I mean, that's when Dex really gets the shine, because like in the multiple duels, you really do just have to shave down the utility of the strongest 1 versus 1 Lancers, Corona being one of them, Dex being another, since he essentially gets to take a 2 versus 1.
Yeah, Dex in the 2v1 situation, if you're able to hit your shots fast enough, you are essentially playing 2 extra characters, Lancers, my bad. And it's definitely giving you, that extra life chance. Super, super helpful. Plus you have the scale shield, and that's going to be another instance of just being able to fully aggress into these fights without worrying about taking too much damage.
Yeah, I wonder as well, because like the reason why the duels are so important is because whoever wins gets to determine the map picks and bans, right? And a lot of the time we've talked about the fact of some of these maps we've come to expect, Black Market, obviously being the most played, given the fact that we're in an Axon and a Dex meta. No surprises there. But then you also have the sorts of maps like Outpost, which Avengers adore because of all of the lineups that they have. We've seen a lot of the time for post-plant situations, they like to play Rebirth on that Nitro in Ven, and then if they're having to hold on to that side, it's going to be from the back of side to get the double kill potentially off into crates. But we're going to see a Pathogen versus a Corona coming on through. This is something that we saw in the team duels the last time, where you try and mitigate that all-out aggression of the Corona with the heal that can be provided by the emotional rescue. Also, this is the duel on Dong Tian, which means that the Corona doesn't really get the opportunity to go for the fast lane into Hothead. You've just got to dash right at them rather than over them, and that's going to be more than enough on the staircase. Corona comes out on top.
Nice, a flat dash into the flash on that Hothead from the Corona, coming out insane, playing that with almost a textbook punctuality and aggression. Doing a very good job of making sure he's not using his abilities a bit too early and wasting them out. He was able to time it, so he's able to get the flash in. And we're going to be heading underway for these maps in just a second while these players make their picks and bans. You know, taking a look at some of our map trends that we've been seeing recently, almost always we're seeing Black Market, Outpost, and Tundra. Those have been our 3 core maps, with every now and then we're seeing a little bit of Dongtian. I think we've seen 1 or 2 Akets, but nothing else really.
Yeah, Aketas is a strange one. A lot of teams do like playing it, especially since being able to just attack onto A is a lot cleaner, since B has immediate control of Heaven, so you kind of have to go clear up into Lift Stairwell, or you try and brute force it with amount of flashes coming on through. In fact, we've even seen a lot of really good lineups coming on out west from Puddle. All of these players have been able to put so much pressure onto that Heaven angle that the defender potion on up in that space just doesn't have the opportunity to contest it, as they run right from elbow onto that side and get converted down, essentially without taking a fight.
Yeah, there's definitely lots of different plays that are, more favored on certain maps, and these players have started to realize, lots of the shard cards as well are map dependent.
Yeah.
And so having that opportunity to be able to switch around for a specific map and like, okay, if we get this shard card on this map, we are going to be able to make a play that's almost going to guarantee us a victory in a round.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely an advantage that these players want to have, and the game is fairly new, so there's only so much practicing that you're going to be able to get in on the different maps. So picking a few specific maps and getting really, really good at them, I feel like is definitely a good strategy instead of getting average at all of the maps.
Yeah, and I mean, like you said, you hit the nail right on the head. This game constantly changes. It's not just about the map that you're on or the lances that are in play, because unlike other tactical shooters, right? FragPunk, flexibility in the rules, flexibility in the Lancer loadouts. You're going to be able to change, and a lot of the time we do actually see different Lancers getting picked up to either further strengthen shard card advantages or mitigate some of those shard card advantages coming in out. We got to see, pocket picks like things like the Sonar, and then also the Chum coming out when the smoke size has been increased, so that you can essentially use the Chomper as a little miniature metal detector for those Lancers, going like a bloodhound, sniffing out into that space and trying to figure out whether there's someone posted on up there.
Yeah, I love watching the Chum plays. I think it's a super interesting Lancer that really hasn't had too much time to really lab and work with. These players being unable to really get a total advantage over top with the Chum, but I think that in these future games, as FragPunk continues to develop, I think he'll be a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, I mean, I think the problem with Chum is that there's just so many Lancers that do things better.
Fair enough.
Right?
Fair enough.
Because Chum is like, you have your Chomper, you have your smoking bait, you have your explosive bait, and then you have the ability of just using a weapon.
Yeah, you can use the explosives with Axon in a lot better situations than you have Circuit for your smokes. And there's definitely
Broker as well, getting to come on through with the smoke, and then he also comes into the mix the rocket launcher of Goddards, which has that one-shot potential unless someone has something like those dragon skills coming on through for Dex. And then you've got Cherry Bomb as well, where you can just scatter out all of those mines. Like, we see a lot of decks well, we see a lot of decks full stop. We see a little bit of broker as well coming on from places like Black Market, where you're going to be fighting in those claustrophobic spaces and having to pick your way through multiple of the same ability. It's just so time consuming that it allows the other team to fully rotate and figure out whether or not it's a fake or whether it's a true push towards a site.
Who do you think's cuter, Chomper or Chug Chug?
Okay, well, you're talking to someone who's very biased, because when it comes to my Lancer playtime, Pathogen first, Nitro second, Kismet third.
Okay, so there's your answer.
I'm just start very slowly inching closer and closer towards Chug Chug, and one of these times we're gonna cut away, and instead of it being on that side of the desk, it's gonna be here, and then I'm gonna make it disappear because it's gonna end up in my suitcase when I walk home.
I think the CN casters are gonna want it back, but we'll make some Mission Impossible stuff happen. We're gonna heist this thing out of the stadium, bring it back to the hotel, and we're gonna put it on a plane tonight. So when they're gonna come into our rooms and look for it, it'll nowhere to be found.
I didn't see Chug Chug. Did you see Chug Chug?
I didn't see him either. Nope.
I mean, technically, we wouldn't be lying if we got just a smoke gun and covered the entire area and
Chomper smoke.
Just blindfolded. There we go. Chomper, still Chug Chug.
Exactly. Oh, we have fun here, ladies and gentlemen, while we're waiting to get into these games. But now we're going to get to see these map picks. Perfect timing here.
Wait,
Yggdrasil.
Hold on a minute, Seb. Black Market has been banned. I repeat, Black Market has been banned. This is not a drill. The Avengers banned Black Market.
And Outpost for the first time in forever. We're not going to be seeing Black Market and Outpost. We still get to see one of my personal favorites, Tundra. Yggdrasil, another fan favorite for some of these players that has been seen in and out of these games. I know a lot of the CN teams love to play Yggdrasil. Work in Silence has been playing on Yggdrasil multiple times. So that's going to be our first map. Tundra for the second, and Auket if we go to game 3, which I'm really hoping we do, just so we can see some crazy stuff on Auket.
I do adore Auket, especially since, Nitro Walls can be as crazy as you want them to, and there are some absolutely zany Nitro Walls. I went into Auket in just a custom lobby for the map training. Wasn't practicing my lineups. I had the knife out and I was practicing my Nitro Wall jumps. There's a really, really strong one over towards B short, where you stack the Nitro Wall, you line it up with one of those little sticky out wooden bits on the wall, you knife jump over to that, you then just use your melee jump and spam crouch, and it gets you on top of those pipes into a really good position to see into heaven, which for a Lancer having to deal with a Nitro with that angle very quickly becomes hell, as we can have a look and see the shortcuts that are going to be in play as we head to our first round of Yggdrasil.
We're going to be seeing Explosion Specialist banned out, as well as Holistic Defense. Dr. Converter going to be on the side of the Avengers, and Projectile Scan as well. Powerful Strike and Security Check on the side. So they're spending almost all of their shard cards into this first round. The Avengers spending all 5, and WS Work in Silence spending 4. So investing heavily pretty early on. Moxie, I wanted to ask you about the advantages to investing early on.
Well, Security Check is a really, really strong card because it gives you so much information, and remember, it is going to be in play for the side who's on the defense, so they're going to get constant reads on where the Avengers are wanting to be able to push for, and that's going to mean that they're going to be able to push them off of those angles. It is a risk, granted, like you said, investing so early on, but if you can start the round with momentum, you're going to be doing incredibly strongly, as we can see everyone from the Avengers utilizing Dr. Converter. Everyone stacking up so they can all receive that AoE healing from the carrier, as no one from the defense is wanting to reveal themselves. They're more than happy to just play for this full retake.
Yeah, it looks like they are going to be holding on the backside, but we're going to see a kill coming out. Neko with one, Naya with another. Neko going to get himself traded out here, gone, picking up the elimination. We're going to see the Pathogen Wall coming out to try and stop the defense from pushing up even more. But we are going to see the plant coming down, and now they're on the retake. Work in Silence going to try and push in here. They get one. Gone 7. Trying to see if he can pick up a third elimination into this. He does get it. Naya going down insane on the back end. They just need to hold for as long as possible. The defuse coming out. These players are trying to push. They're very low HP. Belky with the pick. One player left, nobody left, and now we're seeing Work in Silence taking the first round.
Really good stuff coming on through from Work in Silence. It looks a little bit dicey, granted, when the Axon's able to get in close with the electric guitar and slide in towards short, but that is very shortly lived, as you can see from these replays coming on through. That Dex with the My Way, just getting to do whatever he wants over towards short. And that's one of the things that, like, Yggdrasil is a very default heavy map. This map is played out very similarly a lot of the time, and short is one of those places that the attackers need to have control of if they want to be able to stop a diffuse situation.
Yeah, LMGs, I've got to say, the My Way in this game as something that lots of other games usually are favored to the rifles, but the My Way in this game being very prominently picked. As we're going to take a look at some of these bands, it's going to be Phantom A-Sight and Dolhan's band. Ironhead picked out for the Avengers, and Swift support, being able to teleport to your teammates, is going to be on the side of Work in Silence.
Yeah, Phantom Sight, get it out of hit. Straight up, get it out of hit. I mean, the big one is going to be Ironheads that the Avengers are going to have control of. That means that they're not going to be getting any bonus headshot damage, so no crits coming on for the side of Work in Silence, which is going to be really, really good for the attacking team because they're always going to be taking pre-fire damage. As we can have a look and see, Defender just wants to get rid of the situation. Gold Dust comes on through from Insane on that Circat before we get Naya flashing on in with the dash, looking to clear out Yard entirely.
Belky going to be on the bottom side, trying to see if he can pick up an elimination. And we're going to see Belky pick up one. Bobino is going to go down to this here. Rhythm now trying to defend onto the side. Insane up on top. And it looks like we're going to see Gon go down, Belky go down. Mito going to pick up the elimination on Naya. PVS now still trying to keep the hold, but the converter is going to get planted as these players try and come in on the retake with the shotgun, but we're going to get the elimination, and the rounds are tied up.
Avengers doing a really good job of being able to just fully clear out, force everyone on the defense right back off of that site, so that when they go in for the recontest, they have to come back into space that's already controlled. And as we talked about, Ironheads coming on through means that when you force the 1 versus 1 on the 3 versus 3s, you can do headshot damage. Your kill time is much quicker than your opponent's. You're at a significant advantage in just the gunfight.
Yeah, giving you a gunfight advantage is one thing that these players are very much looking for. The value that you can get from that is insane. Free refill is going to get banned out. Regenerative therapy as well. Full firepower for the side of the Avengers. One of my favorite cards in the game. Being able to load all your ammunition into one magazine. No reloads with the My Way.
Yep.
Just spraying and praying, and Tariff as well. And these guys don't even need to do praying. Their aim is absolutely insane. Watching some of their scrims, they've got really good aim tech coming out here.
Yeah, one of the most broken combinations you can find in-game is full mag and piercing bullets. Can you imagine?
Imagine Ricochet with that?
Oh, please, no. That would be absolutely crazy. They are going to play Tariff, though, so all of the shard points that everyone on the side of Work in Silence spent is now going to actually roll over to the Avengers in the next round, which means they're going to be at a significantly major advantage in terms of overall economy, as we can see very slow push over through Plateau towards A. Chug this time actually being used to give that information to see whether or not anyone's going to be out in that little cubby on the right side, as we can actually see that for the most part the defenders will post it towards B.
It looks like they are going to try and go for a quick rotate, but it looks like they're just going to give A-Site to the Avengers and try and go for the retake. Pathogen Wall going to be coming out. Nitro Wall on the side of Work in Silence. It looks like we're going to see the plant down. Rebirth going for the converter. We're going to see Mito trying to see if he can get a bit of heals coming off, but he's going to get eliminated here. There's the second. Neko picking up one. Naya picking up another. Rebirth with the original kill. Bob trying to see if he can get the pick off, looking for the peek out. PVS though with the sniper. Going to try and see if he can make something happen. And he gets one, gets two. Oh my goodness. PVS on that. Going to go for the plant here, trying to see if he can get the defuse. And it looks like Neko might not be able to make it there in time. Oh my goodness.
He's stuck it. Oh my goodness, what a turnaround. So that's one of the problems when you're playing Pathogen. Emotional Rescue a lot of the time does give away where you're going to be playing from. So especially when you have just the highlight, you can look across that angle and immediately look for the shot. Boom, there it is. Sees the elbow sticking one out, saw the AoE radius of that Pathogen heal, and knows exactly where to look for the last shot before they can even try and swing the 2 versus 1.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation, but that double kill was beautiful. So perfect, the sniper shot into that coveted default pistol, the Cure-All.
Yeah.
One of the craziest pistol weapons in any game ever. As we're going to see Elusiveness and Long Dash getting banned out. Safety glasses on the side of the Avengers, as well as Blade Master, another one of my favorite cards.
I mean, yeah, Blade Master is probably one of the most cinematic. What person wouldn't dream of being able to cut bullets away with a katana? I mean, what ordinary person wouldn't dream? It does have its drawbacks, though, and that is that it only blocks above the chest height, so you are still going to be taking damage, but it's not going to be able to give you critical shots coming on through. So essentially, it's not just Long Dash rolled into one with Iron Heads, but it also has that massive reach with the melee attack too, and they're just going to use this now alongside that Chug Chug to see whether or not they can push and just look for a one-shot on whoever is unlucky enough to be anchoring A.
The Chug Chugs facing off against each other here in a little situation, as we are going to see. Look at PVS still keeping the high life on his side. He's incredibly good with that weapon, as we're going to see the dash coming through with the kill. Bob on the side of the Blade Master. Going to be able to get an elimination with the katana, trying to see if he can keep the push going.
Yeah, short entirely secured now for the Avengers, but they want a little bit more. It looks like they're clearing up so much space to figure out whether or not A is entirely within their domain. Back onto site we go. Plant still hasn't come through. Emotional Rescue is going to go down at the same time as Converter, and they're actually utilizing these players who still have charges on those katanas to body block for whoever is planting.
As we're going to see it again, coming through, Bob with the double on the katana. Rhythm going to try and see if he can make something happen in the nade kill from the Axon. Belky also picking up a projectile kill in the kill feed, and Rhythm just trying to hold here. There's 2 players left, or 1 player left, sorry, last player alive. Just going to try and go for the save. Shotgun going to be coming out, but the nice cleanup from the round by Neko.
Yeah, 2-2, the Avengers making sure that they don't repeat the same mistakes when they've gone for an A push. This time around, they fully clear out A short. As you can see, the Blade Master just giving them so much confidence to go into that, and also taking control, keeping an eye out to make sure that none of the defenders rotating over from B are going to be playing up within defenders' pipe.
Taking a look at our next bans and picks, we're seeing reactive armor banned out, as well as sight deletion, parting vision, and interception. Both going to be parting vision on the side of the Avengers, as well as toy traps, and then secret planning as well for the Avengers. Doomsday Bomb and interception for the side of Working Silence.
Yeah, toy traps is a huge one. Managing to mitigate 50% damage coming on through from all of those utilities. Massive, no surprises that sight deletion is going to get taken off of the table entirely, because it forces a 5 versus 5 fight, and whoever has the cards that are in advantage of that brawl is going to be at a weighted potential of coming out on top.
And this is one of the first times where I think we've seen both teams maximizing the amount of cards that they are allowed to pick. 6 cards in play, utilizing every single one of the cards that has not been banned.
Well, that's Tariff. That is the consequences of Tariff. Even when a team loses a round, they still get shot points.
And even with the Tariff, they did win the round, I believe. No, you're right. Sorry. As we're going to see the Avengers coming through. We're going to see the Pathogen wall getting released out. Naya trying to come through with the flash, ineffective onto his opponents, as none were in the area. They're going to try and get this jump up onto B, but Rhythm waiting on the bottom side with them with the shotgun, but the timing not going to come out.
Rhythm's just holding. He knows that they're about to drop down from balcony. Out comes the Blaze from the Corona to have the confidence to peek, and in we go! We don't manage to find the picks though, because Rhythm on this Axon is still power sliding through the entire Avengers team.
Wow, it's so quick. These rounds go by. It's wait, push, and everybody's dead. And we see it happen here. Work in Silence able to secure the round. As we saw the Corona getting stuck. Naya got stuck from that dash. She was trying to pull off a nice little jump into that zone, but the flash not fully affecting just due to that grief in the movement there. And he did end up getting himself eliminated in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, Axon as well is pretty much one of the direct counters to that Corona with the Super Freak, making you immune to the blind coming on through from Hothead. Another reason, by the way, so many of those teams invested in those points was because Sideswap has come out.
Looks like we're having a little bit of change coming in here. We're going to be seeing on the other side, these players are getting ready to jump into this next round.
Sideswap is indeed going to be coming on through, so WS, Work in Silence, now going to be on the attack as opposed to the Avengers on that defense. A lot of the time we've seen sometimes some different Lancers getting put into the mix. However, the defensive Corona playing for those retake situations has been immensely strong, and I would be very unsurprised if we saw Naya change away from that.
We're going to be seeing Mito pushing up, trying to get a pick onto that side, unable to come away with anything, but getting some good info, seeing where his opponents are going to be trying to push. Bob now coming in onto that mid-A short area, trying to push towards A main now, as we're going to be seeing them jump through. A site almost completely clear. They've got players playing closer to the outside of the site. Pathogen wall going to go up, almost timing out here. Belky going to be trying to keep the push going as these players are holding as much as possible to try and keep them off of the site. And it looks like the rotate is going to happen as B almost completely uncontested. We've got one on to that middle side closer to the B area. Is just going to be playing that yard spot where the rest of these players starting to rotate to B, but they're rotating back to A now. These players are reading this perfectly. The Avengers able to do almost a perfect read, but now they're heading towards mid.
Yeah, it's a double fake coming on through, and then Rhythm within mid is going to be able to keep up noise so that no one on the Avengers is fully aware of where exactly this converter is trying to go through. Pathogen Wall's going to reinforce that door, give it a little bit extra strength so they can try and take that fight in short, but they double stack up the recoil and transfer. It's just so detrimental to the Avengers because of it, and finally now the converter has been able to find a home on the A side. Avengers going to have to play fully for the retake, but unfortunately fully alone is their Dex. What can Neko do? Can he try and clutch the situation out with the My Way?
We're going to see him trying and peek now, looking to see if he's able to pick off one of these players, but he's not able to do it. And Work in Silence taking another round, 4-2, and TCK looking so happy to be here and excited that his team is performing exceptionally well.
The runaround of the runaround. Like, they do such a good job of making the Avengers think, okay, it's going to A, no wait, it's going to B, no wait, it's going to A again, oh no, we're going to have to contest short, oh wait a minute, we're not in a good position to contest short, oh, it's on A, and we have one person left.
They back and forth until they find a weak spot and they push through and capitalize. Swift Resolution and Ricochet gonna get banned out as well. We are gonna see Band-Aid Solution picked up for the side of the Avengers and King of Eggs. Very funny card.
I mean, this is actually really smart from the Avengers because if the round goes the way it did previously, they've actually got a lot of sustainability now. Not only are they going to still have the pathogen heals, they're going to be able to bandage themselves as long as they don't just insta-die. That being said, Work in Silence are also going to have access to overall sustainability in the long term as well, and we're going to finally get to see the way that Yggdrasil does sometimes play, where everyone just tries to profit out and exchange so much utility brute forcing their way through yard.
We're going to see the Axon grenades coming out from Rhythm as he cut to B from mid. We're going to be seeing now trying to jump in to this site, seeing if he's going to be able to come on to the attack. Neko on the backside, trying to defend off against
Hold on a minute. There's going to be contact in A. Avengers might think that it's a read into A instead of B, because yet again, Work in Silence, they're not committing to one of these sites, but they're still applying pressure around them to get the better read of information. The second, though, that they reveal that presence on main, everyone from Avengers might try and backtrack.
And it's looking like there might be a fight mid as we're going to see Naya taking the pick off onto Gon. Gon is losing that fight as we're now taking a look. Rebirth taking a lot of damage, but now Babino going to get the kill. Mito going to get the trade. PVS with the kill onto Rebirth.
We'll be able to get the heal too, so that Corona not fully healed enough, but definitely having the confidence. Naya on the Kismet, no longer the Corona, having to try and anchor onto this site and just hold the fort down long enough for the reinforcements to come on through. But there goes King of Eggs, crouching, managing to spawn self-sustain abilities. As Insane on the circuit's about to take a 1 versus 2. The hot head from the Corona sets the Nitro up to come through with the clamp down kill. And that is Work in Silence working incredibly loudly towards a B push.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job of playing together as a team. They had lost that man advantage. They were down a player and ended up being unsuccessful, but it looks like Naya, oh my goodness! Naya unable to hit the shot on an unsuspecting enemy, and the flick over is going to confirm the kill and the round for Work in Silence.
Yeah, you can see a little bit of the pressure starting to creep on through, not being able to connect those shots. It's a 1 versus 1 versus 1 is essentially the situation that you need to take it to, and you have that pressure to try and finish that 1 versus 1 as quick as you can before the other player can swing you, and in the haste, suddenly all of that normal accuracy goes out the door.
It's an unfortunate circumstance. They're going to have to regroup there, but Melee Rod and Destruction, Barrier Destruction have banned out, where we're going to see Explosive Shot on the side of Work in Silence, as well as Short Exposure and Roger Roger, as we're going to be seeing from the shadows, and Bad Knees. Bad Knees is a funny one. Enemies taking fall damage. So Balcony, you drop off of that,
yep.
You die.
You drop off a balcony, and you know, it's probably what happens when you fall from a height in reality.
The realistic falling, Bad Knee is going to be coming out, and it'll make your knees even worse if you do end up falling down here. So we're going to be seeing these players start with a explosive push towards B and mid. Well, these teams trying to take that mid control early round. We're going to see the circuit. Util going to be coming out.
I mean, Work in Silence have the Roger Roger, so they're effectively playing 7 versus 5 currently, and this being match point for them. They want to finish things out here and now, however, lovely shots coming on from Rebirth, holding down the fort of A with the My Way. Smoke is going to make it a little bit harder to read into that situation, as everyone from Work in Silence realizes that they can't afford to take this space, and they're going to have to reposition over towards B and try and take mid instead.
Looks like we're going to be seeing Bob picking up the elimination onto Gon as PVS just holding closely with the clamp down. Going to be going for that converter, trying to see if he can get the elimination off as well. He's able to dodge his opponents. The Axon Nade's going to come through into the shotgun, and there you have it. The Avengers taking the 3rd round.
Yeah, it's always a really rough position when the player carrying converter dies and everyone from the defense just gets to camp it, and then you throw over the top the fact that it's a claustrophobic hallway and there's an Axon there still with guitar up. It's going to be next to impossible to be able to clutch out that situation. Avengers doing a really good job of understanding that Work in Silence will just want to take the brute force brawl fight with the Roger Roger on their side, and they get much brawlier than we've seen them previously.
And they did a really good job securing that round, even though it is still going to be on match point. The pressure is on for them. Vampire Knight getting banned out, as well as the A main ban. Infernal Hounds on the side of the Avengers, and we've seen how well they can use this card, especially in their qualifiers. It's been something that's been known to cause a lot of trouble, especially if you're pairing it up with the Feral Hogs. We won't be seeing that, but we are going to be seeing the Infernal Hounds coming out in this round.
I wonder if we're going to get to see a timeout coming on through, because this is something that I noticed, actually. Only the CN teams have really taken advantages of the timeout situations, but no, the Avengers are just going to go straight into this. 3 to 5, still map point coming on through for Work in Silence. Circat, Gold Dust from both teams going to be trying to layer the groundwork from mid-yard, and off of the back of that, Neko has all of the confidence to go in on the clone form and start to chip down Work in Silence's forces.
Belky getting himself eliminated through the smoke. Neko being able to pick up a really nice kill there. Insane picking up another one. And Rebirth with the sniper going to be able to get one. Can he get two? Can he get two? I don't think he knows that there's one closer to the side of him there on his right side.
Yeah, he
got
thinks
gone.
there's still plateau.
Bob gonna be jiggle peeking the side, seeing if he can get an elimination, but the timing gonna come through here.
The two.
And now Rebirth almost able to get the trade off. Oh, as we're gonna see the Pharaoh.
Oh! 4-5. Stones throw within that duel. Something to talk about as well is the fact that Rebirth has been mixing up the weapon of choices. The previous round he took My Way, right? So they tried to swing him and kill him fast before the LMG could find the target. But that time around he had the High Life, which meant when they tried to swing aggressively into him, he got the one shot off.
And it was nice to see that. It was a beautiful elimination, and the timing there from God7 just perfectly done. And also, you know, we saw the 10's POV for a second there. Shout out Artie, looking absolutely beautiful on the 10 stream. As we're going to be seeing these teams locking in for these next picks and bans for our shard cards. And it always changes the whole way of the game. And it's the name of the game, is break the rules, change the rules, and make your own. And that is why we love to see all of these crazy different plays coming out, especially stuff that, you know, you don't typically get to see in these other games.
Yeah.
There's all of these extra elements like the duels, where we're seeing, you know, the ban picks with the shard cards every single round. Being able to switch your Lancer every single round is something that I find really interesting about this.
Yeah, and I mean, if we do see the duels, we're going to be probably seeing a whole lot of mind games coming into play, trying to figure out where the Corona is going to be so you can put the pathogen in to be able to mitigate it, as well as potentially putting your Corona in last in your decks halfway through so that he doesn't get burned out of his utility in the most important aspect, the late stages of the duel, because duels, they're not a race, they're a marathon. You've got 5 players, but you can kill multiple people if you play your cards and Lancer positions correctly. So we're gonna have a little bit of time. There we go. There's a timeout coming on through. This isn't actually called by a team, I believe. This is actually a technical timeout.
I think this might actually be a little bit of a disadvantage for the Avengers. As we could see earlier, I think it was with Work in Silence. Somebody had a little bit of a PC issue coming on there, but it looks like they might have already gotten it ready and fixed, good to go. But we did see that happen where every time somebody would do a timeout, the team that called it would end up getting the win.
Yeah.
But I think the Avengers had a lot of momentum coming through to this, and this timeout might be a little bit of a disadvantage to disrupt that flow and sort of cool them off, take them out of that flow state that they have been in these past 2 rounds. So, you know, we'll see what happens when we're jumping into that next round, but that's what I think is going to happen.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough one to be able to call, but we can have a look and see which of the shard cards we're going to be able to call. Medical Error actually manages to make it through. Oh my goodness, that's going to change the game entirely.
Yes, we love to see the Medical Error, one of the stronger cards in the game, preventing your opponents from healing. A lot of the game revolves around healing. You have your pathogen heal, you have those heals around the map that you're able to pick up, and now not having that, it's going to be unfortunate to see, because the Avengers, they're going to have so much of a disadvantage. You lose health and you're on 6 HP, you can't get back up.
Yeah, it's going to be a really rough one. We do actually have emergency evacuation also coming into the play for the Avengers, though, so they do have a disengagement option to run away. If they start taking damage, they'll get that movement boost, potentially the play for the retake. If they bite off a little bit more than they can chew and go into an outnumbered fighters, yet again, we're going to see Work in Silence defaulting to try and read out a Chug this time is going to be invested to figure out what weapon that Nitro is going to be anchoring A onto, as unfortunately the Dex's clone form is immediately broken.
We're going to be seeing now Babino trying to put up onto the side. It looks like they're going to be able to shoot out the Chug. That's insane, holding that middle area to be able to go Rhythm. Always on the Axon. Axon being one of those very, very prominent heroes that we've been seeing. Trying to see if he can hold this angle, see if somebody's going to try and peek into him. It looks like nobody wanting to contest that section of the map. So it looks like they're going to start rotating to another side. They're starting to group up towards B in that middle side. Converter still on mid. But it looks like we're going to see dropping the Converter. But the elimination going to come through with Neko picking up a beautiful kill on Tomedo.
Yeah, and it's now going to be Pathogen Emotional Rescue invested behind the wall so you can hold your position and try and trap them inside this hallway, letting Insane on the Axon close up the damage. If they try and run from the Axon, they open themselves up to be shot by the Pathogen behind him. Really good stuff from the Avengers, who essentially bottlenecked Working Silence now into having to just rush A, which is the worst possible position because there's still going to be an anchor.
Looks like they have gotten A control pretty easily here. No contest going to be coming through, but these players are getting ready to go on the retake. They do have the man advantage, but we've seen how good PVS is with the high life. See if he can get the shot, and he gets one. Almost gets the second here, trying to see if he can be able to get the switch off. Naya trying to play around, but the nade util going to be coming in on the side of Naya. See if they can maybe get the flank. Gone 7 now taking the fight contest. On the other side, Rebirth's going to switch around into the 2v2. As we're seeing Bob trying to get the entry onto the site, but the Axon going to try and block that. Naya gets the kill. 2v1 situation. They need to go fast. 10 seconds until they need the defuse to start here. Naya going to get eliminated, but Bob with the pick, and he gets it without a second to spare.
Oh my goodness. The Avengers 3 seconds. 3 more seconds. If the round had gone on 3 seconds longer, it would have been a Working Silence win, but as it is, it's a 5v5, 5-1v1, so we go to duels.
Also, shout out Dustin as well. You just see him now. Didn't see him before. My bad, Dustin. Anyways, duels are going to be exciting with these two teams.
Yeah.
I think the skill level of both of these two teams is pretty similar. I think they're both very up there. Teamwork-wise, I think they're also on sort of the same vibe. They've had kind of a very similar pathing in these games, whereas Working Silence winning their first game, losing their second. The Avengers losing their first game and winning their second. But we are going to see the timeout coming from the Avengers. I think they're going to have to try and see exactly what sort of strategies they're going to be wanting using in these duels.
Yeah, I like this. I like the fact that they're using one of those timeouts into the duels so they can really try and figure out where they want to position these Lancers coming on through, what weapons they want to be bringing in. We've seen the power of the Corona with the SMG, of that clampdown coming on through. They're actually going to be playing their Corona on the 4th spin of things. They're going to be starting on off with Naya on this Dex, and I like this read because you can actually see Working Silence anticipated the Corona first rather than the Dex and played the Pathogen early.
Wow, this is going to be interesting. Dex coming out first. Insane on the backside, trying to go for that Corona as more of an insurance option. When they get down in the rounds, they need somebody to clutch up, so they're putting the Corona closer to the end, and the Dex first one to go. And it's interesting, Neko, usually the Dex player, as we're going to see Naya coming through with the shotgun here with the Boom Broom. And it looks like Gone 7 has the same idea with the Meat Maker
versus Boom Boom. Gone 7 is already going to be on that high ground. The thing is that Naya will have heard the zip line, so he knows where the Pathogen's going to be. Killer Queen does manage to activate and starts chunking the Dex down. And oh no, we pushed without using our clone.
Unfortunate to see, but we're going to see more shotguns coming out. Neko with the Axon nades could be getting the elimination off of this alone. And it looks like it's just one shot needed, but Neko is going to continue and secure the kill.
I mean, he is very, very low. So if they want to, they could potentially take it to a timeout situation, especially when you're up against an Axon. That might very well be your best move. You can see Mito 7, he understands. He's got the high ground, he's got the health advantage. He's not the one that needs to push this. He can literally just hold this space and wait for the Axon to have to play into him. But by playing up here on this angle, he's playing in a really good position because the Axon's just not going to be able to close up the distance and use the shotgun guitar.
Going to see him jumping over onto the top side, but the nade's going to come through. No damage dealt on those, and Mito going to be able to pick up his first elimination of the duels. Vivino now on to the Pathogen. Going to be using the shotgun as well. Such a close quarters area. I don't think we've seen duels yet on this map, so it's interesting to see the difference in the duels. We're going to see some of that util used, pushing up a little bit. Mito going to try and get some shots fired off, but he's hitting the Pathogen wall. more than anything. Jumping up onto the top side. They're both at 150 health, so they will
Path
tie
can kill,
if the duels. Oh, Path can heal.
Path's gonna win the heal off. That's the thing. Killer Queen's invested so that Mino on the Corona can't try and close up the distance. There's the emotional rescue. You get 2 of these, and this is the first. So now all Babino has to do is just stay in that AoE and not take any additional level of damage from the clampdown. And the Corona's got to be the one that pushes, and that's exactly what the shotgun manages to punish.
And now we're going to see Bob trying to get up top, secure himself some location to get a bit of healing going. And Belky going to be jumping in, but now his location has been exposed to the Sonic Surge. He's going to get stunned out here pretty quickly. Belky looking for the head, doesn't find it. Jumping down to the bottom side, going to try and wrap around and see if he's going to be able to get an off-ankle pick going. We're going to see the util getting used on the sonar.
Babino is just holding position. So far, no damage to Belky on this Sonar. So the Sonar will win the heal-off situation. Both emotional rescues have already been expended for Babino. He's going to have to be the one that makes the play, drops down, tries to find a pre-fire shot in case the Sonar's around that corner. And in the meantime, Belky's just going to hold his ground, and there it is. The timeout comes on through, and it's a 1 versus 1 low health Sonar versus Corona.
Here we go. Corona gonna try and jump into this. Does he get the pick? And he does. Shotguns for the whole team, as it looks like the strategy is starting to work for them, but Rhythm gonna be coming in on that Axon. Gonna try and see if he can make something happen. Bit of damage is coming through, but Rhythm, oh my goodness! What a shot!
Oh my goodness, last player standing now. Who's it gonna be? Rhythm versus Rebirth. Axonade manages to land, and that's gonna stick the damage on through. And work in silence with the guitar shotgun are going to tip the tide of duels.
Wow, what a finish! And it looks like the shotgun plays not working in the favor of the Avengers and Belky. What an intense man. He is the scariest looking guy. You know, nice guy, great guy. Scary looking, but not actually very scary. Very nice guy. He's just very intense, very involved with the game, and we love to see it. You know, we love to see the high energy. We love to see the enthusiasm coming up from our players to be able to clutch this out. And you know, you've got to be happy with that win.
Yeah, I mean, Yggdrasil duels. It's such a good space for the Axon. Like you saw it there, every single one of those nades is going to be putting you under pressure. Either putting you under pressure of getting all of the damage because it sticks onto you off of that ricochet, or you see it coming and you have to abandon your position, and then you go into the Axon himself. It's a lose-lose situation. That's why so many of the teams on the Avengers actually were running the shotguns themselves. Lots of tight corners, lots of high ground to low ground positions where if those players don't have the mobility tools to get them up there, they have to go up the zip line. Then you get the sound cue. You can immediately poke out and get a free headshot because they're coming from the low ground to the high ground. What are you going to hit with a shotgun? Their shoulders? No, that's a guaranteed crit.
Yeah, it's something that is, you know, interesting to see the shotguns working for the side of Work in Silence, but the Avengers weren't able to pull it off. They had a mix. I think that was the deciding factors. Work in Silence had a mix of both shotguns and SMGs, using that clamp down to be able to secure a lot of those eliminations when you're fighting at a bit of a distance. So all Work in Silence needed to do was, when they had their clamp down players, keep a bit of distance, and then the Axon comes through with the slide and the shotgun, and they're able to secure the extra amount of points.
Yeah, they did a really good job as well as forcing Babino on that pathogen into having to just burn the emotional rescue very, very quickly. One was used perfectly to win the heal-up situation, the way that a lot of pathogens, myself included, I'll put my hands up, I'll admit to it, okay? It is just the easiest way to win a duel.
Cringe.
Get enough damage done, guard the area so that they can't reposition into you with the Killer Queen, and then just sit inside your healing station.
You enjoying abusing the cringe tech?
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely. At least you're not ashamed to admit it. All right, you know, some people will, you know, deny using the tech, and then you'll pull up a clip of them using it.
It's the smartest way, Seb. It's the smartest way.
Oh, I guess, but you know, as we gamers know, that it's called unfair. But game stats. the Avengers going to be losing that out, but we're going to see Bobino still having a really great game. 11-9, 8-9 for Naya, 9-7 for Neko. Rebirth going to be 4-9 and 7-7 for Insane. So, neutral KD on that side. But wow, look at this, 12-7 for our top player there. And we're going to take a look at some of these highlights really quickly. Gone7 having a really impeccable game.
Yeah, I mean, Dex. you would hope that your Dex player would be incredibly impactful. Valky as well on the circuit, some absolutely stellar gold dust positions and getting to push into them with all of the information that it provides. This is the moment where you just see that little hint of an elbow and immediately gets to turn into the position with the high life coming on through. They're catching the action just on the tail end animation of that guitar slide before we got to head into the most impactful moments of the game. The fact that they were able to come on through and control the second half when side swapped.
The side swap, I think, really changed the game for there, because the Avengers, not having the greatest time on attack, they were able to come back and tie it up on defense. And then as soon as we went to duels, it was an unfortunate circumstance, but I think, defense on the side of the Avengers was actually really, really strong.
Yeah, I mean, this is crazy. That 180 high life was insane, but we'll be back with map 2 after this break. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the FragPunk Global Invitational. And Seb, I told you at some point in the broadcast, Chug Chug would be coming along to this side, joining the true Nitro main on the desk. And joining us, we have an absolute banger of a match because we finally got to go all the way through to see 5 versus 5, which led into duels, which came down to the very wire as the Avengers battle out, work in silence to continue in the tournament.
Yeah, the loser of this game is going to be going home, packing their bags out of the tournament. Not out of China, but out of the tournament, as we're, they'll be staying until the last day of games played, but they will be knocked out, sadly, to see them go. But they've got a chance to make it back. They have to win this next map, and then they've got to continue on to win that final tiebreaker on Arcat, which I really hope we get to see. Because we have not seen Arcat a lot. I've been talking to you about it. I love to watch the Arcat gameplay, but my favorite map coming up next is going to be Tundra.
Yes, Tundra is a fan favorite. It's also a player favorite. It can play so many different ways. A lot of players at the beginning were like, yeah, well, the standard is just 4 people all run mid, and I think that would work in other tactical shooters, but FragPunk, not really like other tactical shooters. Really, everything depends on what cards are in play, as many a team has now realized, and we've seen some significant adaptations being made, like looking today, day number 2 in comparison to the events of day number 1, night and day to what a lot of these teams, in fact every single one of these teams, are coming in equipped with.
Yeah, we've seen so many different play styles coming in with the different regions, and I think lots of regions excel against specifically certain region strategies. Like we've seen, LC has been the toughest fight against the Chinese teams, as well as solo leveling, being able to knock our Chinese seed number 1 team completely out of the tournament. DPS First has been fully eliminated. Unfortunate to see them go, but it's got to happen sometime. And I think as well, night and day with the days of performance. Like the Avengers, not the greatest performance day 1.
No.
Day 2, they take out their first game. They win their first game today against Conquest, and they're coming in. They have lost map 1. But fear not, ladies and gentlemen. Fear not, Avengers fan. There is time to assemble once more and win map 2 and take home the trophy.
You had to just get one in.
I had to do it. I had to do it.
You
Come on.
just had to get one in now. Well, good news for you, that's more than 1 Avengers movie, so I'll let you get away with maybe 2 or 3, or some could say 3.5 if you count Infinity War.
We're coming into the end game now.
Oh no! I teed you up for that one.
Yeah, you really did.
For that one. Do you know what? I'm just gonna be sit here.
Go hang out with your Chug Chug.
I'm just gonna. You have fun. This is my co-cast now. What was that, Chug Chug? We're gonna be getting ready to head into Tundra pretty soon, and we should probably talk about what we expect to see in that map. I agree. We should probably start talking about the actual game. We're here to talk about what can we expect to see on Tundra, Seb.
I think that coming into this, Tundra is gonna, a map where we do see a lot of mid fighting. The doors on Tundra are definitely something that come into play a lot of the time, as well as the teleporters. It's one of those things that's unique to the map. I don't believe we see teleporters on any of the other maps.
No.
So, a lot of different elements that we're gonna be seeing come in. Lots of typically we see the same Lancers picked on almost all of the maps. Are there any typically picks Tundra specific?
I mean, Spider does tend to see a little bit of play coming on for the fact that you can just very quickly maneuver from A to B, especially since portals aren't always in play. Shortcuts come through and ban them out, as well as they're open to some timing shenanigans too. So still having that Spider and being able to, especially if on the defenders, right? Spider portal can be destroyed if you shoot it enough, but if you manage to put it deep enough towards defender spawn where you have it on just the run-up stretch of ice, you're going to be able to very easily swap between the A side and the B side to catch those pesky attackers out if they have to rotate all the way through from Link.
And Spider being one of those heroes that, we definitely don't get to see play often, but has such a versatile kit.
Yeah.
I think that Spider, has the potential to be a more favorably picked Lancer in some of these upcoming games in the future of FragPunk. I think in the state of the game right now, definitely not one of the best picks, because we're seeing a lot more decks coming out with, we've got Dex, we've got Axon, we've got Corona,
yes.
Our three main kind of fragger. We've always seeing Pathogen, and then sometimes we haven't seen very much of Hollow Point coming out, but we've seen just a little bit. Some of these, the Russian team loving to pick up that Hollow Point, and we've seen that these teams that are favoring the snipers picking up that a little bit more, but I think, obviously we're going to be seeing a lot of Pathogen as well.
Yeah, I mean, Hollow is an interesting one because you would think when you give someone a railgun sniper rifle, they would be pretty insane, and they are very, very strong as a Lancer when you're early on in your career of FragPunk, right? If you want to just go into your baby ranked games, Hollow Point is definitely a Lancer that you're going to be able to get a lot of traction with. She's got one-shot potentials with the Meteora. She's also got information gathering potentials coming on through with Smokescreen, or you can potentially just use it to stop someone from pushing an angle and funnel them into a position which you've already camped with that sniper at, as well as the fact that, Meteora doesn't just do damage, it's also got scanning. If it's charging enough, it's able to actually see Lancer's outlines even through things like the smoke, so it can be actually utilized to counteract some of those abilities coming on through from the other side in terms of the pistol utilities. But everything that Hollow can do, Dex can do better. Because, I mean, you've got a clone form that you can go into with 20 HP, you're going to be able to get a lot of information off of that, and you can go super deep into enemy territory, which Hollow can't really do. She has to hold her angle, and if she actually gets forced off of that angle in the rotation, she's vulnerable and shot dead, as opposed to if you manage to take the Dex clone down, he just pops right back up at his totem with 130 HP.
Yeah, and I do think, Dex being our newest addition to the roster is such a versatile Lancer. Just having that extra scale shield to be able to push into fights and, take more aggressive space on attack, and being able to push up and try a really risky flank with the tail ability on the defense is definitely something that these players are going to be favoring over just the fact, okay, we have a cool one-shot sniper.
Yeah, not just that, we're really getting to see the evolution, you could say, of the Dex gameplay, because people thought, okay, he's going to be really, really strong on the defense, and we're going to be able to hold angles and get a lot of information potentially coming on through with the Resolver one-shot. And then these teams started figuring out, hold on a minute, if I have a whole additional life, why don't I just go aggressive to try and force the enemy team in having to rotate to my team call? Where if you're a Dex and you're taking a fight against 3 players, obviously if you've got 20 HP, they're going to end up killing you at some point, right? But the value that you get in being able to force them to move into a position of a map that you've already got locked down without them having the opportunity to clear it is the win condition for your team that round. And teams have already started doing it. Think about Arcade. Think about the push that we've already seen come through, where it was just so unheard of for a Dex to do something like that, that when we saw the players' POVs back from the Dex, no one's even looking back towards spawn. No one's anticipating them to be that deep.
Yeah, and it's it's also a really great way to get information. Dex being a character, if you're not able to get the elimination, you have the info. So if the play that you're describing here, if that doesn't work out, you also have fallback options to be able to try and recover. You're able to make, I think, with a lot of video games, and I think especially with FragPunk, being able to make mistakes is a super huge ability to have, because these players are so good. They rarely make mistakes. So when you do make mistakes, being able to fall back and have almost zero consequences from those mistakes is then giving you so much more potential in the rest of that round to not make the same mistake again, not do the same play twice, and keep learning and learning, getting more information, collecting all of that information and using it to the best of your ability to secure the rounds.
Yeah, it's why I'm really not a big fan of the shard card Return to Center. Because you get so much information with it. One little bit of damage and boom, you get teleported back to your spawn. Granted, there are ways that it can work against you. If someone is camped at your spawn, say a Dex of 20 HP and a Resolver, he'll be able to see you pop up and immediately pop you in the head. But other than that, like, we've actually started to see, again, the teams adapt into having that card in play and just full send Corona in a place that you really don't expect him to be, which, again, okay, an A just coming up through from Fountain with the dash and just takes one bit of damage, immediately gets sent back to his spawn and can tell his team, hey, I saw one here, one here, one here, now push.
Exactly. And, you know, let's talk about another character who has been taking so much of the elimination percentage when it comes to these games, Axon.
Yes.
Axon being one of the scariest Lancers in my opinion. I think, you know, the amount of grenades that he's got to be able to use his abilities, the immunity to flash, he's got his flash goggles, and your other ability is an extra primary weapon. You get a free shotgun that is a guitar that you're able to slide with.
Yes.
You know, sliding movement is not something that we see very much.
Yeah, it is tied to the card.
And it's only with Axon, and there are some shard card abilities that let you slide.
Yeah, I mean, if I was given the option of taking a knife fight with a Corona and an Axon, I'd take the fight with the Corona because he's got more muscles, but it would mean that Axon doesn't have access to his shotgun guitar and doesn't have access to his nades, which are not finite. He has numerous. I would otherwise never take a fight against an Axon. Not in a small space, not in a large space. I would take the Corona 9 times out of 10 coming on through. And again, like, Axon's just really, really strong pretty much on every single map. Black Market being one of the best Axon maps, but there's plenty of other maps. So even if there's wide spaces in parts, there's also going to be small and narrow spaces, and being able to just play the Axon with those nades. Just a lot of the time we're seeing these teams when, you know, they go into the post-plant positions. The CN teams actually do this a whole lot, where they all just bundle up on one specific angle. If it's Black Market, for instance, everyone just bundles up into container on B, and then if it's A, they all bundle up into main. If you have an Axon coming on through and you're sitting in that one position, all you need to do as that attacking team is spam Axon nades onto the converter, and no one's going to have the confidence to defuse until someone gets pushed.
And the fact that you're able to spam so many is such a huge factor. Like, I don't think I've seen a character in any video game that has this many nades. That's what makes FragPunk so unique. These Lancers are out of this world compared to anything else you've ever seen on an esports stage. And it's just so amazing to watch how the util is such a crucial point in the gameplay, especially in the professional gameplay. The lineups that some of these players have been able to figure out and execute in the game. We've seen lineup eliminations consistently throughout the day. Team LC Vico, he gets I was talking to their team backstage.
Yeah.
He gets the Kismet nades around 4 times a game. Around 4 eliminations come from a lineup.
Yeah.
That's insane.
I mean, to be fair, Kismet, getting hit by a Kismet nade is pretty miserable, as aptly the ability is called 100 points of damage, is immediately taken off of your health bar. And that's before we even tally in potentially explosive damage increase off of a shard card. In which case, just get it out of the game. If you're up against a Kismet or an Axon, it's just not a fun time. You're going to be fighting in as an open space as you possibly can as we wait to get in. Unfortunately, it is summertime in Hangzhou. You know, we've got to wait for the seasons to roll on through. First autumn, then winter, before Tundra is going to have access to its snowfall.
And that's why we're waiting so long for the Tundra to come out. I see you. But we are going to be jumping into this thing really quickly. And I wish it would feel like winter in here because I'm getting a little bit sweaty. But we're going to be jumping into these picks and bans right away. Choke going to be banned out from the side of Work in Silence. They know that the Avengers love that card. Clone Tech going to get banned out from the side of the Avengers. And now we're going to see flashy projectiles picked out as well as Shield Rod picked up for Work in Silence.
Kind of sad that we don't get the Clone Tech. You know, the third time that we would see 5 Dexes all getting picked up. But that is going to be out of the window immediately, as I'm sure is someone going to be camping the second floor window on Tundra over towards that A site, though with Choke being taken off of the mix, unfortunately the shotgun play with the window jump is not going to quite be as viable as it would.
Jumping right in, players getting ready, stacked up and locked in. Ready to go and jump into our first round on Tundra. The Avengers attacking, Work in Silence defending. As we're jumping in. It looks like we might be seeing a B push right off the start. A little bit of an A fake coming through, but Converter going to be headed towards mid B area. Which could be a mid to A, as it looks like we're going to be seeing some pathogen walls coming out from the side of Work in Silence. As we get Naya coming in with the flash, and it looks like he's going to be able to eliminate the Dex clone right off the bat. We've got an off angle coming through. PVS, look at this boost. Is he going to be able to get the sniper shot off? He does connect off of the Nitro wall.
Yeah, and that's going to be a lot of damage done on the side of Work in Silence. The Nitro damage from that boost actually slowing the Avengers approach. And now we're just going to be stuck with the one Nitro against the world. It's not going to be enough. Work in Silence will be able to take the first round. Despite flashy projectiles, the Avengers really trying to utilize those flash moments to go aggressively in with that Corona. But Work in Silence read the play perfectly and play a little bit further off of the site to just collapse in the second the Avengers make that move.
The Nitro wall. I loved to see it jumping through. Some of the tech that these players are able to unlock is absolutely insane. Blademaster getting banned out this time by Work in Silence. They don't want to see that happen again. One of those crucial rounds on the point of the Avengers last game. Reactive Armor getting banned out on the side of the Avengers, and it looks like Vampire Knight getting picked out, as well as Swift Support. Being able to teleport to your teammates, definitely something that is super usable in these games. Teleport and get the trade just as your teammate might be taking some damage, getting into a fight. As it looks like they're stacked up towards B. They've got 2B, one on that A site, and they've got 2 sitting in spawn right now, waiting for maybe a mid push as the preparation is going to fall.
To be or not to be? Is it going to be an A push? That's the question. But if it is, that's going to be punished because, yeah, there it is. Nitro and Pathogen walls combined to make a monstrosity as over the walls Work in Silence go.
Oh, the timing on Neko. We are going to see him lose his Dex clone, as well as a PVS. Going to be able to get an elimination onto Naya. We're going to see Gon losing his clone as well. Getting a pick off of Abino. Did take a lot of damage from the Dex before eventually getting himself eliminated. Heal's going to be coming out. It looks like some hit marks are going to be dropped off. Some nade lineups coming through onto the side of Work in Silence.
Yeah, damage is exchanged. Lineups coming on through from main and link between both of the teams respectively. As through the smoke, the Dex shoots, trying to get an accuracy marker and give some information of whether or not someone from the defense is holed up there. We can see Surcat, Belky trying to hold that angle and block B off entirely, slowing down the Avengers approach. The sooner, unfortunately, that they have to wait, the less opportunity they're going to have to be able to clear these angles, and they just don't have the confidence to walk B. They've now got to try and push for mid, but there's the Nitro wall. You see one jump up, Rebirth is expecting it. This is the wall that the Avengers have done themselves too, but instead of an actual play, it's Chug Chug! They thought that it was going to be the drone, and it was the Axon coming on through with the My Way instead. Showing the Avengers the highway, as it's going to be the second round going to Work in Silence.
Work in Silence are on a huge roll right now. It looks like the Avengers need a little bit of a regroup going into these next couple of rounds because they have not taken these first 2 lightly. They've been getting steamrolled, so to speak, because we saw earlier quadra kill on the side of Work in Silence, and now the wall's going absolutely crazy. The Pathogen jump into that Nitro wall jump spot. I'm just in awe of how these players were able to figure out that was in the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's the staircase to heaven, essentially, for the defense. And you can do it on B too. You can play off of cargo and you can stack the wall so that you can see through that little window that plays into main, and then you can shoot and spam utility down it as well.
That just seems like such an unfair advantage coming in from some of these players, getting those crazy angles, but this is a make your own rules game. So they made their own rules and they made their own angles. Make your own angles is going to be the key part of this. Coming in, it is going to be, it looks like we're going to be seeing a converter going towards a main. They're going to try and take control of main and maybe take a 2-floor.
Phantom Sight did manage to make it through the ban phase, which is going to be problematic. Pistol has to come on through for Rhythm so that Phantom doesn't give away his position, but the Sankyu is going to be giving away the presence. And immediately you can see Mito7 on that Pathogen looking to stall them out.
We're going to see a lot of damage coming through. Naya already almost eliminated, and that's 2 gone. Babino and Naya, Insane getting rolled away, and 1 player left. Neko going to try and survive. Gets an elimination, able to get a heal off really quickly into this, but Mito with the elimination, and they're getting killed so fast. These rounds are going quickly, and the steamroll the steam train has left the station, and they're absolutely rolling them. Look at how intense they're getting on the stage there. Oh my goodness.
I mean, Avengers just don't manage to get a post-plant situation at all. Every single time they get shut down before they can even get themselves onto one of these sites. Work in Silence are doing just such a good job of covering every single angle, always securing a pick before the Avengers can move on to one of those sites. This is going to be a timeout being called. This time it is the Avengers calling that timeout, something that they talked about yesterday actually. The reason why it was so hard for them to be able to win was that it was partly the atmosphere in the team room. They were saying they took it a little bit too seriously, and when things went wrong, they weren't in the right mindset to try and figure out a solution, because instead of, playing for the fun of it, they were kind of at each other's throats. So it's really good to actually see them adapting, understanding, okay, we're at the precipice here. We're not over the edge, but we're potentially falling over it. Let's slow things down. Let's call a pause. Let's talk it out before it becomes a situation which is insurmountable.
Yeah, and it looks like they've sort of started to revert back to that day one energy. The business side of things, you get the win in the morning on that first game, and then you have to wait to play until game number 40. You get that cooldown.
Yeah.
Right? You're not as prepared, not as locked in, and it looks like that's what started to happen with them. And we're going to see, hopefully they're going to be able to claim a couple of rounds. It looks like they're going to be taking explosive shot on that side, and the weapon ban is going to be picking a random weapon from every single type is going to get banned out. And this could be really bad, but it could also not affect the game very much.
I mean, it could affect the game massively though, because playing on LAN, you're going to go for a weapon that starts firing faster. That's why actually Adi even covered it earlier. So many of these players who have been fever heads have now moved over to the discipline. Same thing for why the clampdown has so much power, and the highway too. The speed that that weapon can start to fire away even through the ADS is immensely strong in comparison to the similar weapon, and if they haven't been able to make it past the ban phase, ADSing has become much weaker.
It looks like we are going to be seeing both the clampdown coming out here from lots of these players. TA picking up almost completely the clampdown. Rhythm going to die. Babino actually getting himself a lineup pick on to PVS. Rhythm going to be throwing in those Axon grenades, and that could be super dangerous because the entire Avengers team is going to be waiting in that section. See if he's got the Dex to throw the lane. The Dex going to come out, but Neko going to be able to get the elimination.
Yeah, but it wasn't the actual Dex, it was the clone Dex. So all he's going to do is go back to that totem, and this is still more time removed on the side of the Avengers. They're stuck in B main. The door is about to get brute force through, and they have no choice but to just full send it onto site.
We're going to try and get the push off, but Mito going to be able to get the first pick here. Second going to be coming through. Mito again. Rhythm going to be able to get the kill. Mito going to get traded and work in silence. 4-0! Moxie, this is absolutely insane. They've seemed like very, very equally skilled teams coming into map 1, and now Work in Silence is just looking like they're a cut above.
Yeah, I mean, you'll see it here in the replays coming on our. Like, Babino is able to get one But the second that the Axum nades come through and slow the momentum that the Avengers were looking to pick up to round that corner, everything just goes out of the window in terms of planning. Again, they're denied a post-plant situation, and Work and Silence can just pick them apart with the time bank stressing them out.
Yeah, they need a round. The Avengers really do need to get a round under their belts if they want to regain some of that confidence, want to gain back a little bit of footing into this map, because if they lose this here, that's going to be match point with no rounds available, so they can't make another mistake after that. They're all business right now. They're looking all business. They need to lighten up a little bit, have a little more fun with it. Otherwise, they're going to be in a whole lot of trouble coming into this game. Taking a look, we're seeing it looks to be like the Avengers are going to be going for an A-sided push with 1 or 2 players coming in, or a B-sided push, sorry, with 1 or 2 players coming into mid.
Oh, Work and Silence got their hands on mini-mags though. Look at the magazine that's available for the Avengers.
Oh, they're losing so much value off of that. It's going to be 25 on the mag. It's just such a huge disadvantage for them, and they've got community healthcare and initial scan just to give them so much more power coming in, and vampire bullets as well are going to be on the side of the Avengers, seeing if they're going to be able to do anything. Knife dash going to be coming through. Gone 7, losing so much HP in that initial fight, is going to be able to just hold off and just not peek that out, trying to play his life as much as he can.
This is the most cautious we've seen the Avengers be so far. They haven't taken a sniff towards mid. They haven't tried to push towards A or B. It's just going to be much, much slower, much more methodical, waiting to see if Work and Silence are going to reveal their positions with lineups coming on through, rather than putting themselves into positions where those lineups can find accuracy markers and give the game away. Naya manages to take down the Dex with the clone, but unfortunately the Dex isn't alone, and he falls regardless to the Circat, who's playing buddy system, and that's where the Dex actually ended up off of his totem, controlling Link. And unfortunately, the Avengers are spiraling out of control. They're down to 1 last Lancer. Someone needs to find the construction manual and assemble them quickly. Otherwise, they're in danger of going out of the tournament.
Oh my goodness. Work in Silence turned the beast mode switch on, and they did it quickly. 5-0 to the side of Work in Silence. And the Avengers, they've barely been able to get kills. They get maybe 1 or 2 around here. And, you know, this is going to be unfortunate to see. Taking a look at some of the replays from these previous rounds here. Going out pretty quickly. They were going out extremely fast in all of these rounds. They had a little bit of a longer round in that round 4, but we're going to be taking a look at some of these bans. It's going to be long-term investment, explosion specialist for the bans. And then we're seeing Superhuman and Melee Rod on the side of the Avengers, and Eye of the Reaper, a very, very scary card. Explodes all of your nearby enemies after you plant the converter.
Yep.
Converter.
And that's going to continue giving away those informational ticks too. Granted, the Avengers are going to be able to lock down one of those sites with the melee rod, whether it's A or B. They'll be able to just create a little bit of a space where you can only actually damage with either the knife or the axe. Weapon, rifles, guns, pistols, none of it does damage unless you're outside of that space. And that might be the turning point, but it's going to be so stressful. They've got to get 5 rounds back to back as Chug Chug gets iced out of pushing main with the door closed. And here's the spider that we were talking about, right? It's going to be Vivino playing that spider, potentially giving his teammates the ability to flip between A and B side until they can figure out where Work and Silence are going to be playing from. Work and Silence going to be down 1 of their players already, as second floor is in full control of the Avengers right now.
Neko holding, trying to see if they can make anything happen, get an initial pick, as they do have that kill on the Rhythm, but Insane has gone down. Babino back at half HP as well. PVS going to be firing that util pistol, trying to see if he can block something off with the smoke on the side. PVS going to be getting an up angle. 1, gets 2! Oh my goodness! The 2v4 situation into the post plant as well. WS have planted that converter. Neko the last alive, and WS take it! Oh my goodness, the 6-0, ladies and gentlemen!
Some teams are more than happy to let you wait it out and start to sweat for that post-plant position. Not work in silence, they're 1 point away. They want it finished right here and there. They just mantle over cargo and full send it into tunnel. Work in silence, remain in the tournament as they knock the Avengers out.
Belky just picked that man up like it was nothing. Oh my goodness, this is an intense looking man, and he, more than thrilled to be winning this game, absolutely rolling over the side of the Avengers, and it's an unfortunate circumstance to see. You know, the Avengers are some of the greatest guys that I've met here in the tournament. They're really good guys, and you know, it's unfortunate to see that happen, but you know, some teams, sometimes you're just gonna have an off day, and it's all good. You know, you can regroup, come back to the next FragPunk Global Invitational, and get yourself back into these games.
Yeah, I think part of the problem that the Avengers faced was that they were attacking first. They're really, really strong on the defense. Like, their defaults on the defense, especially on Tundra, we've seen time and time again Rebirth coming on through with crazy nitro walls, being able to pick up those immediate eliminations, but unfortunately they started off on the attack and the cards worked against them a lot of the time. They were denied post-plant positions when they wanted to try and take brawl fights in mid. Mini-mags came through for work in silence, so they were just denied that brawl opportunity entirely because you can't take it. You're going to need to reload far faster than your opponent, and you just can't risk it. You've just got to play a little bit more passively, but playing passively in their own spawn allowed work in silence to just get so much more value with that Dex clone coming on through. And then even though the Dex clone gets instantly destroyed, it's enough of an attention diversion that the circuit, Belky just pops on up and finds the elimination necessary. And from there, the Avengers are just rerouted. You've got to go through mid, you've got to try and get over towards A, and that's exactly what the Dex was anchoring in anticipation of.
Yeah, the way that they're able to play that game is far beyond my little brain's comprehension of being able to make these strategies work into that play. They're just so coordinated. As a team together, they're able to pick off rounds, and gaining that much momentum at once allowed them to snowball into that incredible 6-0. And at the start of that last round, it looked like we might have seen a little bit of momentum going towards the side of the Avengers. There was a really clean kill from Babino, but Insane getting himself eliminated, and then that push. They just 2-second switch.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, Avengers might have a chance here, and then bang, right over the side, and they take it for their team. They're able to come away with the 6-0. Absolutely sweet.
I mean, no one expects a Nitro to be that aggressive. Coming on through, just mantling over cargo and running in before the Avengers could play any kind of situation that they were looking for. As we can have a look and see the statistics, and I mean, yeah, it is a little bit one-sided in terms of work in silence. It's a 0-6 scoreline. That's kind of what we would expect to see. Medo7 coming on for 1,452 damage. Massively sharing coming on out, but the KDA is the thing that really speaks for the amount of value that he was able to find. 12 kills, crucially, 2 deaths, as opposed to Belky, who only got 2 kills, 0 deaths. 6 rounds, didn't die a single time.
Oh my goodness, Belky incredibly only dying 0 times. As we're going to take a look at the other side of the scoreboard, less than 1,000 damage for any of these players, and a total combined 10 eliminations.
Yeah, it was a struggle, and I mean that struggle is reflected in the statistics as we talked about, right? It's what you would expect to see coming on through when it was just a total shutdown. As we can have a look and see these highlights coming on out. Rhythm on that accent, just so detrimental for everyone to have to run into. Medo7's pathogen doing such good work being able to hold mid. And even here, the Avengers, they were getting a little bit of momentum, just shut down entirely by Rhythm on that accent sliding into the mix.
Yeah, the double kill coming out here into the triple, but we saw Insane, gain a little bit of momentum, as well as Babino being able to make that hit there. But the double kill off of the jump there, that was a beautiful elimination coming out there. And wow, 6-0. I still can't get over it. Like I'm just in absolute shock and awe of Work in Silence. I said it yesterday. I hadn't watched too much VOD on Work in Silence as a team, and I was really excited to see how they were going to play into it. And coming up against Solo Leveling, I thought that Solo Leveling was going to beat them out. I had watched a lot of Solo Leveling clips. I watched some of their individual gameplay from their teams, and I thought that Solo Leveling was going to take that match. Work in Silence came in and completely proved me wrong and showed me that they were a team that really is a scary team to mess with.
Yeah, and it sort of followed the path right of that Solo Leveling match. I'm really happy that you brought it up, right? Because the first map between Work in Silence and Solo Leveling on Yggdrasil, a much closer affair. The second map, an entire shutdown, and it's the same thing right here. So it feels like Work in Silence, even if they win the first map, they take the time to download how their opponent plays, and then they come through and play full seriously to counter strat going into the second. They sort of lull you into a false sense of security, and then they mix up everything entirely.
Yeah, and they did a really good job of lulling the false sense of security is there. Yeah. They're like, okay, this is a tight game. You know, we went to duels. We have a really good chance because the first game was in duels and down to the last 3 players. There were 1 on the side of the Avengers and 2 on the side of Work in Silence. So they were very, very close. And then the blowout in game number 2 off of that second map. I think, you know, it's a really good strategy. You know, you don't play, you play hard, right? But you go all out game 2. You win game 1, you go all out game 2. It's a really good strategy. It's worked for them so far. You know, they only team that they have lost to was Last Chance when they lost in that first round of the upper bracket. So, you know, it was an interesting way to see how Last Chance was able to deal with them. You know, they did end up going to duels as well in both of the games versus Work in Silence, and they were able to come out on top in both of those sides, whereas, you know, this time Work in Silence is able to gain that momentum to just completely roll over their opponent.
Yeah, I mean, Tundra defense, what more can we say? The Nitro walls, they're so frustrating to play against if you're the Avengers, right? They really just drain your morale. We've got Morale Booster as a shard card, we've got Morale Drainer. Having to play attack into a team who's holding down that map and having a full awareness of just all of the angle controls coming out into the mix. They stopped any of the momentum pickups from coming on through. The utility spam was placed perfectly in the correct positions. And unfortunately, the cards just weren't in the Avengers' favor either. Like, they didn't get any of the cards that either decreased the space that utility could come for. They didn't get toy traps that could come on out. They didn't get any of those cards, which meant that they could potentially win a fight in Brawl. We didn't get smaller heads coming on through either. It was just a really rough time for them, and the rounds that they needed to be able to swing, they weren't able to, since they were denied post-plant, since they weren't able to come on through with answering trade kills. The currency that they had access to in terms of the shard points was just always against them. They were always in financial disrepair.
And, you know, I'm going to do it, but we really were in the end game there, and they lost it out. So it's the end of the game for the Avengers here, as they are going to be knocked out of the tournament. Gone but not forgotten. We will miss you in the tournament, Avengers. You're a great bunch of guys. You know, really hope that you guys can work together as a team to sort of improve and get better from here, learn from this experience, and take all of that knowledge into the next Invitational. But we are going to be seeing GONE7, that MVP for the day. I would say GONE7, this is a well-deserved MVP. You know, sometimes we're seeing a little bit different from the MVPs going on here, but I do think that GONE7 100% deserves this.
Yeah. Pathogen, Broker, Dex, average damage 2,112, but I mean, look here, average KD 1.9. We normally see a little bit higher in terms of playing those high impactful lances like the Dex, like the Broker, but as we've already covered, WS Work in Silence, they weren't playing solo carry decks the way that some of these other teams do, or decks that's designed to push you into a rough position. They were playing buddy setup decks, where it's like you look at the decks and all of a sudden you don't have the resources diverted to the Lancer who's actually going to be able to kill you, and that was Belky. Belky was the one who was getting to play for the most part off of everything that GON7 was setting up. And the fact that Belky didn't die a singular time in Tundra goes to show what an amazing job GON7 was able to do for his team.
Hey, he's going, somebody hunt me, look at me, look at me, look over here. And then Belky giving that opportunity to just pick up a lot of those eliminations. And it worked time and time again, just like you said. It's a very good strategy that we haven't really seen any of these other teams taking over that.
Now, speaking about taking over, Jaeger is going to be taking over with us with an interview on the main stage.
嘉宾已经准备就绪，先让他们和观众朋友们打个招呼。Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and now I'm standing here with our player and let him say hello to our audience. Okay, Ransom, please say hello to our audience.
你好。
Also, you can introduce your name and from team. Yeah.
Alright guys, I'm Rhythm. I'm from Working Silence, represent Brazil in this competition.
Yeah, also, Belky, please say hello.
Ni hao, guys.
Say your ID, please. ID and your team.
My name is Belky. My team is Good Team Working Silence.
再次欢迎两位来到我们的赛后采访，再次欢迎你们！哇，现场也是听到了很多热情的掌声。先来问一下，刚刚能拿下这把比赛，他们心情目前如何 ？Okay, Ransom, I would like to know. So you just finished an excellent matches. So how are you feeling right now about the matches?
We are feeling so good. It's really nice to win. Yeah, what are you feeling? Como você está se sentindo?
Muito feliz com o apoio da plateia e muito feliz com o meu time que jogou. Muito feliz com o meu time, com a plateia e todo mundo que deu suporte e, cara, amo meu time.
Belkin says that he is really happy too. He loves you guys. Like he really appreciates all the cheers and this beautiful crowd.
也是两位是非常高兴可以拿下刚才这把比赛，特别是 Belky 也说特别感谢能到场的各位来给他加油鼓劲，他特别的爱你们，再次感谢你们。OK， 那我们也想问一下 Belky， 其实可以看到在每一把小比赛之后 ，Belky 也是会给我们的各位队员一起去握手啊，去鼓励他们。这个我特别想知道为什么会做到这样子呢 ？I would like to know. So we saw that after each round, we can see Belky want to shake hand and encourage you a lot. So I would like to know why. Please translate.
Ela quer saber como todos esses rounds você levanta o time, você tem essa motivação a mais, você comemora, chama a gente pra cima. O que é isso?
Eu acho que, apesar do momento, ganhando ou perdendo, eu acho que o importante é levantar o time pra cima. E como eu sou capitão, eu devo fazer isso, me preocupo com isso. Ser capitão é puxar o time pra cima, independente da situação.
Belky say that no matter what the situation, you need to be hyped, you need to put your teams in the best state possible. Like you need to be confident and bring this energy. So every round he is like feeding us with energy, and that's how we win, basically.
那 Belky 也是觉得呢，就是不论大家在比赛打到什么样的回合，面对怎么样的处境，自己呢一定是要保持信心，同时呢也要给自己的队员带来很多的能量。所以在每个小的回合之后，其实 Belky 都会去鼓励自己的队员们。其实我也知道跟 Belky 的一些经历也有很大的关系，所以我们再给 Belky 一些鼓励，好不好 ？OK，and also。我们也知道 Belky 其实就是现在支持你的粉丝也特别多，今天也来到现场。最后想问一下，两位有没有什么话想对支持你们的粉丝说 ？Belky first. I would like to know because we can see a lot of people and audience like here on set like to support you. So anything you want to say to all the fans, whatever online or on set?
Como você pode ver, as pessoas estão apoiando a gente, torcendo. Ela disse que tem muita gente nas redes sociais, não só nas suas, mas como a do FragPunk Mundial, apoiando. E, pelo visto, as pessoas gostaram muito da gente. Então, o que você tem para dizer para essas pessoas e como você está se sentindo?
Eu só tenho a agradecer 3 anos de carreira profissional de Pro Player Parada, com o convite do Ritim. Então, assim, eu não esperava isso. Então, muito obrigado a todo mundo da minha comunidade, mas principalmente do Brasil e do mundo inteiro.
He said that he's really happy because I invited him to play for this tournament, and basically Belky is retired for 3 years, so he's back with all his energy, and he is really appreciate all the fans, all this energy that people are doing for us here or social medias, and yeah, basically he's really happy and he's so thankful for this.
他这边是想感谢一下所有支持他的朋友们。其实，在这次可以打我们的比赛之前呢 ，Belky 已经很长时间失业了3年的时间了。那么非常高兴，其实 Ransom 给了这么一个机会，可以让他到这边来打比赛，可以展现自己。所以其实来到我们的赛场也是保持了他所有的热情，带着他所有的能量而来。所以特别，不管你们现在是在线上，还是在线下，还是只是在我们的社交媒体上关注我们的视频，他都非常的想说感谢大家，爱你们。再次感谢 ，Thank you so much, Thank you Belky, Thank you Ransom, two lovely teammates. I would like to say and cheer up for you, OK? Thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later. 再次感谢我们今天的赛后采访，精彩时间让我们稍事休息，马上回来。
Everything has rules. But what if you could change the rules? Glue Knight. Everything starts with it. It showed up in the world, then smashed it into shards. Now it powers the city and its people, and me. It gives Lancers special abilities, but now they can't live without it. So they go out to find it and fight over it every day. But it also lets us change the rules. Glue Knight can change the rules of reality itself. And cards made of Glue Knight put that power right in your hands. You might think it's hard being a mercenary. But for Lancers, it's incredible. So get out there and grab some cards, okay? As for tomorrow, who knows?
overhead view of the beautiful night sky in Hangzhou here. Welcome back to the Global FragPunk Global Invitational. I'm your host and caster Zeb. I'm joined alongside Moxie, and we're going to be heading in to our last game of the day in just a second here. Let's do a quick little recap of what just happened. Work in Silence absolutely dominating their game against the Avengers, taking it in 2 maps. We didn't get to see it go to 3, and Work in Silence finished with an incredible 6-0 victory.
Yeah, one of the most dominant performances we've seen so far. Hopefully that's not going to be mirrored in this next match though, Seth, because I mean, you and I, we both don't really know which way this is going to go, right? On one hand, you've got DMS with probably one of the craziest aiming dexes we have in the entire tournament of IXA. And then you've got Solo Leveling, who had such an insane performance, knocking out DPS Person, a huge upset that a lot of people did not have on their prediction cards coming on through. And I mean, Toboshu on that Corona was just an absolute monster.
Yeah, the Corona plays from some of these teams are just a cut above the rest. As we've seen from Solo Leveling, they're able to do some stuff that lots of these players haven't even heard of. DMS versus Solo Leveling, and we are going to be kicking things off. Match number 11 in total. We are already getting close to the tail end of this tournament, and we've seen some pretty cool trends. DMS definitely one of the teams that has very, very strong, solid aim, very good discipline, and they are a really strong team.
Yeah, a very strong team, and as we've talked about, one of the players that you have to watch out for is IXA, but like you pointed out a little bit in the break, he takes a little bit of time. He's not always going to be hitting those shots, so the team have to be able to back him up when he's not. SL in the meantime, like their performance earlier against DPS First, yes, we talked about Toboshu, but everybody on the team had amazing clutch pop-off moments, like Howl, Flash, White, all of them, as well as Ninu, had reasons for why they were able to take such a dominant win, as we're going to be getting a look at the head-to-head of Radostin versus Ninu.
1.65 average KD. You know, some of these matches that they were playing, especially in their first game, they did go a little bit longer, so giving them or a little bit shorter, giving him a bit of a higher average KD than Nunu. Still a very strong player with the 0.71 KD, 14,000 average damage. We're going to be seeing these are our Dex players, but we're going to throw you guys to the stage so you guys can meet these players in person.
全球总决赛的比赛现场，我是主持人亚哥。Okay, welcome 2025 FragPunk Global Invitational. This is Jaeger, and welcome again. 现在我们即将开始的是双败淘汰赛败者组第2轮的比赛，让我们有请出阵双方，有请 Work in Silence 战队。Now we are going to start the match of round 2 of the lower bracket in double elimination, and let's welcome Team Work in Silence. Solo Leveling. Let's welcome their opponent, Solo Leveling.好的，两边的选手已经准备就绪，接下来你们可以进入对战席进行准备。Okay, now all the players please enter to the arena and prepare for battle. 请我们的2位主理人稍事留步。You can enter to arena. Okay. 那这边我们来看一下 Hagen 这一次准备的卡片内容是什么呢？
非常的和平，就是加油，然后我们可以做得到的，就是不管输赢。其实我这一次来，我是觉得赢跟输就是开心，然后享受比赛就可以了。所以每一队都要加油，对。
I would like to say, so my card is like peace and love, and I want everyone, whatever in the matches, just have fun and very happy to be here. Just enjoy the matches today. Okay, so let's see. So for the DMS, I'm sorry. So for the DMS at Redcran, so what card you prepared?
From Russia with love. That's it.
Also is with love, right? Okay, now you can exchange the card. 那这边两队呢给的也都是非常友好的表示了，我们的 peace and love 的主题。好的，再次感谢两位，你们现在可以继续进入对战席准备了。Okay, thank you, Captain. You can prepare for the battle now. 好的，非常可爱的两队的队长也是。虽然我们现在话说的非常的好听，我们都要 peace and love， 但是比赛当中也是要见真章的。比赛马上就要开始了，接下来让我们把画面交给我们的解说席。Okay, the matches are going to start, and let's move on to our casters.
Welcome back, everybody, as we get ready to go into our last game of the day. We're going to be watching, everyone's going to be watching, I'll tell you who else is going to be watching, LC, because they're going to be taking on the winner of this match. And they probably want to know the strategies that their opponents are going to be using.
It's going to be interesting to see the different playstyles that LC are going to use if they're going to be fighting against DMS or if they're going to be fighting solo leveling. Solo leveling and DMS, two very different teams. We're seeing a lot more close range tech coming out from the solo leveling team, while the DMS team heavily favors the snipers in this map. High Life being one of their favorite weapons, and Hollow Point being one of the Lancers that Recrant typically loves to use.
Yeah. Looking though at potential map picks, solo leveling did use that double nitro boost that we saw from Ice earlier against EPS first. I feel like you maybe want to avoid going up against them on that particular map, but then obviously if you remove Tundra from the pool, you leave on the table some of those other maps which aren't the greatest when it comes to snipe potential angles.
Yeah, so we're going to be seeing really quickly here who is going to be taking it when it comes to the duel, as we're going to be jumping into that really quickly, and then we're going to get to decide our map picks and our map bans as the duel is about to get underway.
Surely it's Ixa. Surely DMS are going to use Ixa on that duel. And I would expect him to be utilizing that Dex as a Lancer pick coming on through. Who is solo leveling potentially going to field? I mean, Saboshu, like we've talked about, Corona incredibly strong in the 1 versus 1, but does fall off a little bit in regards to that Dex, given the fact that he is an all-in, all utility gets poured into that first engagement, and Dex, 20 HP, can literally just tank the full duration of the Hothead with the clone form, and then pop back up, and still be able to fire at you when you can't flash him.
Yeah, you just got to watch out where you place that clone form respawn, because if you do place it in the wrong spot, you will respawn and get caught a little bit like a deer in the headlights, not able to pull out your gun in time to be able to fight that out. So we're going to be seeing the advantages and disadvantages. I do think Corona overall in duels is our top Lancer.
Yeah.
When it comes to that dueling potential, he's just got such a versatile kit in a one-on-one, very close quarters fight scenario. Axon also a very good shout with the amount of nades he's got and the shotgun in a close quarters match.
True.
But I do think all in all, over all of the maps, getting that extra movement with the dash is going to be your best bet.
Well, I mean, Corona is out really strong on pretty much all of the duel maps. Axon a little bit more tied to which particular map you get. For instance, if you get portals coming on through, then you're not going to have the greatest time because you can just play in the wide open spaces. Yeah, there it is. Ixa is going to be picking up that Dex. White is actually going to be the dueler of choice coming on through from solo leveling with the Corona that we anticipated coming on through. Ixa, wait. Hold on a minute, that was a swap over to the Pathogen, and no surprises, it's the High Life, the weapon of choice.
High Life going to be utilized for this. We're going to see the Pathogen wall getting popped up almost immediately, giving himself some cover, trying to see if the portal is going to get taken. It looks like he's going to wait for that flash through, but the Pathogen wall going to come through, but SL! Ixa not able to hit the sniper shot, and he switches over to the pistol, trying to see if he can get something to happen with that, but it looks like he was unable to, and SL take it.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really good attempted setup coming in through from Ixa, right? Utilizing the Pathogen wall to try and mitigate the flash coming in through from that Corona, understanding if I can have the barrier of my shield in front of me, even if I get flashed, potentially the Corona isn't going to be able to translate it into a death by the time that wall and flash has crumbled and worn off. But in High Life, it's like a very, very high life that you get to live. Or, well, no life at all. As it's all feast,
High
all
life,
famine.
no life. I like that. I like that. I like that. You know, I'm usually the one that comes with the cringy puns, but I'm loving
I've
to
got a
see that.
creative writing degree, Seb. I gotta rep it as much as I possibly can.
Perfect. And look at that. We've got the streamer collabs coming through. Our solo leveling streamer getting TCK on the stream. Very nice to see the collabs coming through. I love the sense of community that we've built in here. You know, we're from all around the world. We're all from different places. You know, you and me, we're from different continents, the other opposite sides of the world, but we've all come here for one common goal, to find the region and to find the team that is going to be named the Global Invitational Champions of FragPunk.
Yeah, and I mean, it's so amazing already this early on to a game's iteration, getting to see all of the regions interact with each other. That doesn't happen in the esports scene a lot of the time. When an esports drops, a lot of the time it's just a sort of bubble of every single region fighting it out for the best team within their own space, but we never get the full interaction of the regions crossing into each other's paths to finally answer once and for all, which is the best region at being able to play FragPunk. As solo leveling will be able to say that they're better at taking the jewels than DMS, and now that opportunity to potentially ban out Tundra has been removed from DMS, solo leveling can very easily fit it onto the plate first.
Yeah, taking a look there, deciding over on that side, jumping into this, as we're going to be seeing Ikse going to be that team captain leader to make the choices of which picks and bans are going to be coming up for the map side of things. But as you do know, they have discussed this with their teams beforehand. They're not only just going in and, you know, you come back to the bench, oh, by the way, guys, I decided to pick this and this and this. So we're playing Dongtian, we're playing Naus, and we're playing Aket. But, you know, these teams discuss this, they lab it, they know exactly what they're going to be doing. And Ikse would be griefing his team if he's picking different maps than what they had discussed previously.
Do you know what would be a really cool concept of a shout card? It's never going to be coming into play. But if whenever you played a My Way, you had to ignore every single comm coming through from your teammate and played only the way that you wanted to.
Because My Way or the Highway, that's
I'll
the card
be here
name.
all night, folks. Well, actually, I'll only be here until this game finishes, because this is the last game of the broadcast night. Gotta get them in when I can, Seb.
We're gonna go bring that My Way or the Highway to the devs. I think that's that's definitely something that definitely not gonna be interesting. Oh my goodness. We're having so much fun here. I hope you guys are having fun at home as well, on Twitch, on YouTube. Make sure to drop a follow for FragPunk. You know, new game growing into this space. We'd love to see you guys in our ranked matches, in our casual matches. Get on the game, get playing. Make sure to give us a follow as well. This is Got Moxie and SebGuy32 everywhere on our social medias.
I mean, I just want to know, one location, what is the first map going to be? Because that's going to determine the momentum, right? You've got a lot of motivation to do well in this first map. It's the lower bracket run, so if you lose this, you're out of the tournament before you can place a podium finish, which no one wants to be the team that comes fourth, right? No one wants to be the team that comes fourth or fifth. And then, even then, if you lose that first map, suddenly there is a fire that is lit. Some teams, they manage to flourish under that fire and come back. Other teams, they just crumble immediately. We've seen it time and time again all throughout the day. Map 1, incredibly close, goes down to the absolute wire. Map 2, different team entirely.
Yeah, and it is really cool to see how the different maps actually really do affect the gameplay of some of these teams. Like, we were talking to some teams backstage, and some of them have barely practiced specific maps.
Yeah.
Some of them have, you know, put all of their focus into the maps that typically are played over and over and over again. Like, we've seen Black Market, Outpost, we see Tundra, and then Yggdrasil being kind of our fourth map, if you want to put that there. And then at the bottom of that is Dongtian.
Naus!
But at the very, very bottom is going to be Naus.
Oh yeah,
and look at
there it goes. Bye, Naus.
Outpost, Black Market, and Tundra. It has our decider if it does end up going to 3. Prediction-wise, what are we saying? Outpost with DMS attacking first, I think that solo leveling really do have a good shot.
Yeah, okay. So, again, we talked about the fact, you know, that a lot of these teams, DMS especially, are known for their sniper playstyle. That's the reason why solo leveling, even though Naus doesn't normally get picked, there's more motivation for them to take Naus out of the way because that is a sniper heavy map, right? That's why XA is going to be incredibly happy. Black Market, on the other hand, also not the greatest for when it comes to the snipe angles because there's not a lot of just really long one-way angles without a lot of cover. You've got B if you're looking at it, you've got main, which has a lot of cover behind it, you've got container, which has a lot of cover behind it, and an off angle coming on through from bridge, and then you look at somewhere like A, and you've got all of main, which a sniper can potentially play at the backside of the point, but it's incredibly risky because everyone can just spam you out of utility.
Yeah, Moxie, you're just so knowledgeable about all the play points of these games. I've just got to give you your flowers. Everybody shout out to Moxie. Just how knowledgeable she is with this game, being such a new game in the esports scene, being able to give you guys the best of the best casting here coming through. And as we're jumping in, do you think that we see DMS on attack? Do you think they're going to be able to be successful on the solo leveling's defense on Outpost? I think they have a really, really strong Outpost defense map, which is why they picked it first.
Yeah, I mean, DMS going to be on the attack. It's rough trying to attack into Outpost, especially because a lot of the time you have to play off of utility setup from A main onto A site, or you have to try and pincer out onto B, right? You can't just have one person going from main, you can't just have one person going from crates. You've got to be able to push both sides at that point at the same time, otherwise the 1v1s are just going to go into the defensive favor. And like, that's the problem. The attackers have so little ways that they can try and play in. They're going to have contact if they want to be able to go through into link, so they don't have to go through main towards A. They're going to have contact if they want to be able to control vents, so they can push into A, and the second that the contact comes through, the defenders can decide if they want to fight it out, look for traits and potentially weaken a post-line position, or if they just want to give up side entirely and play for that post-line position, still with all of their resources, as opposed to the attackers, who have to burn either a player's life, abilities, or utility, and the utility pistols, those are numbered usages in tournament play.
Usually you get 8. Now in play here, you're only allowed to use 5. 5 utility pistols for your team per player. So technically you're still getting 25 utility pistols, but you still have 25 shots of util over 5 rounds, and it does replenish after the half.
Yeah, which is nice, you know. Otherwise, you'd really be having to just budget, be like, okay, wait a minute, I've only got 4 more uses of my pistol. Oh, do I use a smoke here, or do I save it for the next round? Normally when we're talking about saves, it's, you know, rifles or snipers, but if you have to ration out utility pistols, that's a rough position indeed. But I'm looking forward to what Lancers we could potentially get to see. You mentioned the Hollow coming on through. Hollow can get picked up on Outpost. There are some snipe locations there coming on out, plus smoke screen to be able to get a good read of where your opponent can be playing from can be absolutely invaluable when it comes to not having to trade out one of your own health bars, although so too can Circuit, so I'm expecting to see her pop up too.
Yeah, I think Circuit is, going to be one of our staples here, but I think that also, we've seen sometimes, I think mostly in the duels, we've seen Sonar come into play a little bit. What are your opinions on that coming through? Melon Rhines going to get banned out here. Homing projectiles as well getting banned. Origin detection and hyperkinetic bullet on the side of DMS, whereas emergency evacuation will be on the side of solo leveling.
Oh my goodness, hyperkinetic. That's always terrifying in the hands of a Corona. You do more damage the faster that you go, and that applies to fast lane. And I mean, the clue is in the name. If an ability has fast in it, you're probably picking up some character speed. And that means you're going to be doing even more damage to all of those players. Spider is also going to be in play. As we can see, the teleporter has already been set up into its location. As we're going to have a look and see how DMS try and take this. High Life almost taking their head off of one of those players trying to contest up Link.
The Dex clone going to get eliminated there on the side of White, going back to spawn where he had set that tail. As we're going to see Recren try and make something happen. We're going to see the Chug coming out as well. Iksay now with the pathogen wall pushing in onto that B side here. Looks like he's going to be able to get onto site pretty quickly. Solo leveling, falling back a little bit while the DMS team does take almost full control of B. We are going to see the push in coming out from the Corona. It looks like White going to be able to get the pick off onto Cleave. The Circuit going down. Very low HP on the side of SL's White, though. He's going to have to try and fall back and recover.
Converter still hasn't found its way onto the site. It's going to be going down now. But the Axon spam nades coming on through, just stopping the plan. Now it's going to come out, but look at the position that DMS are going to be stuck in. Emotional rescue from the pathogen should be able to stabilize everybody, but they're locked onto this site, and that's exactly where DMS do not want to be. It is going to be Radisson on this Nitro, potentially looking for a double wall angle, but here comes Saboshu on that Corona, and that's going to be players dropped on the side of the attack.
As we're going to be seeing, trying to jump through, the defuse is going to be coming out, and that's all of the DMS members eliminated. And the defuse coming out as Solo Leveling takes our first round of the game. Round 2 going to be kicking things off pretty quickly, as we're going to see these picks and bans for our shard cards, as this is going to determine some of the outcomes of the game. We're going to take a look at the replays really quickly. White able to get a nice pick right at the top, but Taboshu able to get one, and then the 2-3 come in later. The team is going to work off of that pick and then eventually claim the entire rest of the lobby.
Re-entry with Corona. Even if you're lacking health, you could see that from Flash's POV with that spider. He was so low in HP, but he got all of the vibe being able to come through with the rifle gunfire. Coming on out, as we can have a look and see which of those shard cards are going to be in play. A lot of really high skill utility going to be coming on out from the sides of Solo Leveling.
And look at this, we're gonna get to see one of my favorites, HUD Remix. These cards that are a little bit less based off of, adding stats and stuff that change the game in a way that you wouldn't think a esport would incorporate in. I think it's so cool that we've got HUD Remix coming up, being able to peel off your health bar, switching it with another player, whoever you're looking at, you're gonna be able to steal that health away. If you're low, you take the fight.
Same thing.
See the Dex coming out, but it looks like Iksay going to miss there.
Oh, that's the HUD Remix.
The HUD Remix switching over with his teammate is going to be trying to drop back around, seeing if he can get the pick. He does get the pick off onto the Dex clone, and there we go. Iksay going to swap the health bars back.
That's so smart. HUD Remixing with your own teammates so you can hold the angle. You took the damage. The Dex was looking to see if you could punish before you could cross over, but you're not able to because the HUD Remix gives the full heal, and then you can come on through with the emotional rescue afterwards. Granted, that's one emotional rescue burned at the beginning. You've only got one more charge off of it, but look at the amount of space that DMS have been able to find because of it.
They've been able to do a lot, getting that really good info right at the start, and it looks like they're going to try and defend. The Chug going to come in, but Flash going to be able to get the destroy off that. Recren able to use that to push off onto site, and look at this HUD Remix coming in. Recren trying to see if he can throw his health bar off, that 20 HP health bar onto one of his opponents. We're going to see the Spider Sun coming out, and it looks like he's just backing off for a second here. Iksay going to be able to get the plant off, trying to jump back around, getting away as far away as possible. And I wonder if Recred's still trying to throw that.
Flash on the Spider doesn't have any of his utility left. Goldust is going to pave the way. Iksay is still holding that angle, waiting for someone to peek out to look for that diffuse situation. As you can see, Taboshu, he's going to be the entrance coming on through for the retake. Converter gets tapped. No one from DMS actually feeds the bait until now. Solo Leveling find one, find the second. It's going to be a 3 versus 3 as the Converter still needs to get diffused. They're running out of time though.
And there we go, the tying round. There was a really nice sniper shot from Ikse there on the retake coming out. They tried to push a little bit too aggressively into that pathogen wall, and Ikse just took the advantage of the timing and got a beautiful sniper shot before the Cure All could do its damage.
I mean, you didn't have the time. Solo leveling, they knew. It was either brute force through and have enough time to potentially defuse, or go a little bit slower and maybe win the trade fight, but not have the seconds to spare.
And it looks like we're going to be seeing our next round coming through in just a second because the timeout has been called. DMS, after winning a round, going into timeout, I wonder what they have to discuss. They had a bit of momentum going in. It looks like they're just going to try and go for a bit of a regroup here. I'm a little bit confused by this timeout.
Okay, so potentially it's because they want to discuss a strategy of just brute forcing A, since every single time they've been forced over towards the B site. Maybe they want to do something differently in terms of contesting the Dex clone early on in the round, given the fact that they were able to work around it this time with the shard card of HUD Remix. It could also be the fact that they're having to deal with a spider on the defense, which isn't the typical Lancer lineup that we see on Outpost. And even though, you know, Flash isn't getting all of the kills, it's still incredibly down to the wire. DMS, yes, have been winning, but it's not been a landslide victory.
Yeah, they're very close. It's one round apiece. Right, so they are going to be banning out time to snipe here, which is fun. DMS being the sniping team, banning that out as well. Choke going to be coming out on that side, though. I see what their plan is.
Clone Tech made it through. Clone Tech made it through.
Clone Tech. You're able to play the same.
Let's see the 5 dexes. Let's not even pretend it's going to be anything else.
It's 3 dexes.
Just wait. It was still in preparation phase.
Okay. So 5 dexes are most likely going to be coming out on the side of solo leveling.
How good a DMS at wrestling lizards?
3 dexes still.
3 dexes, so 6 clone copies coming on out to the side of solo leveling on this defense. Recran, the only dex in play for DMS. Gonna have to just go in aggressively off of his Corona, but Corona already down. The flash dash not finding the value to just remove backside for the defender's control.
Yeah, SL's Flash doing a really good job of solo defending this site here. They're going to be seeing him try and go for the pull in, and it looks like he wasn't able to come away with any sort of kill. The dodge off that ability is pretty easy for some of these pro players to attain. Looks like we're going to see some lineups coming in here on the Spider. Flash trying to make something happen. Looks like he's going to keep going back.
Oh, we're trying it.
If we can get the util going. Jumping around. Recran is on site, not trying to give away his position, staying completely silent, and they're still trying to go for this lineup.
We are trying it. Is it going to work? Knife's out. Does anyone get spirited away? Maybe? 3, 2, 1. Nope, lineup failed. Oh, that would have been such a good clip if so.
Oh yeah, it would have been a very, very cool clip to see with the knife kill on the Spider. So we're going to be seeing Recran still holding that site on the B side. The Spider doing a very good job of being able to push these players off, but Radistan is going to get the plant. Solo leveling, just going to back off, regroup, and play for that retake.
Yeah, a little bit of a bait. Didn't full commit to the plant until they could potentially manage to just grab one of these angles from the defenders. The information, oh my goodness, that meat maker is doing so much work. Recurrent with the scales, going to push on through, taking away control of side path and backside. Cleaves on the circuit, gonna just be stuck down in one position, having to play around the emotional rescue to keep the health bar topped on through as the Boom Broom holds the place and stops any confidence to walk into that position.
Look at that shotgun range. Choke is such a broken card in the game. Oh, yeah, I have a shotgun. Add choke on it, and now it's a sniper, and that's why DMS love to use it, giving them that same tactical ability with an even bigger bullet spread as that sniper. So You know, High Life being one of their favorite weapons, which is technically the shotgun sniper.
Yep.
So now they're using the sniper shotguns.
Well, they're not going to be using Dillahans. That's going to get banned out immediately. Medical error actually did make it through, but no one so far has picked it up, as it is a pretty hefty investment when it comes to the shard points. Instead, it's going to be blast suits. That's going to be picked up on the side of solo leveling, so all of those explosives going to be doing far less damage.
Yeah, blast suits being something that I feel like in this game is a very vital shard card to keep under your belt, just because of how much explosive util is incorporated into this game. There's a lot of bombs to be thrown, so blast suits going to be doing a good job.
Yeah, I mean, the most impactful shard card though is Behind the Wind, which is going to be in play for DMS. If they lose one of their teammates, they're going to get an additional ability refreshed on the Death Rattle, and that includes the Dex clone.
Oh my goodness, that is going to be something that's going to be very, very useful. Trying to go for the almost quick scope there, as we're going to see him almost come away with this pick. High Life on the side of White as well. And look at that flank going to be coming in, as they're going to be taking the converter closer to the other side. White almost able to get the pick onto Cleve, but gets sent back to his spawn point. Is Toboshu holding on to the side, seeing if he can make anything happen there, but it looks like it's not going to be enough for him to get a pick off. We're going to see the Chug Chug come out from Flash, just to try and get some information to see where Radisson and the rest of his team are.
Yeah, hasn't so far spotted out any Lancer. It's going to actually send out one of the primaries, just trying to get a read of the AoE on where someone is. Chug Chug is going to get destroyed now, but Flash got the information. No one so far is pushing. And it's a little bit of a slower start that Outpost doesn't typically see, as the converter starts to drift towards B.
Yeah, it looks like they're starting to stack back up to B, which is favored by the DMS team for their attack side, but it looks like they have a very hard path to get through. Closing in. Oh, nade lineup going to be coming through, dealing a lot of damage on the Radisson. It looks like they're going to decide to take this push all the way back over to that A side, and they're going to try and move fast, but Toboshu picking up an elimination on to Maddock. Recran already eliminated as well in the 3v5 situation with only 15 seconds left. There's not much they can do.
Oh dear, yeah, they were trying to move around the map with knife out because of how little time they have available. All of a sudden, the game has changed. DMS need to just kill the lost players of the defense. They're trying to do everything that they can to figure out solo leveling positions and get the shots, but it's not enough.
Radisson is going to remain alive with that. Oh, what? Wait, we've got the plant
They got the plan, yeah. They full sent one into backside to just get one person onto site and plant converter to give them an additional lifeline. But unfortunately, the panicked position that they were in, they had no way to play the post-plant position. It was either you find the hero play and just sending someone into backside, removes the numbers, and you can take the one versus in the post-plant position, or everything falls apart.
Yeah, I really thought that we were gonna, the round was over. Radisson able to pick up an exit frag on the way out there too, as we are gonna be jumping into this next round. SL picking up a nice couple of rounds under the belt, and this is what we typically see. We see the 1-1, and then the 2-1 comes out, and as soon as it hits 2-1, I feel like the team starts to go on a roll. They start to take it from there. The amount of shard card points that you have, there's 7 now. To DMS's 5. So this is going to really affect the amount of points that they're going to be able to use to invest into that. Reactive armor banned out, weapon morph as well. Being able to drop your turret on the floor is going to be banned. Don't you worry, Moxie.
We've got turtle back though, Sam.
Oh, you must worry, Moxie.
We've got turtle back. Okay, if you're wondering why exactly everyone's got turtles on their backs, it's because it blocks damage. It is, reactive shields might have been blocked, but we've still got 5 very much in-play shields on the side of DMS.
And I love these playful cards that, you know, you literally see the turtle on their backs while they're playing the game. And it is a pretty funny looking turtle, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, the snipe's coming out. Ixe missing the first 2 shots. He's gonna be able to get the second, or the third one off. Recret now holding this section with the clamp down. Looks to be popping that shield armor, and it's just going to go straight for the plant right away. Rest of his team nowhere near him. Recren going to be trying to make something happen again. Toboshu now flipping over to that other side, trying to see if he can make something happen. Plant did not land, but Flash is going to get hit. Ikse going to be able to get that kill. Maddock finishing off the elimination, and now they're going to push on to B side.
This is so smart from DMS. They totally faked the A, and Solo Leveling believed it would be a post-plant position that they could smother right the angles and have a crossfire on. All of a sudden, Rug out of their feet. Surprise, it's B, and Converter is already down. Time Bank working very much against Solo Leveling. They're going to have to get very desperate, just using all of this utility to try and clear sight and get one of their players in close to get a read and potentially a couple of picks before they have no time to defuse.
Radiston trying to hold that angle, but Maddock going to be able to get the kill onto Toboshu. Tries to get the second one, almost gets the spam through the smoke. Maddock going to be able to get another one before getting traded by Nunu. Getting spammed through the smoke is Howl taking a lot of damage from the molly trap as well. Radiston with only 14 HP finishes it off. What a kill! Oh my goodness, the eliminations are coming in like crazy. The way these players are able to find eliminations through the smoke spam just by predicting movement is so incredible to me.
I mean, what a play from DMS. What an absolute lovely bait coming on through. Such a good bait. Utilizing the sound cues and then only like holding the stick as well for the longest possible time before cancelling it. So that you full sell the fact that this is a commitment to A. And immediately DMS just turn the tables onto Solo Leveling, and post-plant, there's no way that the defenders can pivot into it.
Long Dash getting banned out, as well as Tick-Tock, two very strong and powerful cards that we are not going to get to see played into this round. Vampire Bullets on the side of a DMS, as well as Explosion Specialist.
Oh boy.
Ooh, that is a spicy one. Solo Leveling going to have a fun time with the extra explosive damage. Be sure to see an Axon coming out in this round.
Oy boy. I mean, it's not just Axon that's going to apply to, it's all explosions. So potentially we see something like Broker even getting to capitalize off of it, because Cherry Bomb's placement plays could be absolutely massive as we're going to look at the preparation phase. 3-2 for the scoreline as we head into the phase change. DMS now going to be on the defense, Solo Leveling the attack. DMS favored the B side over the A. As we've talked about, A very telegraphed when you try and take it. You have to go for a lot of those utility pistols coming on through from main onto site itself. Solo Leveling not really prepared to give the game away of the site they want to push into at the beginning of the round, as they're incredibly wary of what could be waiting on the other side of that.
Maddock going to be holding this A angle with Cleave as they're going to be jumping into this sort of kill box area in Vent. They're going to try and see if they can get the push up off SL's Toboshu, and maybe see if he can go for the flashing dash. Looks like he's holding off just for a second.
Oh, the smoke screen.
Smoke screen going to be coming out, and look at this Maddock switching over to the hollow point.
We did talk about hollow being viable on Outpost, and having that smoke screen, even though it's not in play any longer, has slowed down Solo Leveling. They're currently just trapped in Vent until they decide to make a move. Is it going to be a go B, or is it going to be a fake B and actually push A? Who has the greater patience? Is it going to be Matachu on that hollow, or is it going to be Solo Leveling deciding to give up the ghost and reposition entirely? Goldust comes on through from both of these teams. Utility going to be invested, as still we don't see Solo Leveling make a commitment.
Yeah, and it looks like they're doing a really good job of just keeping patient, but 35 seconds left. They're going to need to start to make a move soon.
Hold on a minute. Ikse has wrapped all the way around the back. He's coming from main.
Oh my goodness. We're going to see the first pick coming out, though, as Cleave is going to be able to get that, and the location starting to get exposed off of that hollow point. But there's just a small section for Recurrent to try and get a pick. Maddock, Ikse. Oh my goodness, he's going to be able to get the shot up onto the wall, into the nade. Oh, the Pew Pew picking up the elimination off of the finish from the Nitro util. Radisson going to get a pick, Ikse going to get the final one, and DMS take it for 5.
Oh my goodness, just the lack of commitment. They got just trapped in vents. Someone needed to fetch a ladder to bail them out of that one.
Like a 23-year-old college boy, absolutely no commitment.
It was insane. They stayed in vent so long that Ixie was able to rotate all the way into main. Understood that potentially if they committed, they had so little time, they had to commit A. The one angle that they might be able to take as a surprise cue would have been the double nitro wall up to be able to see through the window, and Ixie just predicts it perfectly. From main, looks up, sees the double nitro, and immediately knows, okay, I know where you're playing from, I'm gonna keep up the pressure onto you, and now I'm gonna send you just stampeding straight into a nade lineup.
And Moxie, keep in mind another thing, as we go into a timeout with solo leveling, you were right. They took that timeout and they started carrying away 3 rounds in a row. It's now, it was 2-1, or it was 2-2, and now we're at 4-2.
Yep.
So if they win this next one, they're going to be on match point, potentially able to take this map in 2 rounds, putting them at a huge advantage to take the victory away for this entire game. So leveling now going to take this timeout, and if the trends follow, they are going to win this next round. So we're going to be seeing them come out with some squat defense, which I love that card, anti-healing bullets, and community healthcare coming through. Avenge Me on the side of DMS.
Yeah, DMS more than happy to play the long game and look for trades so that later on in the round, in a post-plant position, they can have more firepower behind them. As like you said, if it follows the trend that we've seen in the past of those timeouts, it should be solo leveling, walking away with this round. But they had to ask themselves serious questions in that timeout. Why did they not push A when both of those teams invested the Circuit Gold Dust coming on through? What stopped them from going for that commitment? And is it going to continue? As you can see, like, they're so worried about DMS pushing aggressively into them from an angle with a Dex clone, that they're spending precious time waiting and not gathering any information or forcing any utility from the other side.
We're seeing the Dex coming out into this section. Scales available for him. He's got his traps on the side as well if he needs to pop any sort of utils. We're going to see the Nitro walls starting to come out on the defensive side as we have gotten to that swap. DMS on the defense. SL trying to see if they can make something happen on the attack. They've been so slow. Like, this is some of the slowest play I've seen in a very, very long time.
And it's really badly too, because DMS, they're playing snipers. The slower you are into a sniper, the more time you allow a sniper to set up and catch you as you rotate into them, the greater value that sniper's initial opening shot is going to have. Okay, this time, solo leveling, walk towards main. Let's see if they can bypass vents. Gold Dust comes on out. Cleave also returns the Gold Dust, comes on through the dilemma as well. Solo leveling do commit to Boshu onto site already with that Corona. They've lost one of their players on the engagement. Converter is in hand, but they're stuck beneath that cubby, and they're about to get locked down by another Gold Dust coming on through from Cleave, who wide swings to be able to keep an eye on vents, but that sends them right into the rifle fire from solo leveling, and it's now a 4v4 post plant.
Recrent on the flank, gonna try and see if he can get any value out of that there, but it looks like he's not gonna be able to do too much, as we're gonna see Flash picking up another kill. Ixe is gonna get hit by a lot of damage, and Nunu gonna get another kill on Radisson and Maddox, but we're gonna see, oh my goodness, SL take it.
Did we hear that timeout buff continues? 100% win rate. After a timeout round, they asked themselves the important questions. Why the previous round did the vent push through fail? Well, the answer was Corona wasn't around to dash onto that site. This time around, they make sure. We talked about the fact that yes, as the round begins, they spend a lot of time looking to see if they can identify where the Hollow's going to be flying from, if there's going to be a Dex pushing into them, looking for an early pickoff. But by going for that play, they guarantee that their Corona is not going to be forced into either dying early or burning the utility before it's needed. So really good stuff coming through from solo leveling. It takes guts to go for the same play that you failed abysmally the previous round, but they pull it off perfectly this time.
Yeah, the slow play at the start and then the fast rush in at the very last second. They were able to turn the tables, turn the tide, and get it working for them. Radisson tried the flank that Ixay tried, and it didn't work out in the same fashion. Hopefully they will be able to sort of regroup and figure out how to perfect that flankage and get some more extra eliminations coming into it for these next couple of rounds jumping through. We're going to see, again, Battle Harden and Cure Shot on the side of DMS, and Burn the Boats coming through, and Piercing Bullets for SL, which are two crazy.
Yeah, they're seeing is there anyone behind crates on main. Unfortunately for Taboki though, yeah, there is. And they've got hands to throw. Unfortunately as well, they're not even traded in terms of overall health bar, because there was a Dex clone doing that damage. The Piercing Bullets is going to absolutely light up Vent presence coming on through in case anyone from DMS was still trying to hold an aggressive angle. The solo leveling have worked out. DMS will go for flanks, and Piercing Bullet will do a very good job of being able to clear behind them before they push onto that A side.
Yeah, Cleve taking a lot of damage on the circuit as they're just spamming these walls with the LMG as much as possible. Look at this. We're finally getting to see the Chili.
Wait, look at spawn. Someone's moving up from spawn.
There we go. The flank coming in again. I believe that's Radisson. No, that's going to be Ixay this time. Ixay, the flank master general here. We're going to see the flash jump in, but all of these players, because of the Piercing Bullets, have gotten offsite already. We're going to see Ixay.
Here it comes.
Again, they're trying to get the attention away. Ixay going to be able to get one. White picking up the elimination on a Mad Dog, as we are seeing now. Recrent trying to see if he can peek off an angle, but now they've got the plant down. It's going to be very difficult.
They've got to
just
go Ixay.
due to the fact that solely, they're turning their attention to Ixay. Is he
Yeah.
going to be able to get a pick, though? But he gets two! And the clutch from Ixay!
Oh my goodness. They planned for it too. They left a lurk. They left a lurk on main. They knew that Ixay would try that flank.
Wow.
And they still lost it with Piercing Bullets.
They're laughing. They're laughing. They know.
He got free! He got free before they killed the pathogen. That cannot happen.
All right, let's get a trip on flank, guys. Come on. Solo leveling. Gonna be picking up a very interesting return to sender for DMS. It's gonna be a very, very fun one. I know Moxie,
Solo leveling, wish they had that one.
Yeah.
You see Ixay, you just hit him with return to sender. Boom. You hold on to that receipt.
Go home.
You go for the gift exchange. Just put him back on the shelf, guys. You don't have to worry about him. All that time he spent flanking into attacker spawn, suddenly he's on the other side of the map. Unfortunately, it's on the wrong side.
Here we go. 5-3. This is match point for DMS. They could be taking map 1 with what looks to be ease. They're attacking. Solo leveling was able to get a couple rounds on them. Oh, SL Howell bringing the sniper out to play. But it looks like we're going to see him try and make the pick. Nobody pushed up onto that A-vent room. So
Look at the plan that they have for Ixay. They've gone from 1 lurking to 3.
they're trying to make sure that, oh my god, Ixay might actually be able to do something here. They are watching that angle this time, sending some pre-fire shots. Ixay, see if he's going to be able to get an elimination off the side. Return to sender. Going to be sent off onto that side, so they know that one's in spawn. He's just going to be holding that spawn angle.
Yeah, so far Converter hasn't really gravitated towards one of the sides either, since so many of these players still have to have that first tip of damage, bop them right back into that spawn. You've got to keep that look in your spawn too to make sure that Ixay doesn't just camp it. It's going to be Taboshi trying to take that engagement, does get the dash, takes 1 bit of damage, gets sent back to the spawn, has cleared the space, though solo leveling have been able to get the converter down, and it goes to a post-plant position. How many of them, though, still have to be hit by return to sender? As no! They abandoned the flank check yet again, and Ixay just keeps getting away with murder!
Sneaky boy, Ixay. Keep out the good work, because that's how Flash going to be able to pick up an elimination. On to Cleve. Ixay going to go down now, finally. And
Wait.
the defuse is going to come out. They might
Return
actually
to
be able to stick
sender.
this. Come on, the stick going to come through. And the DMS take it. Oh my goodness.
Return to sender! Solo leveling players that were holding post plant still hadn't been damaged! And they get sent back to spawn!
Wow.
That's the risk. They went so fast onto that site. They used that Corona as a scapegoat to absorb the damage and get the converter planted. But that meant that not all of them had return to sender activated, and the ones that did still have it needing to proc were the ones that were playing for the post plan. All DMS had to do was get one chip of damage, one stray bullet goes in, and immediately they know, they see the teleport, they can just sit and stick the easiest defuse of their entire career.
They almost died to the nades and the util from inside vents, but it was not going to be enough as they had that man advantage in the post-plant scenario. And even with an extra man, they weren't able to come away with the victory. DMS taking the map 6 rounds to 3.
Oh, Ixay. Oh, Ixay.
Ixay, you sneaky boy. I need to learn how to do flanks like you because they always seem to be looking for me.
He's a rogue. He 100% plays a rogue in D&D, and the only thing that he ever rolls in the self-check is a nat 20, apparently, as well as potentially a nat 20 on sleight of hand, because the fact that solo leveling, they went from one person, no person lurking, one person lurking, 2 people lurking, to all of a sudden when they go, oh wait a minute, we've got to rotate over to play close plan on A, and that's when Ixay knows they're going to be rotating, they're not going to be watching their flank. Boom, picks up the immediate kill onto the Dax.
It's just see ya with Ixay. He's got some of the best aim with that sniper in the game, and wow, it's just a privilege to watch him play, honestly.
I mean, yeah, this scoreline is going to be insane. Ixay, 14 kills, 4 deaths. They killed him 4 times, Seb.
Wow, that is a crazy KD for 1 year.
31.9% of damage done too, and like the fact that it's 31.9% is already insane, right? The KDA is already insane, but when you add the further context that the weapon that Ixay used the most was a sniper rifle, as opposed to something like a My Way or an SMG, or even just the base rifle, you can see it's not just his skill of the weapon, it's his sense of timing that puts him above the rest of these players.
And let's take a look at some of his most fabulous snipes coming out here. As we're going to be seeing some of the highlights. Ixay able to get one, gets the hit off onto the next one, into the no-scope, into the hot swap, into that quadra. What an incredible kill on the finish there. As we're going to see now, Recrent with the shotgun snipers coming through with that shotgun choke in that earlier round that we saw. And boom, coming out. So many beautiful shots with the Cure-All as well. It was one of the most fabulous shots that came out here with Nunu able to try and get the pick. And now we're going to be seeing Radiston picking up that pick as well.
Yeah, DMS then on that defense, looking like the attacking team with the amount of time that they spent on A main. So leveling, not able to break it through vents as we get to watch Return to Sender, returning us to a break.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the FragPunk Global Invitational. We are here to bring you another map coming through. I'm your host, Caster Seb. I'm joined alongside the lovely Moxie, and we've been having just an amazing time from Chug Chugs to everything else in these games coming through. The incredible sweep from Work in Silence, and now DMS with the crazy sneaky flanks. Ikse having a phenomenal map 1 as we head into map number 2.
Yeah, I mean, off of the back of that return to sender round, DMS just reporting solo leveling for spam mail, just shoving them in the bin and managing to try and find that potential continuation of the tournament. They just need one more map, Seb, but solo leveling, they're not out of it just yet. We could still potentially see the comeback come on through all the way to the third map of the day.
And Tundra being the third map, being my favorite. I'd love to see a map 3 coming out here. Now I think solo leveling has it in them to take this next map, even though it was, I believe it was solo leveling's pick for that first map. So the second map is going to be DMS's pick. They're going to have defense first.
Yeah.
So they are coming into a little bit of an advantage with this next map coming through. So they have a really good opportunity to take it and sweep solo leveling out of the tournament.
Someone just needs to put a tracker on DMS. Like, it's not just Ikse is the thing. Like, they've identified how much value those long flanks have, and then not just committing him onto it. Recrunt as well is picking up the slack if Ikse is needed to play with the team core. Black Market being incredible for flank plays as well, with just how large, how labyrinthian this map is. You're gonna have to watch your corners and your back every single second of this map.
Coming into our bans, plenty of ammo getting banned up by both of these teams. Soulkarn and Deadly Rewind on the side of DMS, and Baker and Batter, as well as anti-healing bullets. Anti-heal bullets, a very, very strong card. Preventing that heal from your enemies is something that is, very, very useful in this game with the cards like Medical Error, anti-heal bullets. They're very valued cards.
Yeah, it doesn't prevent it fully though. It's only 20 seconds that it manages to bar out those heals. Granted, 20 seconds does feel like somewhat of an eternity with how fast some of these games can go for, especially since a lot of these pathogens have actually been dropping emotional rescue on their feet as they try and take a duel, so they have the advantage. Speaking about advantage, solo leveling already have full control of container, which means that they have full control of bridge.
We're going to see the lineups dropping down now. All of these nades getting sent through from the other side. That's the Axon in the back end of solo leveling. DMS Ikse now trying to see if he can get a cheeky little sniper shot off. As we know, he is exclusively onto those sniper picks. Howl going to be on the backside here, trying to see if he can make something happen. He's just holding, as it's actually DMS on the attacking side. We originally thought that we would be seeing solo leveling on the defense, but a DMS on the attacking side right now. Going to be trying to get that push in as Ikse, not on the sniper anymore. Jumping around to Boshu, just trying to hold as much as possible towards that. It looks like we're going to be seeing a B side push in a second here, as B main control is being given up by solo leveling. DMS trying to push up as much as they can, getting really sneaky with it, trying to play as slow as possible. Radiston holding on to that side.
You can see as well how little information solo leveling currently have. They've actually started drifting the majority of their players over towards A. That's going to give up the fact that it is a B push, and now Taboshu on this Corona is going to have to try and hold down the fort long enough for his players to start to rotate. But it looks like it was a fake inside a fake. The mind games overlap and continue as through mid. DMS are going to dash, however Flash is going to be there to meet them. Well, in a Flash, has to be careful that he doesn't get hit by the hothead though, as oh my goodness, the entry is paved by the Corona, and with 10 seconds on the bank, DMS should be able to get the plan.
And there we go, solo leveling in the 1v2 situation is Recrant trying to see if they can make the pick happen, but no time available. Solo leveling picking up that first round, and while Nunu with a double kill from the nade bonk. Isn't that insane?
I mean, the fact that he was able to get that double kill, not just that, the fact that he was able to stop DMS from getting converted down onto the ground.
Yeah, it's stopping them from entering here because they died to the nade bonk, and then a nice snipe from Recrant on the side, but not much else was able to be done for value on the side of DMS. So we're going to be flipping into this next round. Bulletproof Design banned out, as well as Health Club for the side of DMS, and picking community healthcare.
So a little bit of heal coming on through for them regularly. As a Health Club getting banned out, again, 25 additional HP. It doesn't feel all that impactful, and then you look at the amount of 1v1s that Lancers take where they're only like down to 18 HP, and you go, oh, hold on a minute, I would have won that if I'd had that.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing that happen. A community healthcare just is such a great card. Doomsday Bomb on the side of a solo leveling, as Tuboshu already getting that control right in that middle area. Sending off those Util pistols, getting that lineup right at the start of the round has been crucial for him. He's been trying to throw that every single time.
Yeah, I mean, you can even see the investment here that solo leveling and putting in controlling container early on, because Tuboshu is actually utilizing one of those dashes from the Corona. You only get 2 per round, and he's using them immediately to take full control off of it and deny DMS from getting to play from short. Now, just having to stick around. It's not B. There's no presence there. And unfortunately, the lurk on mid is gonna get taken out as DMS. Doesn't matter if they don't have container, doesn't matter if they don't have bridge. They're just deathballing in and taking numbers advantage fights against isolated members of solo leveling who are so split.
And there we go, the wall trying to come up, and now the explosive going to come through. Not going to be able to do anything though, as we're going to see the pathogen walls coming out, and Howl will try and go for an explosion again. Tuboshu picking up a kill onto Radistan, but Ikse going to get the kill onto Tuboshu. Nunu picking up the kill onto Ikse. The trade to the trade to the trade! And solo leveling take the second round.
Oh, Doomsday Device. Oh, Doomsday Device. Even if you get the kills onto the Lancer, they just come back up an even bigger problem that you have to be able to deal with. I mean, it's looking really, really strong in DMS's favor there, right? They're able to find the isolated duels. They're able to enter onto the site. You're going to see this here in the replay. What goes horribly, horribly wrong? Doomsday Device comes into play, and unfortunately, it was DMS's doom.
Yeah, there's some really interesting scenarios that you can make out with that card, as you're able to explode into your opponents after death. We are going to be seeing medical error getting picked. No bans coming through for the side of DMS.
Ricochet needed to go. Ricochet was way worse than medical error.
As DMS not banning a card though. They could have had the medical error ban, but they're choosing to pick it instead. Giving them a huge advantage. Bio Warrior going to be on the side. Another zombie round for Team SL. DMS going to be getting security check as well. As we're jumping into this round, it looks like they're going to be taking a pretty aggressive fake over onto that B side, trying to go for a little bit of mid control, as well as we're going to be seeing the clone getting eliminated right away. Ikse going to be able to get the pick off onto that, as the converter closer to that A side.
20 HP, Dex clone for Recran, hand in hand with a Resolver. Full scope out, trying to see whether or not there's going to be a player in container or potentially on backside of point. But he looks for one, might get swung by the container player. Nope, knife jump so they can reposition and not get pinned down. And now the utility is going to come on through. That molly on the floor just pushing Recurrent off of that angle and giving solo leveling a little bit of breathing space in B.
Recurrent still trying to creep up, seeing what he can do by playing his life with that 20 HP. He's going to be able to try and make something happen, and if he does get himself eliminated, it looks like they're dropping back, giving them a lot of space onto that B side. Recurrent still holding angles with the sniper, but these players are not going to let him go into a contest here, as we are going to see the converter plant coming down. Oh my goodness, the flame going to be coming out to Boshu with a perfect line.
Yeah, and he stops potentially that diffuse, but it does manage to get stuck, and now everyone from solo leveling is going to have to deal with DMS, who are bundled up into backside of container. Boshu on that Corona is going to be the Lancer that everyone from his team looks to try and swing out and give themselves that window of space, but with the time against them, they're going to have to make a play pretty quickly. It's not just Container, it's also many they have to contest against. DMS going to be able to keep themselves stacked into 2 separate locations as it's an all-out brawl to deal with the Bio Warriors. And that is going to be the round 1 for DMS.
And you can see on Ixe's face, he's absolutely stunned with how that round worked out. Recran able to pick up 3 eliminations back to back to back, and then the Bio Warriors clamoring over top of each other like a horde of zombies trying to get it. You stole my punchline. Oh, we're having fun here, ladies and gentlemen, as Moxie and I are going to be getting ready to jump into this next round. TikTok and Jump Shot Expert getting banned out.
Yeah, no TikTok. I personally like that card because it really does light a fire to finish off the round quickly, otherwise it turns into just team deathmatch. But no, a lot of players really don't like having it, especially if you're on the attack, because the defenders can just outrun you with the amount of map space they have open.
I wonder, is the TikTok card translated to Douyin in Chinese or something else? TikTok being Douyin being Chinese version of the TikTok app, you know, would be a funny translation to bring that into. But as we're jumping into this, DMS Ixe gonna be jumping through with the sniper.
Ooh, hello, Highlife. That is a highlight reel worthy clip. Manages to break that trophy immediately, smokes off bridge, looks for the potential angle into Link. As DMS doing a very good job of just providing a lot of pressure on every single potential angle that Solo Leveling is looking to shut down early on. Oh my goodness.
Wow, Ixe gonna try and see if he can get some heals going with the pathogen. Emotional support coming in. Oh! Elusiveness coming in full force for him there, as what a beautiful snipe into that headshot. And wow, we're gonna get to see Jaguar coming in. We haven't seen too much of that this round, but Toboshu picking up the kill on to DMS Cleave.
Finally, Solo Leveling, making aggressive plays into Container early on to drop bridge has paid off. Jaguar doing a very good job of, like you said, not a Lancer we tend to see typically coming on through, but utilizing that electric avenue to just fully ice off the pressure from Ixe, coming on out with that sniper angle over towards Link. And now, because bridge is out, he's had to backtrack to that same position, and they're going to be able to read into this without having to send one of their players and personally find out with a pixel perfect shot from Ixe yet again, who's slowly but surely woven his way onto A site, just crouching to get within distance of planting.
Maddock, the one with the converter, and it looks like he's headed over to that B side as Ixe not making any noise. Looks like he's going to be making noise in A purple, but the converter getting planted pretty early, so the bait not really working into his favor. But we're going to see that happening into Boshu, having a really good time with that ability, being able to get a lot of value out of that there, that chip damage coming in. Howl extremely low in HP. We're going to be seeing a POV look out of the site as well as our player POV.
DMS, 30 seconds left. They just have to live the post-plant position. Yet again, they've got presence in main, presence on container. They don't have presence in main anymore. Then Nitro gets taken out. And that is going to be Solo Leveling, full committing the stick of the defuse.
Wow, that's a very good stick. And, you know, as the saying goes, pros don't fake. The Nitro wall being able to hold off a lot of that spam coming through, and even with the nades coming in and all of that util getting thrown down, they're still able to get the hold down and get the defuse, bringing them up 3-1.
Yeah, look at this replay. Oh my goodness. That's one of the cleanest sniper shots we've seen from Ixe so far. But this, the defuse situation, like you said, Solo Leveling, playing it perfectly every single time, utilizing the sound cue of that converter going down to set up into the ashes to ashes from that Coronas. That's a lot of cards in play. In fact, every single card in play is either banned or grabbed up.
And look at this, Solo Leveling still has 9 shard card points, even though they've picked up 2, 4, 7 points. So they had 16 points coming into this, and they've managed to burn only 7 of them with 3 cards. Hyperkinetic Bullet, Sustained Crab Walk, which we've seen banned out almost every single time, which I'm excited to see come into this game, and Powerful Strike as well. Bullet upgrade, Squat Defense, and Party Vision on the side of DMS.
Well, again, the default for Solo Leveling's defense proves to be early control of container. This time around, just going through with that utility, trying to put the pressure, see if anyone is playing up towards short. Bridge is going to get dropped out yet again, force everyone on the side of DMS to have to hard commit up into a link. As Ixe still trying to find an angle. This time around with the high life, he might push all the way into Defender's purple.
Maddock and Flash now on the side, seeing if they can make something happen with that high life. They're going to be jumping back around for the rotate. It looks like DMS can be pushing over onto that A side here. Flipping over to B, actually, sorry, as they've actually gotten a decent amount of B control, as we're going to see Maddock trying to push in with that Corona. He hasn't been able to get too much value off of that. I think we see a lot more value coming through the sniper shot from Recran, but he gets sent back off of the Dex clone. We're going to be jumping in. Radisson trying to get the plant off, but that Ashes to Ashes just doing so much damage coming out, as we do have that pathogen wall helping them out a lot, and they're going to be able to get the Converter plant down.
Yeah, Converter has been planted, but it's going to be really tough now for Solo Leveling to push into the positions that DMS have been able to occupy, given the fact that the sniper was able to stop the Corona from punishing the plant attempt earlier. And now the Dashes invested Corona being able to full reposition before he can get traded out. DMS coming through with all of the kills in the post-plant situation. Solo Leveling going to be running out of time, having to just full send into this Brawlite fight. And that's going to benefit DMS, who just have far better control both of the tempo, the cover, and all of the utility and angles. What a good job from DMS. There's the adaptation that we needed to see coming in to the B plant. So often they'd seen that Corona utilize the Ashes to Ashes over where Converter was being planted, that this time around they actually stationed the Dex with the sniper pointed at the angle to anticipate that Corona committing past.
Yeah, and the Corona flash coming out, like I just talked about before, like, oh, we haven't seen too much value from the Corona, and then he goes, well, watch this, and comes away and gets a really nice elimination on that side. Dying Rain gonna get banned out, Converter Camouflage as well being a banned on the side of DMS. Bigger Bombs gonna be as well for the side of DMS. That is a card that we've seen used a lot. Birdman, one of DMS's all-time favorite cards. When they get Birdman, they usually win the round, and especially with the snipers on Corona as well. Birdman very, very strong. And look at that, there's some words of encouragement coming through. Everybody cheering for the teams.
Well, in the side swap half, it is a 3-2 scoreline. Solo Leveling leading by one singular round. This time around, they're going to be on the attack, and yet again, aggressive play towards container. This time around, though, Toboshu is going to be denied the upkeep of that space as DMS lock it down entirely. Solo Leveling still want to try and fight this, even with the door being broken. The action nades come on through, but they've left themselves open in main. White picks up 2. Emotional Rescue comes out as well, so he shouldn't get punished for it. And all of a sudden, the focus on container is actually working against the defense.
And we're going to see a nice double kill from White, but Howl going to be knocking back, and he gets knocked back a little bit, and the Converter getting planted just outside the area, as we're going to be seeing in a little bit of an interesting situation. We're going to be seeing Howl now doing a really good job of holding, but Genoshu going to try and get the pick. Howl able to come in for an extra help, as we're going to see maybe a knife elimination coming out here. Switches back over to the gun. Recran going to try and see if he can hold. Not peeking out is the name of the game, and there we go. There you have it, Toboshu picking up an elimination as SL take that round into 4-2-2.
Yeah, it was only a matter of time when you're just stuck on that site. You're one versus so many other people. They've got control of multiple angles. White here getting 2 in main is absolutely crazy plays coming on through. Howl as well, slowing everything down with the gold dust. Really good job coming on out from the attackers, just being able to get Converted down as quickly as possible and taking advantage of the focus fire that came out on container early.
Taking a look into this next round, Everybody Dance now getting banned out. Site Deletion getting banned out. Melon Rhymes. Melon Rhymes, one of the cards that we've seen banned a whole bunch earlier into the days. But we're going to see a timeout actually coming from DMS. But Melon Rhymes. Moxie, you could do a better job of explaining Melon Rhymes than I can. But why is it so powerful? Like, it seems like a joke card.
CC. It's a form of CC. Any form of additional CC that can come in the form of not burning through your utility is always going to be immensely strong, especially since, you know, you throw it out at a set location, you then log that location in the back of your mind. When someone gets slipped up on it, you better believe that there's going to be a nade lineup following suit.
Yeah, it is definitely something that is incredibly funny to see. And one other thing, do you think that we're going to get the timeout? The timeout tradition. Timeout tradition.
Maybe, as we've talked about, every single time a timeout has been called, but whichever team, they've won the round afterwards. So we'll have to wait and see whether timeout buff is still going to be going strong. As unfortunately, it doesn't apply to the round after that timeout though.
Yeah, we are going to be seeing the timeout buff coming out from DMS as they've got HUD Remix, and we've seen them perform extremely well on the side of HUD Remix before, especially with the Dex, getting the Dex going to 20 health and using that HUD Remix to put your enemy onto 20 health. And look at them going for that control again. Like you said, investing that dash. I mean, you've only got 2 dashes, and investing one of those to be able to take that through. They're going to see Taboshu just sending the Chug out to try and get some damage off onto the wall. It looks like he's going to take the wall down, trying to get a timing off. Nowhere near where he needed to be. We're going to be seeing the pathogen wall not making too much of a difference. We're going to see White holding off the area, using that util pistol to create a little bit of space, and we're now going to see the pathogen blocking off the exits again.
Over towards A, potentially. I don't want to risk bridge. It's going to have to be over for mid into Link instead. But I mean, DMS very much prepared for it. There's a Nitro with a lurk and another playing off of the exit of bridge. And that crossfire is just something that solo leveling do not want to compete with. Back over towards B they go.
We're going to be seeing onto this B side, SL White trying to get some sort of momentum going for his team on the attack. DMS holding strong. They're going to jump into with the Corona Flash. No value off of that flash, but they're able to take a little bit of space through it. And now you see the Melon Rhines on the ground as well. They're going to be trying, DMS is going to be trying to avoid them, but it looks like they weren't able to get too much going off of that. And Ixe going to get a beautiful snipe in. Converter going to get planted though, and Recran picking up an elimination.
They're right next to Converter! The Melon Rhines are right there if they try and push Container. They're all going to get tripped. And that's exactly what solo leveling peek the corner into the axe and guitar follow-up.
Oh, but DMS gets the win. They got the defuse.
DMS got the defuse. That's insane.
Oh my goodness, the Melon Rhines came out to play Melon Rhine post plant. I absolutely love that strategy coming out here. And they're just like, wow, thank God we didn't lose that. And look at that.
Yeah.
Still 100% the timeout strategy is working.
Oh my goodness, that's insane. Because like for solo leveling, they had a plan in mind. They were like, let's get Melon Rhines out, let's get Converter down, let's make sure that if they swing into us, they're gonna trip and fall and then we can run out. And DMS just play Accent.
Yeah, I mean, it worked perfectly for them. Infernal Hound's gonna be picked out on the side of SL and Broken Bridge.
Oh.
A map-specific card. Moxie, you want to explain us Broken Bridge?
Yeah, Bridge is out. Bridge is under repair. Construction not going to be finished until next round. And I mean, this is huge for solo leveling because it means that they don't have to commit resources to denying container control for DMS.
And they can just push up normally and they don't need that extra bit of util usage to get there before the other team to try and prevent that usage. As we're going to see the Infernal Hounds taking their stride into this Tariff as well on the side of DMS. Sprint Fire for them as well. Tariff going to be huge for this round since they used a 5-cost card as well as a 2-cost. They're going to be getting 7 extra shard card points for this. Toboshu going to be hopping in the Ashes to Ashes.
Container still going to be contested for both of these teams, not for control of bridge, but for control of an off angle and potential crossfire setup into B. Solo Leveling really want to be able to take control of this space. Bridge being out far further affects the defenders and the rotation that they have to make. You have to take such a lengthy cross all the way through your spawn, and you have so many limited angles to play into that post-plant position. But unfortunately for Solo Leveling, DMS put preventative measures into play, and one of those is going to be Recurrent's clone copy. He is going to get taken out, the 20 health bar tanking before he can take out one of the members of Solo Leveling, but he's drained the time bank perfectly. And this converter started towards B, headed towards A, and is now backtracking its position as DMS now just have to burn a little bit more time.
SL White going to be trying to see if he can get a molly going off into that play, but we're going to be seeing Toboshu pushing up here as they've got the little doggies, the cute little doggies following them down. Those are some very fiery hounds, though. You do not want to mess with those doggies. Ooh, Ikse with the angle. Let's see somebody push out. Ikse, we know him. Oh, there we go. He's got it. The Infernal Hound's chasing, though. He's going to be dealing a lot of burn damage. And that's very unfortunate. He's got to take that in as Maddock going to back up here. They're trying to keep the push off. Looks like they're going to try and hold sight just a little bit more. They're not going to fall back as far and give them for the retake.
Here's the thing, though. We've got a Corona with clamp down on the defense. And Toboshu is going to full send it. DMS. The tempo change up. Solo Leveling thought that they had more time, thought that they could play for a post-plant position. And DMS counter-stratted perfectly, put a clamp down on that Corona and sent him into the entire team.
Corona clamp down, flash and dash, ladies and gentlemen, flash and dash. DMS taking the win for the tying round. They're at 4-4. Whoever wins 2 rounds in a row is going to be the winner of the map. But if it goes one round, we're gonna get to see some duels.
Timeout's coming into play.
Oh, they want the buff.
They
heard the tag. They heard about the Moxie buff tag, and now they're taking as many timeouts as possible.
Timeouts are broken, because not only do you get to set in motion a game plan for yourselves, you get to disrupt any momentum from the enemy team, and more importantly, for DMS, right? They just won that round, so they're not disrupting the momentum from Solo Leveling, they're making them stew in the loss that they just took. The fact that they just lost against the Corona flash fire dashing into them with a clamp down when they were all stacked up.
Oh, it was so cool, but idea for a shard card called Wait a Big Minute. You get an extra timeout. Weapon Morph gonna get banned out, as well as Vitality Staff, as we're gonna see the pick coming up, Phantom B-side on the side of SL. The Phantom's always a fun place of power into these games, and full firepower. Turtleback and Lucky Bullets, they're investing heavy into this round, as they did get so many points off of that Tariff.
Yeah, I mean, Lucky Bullets is great into Phantoms. Doesn't matter if you can't see, something's probably gonna get hit. Oh my goodness, Solo Leveling, picking Phantom side. It's either gonna become the turnaround and take us to duels, or it's gonna become a horror show for them right now. This is really going to determine whether or not things finish out and DMS get to continue in the tournament. And Solo Leveling, unfortunately, are not able to, as it's going to be a push towards a trophy prematurely broken. Utility comes out immediately. The return fire comes on through from Toboshu. That Ashes slowing things down, setting up DMS's flank with the Dex clone copy, catching them right at the back of Garden.
We're going to be seeing now Matic trying to back up. Doesn't want to give up sight just yet. They've got 3 players on. Turtleback available as well for them. They've got that going. They've got 4 players on site now with 1 player on the flank. They've got them completely boxed in. Absolutely nowhere to run. If they try to run away, they're going to have to deal with the flanker, and I believe that's Ikse on the flank, the sneaky boy.
Oh, no.
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 Oh, 1. He gets the 1. The Corona dash into the 2, into the 3. Oh my goodness, Ikse into the 4. Come on, hit it. We're going to see him go down, but wow. SL White, the last remaining player of the team, trying to come through with the auto pistol, unable to get the hit off onto it, and there we go! Radisson with the finish, 5-4 for DMS!
You can't keep getting away with it, Seb!
Oh my goodness.
Someone put a bell
This catch
and
booth is
a homing
shaking.
beacon on Ikse, please!
1,
1, 2, 3.
Oh my goodness.
He
Ikse
even manages to keep tracking Toboshi when he jumps at him with the fast line.
Wow.
Corona might be fast, but apparently Ikse's reaction time is faster and more accurate.
Well, he's got such long arms, right? So his flick time to reach across the desk, he just whoosh, boom. SL now for the timeout.
DMS pulled the timeout. DMS on the round.
Oh.
Solo leveling now. Dip into their bank of timeouts. And you can see the faces of those players. Concentration, a strategy is forming. Is it going to be enough to bail them out and take us to duels?
I'm calling it right now. DMS are going to take it. The timeout strat is not going to work for SL. That team over there, DMS, they're looking incredibly locked in and incredibly strong. They're going to take it away.
Oh boy, I mean, Ikse has to be MVP if DMS take it. He absolutely has to be, because this guy is just a whole problem that solo leveling is having to deal with by his lonesome. As we can have a look and see what could potentially be, well, what will be the lost shard cards in this game, as whether or not solo leveling continue and we go to duels, cards don't get played in the 1v1s.
Cards do not get played in the 1v1s, and that is a fact, but there are still abilities to be used inside these 1v1s, and the Black Market 1v1 map is a very interesting one, but we are going to kick things off really quickly here, as the DMS on the defensive side, so they do have that advantage. SL need this round to stay in the tournament. It is make or break time for them here. They've got that weapon enhancement. They've got an extra 30 seconds. They have a very good shot at being able to do this, but Toboshi needs to get some picks. He needs to have a very perfect entry, but Recrent going to be knocking that down. Oh, this is the make or break time. If Flash dies here, the round goes to DMS. Oh, the knife dash to be able to dodge the sniper shot. Recrent almost had that though.
Yeah, I mean, the Resolver almost resolved the win for DMS.
Oh.
Oh. Ships in the night. 2 players pass each other. Ikse is also going to reveal a sniper up his sleeve as White closes the distance with the High Life. Slowly we move around the angle we go. High Life not going to win against the Resolver, however, he's still going to be in play this time around because that was the clone copy. Ikse not able to fire fast enough, has to retreat back to the heal. And he's now going to be able to sit inside his emotional rescue too. Resolver versus High Life, which is going to be able to come out on top.
Nunu picking up an elimination on Radisson, giving them the man advantage, but SL's Flash is going to go down. White almost getting eliminated, tossing that util pistol, tries to switch over to that, sending the smoke out to block the path of the enemies, but that has allowed them complete A control, and we're going to see the converter plant get down. Now, in the 3v4 situation, Ikse going to try and make something crazy happen here with the Resolver.
Oh my goodness, he's done it before. Emotional Rescue comes out to stabilize the circuit. The knife just looking to get a little bit of a better jump angle around that corner without having to cost his own health bar. Oh my goodness, the first one falls to the High Life coming on through. The deck's anchoring on that site. Impossible to oust. So little time left. The High Life finds the backside, finds the player on the site. And we go to duels, 1 versus 1s coming into the mix. But I mean, DMS, if Ikse is able to kill multiple with the sniper, this round This match is already determined. Solo leveling were able to take it to duels this time around. White was the hero for them that round. He's gonna have to be the hero for them in the ones.
Solo leveling, the DMS. Look at this lineup. We're gonna be seeing Ikse, number 5, so he's gonna be their last hope with the sniper. We've got Radiston on the Corona, or Matic on the Corona, with the Luto pistol is going to be coming out to start here, as we've got, this is one of my favorite maps. The flash going to be coming in. Oh, does not connect on the first one, and is it going to lose White on 73 HP. We're going to try and see him go for a lineup.
First emotional rescue of the round is going to be used too. Recurrent comes in, goes for the swing into the emotional rescue before the pathogen can stabilize. Manages to find it, that clamp down, just biting through that HP. Goes now for the clone copy. 20 HP, up over the jump pad we go. Isn't able to find the arc shot, is Howl. Has to pull back, play behind the wall. Gets a little bit of information where that Dex could be. Remember, this is still the clone. The Sona is still going to have to win out the duel against the actual Dex himself. We're going to go to a timeout situation. And unfortunately for the Sona, the Dex has 20 HP more to play with. Out comes the pistol. Desperation plays from both of them as the timeout chunks the health bar lower and lower and lower. And it's going to be Recrant coming away with the win.
Recrant picking up that elimination, but only 60 HP on the side of him here, and he's only got that SMG, but he can't get the knife dash. Nunu picks up the elimination with the My Way. We're going to be seeing now Cleave on that side as well, going to launch the smoke, but Nunu with the headshot. Cleave going to get him down a decent amount of HP. We've only got 2 players left. We're going to be seeing now jumping in, Radiston going to pick up that elimination onto the side, and now to Boshu. This is going to be the Corona plays. Ikse might have to come all the way down to him, as we're going to be seeing, trying to see if he can make anything happen. The flash going to come in, and Boshu picking it up with the clamp down. Absolute insane plays. 2v1 situation coming out. Ikse on that sniper rifle. This seems to be the only weapon he's wanting to be using, and he is prepped and prepared. The flash going to come in. Does he get it? Does he come through? Oh my god, Ikse! Oh my god, Ikse, you dirty dog!
Oh my goodness, the pistol shot kill rather than the High Life. He knew he didn't have time to reload. He had to hit the shot. High Life finds the shot, takes the clone out. Now he's just got to deal with the Dex himself. Ikse has been the hero of the hour for DMS before. Can he find it now? He's on the pathogen, he wins the heal off, as long as he doesn't start taking a little bit too much damage before the timeout situation comes through. The scale so the Dex can push. Flash tries to make it happen, rounds the corner, gets aggressive, wins the duel. We go map 3.
Oh my goodness, Moxie, we can feel the energy in this stadium. It is absolutely insane. Ikse was almost able to come away with the victory and the sweep, but Solo Leveling find a way to keep themselves in the tournament at the final stages. The jump forward into the rifle shots are going to clean out Ikse at the end there. Missing that sniper shot, we almost had the win.
Yeah.
He had the heal off potential, but it is not going to happen. TMS so close yet so far away, and it would be absolutely heartbreaking now if they lose that map 3, but it's going to be Tundra, and it's going to be a whole lot of fun.
Oh my goodness, Flash, hero of the hour, hero of the hour. The Dex coming on through, understands the situation perfectly. He knows he's going to lose the heal of situation. He knows he has to push. He uses the scales, he gets the push aggressively, he swings in before Ikse can stabilize, and then he just manages to, with the rifle, absolutely shatter through the pathogen's HP before Ikse can take cover behind his wall, and we go map 3. Solo leveling, finished, and figured out a way to deal with Ikse in the duels. The question remains, can they figure out a way to deal with him when we head to Tundra, the last map of the day?
Wow, Ikse. I'm gonna go ask him for some help. I'm gonna teach me how to use the High Life the way that you use it. Teach me how to be a sniper god, because that is exactly what he is. He is absolutely amazing, doing such a good job and holding up for his team. And his teammates still, they're also amazing. Right? I know we're talking about Ikse, right? You know, glazing him a little bit, but it's because he's so good, right? Like there's no way you guys didn't see what just happened there.
I mean, every single one of them so clean in the 1v1s. DMS just looking incredible at the starting half of that black market, but Solo loving the timeout. The timeout, Seb, the timeout! Every single time, please, 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 if you're a professional team and things start going wrong, call a timeout before things get worse.
Exactly. We're going to be taking a look at some of these game stats really quickly. Look at that. Ikse 12-10, Matic 11-8, Recrent 12-7, Radiston 4-10, Cleve 3-7. But wow, look at that. The top 3 players on their team going +10 positive. And we're going to be seeing Nunu with a 12-7, 12-9 for White, 8-7 for Howl, 6-9 for Boshu, and Flash with a 4-10. But the clutch play to win them the game and keep them alive in this. So that is great to see. Some highlights from the streamer rooms and the gameplay. We're going to be seeing Matic picking up that first elimination.
Yeah, that goes to show why bridge control and awareness is so important. As that's one of those amazing shots coming in from Ikse into the vantage point of green. Now Recrent with those hardened skills on the decks, able to hold his position with the rifle, clamp down Corona, name a more iconic hero, both in duels and in the maps themselves. As all of these players just looking immensely strong, and the adaptation between the two teams, mechanical skill notwithstanding, was just brilliant to see.
And we got to see, look from the streamer boxes how the other DMS jerseys that they've got going on. Those are pretty nice looking jerseys. We're going to be taking a look. Ikse, oh my goodness, what a beautiful sniper shot there. What a flank. That will coming through from some of these teams. Look at this, Recrent coming out with a beautiful flank. Ikse with the flank 1, 2, and then there's the 3. That was my favorite play of that game so far, by far. And there we go, SL White as well was also a demon on that sniper. But we are going to take a break and we'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, to the FragPunk Global Invitational, where, you know, the match between these two teams, Solo Leveling and DMS, is heating up, but as we head over to Tundra, the temperature is going to be getting just a little bit colder.
I think a lot colder. Not colder here, though. I am extremely warm, as you can see by the glistening on my face and cheek. We are getting sweaty in here, just like how sweaty these teams are getting in these team fights. I had something to do with it. I had somewhere to go with that.
Well, I can tell you where we're going to be going, which is map number 3.
Nice. yes. We're loving to have fun at the caster booth. You know, we've got Chug alongside with us for the cast today. Sia and Cass will have him back again tomorrow, but we're so grateful to have him here. He's been a wonderful companion and a very insightful caster.
Yeah, he's been great. He's also a very much firm believer of the timeout buff coming on through, as, again, yet still 100% win rate after you call a timeout. And I mean, speaking about calling something, I called earlier in the broadcast that Solo Leveling's Tundra would be probably the scariest map that you could run into them on, given the fact that that was the map where they absolutely demolished DPS First, the Chinese team that were in the lower bracket run, off of the back of some absolutely insane plays, like the double Nitro Wall boost up on A. Ice was crazy, and those sorts of plays are going to be the thing that DMS is going to have to deal with, as we can have a look here and see the team camera coming on through. The huddle is there. They are cooking up some strategies.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be getting ready to cook up some pretty crazy strats going on. We're going to hear their cheer coming out too, I bet, because they want to win this. This is make or break time. Whoever loses this map goes home. There could potentially only be 6 rounds to find out the victor of this game. Game number 11 overall, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 5 today, if you've just tuned in. And this is going to be DMS versus our very lovely Solo Level.
I wanted to go the distance. I really hope that it goes the distance.
You want duels?
Evolution, yes, I want duels. Okay, maybe I'm a little bit greedy. Maybe I want to have my cake and eat it too. But wouldn't it be so fitting if it went down all the way to the wire yet again between Ixe and Flash?
Yeah, it would be really cool to see that. Ixe on the duels is a demon with the sniper. He is choosing to use a sniper in a very rifle-heavy environment where lots of these players are dying to it, and players who are very, very skilled. Like, these aren't just your regular ranked players that he's hitting crazy clips on. These are players who can hit you in a headshot in 2 seconds. You have to be so good and so clean with the sniper. Given the fact that we are on land, this is 0 ping, so your snipers are going to be just that much more effective with 0 latency towards that shot, and you're going to be able to hit shots a lot more precisely than you would if you were playing on a higher ping environment. Even if you're playing on 20 ping, 30 ping, up to 120 ping, let's say, you are not going to be able to hit sniper shots as cleanly as you are on this 0 ping environment.
You know what's really impressive too about Ixe? He played Black Market on Pathogen, and he played Outpost on Pathogen as well a lot of the time when he was going for those flanks. So he knew that he would be having to duel out Dexes, who would be also probably running the snipers, and you would have to be able to clear off your opponent, your mirror sniper, if you will, to be able to take that space. And Dex has a safety lane, right? Pathogen, yeah, she's got a safety card. She has 2 of them with Emotional Rescue, where she can sit inside her AoE and heal herself and her teammates as long as the middle of that AoE is not obstructed in terms of LOS. So do be careful where you place that one if it's on a corner or particularly close to a wall. But Dex does have the upper hand in terms of that, given the fact that he just regrows himself. So the fact that Ixe is having the confidence and winning the duels against multiple players without that safety line insurance is insane.
Yeah, he's doing the impossible. He's playing Dex on Pathogen. So he's got a wall and a heal instead of an extra life and armor, and he's still outperforming these professional Dex players.
Oh, that's Birdman.
Birdman for the side of DMS, their all-in-all favorite card. Skill Vampire going to be banned out, as well as Cure Shot. and we're going to be seeing interception being used. Scan reductions has the option to be picked, and as well as free-for-all. They do have 3 points aside for them, but the 4-pick Roger is not going to be able to be selected because of this investment, and it looks like we're not going to see any others. They're going to be saving a couple of points, 3 points to be exact, on either side.
I mean, Birdman can be incredibly broken in the right environment. Tundra is one of them, as you can just control your rate of fall while still retaining a 100% accuracy rate. And you've got, you know, high ground positions on Tundra, one of the most famous ones being second floor on A with that window. So if I'm SL, I would be very wary of taking fights in those spaces, especially if Ixe has been able to get his hands on a sniper rifle with an Eagle POV from that high ground position. As you can see how reluctant solo leveling are to actually try and push any of those aggressive spaces. DMS going to be going for that nitro wall to potentially look into link, but it's instantly broken by utility.
Wow, they're doing a good job of playing counter as solo leveling, sending that lineup in right away as soon as they heard some sort of audio cue coming from that side. And it looks like he's got the pew pew on the side there, leaving the chug over to keep info onto that side and then rotating back for support on his team. SL's flash has been taken pretty low as well. Radisson with some util. Mata going to be sending some lineups out, some cheeky little lines coming through to Boshu, holding that A side area in the middle, seeing if he can make anything happen. DMS is on the attack, SL on the defense. As we're seeing Matic trying to go for that teleporter play, I believe. And now we're seeing the jump up coming through. Ixe, Maddox trying to make something happen. The Pew Pew going to get destroyed here as they're trying to push up onto a site.
I mean, they've still got to deal with this circuit. Howl playing from the backside of A and Ice Spikes. Going to have to be dislodged before that converter can go down. Gets one on the tail end of stairs into second. Will be able to have the converter down on the other side though of that wall, and now it becomes the defenders having to attack into the space. Full leveling, not able to play the post plant the way that they want to, as they still have to deal with Ixe. They've been able now to get that Corona onto the site, but no one's been able to try and find a defuse.
Here we go. Cleve going to be trying to make something happen as well as Ixe. It's in the 1v1 situation now. Ixe pulling the pistol out, and oh my goodness, the quadra from Howl. Oh no. Ixe losing out the 1v1 twice in a row can't be too good for the mental, and the defuse happens and SL take round one, which has been the trend. No matter if a DMS win or lose the game, SL always takes the first round.
If you want to take A on Tundra, you need to clear Ice Spike. Otherwise, that's going to happen. You do not get to crossfire, set up a post-plant position from stairs with the diffuser in POV if Ice Spike still has a defender posted on up. And that is exactly what Howl is taking advantage of in that highlight, as we can have a look to see what shard cards are going to be in play. It's not going to be werewolves, it's going to be vampires that are in the hands of DMS.
Burning all of their shard points to try and keep this score as even as possible. King of Eggs getting banned out though. Egg squats. We were doing some egg squats before the before we came back to the camera here, keeping ourselves light and breezy. Got to stay active as we're gonna see solo leveling try and make a push. It looks like we're going to see one towards that A side with a 4-stack on B. It looks like we're going to see actually coming back to that towards that B side, maybe playing on that portal. The portal definitely an important place to watch out for.
I mean, it feels like DMS are going to have to go towards the A side. One reason being Vampire, so that they can get more value from being outside. I mean, the second also being that all of these doors are now bulletproof on the side of solo leveling. Link and mid are going to be cleared pretty quickly. Ixe actually going very aggressively through the teleporter to take control of defender's spawn. And now solo leveling gonna get caught out. They knew that one liked to play behind Ice Spikes, and this time they do manage to clear them, coming on through with the ashes to ashes, as they just have so many ways to cut the rotation of the defenders moving through from B.
And they've got the man advantage now. Cleve is low in HP, but it's a 2v4 situation. they've got a very good advantage, and now the legend himself, Ikse, with the sniper rifle, gonna try and see if he can make something happen. They're about to both take the portal, as we're gonna see the sound cue is gonna come through. Recrank gonna try and hold. The util's gonna be coming in. Ikse gonna get himself eliminated here though. Recrank as well. Now they've evened it into a 3v2 situation, making it even more probable for them to be able to come away with some sort of win, but they've got to do it. They've 10 seconds left to go for the defuse, and SL White going to be losing a lot of HP, and there we go. The rounds are tied up at 1.
Good stuff coming on through from DMS. It's not often that we actually see the attackers that aggressive with the portal, cutting off a rotation from defender spawn, but it forced solo leveling into having to rotate back of portal from B into second floor exit, which is so much easier to keep a wraps off because they can only come from either doors or the second floor itself. And all you have to do is just keep the time bank in contest.
And here we see it, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be getting our next bans and picks out in just a second. Oh Compassion getting banned out from DMS. They know that solo leveling has some low KD players, so they are going to be giving over that ban. And Quick Start going to be taken away because DMS would profit super heavily from Quick Start. Phantom Sight B and the Werewolf. And we're getting HUD Remix again. They love this card, and I absolutely love that they love it. Expert Juggler as well, going to be on the side of SL.
So Werewolves does semi-counter Phantom though. Because you can see the trail of where those players are going to be playing from, Phantom tries to shut down a lot of information that you can find, as well as you having to play around all of those ghosts so that they don't ping your location. So it's going to be a little bit of a slower start. DMS very much just ready up. You can see Tavoshir just getting ready to go in on that Corona. Has to be careful though that he doesn't reveal himself by going into one of those Phantoms. Second floor exit window also going to be kept a watchful eye upon. Currently, Avixie with the high life lands the shot, almost found the kill with the follow-up pistol follow through. That time around, the kill will stick, but unfortunately for DMS, it's actually the pathogen because Ikse gave up his position.
Ikse just getting a little bit too aggressive there. I think he was expecting only one player to be on that side, so he just is like, okay, we're going to take the angle and push it out, but it did not work in his favor as White. Maybe going for some of these lineups here. These players have some crazy ways of lining these attacks up with where they need to go. As Recrant now, they're going to try and take this site, even though they're a man down. It looks like Recrant's going to be on the A side, but the rest of these players going closer towards the B. They want those phantom effects.
Yeah, I mean the double nitro wall as well, making it pretty rough for DMS to try and push on through into mid. As solo leveling have done a very good job of stopping DMS from getting any inroad into A. They still think it could potentially be an A push. Phantoms being problematic for both teams is going to warrant solo leveling actually repositioning back towards the A. And it is going to be DMS getting to come on through and punish the fact that solo leveling rotated their players off site.
And now with the man advantage, it's going to be 4 players to 3, 4 to the side of DMS. We're going to be seeing SL White trying to make something happen with the hyper armor. He's got to lose it, and he doesn't get it in time, which we're going to see now with the all of these players jumping onto site. Regrant almost getting picked out here, but he's going to be able to get some heals coming in here. And now it's a 3v3. It looks like Cleve is going to get the trade, though. 3v2 situation. Regrant going to get the pick, trying to come up and go for the aggressive push, and he gets the kill. Now in the 2v1 situation, Tabosu trying to make something happen. He gets the 1, but not the 2, and Radiston takes it for the team.
DMS managing to come out on top with the win in the 2 versus 1 scenario. Still getting to hold the head and lead of Tundra currently, but it's been close, it's been back and forth. We've seen that DMS, they've been a little bit out of their comfort zone. Ikse, normally so patient, so clean with his timings, been a little bit off of them. That kill there from Recurrent just from stairs, right through the gap where those nitro walls are positioned. One thing about, a lot of the double nitro wall placements is that you have to sort of lay one vertically and one, well, not one vertically, but one across the ways and one horizontally, and that's exactly what they're able to take advantage of. As we've got, well, potentially one thing that might be taking advantage of. DMS calling the timeout trump card.
The timeout buff is the shard card of the century, ladies and gentlemen. The one thing to guarantee you a win is going to be the shard card of the timeout. It's not actually a shard card, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, I'm just trolling here as we're going to be seeing these players taking a timeout, getting a little pause going on to just regroup, get their energy back together. They have won the last 2 rounds, but they want to re-strategize and continue their onslaught. They don't want to just get these 2 rounds and get those be the only 2 rounds they get.
They also might want to just tighten up the timing. You said it yourself, right? Ixe was a little bit off in terms of coordination with his teammates that time around. It's better to make sure that that's all wrapped up now, as opposed to letting it just unfurl uncontrollably and you lose the round off of it, as we can have a look and see the shard cards that are going to be coming into play. Death's Embrace picked up for the side of solo leveling. That's actually going to be doing wonders to keep Ixe under challenge. He takes the slightest bit of damage and he's immediately going to be forced off of that angle. Otherwise, Def himself is going to have something to say.
Enemies are taking fall damage as well is my absolute favorite to see. As you jump off a ledge and it isn't very far, you're going to be taking real life fall damage. And SL Howell going to be going for a push out here. Nunu with the high life and the Axon shotgun guitar. So this is going to be a fun one to see how that's going to go.
Look at how much more aggressive solo leveling are too, looking for any point of contact to be able to proc that Death's Embrace. They need to be able to figure out where Ixe is playing from so they can get just one little chip of damage. Ooh, Nunu misfires the high life, and that's unfortunately going to cost him. His location got given up. 0 damage means 0 threat to Ixe being able to land that sniper shot. And that is 1-2 down. Ixe unstoppable.
Unstoppable indeed. SL Howell, SL Flash, and White still alive, but it's a 5v3 situation as they do have Return to Sender. So Return to Sender is going to be playing a huge part in them trying to take this site. I don't think any of them have had it procced yet. So once they start this push coming through, the Ashes to Ashes is going to be coming out. And there we go. Return to Sender. Going to try and climb back. The Pew getting destroyed, as now we're going to see the emotional healing coming out. And SL Flash trying to get some damage off, but he's so low HP. DMS Cleave going to send up some extra help. Ixe now. Ooh, White gonna get the kill on the Cleave. Ixe and Matt are gonna try and see if they can contest this with the flash, but it's not gonna be enough. Matt is gonna die. And now the 3v3 situation, they've tied it up. And with a couple of very unnecessary pushes, we've seen this round get very evened out.
Yeah, you can see. Just trying to figure out which weapon is going to be best for the situation. We went through a couple of them. We're going through a couple of players. 1 versus 2. 20 seconds left to get the defuse. Now 2 versus 0. But unfortunately, that is going to be more than enough time for the defuse to come out. Solo leveling will be able to take it. Yet again, Return to Sender, it's a very strange one. Because even though it's in the attacker's hand, and you would think getting 1 bit of damage onto a defender would clear the site and give them the advantage point, just get that converter planted as quickly as possible, it does mean that they take the site without all that much contest. So everyone from solo leveling in the post-plant position still has everything essentially to be able to play into with.
White got 3, I think, very free kills there.
Yeah, in Link, that was crazy plays coming on through from the decks.
I really think that if they would have just held back and all played that off angle up top with Radiston, they win that round.
Yeah, I think they were very much thinking, because Return to Sender was in play, that they needed to keep the majority of their eyes towards defender spawn, and the way that the defenders would be rotating back onto the site, which would be through ice, not through Link. So mid got left unguarded, and the Dex was able to slip through and really make that mistake cost.
And they had the Corona pushing towards that Dex, which I feel like was just a little bit of a play that they could have avoided there. Corona being on full HP, and they weren't able to contest after that. Now we're going to see Taboshu always, Nunu with the lineups here. Deboshu on the backside on the Corona. Gonna be jumping up, seeing if he can make anything happen as Chug Chug, the homie Chug Chug, gonna be trying to jump around, seeing if anything is gonna be getting some utility and some knowledge. And now we're gonna be seeing that Deboshu is gonna be waiting in the wings for them. So now they've got that information. Maddox.
Do they know?
I think they do, yeah.
Yeah, there's one player I was gonna say Chug Chug should be able to clear. That third player on the side of solo leveling, or rather second player on the side of solo leveling, White's clone copy, was actually playing on the offside of portal entrance. And they were trying to bait DMS into walking forward and taking a fight against that Corona. But Chug Chug is the one that clears it rather than an actual player. And DMS, don't fall for it. Double Nitro Boost, we've seen that one come into play multiple times. Normally gets more value this time around though. It hasn't found the pick that it's looking for. As DMS very much lining up for an A-site take. Ixe wanting to see whether or not someone's head is where it shouldn't be. And this time around, they're keeping a much closer hold of mid.
And they're doing a good job of playing a lot slower, a lot closer together as a team. In the 5v5 situation with only 30 seconds left, now they're picking up one, they pick up two. Recreate and Ixe picking up an elimination. Maddock getting traded out though, as he does get himself eliminated, but now they've got a full capture onto the site. Nunu going to be able to pick up an elimination, only 20 HP remaining, trying to pick up another. White getting the kill onto Ixe. Now it's a 3v2 situation on the side. Oh my goodness, DMS Recrent going to be able to get the kill. 2v2 with 10 seconds left. They need to get the plant down fast, otherwise they're going to be in a lot of trouble. Converter plant going to be going down. Ashes to Ashes coming out.
Is it in time? No! The fast lane! The fast lane from Deboshu! He dashes on top of them so he can prevent Converter getting planted. That's all he had to do. The time bank was against DMS. All the Corona had to do was stop Converter getting planted, and they'd win the round by timeout default.
Wow. The finish on that is absolutely insane. They just needed to get the plant, but he goes in and gets the two eliminations. What a play coming through. Nunu there, good job at holding his own and getting those two eliminations. Does end up getting himself eliminated, but bang, right through to finish it off. And what a play. Look at that. We are cheering up on the side of solo leveling. Down in the crowd here. They've got the solo leveling manager holding up a sign to cheer for the team. Oh my goodness. Pull the plug getting taken out. Eye of the Reaper taken out as well. Melee Rod, Mini-Mags. Ooh, Mini-Mags. And a weak jump.
Oh, yeah.
Weak jump against the sniper. I feel like that's a really, really smart play.
I mean, Mini-Max is not a fun one either. But we do have the shield, the melee rod rather, coming into play as well on the side of solo leveling to try and counterplay it. It doesn't matter the size of your magazine if you can't actually damage anyone with a weapon. Unfortunately for solo leveling on the attack, it's much harder to get value out of that card, given the fact that you have to have control of the site to actually drop that space. And DMS now are not going to play for post-plant. They're going to make sure that solo leveling do not get to see a single one of those sites when that card's up for grabs.
And this is also a site swap, so we're going to be seeing these sites switching over to the opposite. So DMS now on the defense, they have the advantage. We're able to get 2 rounds on attack, and we've seen them come back from a lot lower. Maddock now on the hollow. Gonna be trying to see if we can get some snipes off to Boshu. Gonna be sending that flash in, no value. Ashes to Ashes is gonna be giving him a little bit of a speed boost for a second there, but all of his util burned out. He's unable to make anything else happen. Maddock gonna back up now, getting pushed and aggressed onto by SL's Nunu. And these Axon nades coming in, dealing so much damage. Maddock gonna get brought down, but Ixe with the heal.
Can they find a post-plant situation to make the melee rod actually count? Axon for side doors is looking to keep up the pressure. Ixe knows that he's present, uses that high life, keeps him under wraps. The smoke screen too is going to be able to clear the space with Mataku to get close and personal, and then finally able to get on top of the Axon. The threat, one of them, is dealt with. But still, solo leveling, 3 versus 1, might not even need to play for the post-plant situation. They're going to get converted down to give themselves a greater time bank. And now it's all going to be up to Cleave. Coming on through, the Circuit will be able to break the trophy, gets the heal. But that's what we were talking about, right? Solo leveling had the melee rod, And now that they've got control of one of these sites, out it goes! And Cleve is gonna be forced to taking a knife fight.
Oh my goodness. One, come on, no! DMS almost able to clutch that out, but SL White able to come with a great recovery. What? I've never seen Melee Rod come out in pro
If they
play.
double sacked, if they had double sacked on top of each other, and that Circuit had gotten both of them with a single stab, I would have lost. Look at this, look at how close it was to actually getting double stab. Crazy stuff coming on through, especially when you take into account the fact that like Melee Rod was in play, but one of them was actually positioned outside of the space, so still goes down to the rifle fire from the Circuit.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate thing to see happen there. We're going to be seeing them jump through into these next bands, these next picks, and this next round, because SL has started to take away. Now they've got tiny heads, and this is a card against snipers, especially Radiston. Oh, Clone Tech! Oh, I'm excited. Clone Tech versus small heads.
Is it going to be 10 dexes or is it going to be multiple nitros for the wall?
Oh my goodness.
Let's see what is. I mean, it's going to be dex, right? Surely it's going to be dex.
It is going to be dex.
Yeah.
DMS is going to be running that dex, especially when you have the opportunity to go for snipers here. Recrent on the sniper as well as Ixay. The rest of these players, Maddox running sniper as well. So we're going to be seeing this TP back going to be coming through off of the Dex clones over and over and over again. So if you're seeing a lot of people die, don't worry. They're not dead yet. There's one. The Radiston is now down. They're down to 9 players left. As we're going to be seeing the push in coming through. The Corona Flash not going to be effective. As Recrant going to be trying to jump in onto this. Radisson, oh my goodness, Maddox and Ixay both getting picks right off the rip. Nunu going to try and throw the converter over to Boshu, as these players are going to try and go for the retake.
Imaginators will be able to come through, and that's going to actually now set up the damage reduction space of the Ashes to Ashes, lets the Corona double dash back to his teammate. Unfortunately though, these Dexes still have their 9 lives. It's now going to be up to the Nitro to hold the space against the actual Dex, and there it is. DMS just had too many lives to play with. You've heard of a cat having 9 lives. What about a lizard having 10? Solo leveling and just not able to push through the amount of sustain afforded for the defense.
Bars! You've heard of a cat having 9 lives, but a lizard having 10. Oh my goodness. You know, we could write a song up here, and we would go platinum.
We wouldn't be able to sing it. I am tone deaf.
We'll find someone to sing it. I bet Dustin is a pretty good singer. So I think that would be a good option for us. Moxie writes the lyrics, I'll do the production, and Artie and Dustin are going to be singing the song that we're writing for them.
They're waving. They have no idea that we're talking about them, but they're waving from the stands, as we do have to talk about the shard cards that'll be coming into play, because Seb, the currency is not looking good for this one, huh? DMS down to the last shard card point.
Yeah, this is not looking too great here, as we're going to be seeing Invisible Traps and Guerrilla Fighter on the side of them. But, you know, they're investing a lot. They want to come away with the win in this round, as we're going to be seeing 3-4. The 5 spot is a really dangerous place to be, because it's even harder to come back from. If they're able to tie it up here, I think it's a good investment, because being able to climb away 4-4 is better than 3-5.
Yeah, we do have Endless Battle also coming into the mix, so the round is going to be extended as, oh, hello. That's a very aggressive portal play coming on out of the side of DMS. Recurrent just holding that corner, waiting to see if he's going to get challenged by a player walking up steps into second floor A. And his DMS coming on through with all of the eliminations. This could very well be a 4-4 situation.
Yeah, here we go. Oh, White picking up an elimination onto Cleve with a beautiful headshot there. White, such good aim play coming through with the rifles. You know, he's not much of a sniper when it comes to that. We're seeing more of the other players on the team using those snipers as a flash as well. But White, with the rifles, he's hitting lots of very, very clean headshots. Guerrilla Fighter as well on the side of DMS. Going to be coming into play here as well. Look at these Molly lineup's going to be coming through as well. The Pew Pews getting invested on the side. Radiston on the Nitro, going to be trying to set up close to his wall. Oh, Matic going to be able to find Flash here. Gets the elimination onto the flank, gets traded, but Ixe with the kill onto White. Howl now the last remaining player, and it's going to be tied up unless Howl is able to pull off a 3v1.
I mean, they do have more time. Endless battle coming into play is definitely going to benefit the attackers this time around, as DMS can't use the bank against them. Still though, Radisson just holding down that site. Recurrent 2 also going to be able to peek, and that's going to give the confidence for Ixe to come on through. DMS starting to put more and more value into those flank pushes. Solo leveling sort of forgot about the flank players coming on out, but because they had Endless Battle in play, they had more time to sit about before they decided which way they wanted to go. Then they managed to deal with the first flank coming on through and called it. They thought there's only going to be one player, but Ixe was the one who came afterwards. It was all a bait and switch, a masterful sleight of hand. And for DMS's next magic trick, they're going to reach into that hat and pull out a timeout from SL side.
SL going for the timeout. Moxie, it is time for the prediction. Do you think that SL is going to win this next round?
Do I think that Solo Leveling is going to win this next round? I think that they're using this to discuss what they're going to do against the flank players coming through from DMS. Because now they've run into two problems. If they go full site, then they're not able to clear the angles, and they're going to lose players before post-plank can come through, and they're potentially going to get overwhelmed of numbers in the second stage of the fight. If they take too long, though, trying to determine whether it's safe to move forward, they're going to lose people at the back of the pack, where typically your strongest sustaining lancers like to play, like your Pathogen, because why would your Pathogen be leading the forward charge when you're relying, exactly, when you're relying on that Pathogen being there for the long haul fight and sustaining everybody with emotional rescue. So Ixe being able to get kills on the back players is really detrimental for solo leveling. Coming in now, let's hope that they find an answer in the timeout, otherwise DMS are going to be wrapping Tundra off with a map win and a tournament continuation.
So we're going to be seeing some of the fun cards coming out. Infernal Hounds, very, very interesting card as we are taking a look. Band-Aid Solution, Open Your Big Trap, and Scanner Interference. Definitely some really powerful cards coming out. Infernal Hounds on the side of SL. They didn't really do much to counter the Hounds last time we saw them coming out into play. So let's see how SL is going to be able to make them work against DMS. We're going to see the Chug Chug coming out, but it gets destroyed on the side of Flash. Nunu as well on this side, trying to see if they can make something happen.
Much more aggressive in terms of trying to control mid this time around for solo leveling. Not so they can have the space, but more to get a read on where Ixe and potentially Recurrent are playing from. They find the Dex clone. Recurrent will be removed at least one part of his utility, and still solo leveling, you can see like how paranoid they are that even though the Dex has been removed, that it's a ploy that someone from DMS is pushing from another space looking for that opportunity when the head is swerved, and now it's going to be off of the back of so much utility before solo leveling even have the confidence to make that move, and that lets Iche just set on up behind his wall. He goes down, but he still makes the trades, and solo leveling are draining players before they even hit a site. And now they're not going to have anything left to be able to clear Manicu off of the angle of the holo.
It's a 4v3 with Nunu extremely low on HP. They're trying to see if they can get some sort of plays going on with the Infernal Hounds, trying to push forward onto this B site now. But Maddock trying to hold as much as possible. Radiston as well, attempting to make the play into this. As we're going to be seeing Nunu up on the top side. Jumping in. The plant is going to get down as the team DMS moves on to the retake. Manicu getting chased around by the Infernal Hounds, losing a lot of chip damage, but he's getting healed over. Band-Aid solution coming in very
Clampdown.
handy for them. The clampdown going to get shown out for him here. He does have that hollow point sniper available if he needs it, but he is going to be able to jump through with the clampdown. SMG coming through, very low in HP, and there's the trade. Mataku going to be able to come through. SL White up on the top side.
Can they
Jumping
stick the
through.
defuse though? That's the problem, they're running out of time. Solo
Get
leveling
one.
managed to try and keep them off of it, but it's not going to be enough. DMS with the timeout.
The timeout curse got broken.
The curse finally gets broken. DMS 5-4, map point now. Solo leveling tried to do everything they could that round. Such a valiant effort coming on through, just using the nades, trying to keep up the pressure on the converter, but they just get double swung out from stairs.
I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing a timeout coming out here for just a second as these players are getting ready to relax for a second here. They need the timeout. They need a second for them because they want the timeout buff. But the timeout buff seems to have faded away for the side of SL. I don't know if it's going to still be there for DMS. They have one round.
I don't know if they have timeouts available. You only get 3.
You only get 3 through the entire 3 maps.
Each team only gets 3.
I thought it was resetting every map. So we're going to be seeing how this can happen. Break a keyboard, get a technical timeout. Smash! I need a timeout. I need to go get my backup keyboard. You know, getting that. I don't think that would happen, but
I don't think
it looks
that
like
would
we are having a little bit of a pause here for just a second. It is going to be match point as they're jumping through. As we're going to take a look over at the stage here. Oh my goodness, did they actually break something?
No, they're picking shot cards.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Like they are still picking shot cards.
All right, and it looks like we're going to have Blade Master.
Yes, on the side of solo leveling. So this is definitely a good card into Ixie. Just run at him.
Run at him.
He can't one-shot you if all he can do is hit your leg.
Let's see a good counter card to this. Let's get Burn the Boats.
Oh, true.
And then let's shoot at toes with 1 bullet left in the high life.
Unfortunately, we don't know whether or not the shard cards that are being pulled against Blade Master are going to be countering them, as it does look like, Seb, you got your wish.
Technical timeout. Somebody broke a keyboard. I knew it. I knew it. They're getting mad at them on the stage right now because they broke a keyboard. Look at him. Look at him go. They're going, you broke a keyboard. I'm very upset at you. This is the audio. This is the audio. No, 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 no. We didn't break on purpose. We didn't break it on purpose. No, I promise we didn't break it on purpose. No, I saw you break the keyboard. I saw it.
I didn't know you were an expert lip reader there, Seb.
Yeah, because he's, yes. I'm a very excellent lip reader. Oh my goodness, we're having so much fun here. I am absolutely blessed to be casting this event in Hangzhou, China, on location with you, Moxie. And, you know, we've casted together a lot before.
Yeah.
You know, this is, we've been working together for 4 years, and this is the first time I've ever met you in person.
Yeah.
So it's been really great hanging out with you and all the other casters. Shout out to the co-streamers. Shout out to the audience right now who's being absolutely electric. And shout out to all of the players who have been absolutely wonderful to me, and all of my FragPunk questions, and all of my nerding out, and all of my fanboying. Everything that's been going on this event in the past couple of days has been just absolutely wonderful. We've been eating some good food, making some new friends, and having some amazing times.
I mean, shout out as well to production and all of the wonderful people that are putting this on and making it possible. The fact that we're getting to see all of the international regions already getting to interact with each other, that every single time we talk to these players, they're beside themselves with the experience that they've been able to have, how wonderfully they've been treated, the hotel quality that they get to stay at, all of the production value too with the staging, the lights, the broadcasts. It is absolutely wonderful to get to see, as I'm sure we're going to be headed into what could potentially be the last round of the day so far. Is it going to be DMS closing things out with a Tundra win, or will solo leveling be able to clutch out just like we saw previously and take us all the way to duels? We'll be finding out in a matter of moments. Solo leveling, They've had a whole host of problems to deal with. DMS doing a very good job every single time. Solo leveling, divert resources into one problem. DMS are like, oh, you find a solution to this, you're putting everything into dealing with that. Well, remember the strategy we had 3 rounds ago that you're not now looking at? We're gonna start doing that again. Have fun with it. So for solo leveling, I think it's definitely gonna be information, information, information. Do they have to worry about an exit hold? Do they have to worry about a dex flank coming on through? They really have to account for every possible scenario that DMS can throw at them.
Muscle weakness? Oh my goodness. Muscle weakness and swap. We're not getting Blade Master anymore. Oh my goodness. Throw to plant. Okay, question. Does muscle weakness include throw to plant?
Oh, true. Well, given the fact that muscle weakness is going to be on the side of solo leveling though, they are going to be able to just stop DMS from having as strong a lineup as we're going to be seeing from the other side.
I see, I see. We're going to be seeing Tobushu running through as SL's Nunu trying to see if he can make something happen with the My Way. Clampdown going to be on the side of Flash. Clampdown being such a good close range weapon, being able to fire so quickly.
This is such a tense situation. Solo leveling. Gonna be starting to push towards B. They've got players in position on gate to figure out whether or not DMS are gonna send either Recurrent or Ixe to try and push up to gate. And they're going to be able to punish it! There we go! They bait out the flank play from Ixe, they deal with him primarily, and now they can have a little bit more confidence to commit to this fight on site.
Here we go, Tobushu. Tobushu on site. Flash gonna get the kill onto Cleave. Radisson getting the kill onto Flash off of the trade, but now all 3 of these players have entered into the site. There's another player still holding on that backside. They're gonna be able to get the converter plant down, and now this is gonna be a very difficult retake in the 3v4 situation. We're gonna see if they're gonna be able to do it. We've seen it happen before, but Howell killing a Rattleston with the nade, and now Maddock needs to get an elimination.
Muscle weakness here is going to be coming into play in a major way now. DMS going to have to aggressively clear up into the space themselves as opposed to relying on utility. Dex clone has been destroyed. Someone was trying to stick the defuse. We can hear solo leveling, blindly firing through the smoke screen in an attempt to stop it. They're finding the eliminations. 2 versus 1 is just having to deal with the holo. Manicu closes up the distance, trying to take the 2 versus 1. Isn't able to find it. We go duels.
We're seeing the duels one last time, ladies and gentlemen. The day goes on. We still got entertainment coming right to you. These players are really letting it fly. Wow, a lot of clown icons coming through. You know, oh my goodness. At Ixe going 3rd. Recrant going to be picking up a sniper as well.
Flash is still lost.
Flash is still going to be last. Let's see if this lineup switch is going to change.
Corona.
Corona
Both
first.
teams fielding their Coronas first. Whoever gets more value with the Corona and can continue that next duel, still having the ability to flash and dash into the second stage is going to be a determining factor. Ashes to Ashes comes out in anticipation of one of them taking Portal. Hothead will be able to catch Tobushu, who can't manage to play off of it. He's already taken a little bit of damage on the side of DMS. Meanwhile, Tobushu is entirely fully through. The Portal meets him before he can come on out, and Tobushu with the surprise play was still able to hold on to so much utility to set him up to take the fight against the Dex, but no! The Dex Recurrent able to come out on top. Corona's denied for both teams.
Now he's going to have more HP in his respawn than he will in his normal state. Oh my goodness.
The look away!
To win the duel.
Oh,
no. Recrant going to go down Ixe now. This is his time. He's going to toss the pathogen wall up to prevent the TP elimination right away, but he knows that he's pathogen, so he's going to try and creep around. He's going to see the wall come through. Ixe ready to get this elimination, taking the TP now, running as far away as possible. Going to jump back around, and there you have it, the quick swap.
High life body shot into quick swap pistol. That's why Ixe is so incredibly dangerous. Axon's going to throw out those nades right through the portal, which is going to be able to connect onto Ixie. He'll get the accuracy marker. He knows where the pathogen is playing from. He's able to deny the emotional rescue heal as well, coming through off of the back of it. My way or the highway, what's it to be? Nunu versus Ixie. Ixie's still got an emotional rescue now left. He's going to have to try and hard push onto the pathogen, and that's exactly what happens. The My Way wins out the fight, and we have Ixie denied the duel win.
Here we go, my way, and there you have it. Cleave picking up the elimination, but he's at the health disadvantage, so SL is still technically in the lead at this moment in time. Oh my goodness.
Oh no.
The reaction time of these players is so quick. He lets one bullet go. We're seeing the util coming out and jumping into this fight. SL's White going to be still on a health advantage, and it's all up to Radiston. If Radiston can get this kill and get the next, he's going to be successful, and SL is going to take it. They're moving on, and DMS is going back to Russia.
Solo leveling, take the win. They were able to figure out the solution against Ixie both times in both duel rounds. And it is a deserved victory that the team are able to take. What an adaptation, what plays. Even if they managed to lose that first and last 1v1, they still had Flash waiting to be the hero of the hour. The odds in the duels were stacked against DMS.
Wow. The way that they came through to finish that off, just the duels, the round win. They were one away from sending it through, but alas, Ixie and DMS are going home.
It was the worst possible matchup in terms of Lancer for Ixie to have to deal with.
Yeah.
Portals as the duel where Axon can just permanently spam the stickies through that room, deny the pathogen coming on through and sitting there with the emotional rescue, and he knows the second that first sticky picks up the accuracy marker that damage has been done, that's what Ixie is playing, and he can just wrap around the back of the pathogen wall and keep up the pressure with the My Way being able to crumble it down and take Ixie along with it. What a play from Solo Leveling. The fact that they brought the My Way into the duel as well in anticipation of needing it for that purpose. Really good evolution for this team. They looked strong at the start, but at the end, the game sense, the awareness of the problems that they were faced with, some of the best adaptation we've seen on the fly the entire tournament so far.
I definitely think that Solo Leveling has a well-deserved victory here. Even though they've gone through the losers bracket, losing to some very strong teams, they've been showing a lot of growth in this losers bracket, taking on and beating some of the incredibly strong teams like DMS, who we thought would be making it almost all the way the distance.
Yeah, Solo Leveling now have been able to lock up their position tomorrow, and they will have to go head-to-head against LC to earn the right of taking on Imaginator in that grand final. As we can have a look and see the statistics and how they stacked out for that Tundra. We talked about the fact that Solo Leveling would be strong on this map, and you can see 30.4% damage here coming on through for White, 2,292 damage with a 12-8 KD. Insane stuff coming through from him.
White went crazy. Almost 3k damage in a 5v6 game, 5-6 for SL. Of course, the duels had a lot to do with that. You know, White was able to stay pertinent in the duels for a good long time, but wow, the amount of damage he's able to output is just absolutely crazy. 2,000 still on the side of Recred. Their team might have had just a little bit less damage. There's still a lot going on. Taking a look at some of these highlights that we saw, look at how crazy Howl is on that rifle. Boshu as well with the SMGs is going crazy. The Russia team absolutely happy with their performance in the first couple of games, but unfortunate in game number 3. They were just getting picked off at the end. And that very last round, bringing them to the duels, who would have known that would have been their downfall?
Yeah, I mean, Solo Leveling, even in that last round, you could see that they understood the assignment. coming on through. They knew that Ixe would be looking for a hero play flank. They made sure that they had someone just watching that angle in anticipation of it. Once they've been able to deal with that problem, over to the site they go. Muscle weakness gets to come fully into the mix as well. And you can see here that unfortunately for DMS, because of that card being in play, they had no choice but to have to just brute force physically push into the area that Solo Leveling had under control. Even here you can see Ixe just being such a problematic Lancer for this team to have to deal with, but when they were finally able to solve this issue and take it to the 1v1 duels, having that axe and being able to keep that pathogen under wraps and allow White as well to be able to win his while still holding on to pathogen utility to potentially win the healer situation if it came down to it in that last 1v1. Solo Leveling were playing for keeps the entire round.
They were a unstoppable force, even though the gunplay, I feel the gunplay on DMS's side was a lot more precise. They wouldn't give up. They had a lot of heart coming into this, and they really worked hard to make sure that they weren't the ones going home in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree wholeheartedly. DMS's gunplay was definitely better, but I think they played more for themselves in comparison to Solo Leveling, who played as a full team unit. They approached problems as a team. They approached post-plant situations and plant situations as a team, and it's going to be no surprises. White, well deserving of his MVP status. Use Lancers, Dex, and Pathogen, and the main reason for why his team continue in the tournament off of his duel wins.
I think we found somebody with a babier face than me. Without the beard, I look just as young as that, and like, wow, I can't believe it. SL White, absolute amazing player, coming through and having one of the best games that we've seen in a long time, winning those 2 maps for his team, helping them out, and doing such a good job with the precise gunplay. Very, very strong strategies. And now, let's get to talk to him. We'll send you over to the...
选手已经准备就绪，先和观众朋友们打招呼。Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jaeger and welcome to the post-game interview. And our player standing here and let him say hello to our audience.
大家好，我是浩。
欢迎来到赛后采访 ，Welcome again. And first， 那首先想先问一下，我们都在说 SL 刚才这把打得真的太精彩了，2把的加时决斗，队员们到底要在一个怎么样高压的状态下，你们还可以拿下这一波加时赛的胜利呢？
我觉得就是自信吧，就是虽然说我们输了第1局的比赛，但是就是我们还是觉得能赢，对。我们对自己的实力还是有信心的，
把心态调整得特别好。So first, I would like to know because the 2 Duel Master you guys just won and really perfect, and I would like to know so how you guys can win under the like big pressure.
I think it's just confident because even though we lost our first game, but we still think that we don't lose. Like we can beat anyone.
Yeah, confidence is everything, especially in the esport, I think.
Yeah.
OK， 那我们也知道，其实 Solo Leveling 是一个动漫，这个动漫对你们来说也是非常的有意义。能不能跟我们讲讲那 Solo Leveling 跟你们队的故事呢？
其实 Solo Leveling 这个 ID 其实取得蛮随意的，就是有一天我们5个人都有在看我独自升级，然后就我们在想队名的时候就刚好在看，然后我就想，那我们就叫 Solo Leveling 好。
看着直接取成队名了。
对，
觉得 Solo Leveling 给了一个你们怎么样的意义和精神给到你们队呢？
我觉得就是 Solo Leveling， 因为这种主角就是他是越来越强的，然后我也希望就是我们的队伍是一起越来越强这样子。
非常好 ，So we know Solo Leveling is related to your team name, and I would like to know so what is meaningful to your team.
It actually got no that's like deep meaning about it. Just one day when we're thinking about our team name and we're just watching Solo Leveling casually. So yeah, so we're just like, how about this name? Yeah, because at first actually we're gonna just make our team name a really stupid name, but Thank God.
But I think it's an interesting story 呢，我还是觉得这是一个非常有趣，也是值得被我们记住的一个故事。好的，再次感谢。那我们最后也知道，明天其实你们的主理人哈根也要迎来他的表演赛，所以最后有没有什么话想跟自己的主理人哈根说呢？
哈根随便赢，随便赢。
非常的有自信，完全没问题。
他很厉害，他是射击天才，射击天才。
我们真的非常期待明天的比赛。Okay, at last, anything you want to say to Hagen? Because tomorrow she's going to have the matches between all the captains.
I think she will just beat everyone. Like no one's better.
No problem. Okay, very confident. 太喜欢你的这个性格，真的非常的自信，也期待你们接下来在比赛当中表现。我们准备明天见了，好吗？再次感谢来到我们赛后采访。Thank you for this interview, and we will get back to our casters. 那让我们把画面回到解说席。
Closing out the day with a beautiful interview from the lovely Jaeger. I'm your host and caster Seb one last time, and I'm joined alongside Moxie. This is the FragPunk Global Invitational. We've finished all 5 games that we've planned to play today. We've had some crazy upsets, some crazy teams going home, and more teams moving on to our finals tomorrow. We've got a couple of pre-final games to play in the morning, and then we've got a show match for you guys, which is sure to be very interesting. Let's take a look at today's result. TA, the Avengers, winning their first game against Conquest 2-0, and then DPS first losing to Solo Leveling in 3. Imaginators then beating Last Chance in match number 9, 2-0. And then we saw Work in Silence obviously taking out the Avengers and eliminating them from the tournament 2-0 with an absolute roll. And Solo Leveling versus DMS in 3, the game we just watched. And take a look at our upgraded bracket. It's going to be Imaginators versus the winner of LC versus the winner of here. Okay, so Work in Silence plays Solo Leveling.
Yes.
The winner of that plays Last Chance.
Yep.
Then the winner of that plays Imaginator.
Imaginators.
And then the winner of that will be the champion. I know it's confusing, but stay with me, folks. Here is going to be our schedule for tomorrow. Match 12 is going to be Work in Silence versus SL, then LC versus TBD, and then Imaginators playing the winner of LC versus TBD.
And potentially a long one too, because that grand final said BO5! So we could see it go the distance. And given how close it was the last time we saw LC versus Imaginator, I would be so disappointed if it didn't go all the way through to every single map 5 times into the duels. 5 times. And I mean, I'm sure chat would love to get to see it be that close as well.
Yeah, I definitely love the extended games. You know, we only saw 1 game go to 3 in day number 1. And Solo Leveling, really good at, if they get down in the first map, they're really good at taking it back and winning maps 2 and 3. So I think we're going to get to see a lot of extended gameplay tomorrow. So we're going to see a lot more FragPunk coming your way. And keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, there's money on the line here. This is a $150,000 tournament with the top prize getting 40 grand USD to take home, put in their pockets, and go spend on some more Wu-Tang keyboards.
I mean, or, you know...
Or Chug Chug statues.
Or Chug Chug statues. That's what I would buy if I had $40,000. I would buy just, you know, 1 Chug Chug and then 2 Mr. Pew Pews.
Real life working ones, right?
Yes,
with
real
40
life
grand,
working
ones. You can get ones you can control. But ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be all for us today. I have been Seb. This has been Moxie. Go follow FragPunk on all the social medias. Go follow us on all our social medias. SebGuy32 and Moxie, your Got Moxie casts. Thank you guys so much, and we will check you guys out tomorrow.